I have faith in you. Now, I must take my leave." With that, Ling Feng leaped atop the back of the Black Panther. "Black Panther, let us go," he commanded. "Okay." The Panther gestured affirmatively before swiftly advancing to catch up with the troop. Ling Feng led the God of War base's forces towards the direction of Linjiang City, moving with great momentum. After an hour of progress, they arrived. Ling Feng gazed upon the seemingly endless sea, now transformed into a flat expanse of ice. Who would have imagined that beneath such tranquil waters lay a colossal force? Chapter 313. Establishing the defense line upon arriving in Linjiang City. Ling Feng's foremost task was to construct shelter. They found themselves in a quaint fishing village by the sea, entirely insufficient to accommodate their vast numbers. For Ling Feng, erecting structures was a trivial endeavor. His mastery over ice and snow enabled him to conjure magnificent ice castles with remarkable speed. Utilizing his extraordinary abilities, the houses rapidly rose from the ground. Possessed by the spirit of a construction aficionado, he embarked on an audacious building spree. Dormitories for the warriors, an arsenal, a cafeteria, a conference room, an entertainment center, storage rooms, a command center, a power generation room, a fuel depot, a hangar, and an indoor training facility. The personnel at the base gazed in astonishment as Ling Feng conjured architectural marvels with a mere wave of his hand. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. He seemed nothing short of divine. In that moment, Ling Feng embodied the essence of a deity in their eyes. Encircling the base, Ling Feng erected an imposing ice and snow wall, soaring to a height of 20 meters, with a formidable thickness of 10 meters, reminiscent of ancient fortifications. When adversaries dared to invade, soldiers could traverse the wall freely. Its ample width allowed tanks and artillery to maneuver with ease. Additionally, he constructed over a dozen watchtowers, each reaching 80 meters, strategically scattered across the sea within a 10-kilometer radius of the base. Unlike ordinary ice structures, these edifices boasted unparalleled durability. Crafted from ice imbued with Ling Feng's extraordinary powers, rendering them even sturdier than steel, with exceptional defensive capabilities. These structures were seamless, devoid of joints or weaknesses. To ensure the resilience of his constructions against the onslaught of sea creatures, Ling Feng amplified the entire structure's integrity by 120 times within his spatial realm. Once his buildings were complete, he summoned the base's foremost expert, Sun Dashing, to unleash a full-force strike upon the wall. The onlookers were left in sheer disbelief as the wall remained unscathed despite the powerful assault of an 8th-tier Imperial strike. Wang Long, touching the frigid wall, was enveloped in incredulity. How could this ice be so resilient? Surely, that blow would have reduced steel to mere shards. Ling Feng wore a triumphant expression. As a god-tier ability wielder, his creations were impervious to any attack below the divine level. Having ascended to a holy tier, even the mightiest of divine beings would find themselves powerless against his constructs. With the structures completed, Ling Feng retrieved an abundance of food, fuel, and several generators from his spatial realm, swiftly establishing a temporary base. He surveyed the base he had erected in just 2 hours, nodding in satisfaction. It surpassed his previous stronghold, offering far greater comfort above ground rather than the stifling confines below. After the base's establishment, Ling Feng summoned all management personnel to the conference room for a meeting. Wang Long, Ma Wu, Lin Su, Du Yibai, Sun Dasheng, Dong Yanwu, Ling Tian, and Zheng Sanbao all gathered. Ling Feng took his seat at the head of the table, with Ma Wu beside him in a secondary position. The subsequent military deployment was entrusted to Ma Wu, whose insights were invaluable in this regard. Ma Wu glanced at Ling Feng, his expression questioning. Ling Feng nodded slightly, prompting Ma Wu to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to outline our forthcoming operational deployment, beginning with the delineation of the sectors assigned to each regiment. Our Handong region encompasses 5 coastal cities, with a coastline extending 100 kilometers. Given that we are fewer than 10,000 in number, it is utterly impossible to defend such a vast stretch of territory. Thus, to secure this coastline, we must adopt a strategy that transcends mere defense." Upon hearing Ma Wu's words, the expressions of the others turned grave. Despite their formidable strength, they numbered only a little over 1,000. While the population of the fishmen was in the billions, they could not hope to withstand the onslaught. Ling Feng had been contemplating this dilemma as well. The sheer number of fishmen was overwhelming, and it was clear that he could not entirely repel their attacks. It was impractical to expect flawless defense along such an extensive coastline. Old Ma, do you have any viable strategies? Wang Long inquired expectantly, confident that Ma Wu would have a solution. Furrowing his brow, Ma Wu replied slowly, I have deliberated on this matter for several days and have concluded that there is but one viable course of action. What is it? Ling Tian asked with a hint of eagerness. Ma Wu pursed his lips and said resolutely, we must relinquish control of less critical areas. I propose the establishment of 2 additional bases akin to this one, forming a triangular formation with our current base. Each of these new bases would house a regiment, equipped with 100 exotic beasts. Our headquarters should also maintain 2 regiments, while the remaining regiment serves as a mobile force to patrol the entire coastline. Upon hearing Ma Wu's proposal, everyone fell into contemplative silence, reflecting on his words. After a moment, Ling Feng deemed the plan feasible. It was arguably the best strategy available at present. He himself harbored a more audacious plan, to infiltrate the fishmen' stronghold and eliminate their elite forces, compelling the remaining fishmen to remain docile in the water. However, presently, his strength was only at the first tier of the divine level, the weakest among them. The overwhelming number of fishmen likely included numerous high-tiered beings, and he lacked the power to challenge the entire fishman race at this time. It was prudent to proceed with caution. Ma Wu's strategy appeared to be the optimal solution. As Ling Feng was lost in thought, he noticed that everyone's gaze in the conference room was fixed upon him. Why are you all looking at me? Ling Feng questioned, bemused. You are the leader, naturally. We seek your guidance. Du Yibai replied with an air of certainty. Let us execute this plan as proposed. Follow old Ma's directives. After the meeting concludes, I will oversee the establishment of the 2 additional bases, and you shall accompany me there shortly. With that, Ling Feng dismissed the meeting. Ling Feng, accompanied by Ma Wu and Wang Long, established a second base by the seaside, located 100 kilometers north of the main base. Similar to the first, this new base was equipped with all necessary facilities, albeit slightly smaller in size, as it was home to only a single battalion. Once the base was completed, Wang Long's 3rd Battalion promptly took residence there. Subsequently, Ling Feng founded a second base 100 kilometers to the south, which was garrisoned by Dong Yanwu's 2nd Battalion. With this, the 3 major bases were fully established, thereby forming the first line of defense against the fishmen. Chapter 314. The Provocation of the Dragon Group. 3 days swiftly passed since the construction of the bases. During this period, all bases experienced a tranquil coexistence, operating normally. Ling Feng entrusted Ma Wu with the oversight of all base operations, as he intended to visit Longping Base. Having previously arranged to meet Long Jiao at 9 o'clock that morning, early in the day, Lin Su rose to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Her spirits high after being confined within the base for several months, she was finally able to venture outside. After they finished breakfast, Ling Feng conducted a thorough inspection of the base, offering a few final instructions to Ma Wu before departing. Ling Feng and Lin Su mounted the back of the Black Panther as they left the base. With ample time at their disposal, the Black Panther ambled leisurely across the snowy terrain. Now a 7th-tier imperial beast, the Black Panther commanded respect wherever it roamed. Lin Su nestled comfortably in Ling Feng's embrace, radiating happiness. Feng, I can't shake the feeling that this trip to Wan Island is not as straightforward as it seems, she remarked, her keen intuition suggesting complications behind the mission that concerned her. Ling Feng chuckled nonchalantly, patting her hand. I understand. Given Wan Island's sensitive nature, the sudden emergence of this news has undoubtedly attracted the attention of numerous nations. We will not only contend with the bases of Long Country, but also face formidable individuals from other countries. I have longed to gauge their strength. Should they prove obstinate, I would not hesitate to annihilate them. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Ling Feng's eyes. The 2 exchanged playful banter until they swiftly arrived at Longping Base. Long Jiao had been waiting anxiously at the entrance, his expression betraying a hint of urgency. Upon spotting Ling Feng, he hurriedly approached. Ling Xiao, you have finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for ages. Ling Feng paused, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Waiting for me? Did we not agree on 9 o'clock? It is only 8:30. We are still half an hour early. Long Jiao let out a slight sigh in response. I am aware that it is 9 o'clock, however. The members of the Dragon team have been incessantly clamoring to depart early. They arrived at dawn and have already been waiting for 2 hours, their patience wearing thin. Ling Feng's expression turned icy as he cast a glance at Long Jiao and coldly remarked, "Have you forgotten that this operation was arranged by your superior who invited me? If you find the wait intolerable, feel free to leave on your own." Upon finishing his statement, Ling Feng turned on his heel, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Long Jiao hastily stepped forward to block Ling Feng's path. "Please, don't go, Commander Ling. Without you, our mission cannot proceed." They are merely venting their frustrations. "You mustn't take it to heart." Ling Feng let out a cold snort, expressing his impatience. "I am only here for Qing Wei's sake. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste my breath with you. Lead the way." "Very well, follow me." Long Jiao responded eagerly. As he glanced at Lin Su, he was immediately struck by her breathtaking beauty. In all his years, he had never encountered such a visage. It was no wonder Ling Feng deemed this mission significant enough to bring a woman along. "This is my wife, accompanying me to one island. Is there an issue with that?" Ling Feng stated nonchalantly. "Of course not. That is your prerogative." Long Jiao wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Standing next to Ling Feng, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure that left him quite uncomfortable. Long Jiao led Ling Feng to a conference room. Upon entering, Ling Feng noticed 5 men clad in black combat uniforms. The 5 sported uniform short hair, exuding an aura of menace. Clearly individuals who had emerged from the depths of bloodshed. These men were indeed members of the Dragon Team. Ling Feng mused inwardly. They appeared formidable. Yet his own War God Squad was equally impressive. As Ling Feng scrutinized them, they, in turn, were examining him and Lin Su. Upon seeing Lin Su, a flicker of admiration crossed their eyes. The man seated at the center, named Yi Jiutian, the squad leader, observed Ling Feng's approach with a barely perceptible hint of jealousy. He had been captivated by Lin Su at first glance, yet as a team leader of the Dragon Team, he swiftly masked this emotion. Noticing the close proximity between Ling Feng and the woman, he deduced their deep connection. As Ling Feng entered, he casually led Lin Su to the main seat of the conference table, exuding an air of nonchalance. This action quickly incited discontent among the other members, who frowned at Ling Feng. None of the base personnel had taken the main seat. It was audacious for an outsider to do so without hesitation. Yi Jiutian spoke with a mocking tone, remarking that some individuals truly lacked courtesy, showing no sense of hierarchy, as a guest dared to take the principal seat. Although his superiors had repeatedly instructed him not to clash with Ling Feng and to cooperate with his endeavors, they had failed to disclose the true extent of Ling Feng's abilities. The strength of Ling Feng was classified information, known only to a select few at the divine level. Had Yi Jiutian been aware that Ling Feng possessed divine capabilities, even with 100-fold courage, he would not have dared to oppose him, regardless of having a grandfather of divine rank. In the face of Yi Jiutian's reproach, Ling Feng merely curled the corner of his mouth in a slight smile. He casually placed his legs on the conference table and provocatively gazed at Yi Jiutian. "I shall remain seated here. Do you have any objections? If so, keep them to yourself." Yi Jiutian, pointing at Ling Feng, was rendered speechless by his anger. Ling Feng observed Yi Jiutian, and an overwhelming pressure cascaded upon him. Yi Jiutian's complexion instantly paled. The formidable aura made his legs tremble uncontrollably, nearly bringing him to his knees before Ling Feng. The murderous intent reflected in Ling Feng's eyes sent a shiver down his spine, cold sweat pouring forth. He felt as if he stood on the precipice of death, aware that a mere thought from Ling Feng could lead to his demise. This sensation of unassailable power was something he had only experienced in the presence of his grandfather. Yet, given Ling Feng's youth, he could not possibly be a divine-level powerhouse. Perhaps he was merely a 10-tier emperor-level cultivator. Nevertheless, even that was enough to astonish him, especially considering that he himself was only a 4-tier emperor at his age. Today, he had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Chapter 3:15. Apology. Ling Feng regarded Yi Jiutian, who was on the verge of kneeling, with a cold smile, subsequently intensifying his oppressive force. Yi Jiutian, who had been struggling to maintain his composure, was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense power, leading him to collapse to the ground with a thud. His face turned an ashen hue, a surge of fury rushing to his head. He felt profoundly insulted. After more than 30 years of life, this was the first time he had experienced such humiliation. In that moment, he was consumed by madness, his entire being driven by a desire for vengeance, the murderous intent in his eyes glinting like a blade. "What is the matter?" Unwilling to submit, The murderous intent in Ling Feng's gaze flickered briefly. This individual had harbored animosity towards him from the very beginning, perhaps already aware of his identity and intentionally seeking trouble. At the sight of Ling Feng's murderous aura, Yi Jiutian's heart trembled, and the impulsive thoughts that had initially surged within him cooled instantly. "I concede, brother," he managed to utter through gritted teeth, a deep sense of humiliation lurking in his heart. Seeing this, Long Si, who stood at the doorway, quickly approached to mediate. "Young Master Ling, let us discuss this calmly. I apologize on his behalf." He had been observing the events unfold without intervening initially, fully aware of Ling Feng's temperament. If he did not allow him to vent his frustrations, Ling Feng would not relent. Furthermore, Yi Jiutian was notoriously arrogant, often bullying others and showing him the utmost disrespect. Thus, when an opportunity arose for someone to teach him a lesson, why not seize it? Ling Feng cast a glance at Long Si. Grasping his intent, he was providing Ling Feng with a means to save face. However, Ling Feng was not one to easily acquiesce. He believed that without making this fellow suffer a little, he would not feel satisfied. "Long Si, it is not that I lack appreciation for your position, but this person has gone too far. I have been compelled into this situation." Ling Feng's gaze was icy as he regarded Long Si. "What must be done to placate your anger, young Master Ling?" Long Si inquired tentatively. Ling Feng feigned contemplation for a moment before responding magnanimously. "Let him bow at a 90-degree angle and apologize thrice, admitting his fault, and we shall consider the matter settled." Yi Jiutian's expression darkened. Such an outrageous demand felt worse than a death sentence. When had he ever apologized to anyone? Observing Yi Jiutian's reluctance, Ling Feng casually remarked, "Of course. If you are unwilling, it matters little to me. I have dealt with your kind before, and if need be, I shall simply refrain from future collaborations." A chill crept down Yi Jiutian's spine. Long Si approached him, adopting a tone of consolation. "Captain Yi, just relent and apologize to young Master Ling. Let this matter pass. As we were indeed at fault initially, were we not?" With no other option, Yi Jiutian reluctantly nodded in agreement. He gradually rose from the ground, stretching his sore back that had been pressed down by Ling Feng. He glanced at his teammates, whose eyes flickered away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Yi Jiutian was known for his pettiness. Should he hold a grudge, he could remember it for a lifetime. All of them worked under him, and offending him would surely turn their lives into a nightmare filled with petty grievances. Slowly, Yi Jiutian bent down, lowering his head deeply, and spoke in a subdued tone. "Young Master Ling, I was wrong. Young Master Ling, I was wrong. Young Master Ling, I was wrong." As he uttered these words, none could perceive the grimace that twisted his expression, nor could they know that he had bitten down hard enough to shatter several of his teeth. Ling Feng dismissively waved a hand at Yi Jiutian as if shooing away a beggar. "Very well, we shall let this slide this time. But there will be no next occasion." Long Si immediately chimed in with a smile. "Truly, young Master Ling displays great magnanimity." Yi Jiutian nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Though Long Si's words seemed complimentary, they were painfully grating to his ears. He silently vowed within himself he would repay the humiliation he suffered today 1,000-fold, ensuring that Ling Feng would experience a fate worse than death. With his gaze cast downward, he quietly stepped aside. "Ling Xiao, I believe the time has come for us to depart," Long Si remarked, glancing at the clock. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Just then, the door to the conference room swung open unexpectedly. Long Si entered with a smile, engaging in casual conversation with Ling Feng. "Ah, Ling Xiao has arrived. My apologies for not greeting you sooner. I was rather preoccupied. Please forgive my tardiness." Long Si clasped his fists and bowed to Ling Feng. Ling Feng acknowledged the gesture with a nod, harboring no fondness for Long Si. This man emanated an aura of insincerity and treachery. Although Long Si presented himself as a benign elder, Ling Feng sensed the masterful disguise. He recalled a phrase from a psychology book he had read. If someone makes you feel uncomfortable at first glance, it is wise to keep your distance, for they may become your adversary. Thus, Ling Feng's response to Long Si's enthusiasm was marked by a palpable indifference. Long Si, sensing Ling Feng's demeanor, felt a twinge of irritation. Yet, recognizing Ling Feng's formidable background and strength, he refrained from provoking him further. After an awkward exchange of pleasantries, Long Si hurriedly took his leave. "Ling Xiao, let us proceed." Long Jiu urged Ling Feng as they made their way to the airport. Yi Jiutian watched Ling Feng's departing figure, revealing a chilling smile. Upon reaching the airport, Ling Feng noticed a helicopter parked prominently in the center. The pilot was already in position, and upon their arrival, he initiated the aircraft's startup sequence. The helicopter's rotors began to whir, producing a deafening roar that resonated in everyone's ears. Long Zhou gestured for Ling Feng to board. Wait, Yi Jiu Tian suddenly interjected. Ling Feng furrowed his brow, wondering what scheme this fellow was concocting. Observing Ling Feng's displeasure, Long Zhou promptly approached Yi Jiu Tian, speaking politely. Is there something you wish to discuss, Captain Yi? If it is not of great importance, we can address it on the aircraft. Long Zhou subtly signaled to Yi Jiu Tian, wary of offending Ling Feng. Though he found Yi Jiu Tian quite disagreeable, he recognized the man as powerful connections and knew he could not afford to cross him. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences for himself. Yi Jiu Tian, disregarding Long Zhou's cues, proclaimed loudly, I demand to fly on a separate aircraft. Chapter 316, The Enraged Black Panther. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed a hint of treachery in Yi Jiu Tian's gaze. His piercing stare locked onto Yi Jiu Tian. Yi Jiu Tian's expression shifted abruptly as he hastily explained, there are 5 of us here, making a total of 8 in our group, and we are accompanied by a dog. It is likely to be cramped in a single aircraft. Ling Feng cast a discerning glance at him and replied nonchalantly, are you certain? This plane can accommodate not only 9 people, but even 10 more. Cold sweat began to trickle down Yi Jiu Tian's back as he glanced at the black dog beside Ling Feng and gritted his teeth, stating, I shall be straightforward. I am allergic to dogs. Their presence makes me uncomfortable, and your dog, Ling Xiao, is indeed causing me distress. I hope you can understand. Upon finishing his words, Yi Jiu Tian turned to Ling Feng. However, before Ling Feng could respond, the black dog could no longer contain itself and retorted vehemently. What the hell? Do you look down on dogs? Do you believe I want to bite your balls off? Let me tell you, I'm unvaccinated. Do you comprehend the gravity of that? Look me in the eye. The black dog's fierce gaze bore into Yi Jiu Tian, its jaw muscles twitching ominously, presenting a rather menacing sight. The onlookers were taken aback. A black dog speaking, what a rarity. No one anticipated that this seemingly lethargic black dog was, in fact, a formidable beast of imperial caliber. Moreover, the dog showed no mercy in its speech. Yi Jiu Tian, with an unpleasant countenance, glared at the black dog, mulling over a good excuse to avoid flying on the same plane as Ling Feng. He had initially thought the black dog would be easy to intimidate, only to find himself chastised by a mere dog. Yet what could he do? If bitten by a dog, could he retaliate? Furthermore, given the dog's imposing aura, he wasn't even certain he could overpower it. After all, it was Ling Feng's dog. How frustrating it was that even Ling Feng's dog dared to scold him. Surely, everything associated with Ling Feng was exceptional. I mean no disrespect, esteemed Mr. Black Dog. I genuinely have a slight fear of your species. Please forgive me. Yi Jiu Tian politely explained to the black dog. Ling Feng, stroking his chin, pondered quietly. There was something peculiar about Yi Jiu Tian. His desperate attempts to secure a private flight must harbor some ulterior motive. Possessing absolute power, Ling Feng paid no heed to Yi Jiu Tian's little ploy. He was intrigued to see what tricks this person would unveil. If you are uncomfortable, then let us arrange another aircraft. Ling Feng acquiesced to Yi Jiu Tian's performance. The black dog, with an air of impatience, chimed in, exactly. Do not let this guy share a plane with me. He makes me nauseous. Huh. The black dog spat a large gob of dark phlegm at Yi Jiu Tian and strutted away. Yi Jiu Tian maintained a smile, albeit one tinged with a hint of frostiness. Ling Feng, along with Lin Su and the black dog, boarded the aircraft, while Long Zhou followed suit. Yi Jiu Tian and the other determined members of the Dragon team boarded a separate plane. Once all arrangements were meticulously finalized, the aircraft began its slow ascent into the skies. Meanwhile, on a distant island in the Pacific, Selena gazed at the information on her phone, a subtle smile gracing her lips. What could be the source of such joy? A man, bare-chested, embraced her from behind and softly inquired. Selena presented her phone to Dell's gaze, her voice laced with a hint of seduction. This is intelligence relayed by our informant in the Dragon Kingdom. During this expedition to Wan Island, Ling Feng is also present. Who is Ling Feng? You seem particularly invested in him, Dell remarked, his brow furrowing slightly, a tinge of jealousy evident in his tone. Selena cast him a sidelong glance, extending a delicate finger to tap his forehead playfully. Look at you, consumed by jealousy. Ling Feng is our adversary. I yearn to eliminate him. Ling Feng was indeed a formidable foe, having thwarted their efforts repeatedly and claimed numerous lives. Their latest technological armor had been pilfered by him, prompting Selena to orchestrate several operations against him, all of which had ended in failure, a flicker of hatred igniting in her eyes as she recounted this. Dell studied the intelligence regarding Ling Feng on the phone, his expression shifting. Since Ling Feng is already airborne, we could dispatch someone to eliminate him mid-flight, he suggested with a sardonic smile. Selena nodded in agreement. I shall send out 10 aircraft and 20 tech warriors to eradicate Ling Feng in the skies. However, she understood Dell's esteemed position necessitated her adherence to his commands. Dell slowly shook his head. No, such strength is insufficient. Ling Feng likely possesses late-stage imperial power. We must ensure double security. Deploy 20 aircraft and 50 tech warriors to guarantee his demise. Upon receiving Dell's directive, Selena promptly arranged for the aircraft and warriors to prepare for their mission. As she reflected on the dispatched message, a twinge of regret lingered within her. Initially, she had envisioned conquering Ling Feng, tasting the allure of a man from the Dragon Kingdom. It appeared that opportunity had slipped away. However, with Ling Feng's demise, one enemy would be eliminated, paving the way for a more favorable future. Meanwhile, aboard a plane, Yi Jiutian's eyes sparkled with delight as he read the messages on his phone. He had just received news from allies. Aircraft and skilled warriors were swiftly en route, guided by the coordinates he provided. Today would mark Ling Feng's end, destined to perish in the frigid heights above. Currently, the aircraft soared at an altitude of 2,000 meters. Even without a direct assault, death awaited through a fatal fall. The mere thought of Ling Feng's imminent demise sent waves of exhilaration through Yi Jiutian, causing his body to tremble with anticipation. The only regret lies in the fact that the woman beside Ling Feng would also perish alongside him. The mere thought of her visage stirred a restless unease within his heart. If only he could spend a blissful night with her, he would willingly sacrifice even a second of his life. Alas, contemplating this left him with an unquenchable sorrow. Yi Jiutian's teammates observed their captain's fluctuating emotions, alternating between laughter and shaking their heads, assuming he had been provoked by Ling Feng's demeanor. They promptly urged him, Captain, take it easy. Ling Feng's arrogant conduct and methods cannot last long. Yi Jiutian turned to the speaker and replied calmly, You are correct. He will not remain arrogant for much longer. Chapter 317. Enemy aircraft approaches. Ling Feng sat in his airplane seat, eyes closed in restful contemplation, while Black Panther mimicked his posture, seated like a man of stature. Lin Su, initially with her eyes shut and headphones on, suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of panic etched upon her face. Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes and regarded Lin Su, sensing a slight shift in her aura as a result of her precognitive abilities. What is it? Have you foreseen something? He inquired. Lin Su possessed the extraordinary gift of foresight, capable of predicting events 10 minutes into the future, a talent immensely practical for averting danger. It was invaluable in combat. No matter the technique employed in the next moment, she could always anticipate it, rendering any ambush futile. This was precisely why Ling Feng was inclined to bring Lin Su to the island. Lin Su furrowed her brows and spoke slowly. I foresee that in 10 minutes, the aircraft we are aboard will come under attack, and it will be obliterated by artillery, resulting in severe injuries for us. Ling Feng smiled faintly. I anticipated such an occurrence. Otherwise, Yi Jiutian would not have gone to such lengths to secure a separate flight. Beside them, Long Jiu's expression shifted dramatically. Although he was uncertain of the truth in Lin Su's words, Ling Feng's demeanor suggested authenticity. Ling Feng, this seems highly improbable. How could Yi Jiutian possibly commit such an act? Long Jiu expressed disbelief. With a prestigious background, Yi Jiutian was a young captain in the Dragon team. With an unlimited future ahead, it was inconceivable that he would resort to such actions. Ling Feng silenced Long Jiu, who was about to seek further clarification. Whether it is true or not, let the facts speak for themselves. We shall not have to wait long. His tone remained indifferent, devoid of urgency. Lin Su gazed at Ling Feng, uncertain of his forthcoming strategy, but his calm demeanor suggested he had a plan. The 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, yet for Long Jiu, it felt like an agonizing eternity, far longer than a mere hour. On one hand, he wished this matter were untrue. On the other hand, he hoped that Lin Su's prophecy was indeed accurate, so that Ling Feng could assist him in clearing his name. Suddenly, Ling Feng smiled faintly and slowly opened his eyes. Time stood still. With a snap of his fingers, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Long Jiao immediately turned to gaze out of the helicopter, nearly paralyzed with fear. Surrounding the helicopter were countless small missiles, at least 70 or 80 in number. If struck by these missiles, even if he survived the explosion, he would certainly perish from the fall. What on earth? How can there be so many missiles? Who are they? Long Jiao stammered in trepidation. Ling Feng, observing a kilometer away at the fleet of aircraft, recognized them as belonging to the United States. Regardless of whose planes they were, they would not be making it back today. They had to be shot down. Ling Feng gently pointed his hands at the missiles outside the helicopter, and instantly, all the missiles redirected their trajectory. Go. With a swift motion of his hand, all the missiles hurtled back toward their origin. A kilometer away, Arthur, responsible for this ambush, sat leisurely with a steaming cup of coffee in hand. He had not anticipated that this mission would conclude so effortlessly. He had expected a far more arduous endeavor. With his aircraft fully loaded with munitions, he believed the final volley would be required to finish the task. Just as he pondered what to have for lunch, the radar screen suddenly lit up with warning signals. Arthur's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily set down his coffee, preparing for a rapid counterattack, but alas, it was too late. The missiles approached with alarming speed, rapidly enlarging in his sight. "Oh my good!" Arthur exclaimed, before he and his aircraft were enveloped in a brilliant explosion. The remaining 19 aircraft were simultaneously reduced to rubble. Even in his final moments, Arthur could not comprehend how the missiles fired from his own aircraft had returned to strike him. Truly astonishing. At this moment, Ling Feng had donned his iron armor and ascended into the sky. He observed 50 technologically advanced warriors in the air. These were his primary adversaries for the day. The tech warriors facing Ling Feng were equally bewildered, encountering what appeared to be allies. The armor of their opponent was almost identical to their own, yet it seemed significantly more advanced. Could they be comrades? The group of tech warriors exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. If their opponents were indeed allies, it would be a grave misunderstanding. "Which team are you from?" Gates, the captain of the tech squad, immediately inquired of Ling Feng. Ling Feng smiled faintly, surprised that his opponent had mistaken him for an ally. It was the perfect opportunity for him to have some fun. "I am directly affiliated with Selena, and you need not concern yourself with the details." Ling Feng hastily concocted 10 reasons, as he was unfamiliar with the others, knowing only Selena. Upon finishing his words, he glided gracefully towards the opposing technological warrior. Affiliated with Selena? Gates pondered Ling Feng's statement, feeling a sense of unease. While he was lost in thought, Ling Feng had already approached them. "Who are you?" "You are lying," Gates shouted, immediately launching an attack against Ling Feng. He extended his hands, and a powerful beam of lasers surged from his shoulders, aimed directly at Ling Feng's face. Ling Feng did not flinch or evade. His armor had been upgraded by himself, rendering it 100 times more formidable than the armor worn by this group, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. When Gates' laser struck Ling Feng, it left no trace, not even a spark. Gates' expression shifted dramatically. He quickly issued a command to all the technological warriors. "Everyone, unleash your full firepower on this individual." In the next moment, dozens of attacks surged towards Ling Feng from all directions. Each strike was equivalent to a full-force blow from a 6th-rank emperor. Ling Feng merely hovered in midair, unaffected by the barrage of attacks. For half a minute, the technological warriors bombarded him relentlessly. Ling Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. The combat prowess of these warriors was abysmally poor, as he remained motionless, not even losing a speck of paint from his armor. The technological warriors exchanged glances, equally speechless. Chapter 318. The powerful Yi family. How could Ling Feng's armor be so resilient? No matter how they attacked, they could not inflict a scratch upon him. The armor on his body appeared identical to theirs. Why could they not breach it? Ling Feng gazed at the 50 suits of technological armor before him, excitement bubbling within. He envisioned acquiring more of these armors, outfitting each of their technological warriors with one. How splendid that would be. Ling Feng swiftly employed his psychic attack on the 50 technological warriors, who promptly complied, descending to the ground and hastily removing their armor, gazing blankly at him. Ling Feng then descended to the ground himself. Long Jiao immediately instructed the helicopter to land temporarily, rushing to Ling Feng's side. Long Jiao's expression darkened as he beheld the 50 disarmed warriors from the beautiful nation, anger boiling within him. How dare Yi Jiutian betray his own country and conspire with the beautiful nation. Long Jiu clenched his fists tightly in fury. With a swift motion, the 50 technological warriors were instantly reduced to mere ashes by the otherworldly flames. Long Jiu gazed enviously at the 50 sets of armor strewn across the ground. They represented the equivalent strength of 50 Imperial-level warriors. If the Long Ping base could acquire these armors, their capabilities would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. However, these armors were seized by Ling Feng, and Long Jiu felt somewhat hesitant to voice his desire for them. "Do you wish for them?" Ling Feng asked with a teasing glint in his eye. Long Jiu, feeling a bit embarrassed, nodded slightly. "Well, I indeed wish to take a few sets back to bolster our base's strength," he said, his face brimming with anticipation as he looked at Ling Feng. Ling Feng, without hesitation, collected all 50 sets of armor into his own spatial realm and remarked indifferently, "If you desire them, you must go and request them from the people of the beautiful nation. These are mine, and I cannot part with them." After patting Long Jiu on the shoulder, he turned and proceeded towards the aircraft, with Long Jiu following closely behind. Ling Feng, observing Long Jiu's demeanor, directly inquired, "What is the background of this Yi Jiutian? I sense a hint of trepidation from you regarding him." Long Jiu pondered for a moment before responding. Yi Jiutian is the sole heir of the Yi family, which holds substantial influence within our official circles. Nearly 100 individuals from the Yi family hold positions in the government. His father, Yi Feng, is a 7th-tier Imperial-level warrior and currently serves as the deputy leader of the Dragon Group. Furthermore, Yi Jiutian's grandfather, Yi Bufan, is one of the 9 divine-level warriors of the Dragon Nation, ranking among the top 3 in strength within that echelon. Ling Feng nodded gravely, not out of fear for the Yi family's strength, but rather due to their entrenched power within the official domain. Should the entire family align with the beautiful nation, it could spell trouble. Long Jiu appeared to share this concern, his expression reflecting a complex array of emotions. This matter was monumental, far beyond the influence of a mere Imperial-level warrior like himself. It involved a divine-level warrior, and should this information leak, the repercussions within official circles would be akin to a seismic upheaval. "What tier is Yi Bufan among divine-level warriors?" Ling Feng inquired slowly. Long Jiu shook his head solemnly and replied, "The strength of these divine-level warriors is a closely guarded secret. No one knows their true capabilities. However, Qing Wei Shangren and Yi Bufan have had long-standing conflicts, often clashing with one another. Qing Wei Shangren once mentioned that his strength is slightly inferior to that of Yi Bufan." Ling Feng nodded, realizing that Yi Bufan's prowess was indeed formidable. He silently compared himself to Yi Bufan, acknowledging that although he had only recently transcended to the divine level, he was capable of engaging in battles beyond his tier. Ling Feng felt that he should not face significant pressure against a 3rd-tier divine-level warrior, and he could manage to contend with a 4th-tier adversary with some effort. His mental prowess was enigmatic and unpredictable, rendering adversaries defenseless. Unbeknownst to them, they were crushed to mere fragments by his formidable psychic force. Let us set this matter aside for now. Once the situation regarding Bay Island is resolved, I shall accompany you to seek out Qing Wei and elucidate the matter to him." Ling Feng remarked, flexing his wrist nonchalantly. "What shall we do about Yi Jiutian? Should we not eliminate him directly?" Lin Su inquired casually. Having spent considerable time with Ling Feng, Lin Su had grown resolute in such matters. For her, taking a life was as commonplace as preparing a meal. Ling Feng chuckled coldly, his tone calm. "Let us refrain from killing him for the moment. To do so outright would lack intrigue. We shall act as if this incident never transpired, and when his superior emerges, we can deal with him then." Eliminating Yi Jiutian would be a trivial task. What Ling Feng truly sought was to uproot the entire faction behind him, exposing and vanquishing that cadre of foreign adversaries. This expedition to Bay Island would undoubtedly attract formidable individuals from the United States, who would not let such an opportunity slip by. It seemed this journey would prove to be an extraordinarily fascinating experience, and Ling Feng felt a twinge of anticipation for the upcoming endeavor. Gazing at the map, Ling Feng noted that they were still over 100 kilometers from Bay Island. With the aircraft set to arrive in half an hour, he extended his perception and discovered several helicopters within a 10-kilometer radius. However, upon analyzing the aircraft specifications, he deduced that they were domestic models from Long Nation, not American. Moreover, their trajectory was also directed towards Bay Island. "Are other families also traveling to Bay Island?" Ling Feng asked Long Jiu, observing him intently. "Indeed, some influential factions have received the official announcement and dispatched their experts to Bay Island in hopes of seizing opportunities. Long Jiu replied, sharing all he knew. Among those I am aware of are the forces of Daxing Mountain, the Yunchuan Miao clan, and the 5 great immortal families, all of whom have set out. After hearing Long Jiu's words, Ling Feng found the upcoming venture to Bay Island increasingly intriguing. He recalled the mention of the Yunchuan Miao clan's presence and pondered who would lead them this time. Previously, Miao Xiaozue had left a profound impression on him with her unwavering courage. A woman capable of such decisiveness could indeed be deemed a heroine. Furthermore, he had previously dispatched several members of the 5 great immortal families. He wondered whether they had learned from their past encounters and if they would bring anything of value this time. Additionally, he speculated whether the individuals from the Shadow Tower of Daxing Mountain and the Bai Shui sect would be so intimidated upon seeing him that they might soil themselves. Chapter 319. Arrival at the destination. Ling Feng observed through the window as the number of aircraft outside steadily increased. He surmised they were nearing Bay Island. After a few minutes of flight, the aircraft began its gentle descent, revealing the panoramic view of One Island. From above, One Island resembled a colossal aircraft carrier, with its undulating mountain ranges resembling a sinuous dragon. As he gazed upon the splendid scenery, Ling Feng felt a surge of emotion. Perceiving One Island as a mischievous child who, having wandered far from home, was now due to return to its mother's embrace. For wayward children, parents must impart wisdom, and should the need arise, apply a measure of force. As the saying goes, a rod breeds filial piety. This time, Ling Feng arrived with that very rod, intent not only on reclaiming minerals, but also on retrieving far more significant treasures belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. Peering down from the sky, Ling Feng observed a multitude of people converging on One Island from all directions. A rough estimate suggested at least 40 to 50 groups. The attire of these individuals varied greatly, predominantly representing nations neighboring the Dragon Kingdom. Upon learning of the resources on One Island, they flocked here, each envisioning a share of the bounty. Moreover, these smaller nations brought considerable numbers, with the least comprising 70 to 80 individuals, while the largest, presumably the contingent from Asan, boasted over 1,000. However, despite their numbers, the strength of these smaller nations was uneven. Ling Feng noted that Asan's group included ordinary abilities, likely mere fillers. Additionally, a contingent from the Cosmic Nation, numbering 400 to 500, was present, yet their strongest member was only at the saint level. Observing the abilities of these individuals, Ling Feng shook his head in disdain. To him, they were nothing but detritus. The only entities that piqued his interest were those from the Beautiful Nation and the Yamato Nation, though he lamented the dwindling presence of the latter and questioned whether they would even send representatives this time. The aircraft gradually approached the foothills of the Sun and Moon Mountain range on One Island, circling for 5 minutes before finding a suitable flat area to land. By this time, thousands had gathered on the ground, scattered about the base of the mountain. Once the aircraft came to a halt, it drew the attention of many. For those who could arrive by plane were undoubtedly individuals of significant power, unlike the smaller nations that could scarcely produce a decent aircraft. As Ling Feng and his companions disembarked, Lin Su's beauty immediately caught the covetous gazes of numerous onlookers. In this apocalyptic world, possessing such stunning beauty could be a double-edged sword, often resulting in peril rather than fortune. However, for Ling Feng, this posed no concern. Lin Su herself was an exceptionally formidable presence, and none among the gathered nations could contend with her. Ling Feng cast a cold, piercing glance at those with ill intentions, his eyes radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Upon meeting Ling Feng's gaze, these individuals felt as though they were standing on the precipice of an abyss, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, as if they had encountered the most terrifying creature in existence. At that moment, Yi Jutian, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with several team members not far away, suddenly caught sight of Ling Feng, and his expression shifted dramatically. His face bore an incredulous look. Akin to that of a ghostly apparition, Ling Feng was alive. He could scarcely believe his eyes, for he had received word from his superiors that they had dispatched 20 aircraft and 50 technologically advanced warriors, a formidable force that surely could not have failed. Could it be that they had deceived him, failing to send anyone to assassinate Ling Feng? The more Yi Jutian pondered, the more suspicious he became. If the Americans had indeed sent someone and were subsequently dealt with by Ling Feng, would he not be exposed? After all, he had insisted on traveling alone in a single aircraft, making it easy for others to suspect him. What should he do? Panic set in. If he approached, he might well be struck down by Ling Feng. Meanwhile, Ling Feng had also noticed Yi Jiutian but paid him little mind, merely glancing in his direction before turning his attention elsewhere. Did he truly not harbor any doubts about him? A flicker of hope ignited within Yi Jiutian, and he promptly led several team members toward Ling Feng's group. Regardless of the circumstances, they were part of the same team, united in their mission, and it was prudent to join them. Should Ling Feng seek to trouble him once more over this incident, he would be left with little recourse. Why are you all so slow? We've been here for half an hour, waiting for you. We thought something had happened. Yi Jiutian approached Long Jiao, adopting a familiar tone. Long Jiao was momentarily taken aback, recalling Ling Feng's instructions not to expose this fellow's true identity and to cooperate fully. Thus, Long Jiao donned a cheerful demeanor and replied, "Oh, my aircraft encountered a minor issue en route, which delayed us a bit. Sorry to have made you worry. You didn't run into any trouble, did you?" Yi Jiutian eyed Long Jiao, probing with a question. Everything went smoothly, right? Nothing at all. It was quite uneventful, Long Jiao replied, before resuming his task of organizing supplies. Recalling Ling Feng's insistence that they would be camping here for the night and needed to set up a tent in advance. As Yi Jiutian observed the industrious Long Jiao, he detected no signs of anything amiss in his demeanor. Internally, he mused, could it be that that wretched Selena truly did not send aircraft to bombard them, nor deploy any technological warriors? Was this all merely a ruse? The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became that his suspicions were unfounded. He quickly retreated to a secluded corner, ensuring no one was around, and retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket, dialing a number. After a few rings, a languid voice answered. "Jiutian, what a surprise to receive a call from you." With a hint of allure in her voice, Selena stirred Yi Jiutian's heart and mind. Yi Jiutian smacked his forehead, exasperatedly exclaiming, "How do you conduct your affairs? Have you truly sent someone to eliminate Ling Feng? Why is he now standing before me? Lively and well?" Selena's brows furrowed in concern. What did Yi Jiutian mean by that? Could it be that Ling Feng was still alive? My people have long since departed. It is impossible for Ling Feng to be alive. Those I dispatched could have killed him thrice over. Yi Jiutian responded with a cold smile. Is that so? Then why is he unscathed? Everyone aboard his plane is still alive, and not a scratch has marred the aircraft. Does he possess 9 lives? Chapter 320. A familiar face. Selena was left utterly bewildered by Yi Jiutian's words. Ling Feng was unharmed? Where had her dispatched personnel vanished? After hanging up the phone, she immediately called her subordinate, Gates, only to be met with silence. Selena was stunned into speechlessness. All her operatives had disappeared? Once again, she was astounded by Ling Feng's strength. In such a brief span, he had managed to kill so many while remaining unscathed, and his companions had all emerged unscathed as well. Such prowess was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. She promptly reported the matter to Delegate Dell. Emerging from the ancestral land, possessed extraordinary strength, and more importantly, he held a position of immense respect. With him involved, Ling Feng's predicament should pose no challenge. Upon hearing Selena's report, Dell wore a look of surprise, and simultaneously, a flicker of intrigue emerged regarding Ling Feng. To escape from his meticulously laid plans was no small feat. Ling Feng was indeed a remarkable surprise. I am eager to meet him in person. Dell mused with a subtle smile, his expression one of amusement. As for the deceased, he held no concern. They were merely insignificant ants, expendable and inconsequential. Ling Feng had already arrived at One Island. Selena immediately relayed this news to Delaware. A slight smile crept upon Dell's lips as he savored a cup of coffee. Slowly articulating, the situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, Ling Feng set up a soft double sofa in front of the erected tent, comfortably seated alongside Lin Su. Observing Lin Su nestled against Ling Feng like a delicate flower, Yi Jiutian's jealousy surged. He felt aggrieved. Why should Ling Feng be the one favored by such beauty while he, Yi Jiutian, with his formidable background, strength, and appearance, was overlooked? Just then, his gaze fell upon another beautiful woman. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with interest. This lady exuded a cool elegance, though her beauty did not rival Lin Su's. She was still striking and undoubtedly possessed a goddess-like allure. At first glance, it evokes the feeling of a first love, a sentiment that no man could resist. Judging by her appearance and attire, she seemed to be a woman from their dragon kingdom. More importantly, she was approaching him, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Yi Jiutian felt a sudden flutter in his heart, as if a fawn were bounding within him. He was utterly captivated by this girl. Although it was their first encounter, he had already envisioned where they would be buried together after their demise. As the girl drew nearer, his heartbeat quickened. Surely, she was coming to find him. Huh. What a twist of fate. Yi Jiutian's heart soared with joy as the distance between them shrank to a mere 5 meters, clearly indicating her intention to approach him. He instinctively tidied his clothes, already preparing to utter a romantic line. However, when the girl finally stood before him, she merely glanced his way and walked past him. Yi Jiutian was left in stunned disbelief. What was happening? Was she not here for him? He quickly turned to see his goddess standing before Ling Feng. Ling Xiao, it's wonderful to see you again. The girl's voice was ethereal, imbued with a hint of surprise, akin to the most beautiful sound in the world. Yi Jiutian stood frozen, as if the sky were collapsing around him. She had come to seek Ling Feng. Damn! After finally feeling a spark of affection, he was met with such a crushing defeat. His face turned pale, and his composure began to unravel. What sort of charm did Ling Feng possess that drew so many women to him? Were their eyes blind? At that moment, Ling Feng was oblivious to Yi Jiutian's turmoil. He had been discussing future plans with Lin Su when he spotted a familiar figure, Miao Xiaozue. He was taken aback to encounter her here, and even more surprised that she had approached him. He responded with a calm politeness. Oh, Miss Miao, what a coincidence to see you here. Lin Su observed Ling Feng and then glanced at Miao Xiaozue, her expression tinged with scrutiny. Ling Feng gestured towards the nearby sofa, inviting her to sit. Miao Xiaozue graciously accepted the invitation. At that moment, she noticed Lin Su beside Ling Feng and was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. As a woman who had always been confident in her appearance, she felt a twinge of inadequacy upon seeing Lin Su. Is this your wife? Miao Xiaozue inquired with a radiant smile, exuding an air of poise. Ling Feng nodded slowly in affirmation. This is Lin Su, my wife. And this is Miao Xiaozue, the future heir of the Miao family of Yunchuan. Am I mistaken? Ling Feng remarked with a light chuckle as he gazed at Miao Xiaozue. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiutian's expression instantly shifted. The Yunchuan Miao family, that prestigious family, the foremost in Yunchuan, holds significant power not only in Yunchuan, but is also a formidable presence throughout the entire Dragon Nation. Their influence does not arise solely from their family strength, but rather from their previous clan leader, a being of divine caliber. Miao Haizhong, a 7th-tier divine expert, ranks as the second most powerful divine being in the Dragon Nation, surpassing even his grandfather. His grandfather had previously advised him to cultivate a good relationship with the Miao family, especially since the future heir was a woman. Little did he expect that the girl his grandfather referred to would be this very woman standing before him. Yi Jiutian felt a pang of regret, for his grandfather had once attempted to arrange a match between him and Miao Xiaozue, but in his arrogance, he had flatly rejected the idea. Taking a deep breath, Yi Jiutian resolved to take the initiative and get to know Miao Xiaozue better. Perhaps if he presented his esteemed identity, she might regard him with newfound respect. Watching Ling Feng and Miao Xiaozue engaged in light-hearted conversation filled him with jealousy, twisting his expression into one of turmoil. Approaching Miao Xiaozue with a gentle smile, he softly introduced himself. Miss Miao, greetings. I am Yi Jiutian, a squad leader of the Dragon Group. I have met your grandfather once, and my own grandfather is the renowned divine expert Yi Bufan. My father is Yi Feng, the deputy leader of the Dragon Group. We are here alongside young Master Ling on a mission. With confidence radiating from him, he felt empowered, believing his accolades would surely impress her. Miao Xiaozue regarded Yi Jiutian with a slight frown, a trace of disdain flickering in her eyes. Who is this foolish person? Is he truly so naive? Chapter 321, Seeking Cooperation. Miao observed Yi Jiutian with bemusement. He had approached Ling Feng regarding an important matter, yet suddenly this individual appeared, boasting of his lineage, as if he wished to ensure everyone knew of his divine grandfather. Even if he desired to flaunt his status, did he really need to be so loud about it? She noticed several foreigners nearby whispering and pointing at him. It was bewildering how such a person could ascend to the position of squad leader. Miao Xiaozue offered Yi Jiutian a perfunctory smile and gently advised, Hello, squad leader Yi. I have heard of your grandfather's esteemed reputation for my family. In this environment, it would be wise to exercise caution and avoid disclosing sensitive information. Miao Xiaozue kindly warned him. Yi Jiutian's face lit up with joy. The goddess had spoken to him. He quickly responded with a beaming smile. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Miao. Your thoughtfulness is truly commendable. I will certainly be mindful of my words and actions. I never imagined that not only is Miss Miao beautiful, but also possesses such astute insight. Yi Jiutian displayed his inherent sycophantic tendencies toward Miao Xiaozue. Miao Xiaozue offered an awkward smile, feeling the discomfort of the stilted conversation across from her. It was truly excruciating. Noticing that Yi Jiutian seemed poised to speak again, she quickly interjected, Team Leader Yi, I have some personal matters to discuss with Ling Xiao, so could you please excuse us for a moment? I apologize for the inconvenience. Yi Jiutian was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place. Yes, you two carry on, he replied with a forced smile. Stepping away with barely concealed anger, his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. How could someone of his esteemed status be dismissed so easily? It was all Ling Feng's fault. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such an undignified position. Ling Feng, just wait. Those who play the game must eventually pay the price. Meanwhile, Miao Xiaozue exhaled slowly, relieved to see Yi Jiutian retreating several meters away. Observing her slightly embarrassed expression, Ling Feng gave her a thumbs up, earnestly proclaiming, Miss Miao, you are truly captivating. You seem to attract admirers wherever you go. Miao Xiaozue's cheeks flushed, her disdain for Yi Jiutian intensifying, as she felt humiliated before Ling Feng. You're jesting, Ling Xiao. I actually have serious business to discuss with you today. She quickly redirected the conversation to her purpose for being there. Ling Feng's smile faded. We're not well acquainted. Why have you sought me out? He asked directly. His gaze fixed on her. Miao Xiaozue, taken aback by his bluntness, felt somewhat affronted by his lack of decorum. Well, I'm here on my grandfather's orders. He has instructed us to assist you in this endeavor at all costs, she stated plainly, revealing her intent. Ling Feng regarded her with surprise, puzzled by her unexpected overtures. Who is your grandfather? He inquired. Miao Xiaozue glanced around cautiously before whispering. My grandfather is Miao Haizhong, a formidable 7th-tier divine master. She had surmised her grandfather's true intent. It was not merely to aid Ling Feng, but also to convey the Miao family's stance. She speculated that Ling Feng had already reached divine mastery, believing that the entourage she brought would be of little assistance and might even cause complications. Nevertheless, it sufficed for her to demonstrate her family's position. Initially, she had doubted that Ling Feng could be a divine master, considering such individuals were exceedingly rare in Long Country, most being well into their advanced years. Given Ling Feng's youth, it seemed implausible. However, she sensed an unprecedented urgency in her grandfather's demeanor. A 7th-tier divine master would not show such concern for a junior unless that individual possessed an extraordinary level of strength that could astonish even him. Ling Feng, on his part, understood their intentions. Having a group of divine masters assist him seemed rather ludicrous. However, he could still sense the goodwill emanating from Miao Haizhou. I have acknowledged your intentions, yet I am not accustomed to large gatherings. Let us proceed independently. Should I find myself in need of your assistance, I shall seek you out. Of course, feel free to approach me should you encounter any difficulties. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Miao Xiaozue felt a surge of joy in her heart. Ling Feng had indeed honored their family's dignity by not rejecting their goodwill, and he was even willing to extend a helping hand should he face challenges. Thus, her visit today could be deemed a success. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Ling Feng found an excuse to conclude their conversation. Miao Xiaozue, having achieved her objective, was in high spirits. Just as she had not walked far, Yi Jiutian caught up with her. Upon seeing Yi Jiutian trailing behind her, Miao Xiaozue couldn't help but roll her eyes. Miss Miao, this journey to the Bay Island is fraught with peril. Why not join us in forming a team? Yi Jiutian's gaze brimmed with ardor, his eyes shimmering with a longing that seemed to threaten to drown Miao Xiaozue in their depths. Miao Xiaozue felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze, an unsettling discomfort enveloping her. She hastily concocted an excuse, saying, I have reached an understanding with Commander Ling. If I encounter difficulties, I will seek your help. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Nodding at him, she quickened her pace to depart. Yi Jiutian watched her hasten away, his gaze lingering until her figure faded from sight. Miao Xiaozue, I shall have you. Ling Feng, you must perish. Yi Jiutian sneered softly, retrieving his phone once more. Meanwhile, Ling Feng observed the increasing number of individuals from other nations surrounding him, yet none dared to venture inside. They all congregated at the foot of the Sun and Moon Mountain, showing no inclination to embark on their journey. Ling Feng gazed at the mountains shrouded in thick mist. His expression sharp. Linjiang, what do you mean by saying there is something peculiar within these mountains? Ling Feng inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Linjiang, turning his gaze toward the Sun and Moon Mountain range, replied gravely, I have just heard from our scouts that there lies something ominous within this mountain range. No one who has entered has ever returned alive. The only one to emerge was an Emperor-level 6th-tier powerhouse, yet he was in a state of madness upon his return. A flicker of fear crossed Linjiang's face as he spoke. Such is human nature, forever haunted by the fear of the unknown. Ling Feng's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this revelation. He had not anticipated that this mountain range harbored such malevolence. Could it be that something truly terrifying lurked within? Chapter 322, Trouble Approaches. The transformation of an Emperor-level 6th-tier powerhouse into a fool seemed utterly inconceivable to Ling Feng. The Emperor-level powerhouse stands as the pinnacle among those endowed with extraordinary abilities. In the absence of divine beings, the Emperor is the mightiest. What sort of environment could render such a formidable entity utterly bewildered? Or is there something here that can ensnare the mind, influencing even an Emperor-level being? In recent days, have individuals from other nations ventured into this place? Ling Feng cast his gaze upon Linjiang, as an unsettling strangeness permeated the mountains. Indeed, a few nations, emboldened by disbelief, had dispatched teams into the area, yet all who entered vanished without a trace. Even their mobile devices ceased to function within, and since then, no nation has dared to venture recklessly inside. Linjiang relayed all the information he had gathered to Ling Feng. Ling Feng nodded slowly. Yet he soon perceived the underlying enigma. If no one could emerge alive from within, then who had disseminated the notion that the place harbored an abundance of extraordinary energy crystals? Ling Feng posed a soul-searching inquiry to Linjiang. Furrowing his brow, Linjiang pondered for a moment before responding. I recall now. They claimed that instruments detected significant energy fluctuations within, indicating the presence of substantial energy crystals. Ling Feng stroked his chin, contemplating for a while. He sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Even if there were treasures within, they would not be easily acquired. Let us revisit this matter tomorrow. For now, we must ensure our safety through the night, Ling Feng concluded. Noticing a distant group restlessly stirring, their gaze fixated upon them. This contingent was none other than the weary Alarcon and his troops, commissioned by the sovereign Gandhi. Alarcon set forth with over 2,000 elite soldiers, exuding confidence as they embarked on their journey. They had dispatched nearly 100 aircraft, departing in grand procession from their base. In a display of national strength, Gandhi had generously allocated all available aircraft to Amir Khan. Amir Khan was equally elated, taken aback by Gandhi's unwavering support. However, he soon encountered an awkward predicament. None of his soldiers possessed the skills to pilot an aircraft. Gandhi, too, acknowledged that he lacked surplus aviators, asserting that flying was not overly difficult and that a brief training session would suffice. Recognizing the merit in the sovereign's words, Alarcon dedicated an hour to urgently train a group of pilots, assigning them to their posts. Yet, once airborne, he quickly realized that piloting was far more complex than Gandhi had suggested. Ascending was merely the beginning. The paramount concern was to descend safely. Consequently, of the 100 aircraft he led, 20 veered off course and lost contact mid-flight. 30 aircraft met with catastrophic failure, leaving only a mere 1,000 souls to safely reach one island. Among them, Errol Khan's own plane encountered a sudden mishap, nearly plummeting from the heavens. Upon his arrival at the island, Errol Khan immediately vowed never to board an aircraft again. After this mission, he would prefer to traverse by foot rather than risk another flight, especially after losing half of his loyal brothers in arms. These were men he had painstakingly nurtured, and the sorrow of their loss weighed heavily upon him. In the midst of his grief, he beheld a woman whose presence nearly overwhelmed him, none other than Lin Su. After the aircraft carrying Ling Feng and his companions landed, Lin Su's beauty captured the attention of many, including Errol Khan. As a quintessential representative of his nation, it was well known that men from his homeland possessed no resistance to the allure of women. To be precise, not merely women, but all females. Upon laying eyes on Lin Su, Errol Khan made a resolute decision. He would claim this woman for himself, regardless of her nationality. Whether she hailed from the United States or the Dragon Kingdom mattered not. He was solely intent on possessing her. As dusk began to envelop the sky, Errol Khan commenced his plan. He summoned all his brothers, urgently recalling those who were otherwise occupied. In short order, he gathered 800 of his 1,000 soldiers, with the remaining 200 still absent, having wandered into the Sun and Moon Mountains. With his 800 soldiers in tow, Errol Khan marched boldly towards the tents of Ling Feng and his companions. At his command, their tents were swiftly encircled within a minute. Witnessing the bold encirclement of the Dragon Kingdom's tents by the men of Errol Khan's nation, people from other countries flocked to observe the unfolding spectacle. After all, both the Dragon Kingdom and Errol Khan's nation were formidable powers on Blue Star, wielding considerable influence. The potential clash between these two great nations was a spectacle not to be missed. Among the onlookers, particularly those from South Vietnam and the Philippines, there was an unmistakable glimmer of schadenfreude. The leader of South Vietnam, Nguyen Hung, shouted at Errol Khan, urging him to eliminate the Dragon Kingdom's people, reveling in the chaos. The leader from the Philippines, Duterte, also stoked the flames of discord, eager for turmoil. Ling Feng, having yawned, emerged from the tent and surveyed the crowd, especially those who had just exchanged sarcastic remarks. He decided that this time, they would remain on one island permanently. Following closely behind was Lin Su, who, upon witnessing the ravenous gazes of the men from Errol Khan's nation, furrowed her brow in concern. As a young woman, Lin Su harbored no favorable impressions of the people from the A3 nation. Upon seeing Ling Feng, Alarin's eyes glimmered with disdain. This fellow appeared refined and fair-skinned, resembling nothing more than a pretty boy, devoid of any masculine vigor, unlike himself, who possessed both brawn and intellect. It was perplexing why the women of Long Kingdom would be drawn to such seemingly ineffectual individuals. Alarhan summoned his translator and began to address Ling Feng. Listen here. I am Alarhan, the most valiant warrior of A3 nation. I have but one request. Surrender the woman by your side to me, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, prepare to witness the might of A3. Ling Feng, upon hearing the clumsy Dragon Kingdom language, smirked and retorted, then let your grandfather behold just how formidable you truly are. Chapter 323. A contest of strength and life or death. Alarin's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that this Dragon Kingdom pretty boy would be so brazenly unappreciative. Did he not recognize the power of A3, the strongest nation in the universe? Truly a foolhardy endeavor. You, young man from the Dragon Kingdom, would do well to temper your words. I grant you the opportunity to rephrase. Let us first assess your abilities, Alarhan warned, his tone laden with menace. Ling Feng merely scoffed. I wish to be discreet, but my prowess will not allow it. I caution you against such arrogance. Alarhan countered. Is it a crime to be confident? Where is it written that one cannot be so? Ling Feng replied, his demeanor unyielding. Alarin's countenance darkened as he unleashed his full aura, evoking astonishment among the onlookers. The revelation of his fifth-tier imperial strength from A3 nation was indeed formidable. No wonder it was a great power. Others marveled at how, despite Alarin's reckless demeanor, his capabilities were anything but trivial. It seemed the Dragon Kingdom was in for trouble. Such imperial strength was among the elite of the many nations present. The Dragon Kingdom lad appeared unimpressive, save for his handsome visage, which paled in comparison to the self-proclaimed threefold Andy Lau, a man with pockmarked cheeks who bore a hint of defiance in his eyes. The spectators from Nanyue and the Philippines, upon witnessing Alarin's prowess, wore expressions of gravity. They had underestimated A3's strength, and it seemed their plans would require revision. Not far from Ling Feng, Yi Jiutian and his 4 teammates observed the unfolding scene. One teammate, anger etched upon his face, could not bear to watch his compatriot being bullied. Captain, these A3 folks are courting death by daring to harass our Dragon Kingdom people. Allow me to show them a thing or two. Though he disapproved of Ling Feng's approach, they were all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, on a joint mission, and could not remain passive bystanders. Yi Jiutian cast a cold glance at him, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, Do you reside by the sea? With such an obsession for meddling in others' affairs, if you wish to go, then by all means, do so. Should you choose to venture forth, you shall henceforth be aligned with Ling Feng, no longer a part of my domain. The team members, initially poised to depart, halted abruptly. Comprehending the implications of Yi Jiutian's words, to join Ling Feng would mean becoming his adversary. Their expressions wavered between turmoil and resignation, ultimately deciding against the venture. only to inwardly curse Yi Jiotian's entire lineage of women. They dared not offend Yi Jiotian's formidable background, and despite their dissatisfaction with his methods, they understood the necessity of restraint under such circumstances. Yi Jiotian smirked coldly. His enmity with Ling Feng was irreconcilable, and the notion of their assistance was nothing short of a dream. Meanwhile, Miao Xiaocui stood by, accompanied by her family's elite, attentively observing the unfolding events. "Miss, should we intervene?" inquired Uncle Wan in a hushed tone. Miao Xiaocui shook her head. "Let us observe for now, unless absolutely necessary. We must not reveal our connection to Ling Feng. Moreover, these individuals across from us hardly pose a challenge to him. We are merely here for the spectacle." At that moment, Alarhan listened to the murmurs surrounding him. Although he could not comprehend the words, he discerned the awe reflected in their expressions. He lifted his proud head, his confidence soaring to unprecedented heights. In stark contrast, Ling Feng maintained an air of nonchalance, regarding Alarhan with disdain, too lethargic to engage with such contemptible company. Just then, Long Jiao emerged from the tent, his expression shifting upon realizing the encirclement by the Asen. He glared at the arrogant Alarhan and sternly remarked, "Have you forgotten how we, from the Dragon Nation, once humbled you?" Alarhan's previously elevated demeanor faltered immediately. Long Jiao had struck a nerve. The memory of the Dragon Nation's thrashing of their country was a source of deep shame, one that had rendered them the subjects of ridicule in Blue Star. For too long, they had been unable to lift their heads amongst the great nations, having provoked an invasion that devolved into a desperate defense of their capital. The thought ignited a fierce anger within Alarhan. He had long sought to erase this humiliation and waited eagerly for this moment. Today, he was determined to make a grand statement, to utterly humiliate every individual from the Dragon Nation, and to claim their women as trophies. With a mocking laugh directed at Long Jiao, Alarhan proclaimed, "The times have changed, old man. This is no longer the era of the Dragon Nation. We, the Asen, have evolved far beyond our former selves. Today, I shall trample you beneath my feet. We shall determine our fates, once and for all." Long Jiao furrowed his brow as he surveyed the forces of Asen before him. Outnumbered and outmatched, he realized that their only hope lay in Ling Feng's prowess. While he believed himself capable of dealing with those soldiers, he acknowledged that Alarhan's strength was beyond his reach. Turning to Ling Feng, he noted that the latter was merely seated by the fire, seemingly unconcerned with the situation at hand. Unable to contain himself, Long Jiao inquired, "Ling Xiao, how shall we handle these individuals?" Ling Feng remained silent, but beside him, Lin Su coldly interjected, "Leave this to me. They are merely a band of buffoons." Long Jiao felt that Lin Su was underestimating their adversaries and promptly cautioned her, "The people of Asan are not so easily dealt with. Alarhan's strength is likely at the 5th tier of the Emperor level, quite formidable indeed." His tone carried a weighty significance. Lin Su, however, remained unfazed by Long Jiao's warning, her demeanor betraying no hint of fear. Now possessing the strength of the 8th tier of the Emperor level and equipped with multiple extraordinary abilities, be it her ethereal flames, teleportation, gravity domain, or tempest powers, she was more than capable. Eliminating a 5th tier Emperor from Asan would be as effortless as drinking water. The only hurdle lay in overcoming the repugnant feelings associated with facing them. "Susu, show no mercy. Eliminate everyone here to spare the environment from their filth." Ling Feng urged Lin Su with an encouraging glance, signaling her to proceed without restraint. Nodding in agreement, she stepped forward, her expression one of disdain as she regarded Alarhan. Seeing Ling Feng defer to her, Alarhan mistakenly believed him to be intimidated and filled with exhilaration. He gazed at the enchanting woman before him, captivated by her ethereal beauty and cool demeanor. Unable to suppress a gulp, he leered, "Beautiful lady, you have agreed to my terms, have you not?" Chapter 324. Lin Su shocks the audience. Lin Su regarded Alarhan, who elicited a sense of nausea within her, her brow slightly furrowing. Without indulging him in idle chatter, she unleashed her attack, summoning a formidable tempest of power that enveloped her surroundings. The ferocity of the storm cast a shadow over the sky itself, while the violent winds carved deep gorges into the ground, producing a cacophony of sounds that pierced the air and stung the eardrums. At the eye of the storm, Lin Su stood unwavering, embodying the essence of a Valkyrie, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. Although they were at a distance, the crowd felt the sting of the winds on their skin. and many tents from various nations were scattered by the tempest's sudden emergence. All present were left in sheer astonishment at the overwhelming display of Lin Su's power. Initially, they assumed that Lin Su, with her striking beauty, would merely embody a role akin to that of a decorative vase, possessing only mediocre abilities. To their astonishment, however, she revealed a prowess that left them utterly taken aback. Linjiang, stroking his beard to the point of nearly plucking it out in ignorance, had not paid much attention to Lin Su since she had always trailed behind Ling Feng like a delicate woman, never showcasing her true capabilities. In hindsight, he realized his folly in underestimating her. Indeed, none who accompanied Ling Feng were ordinary. In the distance, Yi Jiutian could only manage a bitter smile, recognizing that Lin Su's strength could easily crush him with a mere flick of her wrist. He had harbored ambitions of dominating her, only to realize the folly of his arrogance. He could not fathom what sort of charm Ling Feng possessed that could attract such a formidable and beautiful woman to his side, which only deepened his resentment towards Ling Feng. Miao Xiaochui felt a surge of inferiority as she compared herself to Lin Su, whose beauty and strength were leagues ahead of her own. She felt insignificant, possessing nothing but a legendary grandfather, rendering her otherwise unremarkable. At the heart of the battlefield, Ackerhan was nearly paralyzed with fear. Who am I? Where am I? This cannot be a dream. I just want to go home. Although Lin Su had yet to make a move, he was acutely aware that he stood no chance against her, fearing he might not withstand even a single strike. What had begun as an attempt to rob a woman and assert dominance over the Dragon Kingdom had devolved into a life-threatening predicament. The specter of fear, dominated by the Dragon Kingdom, loomed over him. Madam, surely we have some misunderstanding? Let us converse amicably. There is no need for violence, is there? Ackerhan managed a bitter smile while gazing at Lin Su, his eyes betraying a glimmer of desperation. Lin Su scoffed at his words. When one feels powerful, they resort to force. Yet, upon discovering their inferiority, they seek to reason. The murderous intent in Lin Su's gaze surged forth, undeterred by Ackerhan's pleas for mercy. With a swift gesture, she summoned a colossal tempest, imbued with an unparalleled force, hurtling towards Ackerhan. Ackerhan's expression shifted dramatically as he realized there was no escaping his fate that day. Resolutely, he bellowed, "White elephant tread." His complexion paled as his robust form visibly diminished, and a massive phantom of a white elephant materialized above him. Ackerhan's face twisted with resentment. He knew that employing this technique would severely diminish his strength, requiring at least a year for his body to recuperate. Yet, once unleashed, his defensive capabilities would ascend to a terrifying level. In an instant, Lin Su's tempest clashed with Ackerhan's white elephant apparition in midair, resulting in a stalemate. Lin Su's expression shifted slightly as she let out a cold snort, immediately amplifying the tempest's ferocity. Araran felt an overwhelming surge of pressure, an insurmountable force draining him of all resistance. After a fleeting few seconds of defiance, the phantom of the white elephant was torn to shreds by the tempest. The expression of horror etched on Araran's face was still fresh when, before he could even turn to escape, he too was engulfed by the colossal storm, subsequently shredded by its formidable power. With Araran's demise, his more than 800 subordinates were instantly struck by terror, scattering in all directions. However, Ling Feng had already utilized his mental prowess to isolate the entire area. The henchmen of Araran soon found themselves ensnared in a state of panic. Realizing they could not flee, an invisible barrier seemed to confine them, separating them from the outside world. Onlookers also noted this peculiar phenomenon, as if an unseen wall divided them from those within. Some, driven by curiosity, ventured closer, attempting to strike at the barrier, only to be met with a tremendous recoil that left one severely injured. Instinctively, everyone retreated several meters, fearful of being caught in the fray, while Lin Su wielded her powers with palpable dread. Observing the panicked A3, Lin Su's gaze darkened. Understanding Ling Feng's intentions, she mercilessly conjured several smaller tornadoes, each capable of wreaking havoc. Although their lethality was less than the initial whirlwind, they were more than sufficient to annihilate this ragtag group. The tornadoes swiftly harvested the lives of the A3, drowning the scene in a cacophony of screams, transforming the area into a hellish nightmare. The ground stained a deep crimson. In mere minutes, every last A3 had been vanquished, leaving no trace behind save for the bloodied earth. As Ling Feng retracted his mental barrier, The onlookers stood in stunned silence, witnessing the aftermath. Gone, all gone. A collective gasp escaped their lips, cold sweat trickling down their backs. When their eyes turned to Lin Su, they were filled with profound apprehension. Though Lin Su possessed beauty, she was akin to a rose adorned with thorns, ruthless and cold-hearted. Her brutal methods surpassed those of any man, having utterly obliterated Araran's entire force, terrifying indeed. The formidable warriors from smaller nations lamented, acknowledging the overwhelming power of the Dragon Kingdom, whose depths of strength seemed unfathomable, concluding that it was wise not to provoke them. The representatives from Nanyue and the Philippines wore expressions of ashen dread, for the might of the Dragon Kingdom was the last thing they wished to witness, their capabilities remaining an object of their admiration, a reality more bitter than any they could fathom. Yet amidst the turmoil, one individual wore a countenance of exhilaration. This person was Der, who, upon spotting Lin Su in the crowd, was immediately struck by her beauty, finding her far more enchanting than any star. Her natural allure, coupled with her ferocious display of power, had him utterly captivated. He found himself drawn to her violent nature, reveling in the presence of a woman who embodied both beauty and ferocity. He vowed to possess this woman, and his resolve only strengthened upon discovering that she was indeed Ling Feng's. Chapter 325. The Absurdity of Literature. Aside from Der, the crowd's Inuichiro furrowed his brow upon witnessing Lin Su's prowess. His strength was nearly on par with Alarin's, and he estimated that he would falter against Lin Su in no more than 2 moves. Ling Feng's strength undoubtedly surpassed Lin Su's. If he desired to eliminate Inuichiro, he could do so with but a mere flick of his finger. With this thought, Inuichiro resolved to avoid any direct confrontation with Ling Feng, for preserving his life was of utmost importance. Other matters could only be addressed once survival was secured. It seemed imperative for him to seek a dialogue with the individuals from Wan Island. After muttering this, Inuichiro vanished into the throng. Once Asan's men were vanquished, the onlookers promptly dispersed, fearing to linger even a moment longer. The brutality of the Dragon Kingdom was notorious, and they dreaded incurring Ling Feng's wrath, which could lead to their utter annihilation. Ling Feng cast a disdainful glance at them. Though their strength was lacking, their presence was irksome, particularly the individuals from Nanyu and the Philippines, who incessantly attempted petty tricks to assert their significance. As he gazed at the dimming sky, a glint of coldness flickered in Ling Feng's eyes. If someone were to be ambushed in the dead of night, it would hardly be surprising. Ling Feng retrieved an ample supply of food from his space, determined to savor a warm meal. He produced a heating device from his space, akin to a dining table, with a surface that could maintain a continuous warmth. By placing the dishes atop it, the food would remain steaming hot. After preparing everything with a portable power source, Ling Feng and Lin Su commenced their dinner. Noticing Long Jiu alone in his tent with a hard loaf of bread, Ling Feng extended an invitation. Care to join me? Ling Feng asked. No thanks, this bread is quite good, has a nice chew, Long Jiu replied. Stop pretending, wipe that drool, and come on, Ling Feng urged. Eventually, under Ling Feng's insistence, Long Jiu felt it would be impolite to decline, and he joined Ling Feng for the meal. The modest table was laden with 9 dishes, all of Ling Feng's favorites, prepared in advance by Lin Su. There were stewed chicken, dompa pork, lion's head meatballs, spicy hot pot, and golden shrimp tails, among others. Each dish was a feast for the eyes, enticing enough to make one salivate. The aroma of Ling Feng's meal wafted through the air, drawing the attention of the surrounding teams, whose mouths watered, nearly biting their tongues in anticipation. The culinary delights of the Dragon Kingdom are renowned throughout the world. The dishes that Ling Feng indulges in are such that even prior to the cataclysm, they had never had the pleasure of tasting them, let alone in this current era of scarcity. While others might have resorted to desperate measures to seize such delicacies, the mere thought of confronting Ling Feng would instill fear in them, rendering them incapable of such audacity. Instead, they could only gnaw on their unpalatable rations while inwardly cursing Ling Feng. As Ling Feng and his companions dined, Yi Jiutian and his team members were also consuming their provisions, consisting of self-heating meals that included both meat and vegetables. Compared to the rations of other nations, theirs were relatively decent. However, upon catching sight of the sumptuous spread on Ling Feng's table, they could not help but feel that their own meals were tasteless. Indeed, their fare paled in comparison to the feast enjoyed by Ling Feng's black dog, which was savoring lamb legs and Australian lobsters. Yi Jiutian's self-heating rice seemed increasingly unappetizing as his gaze frequently wandered over to Ling Feng's side. Captain, if you find it unpalatable, why not join Ling Feng and his crew? They are unlikely to refuse you. After all, we are all part of the same team, and you are the squad leader. One of his team members, having discerned Yi Jiutian's thoughts, spoke up immediately. Upon hearing this, a flicker of temptation crossed Yi Jiutian's eyes. He indeed yearned to join them, but hesitated, fearing Ling Feng might take offense, especially after their earlier conflict and his betrayal of Ling Feng's whereabouts, albeit unbeknownst to him. Captain, you should go for it, another urged. Seeing his comrades encourage him, Yi Jiutian feigned reluctance before gradually rising. Since you all insist, I shall venture over to take a look. As he made his way to Ling Feng's table, the members of the Dragon Clan exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with mischief. They had long harbored resentment towards Yi Jiutian for not aiding Ling Feng during his recent troubles and for having threatened them. Now, it seemed, was the perfect opportunity to settle the score by allowing him to mooch off their feast, certain that Ling Feng would not let the chance to mock him slip away. Meanwhile, as Ling Feng and his companions continued their meal, Yi Jiutian approached their table. "Oh, you're all dining," he exclaimed, eyeing the delectable spread and inhaling the enticing aromas that wafted through the air, unable to suppress a gulp. Upon witnessing his expression, it became clear to Ling Feng what Yi Jiutian's intentions were. What surprised him was the audacity of this individual to show his face after having compromised his own position and neglecting to assist while he was besieged. Ling Feng chose to ignore him, continuing to savor his meal. Meanwhile, the Black Panther seated at a nearby table, upon spotting Yi Jiutian, did not hold back. "What do you want, kid? Can't you see we're eating? Scram. Don't disturb my appetite. Come back later when there's something left." The panther grumbled while feasting on a lamb leg. Yi Jiutian felt a twinge of embarrassment as he gazed at Long Jiao, hoping he might provide a way out of his predicament. He had not anticipated that Ling Feng would be so unyielding, allowing his dog to berate him in such a manner. "Leader Yi, is there something amiss?" Long Jiao quickly intervened, sensing Yi Jiutian's discomfort. Yi Jiutian managed a faint smile, maintaining his composure as he replied, "It is nothing of great consequence. We found ourselves in a rush this time, and, regrettably, our provisions are somewhat lacking. I was hoping to borrow a bit of food from young Master Ling. I assure you, we shall return it double upon our return to the base." Upon uttering these words, Yi Jiutian turned to face Ling Feng. Typically, one might expect a response of camaraderie, with assurances of shared meals among team members, especially in times of need. Yi Jiutian harbored such expectations, which is why he made his request. Unfortunately, Ling Feng was not one to extend such courtesies. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile. For the first time, his gaze settled on Yi Jiutian, and with a hint of playful sarcasm, he remarked, "Well, regarding your request, it's not that I can't accommodate you. However, let us say we need to formulate a plan, shall we? Perhaps it would be better to discuss this later." "Ah, just wait and see. I'll handle it for you. All right, brother?" Yi Jiutian was left speechless, pondering the meaning behind Ling Feng's cryptic words. Chapter 326. Crisis. Feeling utterly defeated, Yi Jiutian walked away, still perplexed by Ling Feng's enigmatic response. Meanwhile, several members of Long's team could not suppress their laughter at their captain's predicament. Although Yi Jiutian feigned ignorance, a simmering anger bubbled within him, nearing the point of eruption. Yet, he knew he was no match for Ling Feng. His only hope for retribution rested in Selena's hands. With her intervention, Ling Feng would surely not escape one island unscathed. "Ling Feng, you will eventually meet your demise. Your woman and your base will be mine," he thought, finding solace in this vindictive mindset. After finishing his dinner, Ling Feng leisurely lit a cigarette, savoring the moment. A post-meal cigarette, and I am but a joyous immortal. At that moment, individuals from other nations had also completed their meals, idly passing the time outside their tents. Ling Feng, in a moment of distraction, caught sight of a familiar face, old Mo from the Five Great Immortals. He recalled having discovered several valuable items from him, including the elusive meteor dragon incense, which he had yet to utilize but remained etched in his memory. Additionally, he remembered the potent concoction that had caused discomfort during his encounter with the cosmic nation's Pu Yixing. This recollection ignited a flame of excitement within Ling Feng. It had been quite some time since they last met. He wondered what new marvels old Mo had concocted in his absence. However, upon noticing Ling Feng, Old Mo's complexion paled dramatically, as if he had encountered a terrifying specter, and he promptly withdrew his head. Although the last robber was clad in the splendid armor of a certain nation, it was through whispered rumors that Old Mo learned the identity of his assailant. It was Ling Feng. The mere thought of Ling Feng's bandit-like demeanor made Old Mo hastily avert his gaze. Ling Feng, observing Old Mo as he entered the tent, smiled faintly, relishing the moment when the tables had turned. By now, darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and as he gazed into the vast expanse of the ocean, all he could discern was an endless void. The entirety of one island lay ensnared by the sea, as if it were on the brink of being devoured by the abyss. Since he had become aware of the existence of the fishmen, Ling Feng had come to regard one island as one of the most perilous places in the world. Should the fishmen launch an assault, there would be no escape. Regardless of the direction one fled, they would emerge from every conceivable corner, methodically consuming all in their path. Ling Feng pulled his thoughts back to the present as Lin Su approached him, her voice barely a whisper. It seems many will not breathe the air of tomorrow. Ling Feng regarded her with a calm demeanor and inquired, "Who is it this time?" Lin Su, her tone heavy with gravity, replied, "This time, it is not human. It is the fishmen." The fishmen. Once again, these creatures were stirring restlessly. Ling Feng had scarcely contemplated their presence when they materialized. A clear manifestation of the adage that thoughts often manifest into reality. If the fishmen were to execute a surprise attack, the inhabitants here would be utterly defenseless. The physical prowess of the fishmen far surpassed that of humans. In terms of strength, humans stood no chance against them, especially given the overwhelming numbers of the fishmen. Ling Feng immediately roused Long Jiao, who was meditating within the tent. He refrained from disclosing the specifics of the fishmen, but urged him to remain vigilant and not to lower his guard. Next, he hurried to the Miao clan's camp, warning Miao Xiaotsue to stay awake and to be cautious of potential enemies. Acting swiftly upon Ling Feng's counsel, she roused everyone and heightened their defenses, preparing for battle. Her unwavering trust in Ling Feng stemmed from the understanding that he had no need to resort to deception. Aside from Miao Xiaotsue, Ling Feng chose not to share this alarming news with anyone else. He felt no obligation to save everyone, nor did he wish to. In fact, he harbored a desire for the fishmen to consume all his enemies. Those who are not of my kin will inevitably harbor different intentions. Should the forces of Nanyue and Feiyong remain unscathed, he would not hesitate to lend his assistance to the fishmen. Ling Feng glanced at the time. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. According to Lin Su's foretelling, there was approximately half an hour left before the fishmen would strike. He retrieved a set of tea utensils and a kettle, using his portable power supply to heat the water. From his spatial storage, he procured a packet of exquisite Da Hong Pao tea, the origin of which had long slipped from his memory, lost among the multitude of supplies he had amassed. Lin Su, seated across from him, expertly prepared the tea for Ling Feng. Ling Feng quietly savored his tea, patiently awaiting the arrival of the fishmen. Exuding an air of elegance, the sounds around him gradually subsided, as all fell into a slumber, for in such a wilderness, entertainment was scarce, and in the enveloping darkness, sleep was the only refuge. With his eyes closed, Ling Feng slowly extended his mental energy, vigilantly monitoring the movements in his vicinity. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming presence 5 kilometers away. Countless fishmen were swiftly converging towards this location. They approached from 3 directions, encircling the Sun and Moon mountain range. Observing their advance, it was evident that this was a meticulously orchestrated ambush, fraught with ulterior motives. Why were the fishmen launching an assault? Did they covet a share of the spoils? Initially, Ling Feng surmised that their purpose was to seize the resources here. However, how could they have become aware of such matters? No one had yet obtained anything from within, and even if they slaughtered everyone present, they would acquire naught. This was illogical. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Feng concluded that the fishmen's intentions might extend beyond mere mineral acquisition. As Ling Feng pondered, the fishmen had already arrived, and the air was soon filled with the rustling of their footsteps. Suddenly, a scream shattered the stillness. "Ah, there's a monster. What is that thing? Ah, my hand." It was a fishman invasion. Quickly, a Savatica cried, signaling to his companions, but before he could finish, a fishman severed his throat. Instantly, the foot of the mountain erupted with a cacophony of fear, rage, and sorrow. Nonetheless, these individuals were elite warriors from various nations. After a brief moment of panic, Their teams swiftly mounted a counterattack, and the rate of casualties began to decline. Yet, the sheer number of fishmen was overwhelming, seemingly endless. For every one that fell, another would take its place. Chapter 327. Fierce battle in the face of the vast horde of fishmen. Each team fought desperately, incurring heavy losses. Meanwhile, the situation for Ling Feng was relatively relaxed. At the first appearance of the fishmen, he had released his mental energy, creating an impregnable barrier within a 5-meter radius of his tent. This barrier possessed no offensive capability. It merely kept the fishmen at bay. Ling Feng had intentionally devised it this way, for he was reluctant to assist others, particularly those from foreign nations. Due to the utter lack of offensive capability of Ling Feng's wall, the number of mermen surrounding this barrier has exponentially increased. A dense throng of them, numbering at least in the thousands, has effectively sealed off this area, obstructing any view of the external situations in other nations. The mermen, bewildered, find themselves unable to approach the human who stands merely a short distance away. Regardless of their exerted strength, this place resembles an impenetrable fortress. Each merman swings his fists in vain, relentlessly pounding against the invisible barrier, while those armed with weapons continue their futile assaults. No matter how vigorously they attack, they cannot advance an inch. The man within appears exceedingly infuriating, yet they are powerless to act. Onlookers from other nations, witnessing the congregation of mermen around Ling Feng, are left in the dark about the situation inside. They assume that Ling Feng has been utterly devoured by the mermen, each one lamenting the fall of a formidable warrior. Has the crisis of the mermen truly become insurmountable? If even a powerhouse like Ling Feng cannot breach it, what chance do the inhabitants of smaller nations possess? Not far from Ling Feng, the 5 members of the dragon team appear remarkably composed. Although a significant number of mermen surround them, each member is a sovereign-level powerhouse. Faced with predominantly king-level and emperor-level mermen, they suffer no substantial harm. Through their seamless cooperation and swift strikes, they subtly begin to suppress the mermen, who now exhibit signs of fear in their attacks. Yi Jiutian, the team leader and primary source of damage, has already dispatched over 10 saint-level opponents with unmatched valor. His confidence gradually rebuilds throughout this battle. He remains strong. His prowess is not lacking. It is merely that Ling Feng's strength casts a shadow over his own, rendering him momentarily insecure. However, he soon realizes that their struggles are intensifying, fatigue beginning to etch itself upon their bodies, and several team members bear wounds. This predicament arises as their adversaries grow increasingly formidable, with a rising number of saint-level mermen and the emergence of emperor-level foes. While the sheer quantity of mermen remains unchanged, an utterly terrifying and despair-inducing reality, as if these mermen are inexhaustible and endless tide. Such circumstances also manifest within other teams. The mermen's strength gradually escalates, and only now do they discern that after relentlessly slaying for what felt like an eternity, they have merely dispatched a handful of mermen cannon fodder. The true battle has only just begun. With the emergence of higher-tier mermen, the dynamics of the battlefield shift dramatically, the death toll among humans surging alarmingly. The powerhouses from these nations begin to consciously coalesce, forming a tacit alliance against their overwhelming adversaries. Meanwhile, Miao Xiaozue found herself in a state of utter disarray due to the affairs concerning the fishmen. The intricate formation she had meticulously devised began to reveal flaws, teetering on the brink of collapse. Initially, under Ling Feng's guidance, she gathered all the members of the Miao clan into a cohesive circle, with the mightiest warriors positioned at the outermost layer, comprising formidable emperors and saints. The second tier was occupied by royal-level fighters, predominantly the younger generation of the family, who had ventured forth to broaden their horizons. They represented the clan's future and could not afford any missteps. As the supreme commander of this expedition, Miao Xiaozue assumed her place at the very center, not out of fear for her own life, but rather due to her unique ability to command beasts. Her personal defensive capabilities were not particularly robust, necessitating protection, while her central position also facilitated effective battle coordination. In the formation's nascent stages, it indeed yielded significant results. As the fishmen posed little threat, they fell easily under their assault. The circular formation alleviated concerns regarding rear defenses, allowing the defenders to focus solely on the foes directly ahead. Miao Xiaozue unleashed her 2 massive pythons to support the clan members struggling in combat. However, as time passed, the fishmen's strength escalated, and her clan members began to find themselves increasingly overwhelmed. The sheer number of fishmen outnumbered them several times over, and the emergence of more saint-level fishmen led to mounting casualties on their side. The upgraded warriors quickly suffered over half their ranks, and of the 3 emperor-level fighters brought along, one had perished while another was incapacitated. Even her 2 saint-level beasts sustained considerable injuries. Miss, our forces are on the brink of collapse. If this continues, we may all perish here. Uncle One, the last remaining saint with combat capabilities, exclaimed in desperation. Miao Xiaozue furrowed her brow, watching as her kin fell one by one, her heart seemingly bleeding. The entire group had reached a critical juncture between life and death. At that moment, a figure suddenly flashed through her mind. In this dire crisis, it seemed that only one individual among those present from various nations had the potential to alter the tide of the battle: Ling Feng. In her recollection, Ling Feng had always exuded an unparalleled confidence in all matters, his strength remaining an enigma. She believed that his prowess could undoubtedly resolve this predicament, for he was a divine-level powerhouse. Divine-level warriors were a rarity in the Dragon Kingdom, with only 9 existing. They bore the title of divine due to their methods approaching the divine itself. With this thought in mind, Miao Xiaozue resolved to seek Ling Feng's assistance, especially as they had just forged an alliance that very day. She felt certain he would not refuse her plea for sanctuary. He immediately made a decisive command. Everyone, tighten your formation and retreat with me. Miao Xiaozue promptly directed the giant python to slay the mermen, gradually leading them back towards Ling Feng's camp. Chapter 328. Request for aid. When Miao Xiaozue arrived near Ling Feng's tent with her remaining 50 tribesmen, she was utterly taken aback. The area surrounding Ling Feng's tent was besieged by mermen, and she could not discern what was transpiring within. Uncle Wen approached Miao Xiaozue, gazing towards Ling Feng's direction, and inquired, "Miss, the situation over there seems rather dire as well. Should we not assist him?" After observing for a while, Miao Xiaozue could not glean much. She took out her satellite phone, intending to call Ling Feng, uncertain if he had the time to answer. To her astonishment, as soon as she dialed, Ling Feng picked up the phone. "Hello?" On the other end, Ling Feng's voice sounded remarkably relaxed, even tinged with a hint of languor, devoid of any tension. Miao Xiaozue felt a flicker of surprise. Did Ling Feng refrain from taking action? Yet, there were numerous mermen on his side. Ling Xiao, this is Miao Xiaozue. We are overwhelmed by mermen here. We can scarcely hold out any longer. We have already lost half our forces. I implore you to lend your assistance," she stated. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, as their agreement was merely verbal, and Ling Feng bore no obligation to aid them, nor had they provided him with any benefits. Anxiously, she awaited Ling Feng's response, for he was their family's only hope for survival. Without his help, it seemed all would perish at the hands of the mermen. After a brief pause, Ling Feng replied slowly, "All right, come over." Miao Xiaozue felt a surge of relief and quickly responded, "My tribe and I are not far from your tent, but there are quite a few mermen on your side. Should I assist in clearing them out?" "No need. Just wait a moment," Ling Feng casually replied, after which he fell silent. Ling Feng, observing the densely packed mermen, concentrated his thoughts, and a barrier formed from his mental energy instantly transformed into green ethereal flames. The flames coalesced into a colossal fire dragon, startling all the mermen present, who harbored an innate fear of such creatures. The sudden appearance of the fire dragon instilled a flicker of terror in the eyes of all the mermen. As the dragon took shape, its enormous body encircled Ling Feng's tent, and its massive head, towering over 10 meters high, loomed over the mermen below. All mermen that came into contact with the ethereal flames were instantly reduced to ashes. The fire dragon unleashed a tremendous torrent of flames upon the mermen, rendering every place it struck a desolate wasteland. Within mere seconds, thousands of mermen were reduced to ashes, leaving the remaining ones to flee in terror. The vicinity surrounding Ling Feng's tent was immediately cleansed of any presence, devoid of even a single merman. Miao Xiaozue gazed at this bizarre spectacle, utterly astonished. She recognized Ling Feng's formidable prowess, but never anticipated it to be so overwhelming. Is this the might of a divine-level expert? A tumult of emotions stirred within her. Those troublesome mermen, which had inflicted grievous losses, posed no challenge to Ling Feng at all. She cast her gaze towards him once more, only to find herself astounded anew. Ling Feng had not even risen. He remained seated on his sofa, sipping tea while orchestrating the entire affair. Truly, One must marvel at the disparity between individuals. Hurry over here. Why are you still dawdling? Do I have to come over and fetch you? Ling Feng's voice, slightly exasperated, resonated through the phone. Miao Xiaotsui snapped back to reality, realizing the call had not ended. She quickly grasped her phone and replied, no need for that. I shall come right away. She organized the members of the Miao clan to approach Ling Feng's tent. Once all the Miao clan members gathered, Ling Feng retracted his extraordinary flames and erected a new barrier with his mental energy. Miao Xiaotsui approached Ling Feng, deeply bowing in gratitude. Her expression sincere as she spoke. Commander Ling, thank you immensely for your assistance today. Without you, we would have found ourselves in grave peril. Ling Feng waved dismissively. It was nothing, merely a trifling matter. Besides, we have already formed an alliance, have we not? Observing the numerous injuries among the Miao clan, he retrieved a vial of potion from his spatial storage and handed it to Miao Xiaotsui. Quickly check on your kin. The cold may prove fatal if they do not receive timely care. This potion will aid in their recovery. After speaking, he resumed his tea drinking, choosing not to elaborate further. Shortly after the Miao clan entered Ling Feng's safe zone, individuals from other nations began approaching him, seeking refuge. They had witnessed his recent display of power, effortlessly dispatching thousands of mermen. Initially, they had presumed Ling Feng was overwhelmed by the mermen's onslaught, only to realize he simply lacked the inclination to engage. Observing Ling Feng's acceptance of the Miao clan, many other groups began to stir with renewed hope. They too desired entry into his safe haven, for his demonstrated strength was undoubtedly sufficient to withstand the current merman crisis. Numerous individuals approached the barrier, calling out to Ling Feng for assistance. Mr. Ling, we are the delegation from Nanyue, led by Nguyen. We share a bond as good neighbors. Please, we implore you to grant us refuge. A middle-aged man from Nanyue spoke in fluent Longhua, looking towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng regarded this individual with a look of disdain. What benefit do I gain from allowing you entry? What can you offer me? Ling Feng looked at Ruanji with a playful expression and said, Ruanji, we are neighbors. You shall receive a friendly neighboring spirit and my sincere gratitude. Ruanji's expression faltered, slightly embarrassed as he replied, do you understand why the earth is round? Ling Feng retorted, why? To make it easier for you to roll away. This fellow truly thought he could take advantage without any effort, believing himself to be a character in a play. Just moments ago, when that troublemaker was harassing him, this guy was fanning the flames, offering sarcastic remarks. Now he wished for Ling Feng's assistance. What a jest! He would rather see this group of southern monkeys be devoured by the fishmen, leaving no trace behind, thus sparing himself the effort. Ruanji's expression changed. Ling Feng's words struck a nerve. He indignantly exclaimed, Ling Feng, do you possess no compassion whatsoever? We are all on the brink of being slaughtered by the fishmen. And you stand by, indifferent. How can you be so cold-hearted? Does your dragon nation not pride itself on aiding the weak? As soon as Ruanji uttered these words, others from different nations began to condemn Ling Feng's heartlessness. Indeed, our Filipino nation has always maintained a good relationship with the dragon nation. Why will you not assist us? Another added, we from the Silver Triangle region have always been sincere and devoted to the dragon nation. Chapter 329. Yi Jiutian's true colors. Ling Feng observed the group attempting to morally blackmail him. He slowly approached the edge of the barrier, looking at the foreign leaders. What? Do you wish to morally bind me? Let me tell you, it's futile. I possess no morals. Ling Feng declared with an air of pride. Ruanji nearly spat blood. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, they found themselves utterly powerless. With no morals to appeal to, how could they sway public opinion? Though these smaller nations were reluctant, faced with Ling Feng's unwavering demeanor, they could only endure their plight. In the distance, the fishmen, noticing that Ling Feng's fire dragon had vanished, swiftly redirected their assault towards this group. The two sides clashed once more, and soon cries of agony filled the air. The fishmen, harboring resentment after being treated like refuse by Ling Feng, unleashed all their fury upon this group. Ruanji observed the fishmen attacking with frenzied ferocity. Within mere minutes, 2/3 of his elite fighters had perished, and the remaining few bore injuries of varying degrees. While struggling to fend off the onslaught, Ruanji cursed Ling Feng inwardly. Meanwhile, Yi Jiutian and his dragon group struggled to withstand the fishmen's relentless assault. All 5 of them were wounded, with one already gravely injured and on the verge of death. At this moment, they were nearly depleted, their supernatural energies entirely exhausted. unable to hold out much longer. One of them could no longer contain himself and said, "Captain, we should seek out Ling Feng. He will not abandon us." Yi Jiutian furrowed his brows, reluctant to seek out Ling Feng, yet he found himself devoid of better alternatives. "There is no other way now. Those of you accompanying me, let us charge forth." With all his might, Yi Jiutian felled an Imperial-level merman and, alongside several members of the dragon team, swiftly retreated toward Ling Feng's vicinity. Upon arriving at the outer reaches of Ling Feng's safe zone, they were met with the sight of Ling Feng and Lin Su leisurely sipping tea, Lin Su exuding an aura of serene tranquility, as if time stood still. The Miao clan members, too, bore expressions of having narrowly escaped calamity, some hovering at the edge of the safe zone, observing the chaos outside. An invisible barrier separated two worlds, the secure environment within sparking envy among those outside. Yi Jiutian raised his voice, calling out, "Ling Xiao, this is Yi Jiutian. Our dragon team can no longer hold out. One of our brothers has sustained grave injuries. We implore you to allow us entry." As these words left his mouth, members from other nations turned their gazes toward Ling Feng, eager to discern whether he would grant them passage. Ling Feng, cradling his teacup, regarded Yi Jiutian with a nonchalant expression and replied, "No problem, but only these few may enter. You shall remain outside." Yi Jiutian's countenance darkened. What did Ling Feng mean by this? To leave him alone outside was tantamount to sealing his fate. Infuriated, he demanded, "Ling Xiao, what do you mean by this? We are a team, why deny me entry?" Ling Feng regarded him with a calm demeanor, a smirk gracing his lips as he retorted, "Why? Because you are a traitor." "Why would I save a traitor?" Yi Jiutian's heart jolted. He immediately comprehended Ling Feng's implication. He was aware of everything, having long known, which explained the prior humiliation he had endured. However, the other members of the dragon team remained oblivious to Ling Feng's meaning, casting inquiring glances at Yi Jiutian. Yet, Yi Jiutian's expression remained dark and inscrutable, lost in thought. "Captain, what does Ling Feng mean by this? What traitor?" One team member questioned, his gaze piercing into Yi Jiutian. The others echoed this sentiment, awaiting his response. At that moment, Yi Jiutian seethed internally, cursing Ling Feng for tarnishing his reputation. He could never concede. Doing so would plunge both himself and his family into irreparable ruin. He quickly resorted to a defensive retort, his expression grave as he declared, "Ling Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? Denying me entry is one thing, but why besmirch my name? I, Yi Jiutian, have always acted with integrity, valuing loyalty above all else." Ling Feng, listening to Yi Jiutian's unflinching denial, could only smile in bemusement. This fellow's audacity had reached astonishing heights. No matter how one pressed him, he remained obstinate. However, Ling Feng was not one to indulge him further. He chose to dismiss the argument with a single statement. "Here, I can allow them to enter at any time. Except for you. You can decide for yourself." Yi Jiutian, in a fit of rage, glanced at the 4 team members, each one embodying a fervent desire for survival. "Captain, what is the matter between you and Ling Feng? Why does he label you a traitor?" A tall team member posed a profound inquiry. Yi Jiutian shot him a fierce glare and reprimanded, "Can't you see? He is sowing discord among us. Regardless, I refuse to enter. Who among you wishes to go?" His eyes conveyed an unmistakable threat. The team members felt a surge of anger. Continuing the struggle would lead them to certain doom. Yi Jiutian had offended Ling Feng, who was unwilling to rescue him. This scoundrel was attempting to drag them down with him. The tall team member, unable to restrain himself, declared, "I will go." Ling Feng was assigned by the higher-ups. "I trust him. Captain, if you do not go, then I shall." As soon as he finished, another team member chimed in. "I will also go. Long Jiao is inside. I believe he would not harm us. I too will go. I have faith in the organization. So shall I." After voicing their intentions, the group disregarded Yi Jiutian entirely and proceeded towards Ling Feng. Yi Jiutian watched in fury as his subordinates betrayed him, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. However, he could not prevent them from leaving, lest he provide them with leverage against him. Ling Feng, noticing the dragon team members approaching, exerted his mental power and permitted the 4 to enter. Upon their arrival, they immediately sensed a shift in atmosphere. The palpable tension of life and death dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of security. This feeling stemmed from their trust in Ling Feng's abilities. Their taut nerves relaxed, and they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The Miao family members, upon seeing them arrive, kindly offered healing potions. Outside the safety zone, Yi Jiutian witnessed this scene, his eyes burning with jealousy and his face contorted in rage. After casting a deep glance at Ling Feng, he hurried towards the camp of the beautiful nation. Chapter 330. Dell's plan. Yi Jiutian made his way towards the camp of the beautiful nation, noticing that as he approached, the number of fishmen in the vicinity dwindled. The camp of the beautiful nation was situated apart from those of other nations, so no one had detected the anomaly. However, Yi Jiutian discerned a distinct difference. The fishmen seemed deliberately avoiding the camp of the beautiful nation, refraining from launching any attacks. Could it be that these fishmen were summoned here by the beautiful nation? Yi Jiutian pondered in silence, while inwardly cursing, that wretched Selena. She couldn't have given me a heads up, leaving me nearly devoured by fishmen today. Ling Feng had already uncovered his background, and returning was no longer an option. He could only seek out the people of the beautiful nation. He sighed and quickly made his way toward the camp. Meanwhile, within the main tent of the beautiful nation, a harmonious atmosphere filled the air. Dell sat comfortably on a soft blanket, his left arm draped around Selena, while his right hand wandered unabashedly over her hand. This left Selena blushing furiously, her breath quickening as she rolled her eyes at Delaware. "Oh, what are you doing, my lord? There are others present." If it weren't for Selena's quick thinking to dodge slightly, Dell might have lost control. In the corner of the tent, a middle-aged woman stood awkwardly, her face betraying her discomfort with a forced smile. Dell straightened his clothing, pulling his thoughts away from Selena. He then turned his gaze to the middle-aged woman and coldly remarked, "Chairwoman Kai, the ores within the Sun and Moon Mountain range are not misleading us, are they?" Kai Yingwen's expression faltered, and she hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "How could I dare deceive you? I am utterly loyal to the beautiful nation and would never lie. We previously conducted tests with instruments, and the concentration of anomalous energy in the Sun and Moon Mountain range is exceptionally high. The quantity of ores contained therein is indeed tremendous," Kai Yingwen said with a beaming smile. Dell's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Kai Yingwen. Her expression did not suggest deceit. Moreover, she had been steadfastly loyal to them both before and after the apocalypse, always wishing to align with their nation. She would not lie. "If this is indeed true, we can set off to explore it tomorrow," Dell declared, raising a glass of red wine with a smile. "My Lord Dell is incredibly valiant. Success is surely within your grasp, and those strange creatures will not be able to contend with you." Kai Yingwen immediately began to flatter him. Dell relished her compliments, finding them exceedingly pleasant to hear. "Those strange creatures are merely the tricks of some aberrant beasts. Once we enter the mountains tomorrow, I shall slay every last one of them." A glimmer of bloodlust flickered in Dell's eyes, and his expression bore a hint of excitement. He had come here for the opportunities that lay ahead. If his strength could ascend to new heights, his influence within the family would also grow, paving the way for a broader future. After all, he had several older brothers, each surpassing him in strength. He must catch up, otherwise his chances of being chosen as the future heir would dwindle. Thus, the ores from the Sun and Moon Mountain range were a necessity for him. "What shall we do about those from other nations?" Selena inquired. Dell revealed a cruel smile and responded coldly, "Deal with them? After tonight, they shall remain but empty shells in this world. I have arranged for 100,000 mermen, sufficient to eliminate them multiple times over. By now, they should be nearly finished, and that fellow Ling Feng is likely dead as well." Upon the mere thought of Ling Feng, he was instantly reminded of the woman beside him. Just a fleeting glance had rendered him utterly captivated. Her beauty surpassed even that of Lena, making it impossible not to be entranced. To safeguard her from harm, he took the initiative to advise the leaders of the fishmen to capture their targets alive. Kai Yingwen, with an exaggerated expression, exclaimed in admiration, "Mr. Dell, not only are you unmatched in strength, but your intellect is also extraordinary. With these individuals now perishing at the hands of the fishmen, we stand to claim all the ore for ourselves while eliminating this troublesome situation. I am truly impressed." Dell, flattered by Kai Yingwen's praise, felt a sense of pride swell within him, and his demeanor softened when he regarded her, even revealing a hint of charm. A thought crossed his mind. He approached Kai Yingwen and, with a significant pat on her shoulder, remarked, "Chairwoman Kai, I believe you are performing remarkably well. I have great faith in you. You need not return today. I have several matters to discuss with you this evening." Kai Yingwen immediately comprehended his intent. A blush gracing her cheeks, and a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. Meanwhile, Selena, standing nearby, observed the exchange with a furrowed brow. Although she outwardly respected Dell, she harbored a profound disdain for him. You truly are insatiable, willing to indulge in anything, she mused, feeling a wave of nausea as she witnessed their flirtation. At that moment, a guard announced loudly from outside, Selena. The captain outside has reported that a man from the Dragon Kingdom, named Yi Jiutian, has come specifically to see you. Selena's expression shifted, and she promptly stood, preparing to welcome him. After all, the Yi family was a significant asset in their endeavors within the Dragon Kingdom and should not be underestimated. Had he not taken the initiative to seek her out, she might have forgotten about him entirely. Thankfully, he had not met his demise at the hands of the fishmen. Otherwise, it would have been a considerable loss for their nation. Who is this Yi Jiutian? Just as Selena was about to step out, Dell inquired suddenly. He is someone we have subverted in the Dragon Kingdom, a squad leader of the Dragon Unit. His grandfather is one of the 9 legendary figures of the Dragon Kingdom. And now the entire Yi family has pledged their allegiance to our nation. Selena replied candidly. Dell nodded slowly. So? It appears he is a pivotal figure in our future plans. Do bring him in at once. Selena swiftly arranged for the guard to escort Yi Jiutian into the tent. Upon entering, Yi Jiutian's gaze immediately fell upon Selena, as well as a strikingly beautiful young man whose pallor was almost luminous. Yi Jiutian confronted Selena directly, his tone unyielding. Selena, why did you not inform me beforehand about your instigation of the fishmen's attack on the island? Do you realize I nearly lost my life at their hands? Chapter 331. The arrival of a formidable foe. Selena offered a faint smile, her expression tinged with a hint of remorse as she approached Yi Jiutian, enveloping him in a warm embrace. I apologize, Mr. Yi. It was my oversight to not inform you of this matter. I extend my sincere apologies. Yi Jiutian, witnessing Selena's earnest demeanor, felt his irritation begin to wane. Observing this, Selena promptly lavished praise upon him, saying, however, Mr. Yi, your ability to carve a path through the encirclement of the fishmen is truly remarkable. Allow me to introduce our esteemed Lord Der, a native of our ancestral land. Selena emphasized the latter part of her statement with heightened intonation. Yi Jiutian's countenance shifted, and he swiftly suppressed his anger. He knew well that he could not afford to offend someone from the ancestral land. Even the leader of his dragon team would not dare to act rashly against them. Moreover, as a traitor who had now aligned himself with them, he had to tread carefully. Having met Lord Der, I must confess my ignorance, and I humbly seek your forgiveness. Yi Jiutian bowed deeply, his demeanor steeped in humility. Der chuckled heartily, regarding Yi Jiutian with evident admiration. You are indeed Captain Yi, truly remarkable. To have forged a bloody path through the fishmen, quite impressive. Der patted him on the shoulder, clearly pleased with his performance. Such prowess was precisely the talent he sought, and he began to contemplate how to enhance Yi Jiutian's capabilities to better serve his own ambitions. Just as you arrived, I was about to inquire about the situation outside. How many of them are still alive? Der asked. Yi Jiutian's smile faltered. Der's inquiry immediately brought to mind Ling Feng, who was not only calmly facing the fishmen's onslaught, but was now leisurely sipping tea. Following the fishmen's attack, most of the team had perished, save for Ling Feng. The mere mention of Ling Feng made Yi Jiutian grit his teeth. Der's expression darkened at this revelation. The very scenario he had dreaded had come to pass. He looked at Yi Jiutian with a steely gaze and demanded, what transpired with Ling Feng? Describe it in detail. Noting Der's displeasure, Yi Jiutian refrained from beating around the bush and promptly recounted how Ling Feng had vanquished the fishmen and prioritized defense. After listening to Yi Jiutian's account, Der fell silent, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He had not anticipated that Ling Feng's strength had ascended to such heights, rendering his meticulously orchestrated fishman ambush utterly ineffective. It was a resounding slap in the face. No, Ling Feng must be eliminated. He could not allow this to go unpunished. If Ling Feng survived today, he might very well pose a significant threat tomorrow within the mountains. He could not permit Ling Feng to see another dawn. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone and discreetly dialed a number. The call was swiftly connected, and he spoke in a language that was utterly incomprehensible to others. Yi Jiutian, standing nearby, wore a perplexed expression. The words spoken were in a tongue he had never encountered, leaving him utterly bewildered. After Dell hung up, his demeanor darkened. He cast a glance at Yi Jiutian and stated in a solemn tone, Ling Feng must die today. Meanwhile, the team besieged by the fishmen noticed that the creatures were gradually retreating, or rather, gathering together. All the surviving members exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Although the fishmen had not fully withdrawn, they were afforded a moment to catch their breath. Some had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the fishmen, only to find themselves granted a reprieve. The survivors congregated, preparing for the next wave of fishmen attacks. However, they soon observed that after this batch of fishmen assembled, they neither advanced nor retreated, seemingly awaiting something. The survivors kept their gaze fixed on the fishmen, unwilling to let their guard down. Outside the tent, Ling Feng, sipping tea, also noticed the peculiar behavior of the fishmen. What scheme were these creatures concocting? With keen interest, he observed the fishmen outside. How about some hot pot? The long night stretches ahead. It's rather dull. Ling Feng retrieved a hot pot and some ingredients from his space, along with a bottle of liquor. Lin Su promptly heated the pot and added the ingredients. In no time, the savory aroma of the hot pot wafted into the air. The individuals outside the safety zone could not help but swallow hard at the delightful scent. After a fierce battle, their energy was nearly depleted, leaving them both exhausted and hungry. Though they could have endured a little longer, the enticing aroma was unbearable. Immediately, someone could not restrain their frustration. Ling Feng is definitely doing this on purpose, messing with our minds. I haven't had a chance to eat since tonight. I've heard that hot pot from the Dragon Kingdom is exceptionally delicious. I wonder if that is true. False, it's not tasty at all. Have you tried it? No. Scram. Ling Feng remained oblivious to the musings of those outside. He was simply enjoying himself, relishing the warmth of a steaming hot pot amidst the cold weather. Half an hour later, the people outside the safety zone observed movement among the fishmen in the distance. The fishmen began to stir, and they noticed several exceptionally tall fishmen emerging from the ranks, nearly 4 meters in height, twice that of an ordinary fishman who only reached their waists. Beyond their towering stature, these fishmen exhibited an imposing physique, their arms thicker than the thighs of an average person. A palpable aura of brutality emanated from them. Could these formidable beings possibly be the kings among the fishmen? They certainly appear quite powerful. This spells trouble for us. We were already at a disadvantage. And now with the arrival of so many experts, our situation seems even more dire. The hearts of all present sank, their faces paling as if they had seen a ghost. In that moment, someone shouted, "Look, they are heading towards Ling Feng's direction, not ours." Instantly, everyone focused their attention. Indeed, they observed the fishmen advancing towards Ling Feng. It seems the heavens are watching. Those fishmen are clearly intent on confronting Ling Feng. Ruan Ji from Nanyue remarked with a smirk, relishing the misfortune. Ling Feng is surely doomed now. These giants must possess the prowess of the 10th tier of the imperial level, and he stands no chance against them. It serves him right. Who told him to be so arrogant? The skies will surely bring rain to the arrogant, and calamity befalls the overconfident. Chapter 332. Annihilation of the Fishmen in the Crowd. Yi Jiutian observed the approaching fishmen with a cold smile creeping across his lips. Ling Feng, let's see if you survive this time. This time, Dell had gathered 10 fishmen of the 10th tier of the imperial level, essentially uniting all the formidable fishmen in the southern region. 10 peak imperial level warriors represent a terrifying force. Not only would they easily subdue Ling Feng, but they could effortlessly overpower an entire small nation. Even though Ling Feng himself is a peak imperial level powerhouse, facing 10 adversaries of equal strength would render him powerless. Once Ling Feng perishes, no one will uncover his identity as an undercover agent, allowing him to continue his covert operations. As for Long Jiu and his comrades, he had no intention of allowing them to return alive. After all, in this scenario, everyone shall meet their demise, and his secret will remain concealed from the authorities. On the other side, Ling Feng, who had initially been preparing to enjoy the spectacle, suddenly realized that this group of fishmen was indeed approaching him. His eyes lit up with joy. Rather than feeling a hint of anxiety, he was filled with anticipation. Observing the 10 towering fishmen, he wore an expression of exhilaration. These formidable beings were clearly extraordinary. Judging by their prowess, they seemed unmatched within the imperial ranks. Any one of these fishmen, upon upgrading their inner core, could elevate Lin Su to the 10th tier of the imperial level. Besides Lin Su, even He Bao could achieve the same status. Furthermore, they commanded hundreds of thousands of fishmen, a staggering number. If he could absorb them all, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Soon, the fishmen's main forces completely encircled Ling Feng's camp. The 10 fishmen leaders marched at the forefront, their eyes glinting with murderous intent as they gazed upon Ling Feng. Pouring himself a cup of fine liquor, Ling Feng savored it leisurely, unfazed by the fishmen outside. As a dignified divine-level powerhouse, why would he fear these imperial-level fishmen? The barrier created by his mental strength would be impenetrable. Not even 110th-tier imperial-level foes could breach it. The 10 fishmen leaders gazed at Ling Feng, who appeared utterly indifferent, and their anger flared instantly. They had never encountered such an audacious human, remaining so composed in the face of their formidable presence. Unless he were the natural enemy of fishmen, it was evident that the individual before them was not. After a brief discussion, they resolved to jointly shatter his barrier. Within the barrier, upon witnessing the multitude of fishmen surrounding him, Ling Feng's face turned pale with trepidation. The sight of the 10 fishmen leaders emanating an overwhelming aura only deepened his despair. Faced with such a vast number of adversaries, even if Ling Feng could escape unscathed, his companions would likely not be so fortunate. Long Jiao, observing Ling Feng's continued nonchalance, could not refrain from inquiring, "Ling, there are at least hundreds of thousands of fishmen outside. Do you have confidence in our survival?" Ling Feng set down his chopsticks, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and replied coolly, "If I lacked confidence, would I be enjoying hot pot here? You all should return to sleep. This matter does not concern you." He cast a glance at the 4 members of the dragon team. The members were internally shouting in disbelief. Given the circumstances, how can we possibly sleep? Big brother. Just as they were speaking, the fishmen leaders commenced their assault on the barrier. The 10 fishmen leaders swung their massive fists, relentlessly pounding against the invisible barrier before them. To outsiders, they appeared to be striking at thin air, their expressions contorted in a comical rage. Yet, they alone understood that their fists struck against an incredibly solid wall. No matter how fiercely they exerted themselves, the barrier remained utterly unmoved. As they continued to strike, a sense of dread enveloped them. They realized that the barrier's resilience far exceeded their expectations. It was beyond what they, at the imperial level, could breach. A terrifying thought crept into their minds. Could the human within not be imperial, but rather divine? The notion seemed preposterous. Yet they found no explanation for the situation they faced. The fishmen leaders quickly convened to discuss this perplexing matter. Is this human truly divine? He appears too youthful for such a status, one leader expressed doubtfully. Another leader proposed, I suspect he possesses a powerful defensive ability, which is why our attacks cannot penetrate. Maintaining such an ability must consume significant energy. If we persist in our assault, he will surely falter soon. After analyzing the situation, the leader's assessment garnered nods of agreement from the others, rekindling their confidence to continue their assault on Ling Feng's barrier. Ling Feng observed the relentless efforts of the fishmen leaders against his mental shield, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. He had not anticipated their tenacity. Ling Feng slowly rose to his feet, stretching his body and loosening the tightness of his belt. With a mere thought, he immediately dismantled the mental barrier. The several fishmen leaders, who had been vigorously swinging their fists, suddenly felt the barrier before them vanish, and a wave of joy washed over them. It seemed that this human's extraordinary energy had been depleted, leaving him at his wit's end. However, in the next moment, regret washed over them as they felt their bodies grow inexplicably heavy, as if burdened by a colossal weight. Ling Feng's gravitational domain was activated in an instant. The expressions of the fishmen leaders shifted dramatically as they exerted all their strength to resist this overwhelming force. The sheer power was so immense that even their sturdy physiques could not withstand it, and began to bend under the strain. While the fishmen leaders struggled to hold on, their subordinates fared far worse. Most of them were at the saint or emperor level, lacking the robustness of their leaders, under the oppressive force of the gravitational domain. They were instantaneously reduced to mere pulp. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of fishmen were transformed into a crimson tide, leaving only 10 leaders desperately holding their ground. Ling Feng cast a glance at these leaders and snapped his fingers. Instantly, green flames ignited upon their forms. And within 2 seconds, the leaders were reduced to ashes by the otherworldly fire. With a wave of his hands, all the fishmen's inner cores soared into the air, swiftly gathering before Ling Feng, who then absorbed them into his spatial realm for enhancement. Observing the stunned expressions of all present, he remarked, "Do not be enamored with me. I am but a legend." With that, Ling Feng retreated into a tent to rest. Chapter 333, Divine Level, Second Tier. After Ling Feng departed, The crowd remained in a state of shock. Was it over? Was Ling Feng even human? The entire process, from start to finish, unfolded in mere seconds, and the fishmen had been utterly annihilated. Not a single one remained, and among them were 10 suspected emperor-level, 10th-tier warriors. The sheer magnitude of Ling Feng's power was terrifying. 10 10th-tier emperor-level warriors had been vanquished in a single blow. Was this truly not a dream? The notion of Ling Feng as a divine-level powerhouse rapidly spread through the crowd. Only a being of divine stature could accomplish such a feat. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. Ling Feng was indeed a divine-level expert. What was most alarming was his youth, suggesting boundless potential for future achievements. The foreign teams stood in utter astonishment. Their entire nations lacked a divine-level warrior, yet today they had witnessed one with their own eyes. In the midst of the crowd, Yi Jiutian's face was a portrait of dismay. He had come brimming with confidence, eager to witness Ling Feng being torn to shreds by the fishmen leaders, only to find that Ling Feng had effortlessly dispatched the entire group. The identity of the supreme being, Ling Feng, enveloped him in a chilling dread. Should he reveal his undercover status, returning to the dragon group would be nearly impossible. To his astonishment, the ninth supreme being his grandfather had spoken of turned out to be Ling Feng. Yi Jiutian seethed with anger. Had he known Ling Feng's prowess earlier, he would have concealed his own identity and refrained from leaking any information about Ling Feng. He cast a deep glance in Ling Feng's direction before hastily exiting the crowd. Upon returning to the camp of the beautiful country, Yi Jiutian rushed directly to Dell's tent, his urgency causing him to forget the protocol and barge in unannounced. As he entered, he was met with a scene that made his eyes widen in disbelief. Dell was entwined with Kai Ying-Gwen, who was passionately exclaiming, "What a thrill! I feel as though I have reached the pinnacle of life." Yi Jiutian felt as though his eyes might burn out. Kai Ying-Gwen appeared to be nearly 60 years old and was hardly attractive. Dell's tastes were certainly peculiar, a testament to the unique preferences of foreigners. It was akin to a cow seated on a chainsaw, utterly outrageous. Upon noticing his intrusion, Kai Ying-Gwen let out a shriek and hurriedly threw on a garment. Dell, however, remained remarkably composed, leisurely walking to a chair and donning his clothing at a measured pace. "Captain Yi, why the haste? What troubles you?" Dell inquired casually as he dressed. Yi Jiutian took a moment to steady his emotions before responding gravely. "Lord Dell, our dispatched squad of mermen has been entirely annihilated by a single strike from Ling Feng. All 10 merman leaders have also been slain. It is highly likely that Ling Feng is a supreme being." After delivering this shocking revelation, Yi Jiutian fixed his gaze intently upon Delegate Dell, furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Are you certain Ling Feng is a supreme being?" He sought confirmation, unable to accept the reality. The notion that Ling Feng could be a supreme being was unfathomable. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, and even with years of training, achieving supremacy was nearly impossible. Even he, after 159 years of cultivation, had only just reached that level, making him the fastest in his family to do so. "I witnessed him effortlessly slay 10 merman leaders. I can attribute such feats only to a supreme being," Yi Jiutian asserted with a respectful bow. Dell's expression darkened as he grappled with the astonishing revelation. Ling Feng's talents surpassed his own, and such an individual could not be allowed to remain. Furthermore, the complete obliteration of the mermen he had summoned represented a colossal loss, one that would be difficult to explain to the king of the northern domain of mermen. "I am already aware of this matter and will handle it. You may leave now," Dell instructed. Yi Jiutian, realizing Dell was on the verge of a breakdown, quickly departed, feeling it prudent to exit before the situation escalated further. As he stepped outside, he was immediately met with heart-wrenching roars from within. Meanwhile, after vanquishing all the mermen, Ling Feng promptly commenced his upgrade. Prior to this, he bestowed upon Lin Su and Black Panther each an imperial-grade inner core of the 10th rank, an upgraded essence potent enough to elevate their prowess to the same imperial level. Subsequently, Ling Feng embarked on his own path of enhancement. His current strength stood at the first tier of the divine realm, with only 110,000 ability points, a rather modest standing among the divinities. He produced 8 imperial-grade inner cores of the 10th rank and, in one swift motion, ingested them all. Although the energy contained within these cores was exceedingly rich, it was merely a drop in the ocean for Ling Feng. Given the lack of quality, he had to compensate with quantity. After all, he had gathered over 400,000 inner cores that day, which would furnish him with a significant amount of energy. albeit with some inconvenience in usage. Ling Feng stuffed the inner cores into his mouth, yet the pace at which he consumed them paled in comparison to the rate at which his body absorbed the energy. Nonetheless, he had no better method at his disposal and thus pressed on with this approach. The night swiftly passed, and Ling Feng concluded his intensive training. Following a night of relentless absorption, his ability points surged from 110,000 to 1,980,000, an increase of nearly 90,000 points. Although he remained at the first tier of the divine realm, his strength had nearly doubled. The efforts of that night were not in vain. Emerging from his tent, he observed Lin Su had completed her training, while Black Panther meandered about. How did it go? Did you break through? Ling Feng inquired as he approached Lin Su. A hint of surprise graced her features as she replied with a light tone. I am now also at the Imperial Grade 10th rank and possess the abilities of the merman, allowing me to traverse underwater with ease. Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Su had indeed reached the Imperial Grade 10th rank, and he surmised that Black Panther was likely close behind. The thought of Black Panther brought a slight headache. Ever since he had associated with Ling Tian, he had taken to smoking and drinking, occasionally indulging in mischief, his demeanor far removed from the obedient companion he once was. At that moment, Ling Feng spotted a group of several hundred individuals approaching from afar. Among them were faces from the Beautiful Nation and the Dragon Nation. He recognized two familiar figures, Selena, with whom he had previously interacted, and Yi Jiuqian from the Dragon Squad. However, they stood behind a young man who seemed to sense Ling Feng's presence, immediately casting his gaze in Ling Feng's direction. Chapter 334. Entering the Sun and Moon Mountain range, the eyes of Ling Feng and the young man, Dell, locked in the air. Ling Feng instantly sensed the profound ability emanating from him. This individual, like himself, possessed divine strength, comparable to his own. Ling Feng immediately regarded Dell with caution, astonished to encounter another god-level being in this place. Truly, this locale was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the fact that the citizens of the United States suffered no casualties raised questions. Could yesterday's attack by the fishmen be linked to them? If so, the situation could become quite intricate. The fishmen, numerous and formidable, posed a significant threat. Should such a force fall under the control of the United States, it would spell disaster for the entire Blue Star. Nevertheless, these thoughts remained mere conjecture, and he could not ascertain the truth just yet. After a brief yet intense exchange of glances, the two averted their eyes. However, the provocative gaze of Dell suggested he harbored profound schemes, indicating that he was not an adversary to be trifled with. Dell, accompanied by several individuals, advanced to the central gathering point. Following the attack by the fishmen the previous night, the remaining forces had dwindled to less than 200, with only the most capable individuals surviving, at least Saint-level warriors, typically captains or leaders of their respective teams. The Miao clan was an exception, as they still boasted several Emperor-level fighters. At that moment, Kai stepped forward from the ranks, representing the local forces as their leader. Her complexion appeared markedly more vibrant today, a stark contrast to the previous night, likely due to Dell's attentions. It was as if a parched land had finally received the nourishing rain. Yet, the only lingering ailment was an awkwardness in her gait, accompanied by a faint pain between her legs. Dell surveyed his handiwork with immense pride, relishing the thrill of his various pursuits. Once Kai reached the center of the assembly, she cleared her throat and spoke in a hoarse voice. Good morning, esteemed friends from afar. I am Kai, the chairperson here. First, allow me to congratulate you all on surviving the fishmen's assault yesterday. I understand many of your teams have been here for several days, hesitant to enter the Sun and Moon Mountain range. However, today you may proceed, as long as you follow Mr. Dell here by my side. Dell stepped forward in a show of cooperation, smiling at the assembled crowd. Upon hearing Kai's words, several individuals displayed their discontent, and one voice rose above the others in defiance. Why should we listen to you? Who do you think you are? This challenge came from a bearded man hailing from Eastern Europe, who regarded Kai's words with disdain. Dell cast a cold glance at the man, swiftly appearing by his side. With a chilling demeanor, he inquired, "What is your objection?" The man, still brimming with arrogance, met Dell's gaze without flinching and retorted, "Indeed, why should I heed your words? My own strength is sufficient to enter the mountains." The corners of Dell's mouth curled slightly, and a flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes as he coldly remarked, "Excellent. I relish individuals like you. You may perish. Upon concluding his words, Del swiftly extended his hands and grasped the man's throat, exerting tremendous force. Instantly, a surge of black flames erupted from his palms, enveloping the man in a shroud of dark, otherworldly fire. After a few agonizing seconds of screams, the man was reduced to a pile of ashes. Having dispatched the unfortunate soul, Del deftly rejoined Kai's side. The onlookers gazed at Del in sheer horror. The victim was a formidable 7th-tier emperor named Karl, one of the most powerful individuals among them, now felled by a single strike from Del. Revealing the depth of his own strength, Kai, wearing a proud expression, continued, "I understand that many of you may not be acquainted with Mr. Delaware. Allow me to provide a brief introduction. Mr. Del hails from the ancestral land of the beautiful nation and is a divine-level powerhouse." With a smile directed at the crowd, Kai said no more. One divine being was sufficient. The audience was immediately struck with astonishment. Another divine-level entity. Rarely does one encounter a divine being in a lifetime. Yet within a single day, 2 had appeared. The sheer fortune of this place was astonishing, compelling 2 divine beings to vie for its treasures. The thought of competing for opportunities against 2 divine-level powerhouses filled their faces with despair. Had they known, they would have refrained from wading into such murky waters. With a benevolent smile, Del addressed the crowd. "As long as you pledge your allegiance to me, I shall lead you into the mountains. Once you reap the benefits within, I shall not forsake you." His declaration elicited a myriad of expressions among the crowd. Some harbored open defiance in their eyes. Yet the recent demise of Karl silenced their protests. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. They were all elite representatives of their respective nations, reluctant to submit to a foreigner. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. "I, Ruanji, am willing to submit. Mr. Del's strength commands my admiration, and I wish to serve you." Ruanji stepped forward from the crowd and knelt before Delaware. "I, Durut, represent the Philippines and also wish to join Mr. Del's ranks." Durut similarly approached and knelt before him. The remaining representatives regarded the two with profound disdain. However, with their lead, others began to follow suit, and soon, all factions pledged allegiance to Delegate. Fortunately, the Dragon Nation's contingent was absent. After the battle the previous night, only the Miao clan remained. The Miao clan is now united with Ling Feng. Thus, the upcoming contest for the opportunities within the Wandao is, in essence, a clash between the 2 divine figures, Ling Feng and Del, which can also be interpreted as a rivalry between the Dragon Kingdom and the beautiful nation. Ling Feng observed as Del, accompanied by his hundreds of followers, marched resolutely towards the Sun and Moon Mountain range. "Ling Xiao, should we also venture in?" Long Jiao inquired, glancing at Ling Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Feng gazed towards the distant Sun and Moon Mountain range, shrouded in thick mist, exuding an air of mystery. "Of course we must go. Our purpose for coming here is to explore the mines within." Chapter 335. The eerie place. Shortly after Del entered the mountain range, Ling Feng followed suit. However, he did not permit all his companions to accompany him. Only Miao Xiao Chui and her steadfast protector, Uncle Wen, were allowed to proceed. The remaining members of the Miao clan possessed predominantly royal-level abilities, which were somewhat inadequate for this venture. Thus Ling Feng decided against their entry. Ling Feng's group was considerably smaller compared to Del's, comprising only 9 individuals and a dog, including Long Jiao and 4 members of the dragon team. Once within the mountain range, Ling Feng quickly realized how astute his decision had been. The fog was exceedingly dense, limiting visibility to merely 1 meter. Beyond that, one could neither see nor discern the source of any sounds. With Del leading hundreds, Ling Feng surmised that those individuals would soon become disoriented. There was absolutely no sense of direction to be found in this place. Upon entering, Miao Xiao Chui produced a compass, only for it to inexplicably malfunction, spinning erratically. It became clear to them all why so many had been unable to escape this place before. Fortunately, Ling Feng's psychic abilities allowed him to perceive the surrounding conditions, enabling him to ascertain his precise location. "You must stay closely behind me. If you stray, you may never find your way out," Ling Feng cautioned his companions earnestly. Thankfully, all were seasoned warriors. The members of the dragon team had emerged from the jaws of death, and Miao Xiao Chui, raised in a prominent family, maintained her composure. The group progressed cautiously, moving at a measured pace and encountering no immediate dangers. Ling Feng speculated that their distance from the core of the mountain range mitigated any threats, aside from the risk of becoming lost. After traversing several hundred meters deeper into the mountains, Ling Feng sensed a gradual alteration in their surroundings. The fog began to dissipate, allowing visibility to extend to 2 or 3 meters. Moreover, he detected a surge of energy fluctuations in the air, reminiscent of energy ore, yet tinged with a trace of ferocity. Although faint, it was unmistakable to Ling Feng. Most importantly, they discovered a human corpse, which, judging by its condition, had likely perished not long ago. The only fatal injury on the body was 2 bite marks on the neck. Apart from that, there were no other wounds, and the body exhibited no signs of struggle, nor were there any traces of combat in the vicinity. It appeared that this individual had been dispatched in a single, lethal blow, resulting in instantaneous death. Long Jiao examined the corpse and rendered his judgment. The expressions of the onlookers grew grave, for the deceased was also an emperor-level powerhouse. What manner of creature could slay an emperor-level expert with but a single strike, especially when the victim showed no prior warning? When Shu gazed at the body on the ground, shaking his head repeatedly, his face a mask of confusion, Ling Feng, observing the corpse, felt a flicker of shock within. He had just employed his mental energy to scan the body and discovered that the individual's brain had suffered severe trauma, leading him to surmise a mental attack had occurred. No wonder this fellow had been subjected to such an assault and subsequently bitten on the neck in a state of mental disarray, offering no resistance. Ling Feng's mind raced with speculation. Everyone, please exercise caution as we proceed. There may be danger ahead, he cautioned his companions once more. They continued onward, remaining vigilant. For this creature employed mental attacks that could catch one off guard. Heightened awareness was imperative. Suddenly, a cacophony of combat echoed from a distance. Ling Feng sensed through his mental energy that a group of approximately 10 individuals was embroiled in fierce conflict. However, he could not detect the presence of their adversaries, which startled him greatly. It was the first occasion he had encountered such a phenomenon. Could it be that their foes were not human? After a brief contemplation, he resolved to investigate further, though the circumstances ahead felt rather peculiar, and he was reluctant to lead so many into uncertainty. You all stay here. There is something amiss ahead. I will go ahead to take a look, he instructed swiftly before darting towards the source of the fighting. Ling Feng activated his stealth ability, cautiously approaching the epicenter of the battle. After a minute of confrontation, the once numerous group had dwindled to just 2 survivors, the rest lying lifeless on the ground, their demise mirroring that of the corpse he had previously encountered. The 2 remaining individuals were now back to back, their faces reflecting a subtle, lingering fear. Upon recognizing them, a playful smile crept across Ling Feng's face. These 2 were none other than Ruan Ji from the Southern Yu Kingdom and Duddle from the Feiyong Kingdom. He had not anticipated encountering them in this location. He had been pondering how to locate them, and now fortune smiled upon him. Yet, the utmost priority remained the enemies they faced. Ling Feng, through close-range reconnaissance, has discerned the monstrous entity responsible for the deaths of these individuals. A monkey? More accurately, it should be termed a primitive human. Ling Feng observed that they bore an uncanny resemblance to humans, and if one were to shave off their fur and adorn them in clothing, many would be inclined to believe they were indeed human. However, this creature possessed skin as dark as that of a black individual. Could it have originated from Africa? Ling Feng scrutinized the creature, which seemed to have sensed it was being watched, glancing in his direction. Yet, as Ling Feng was cloaked in invisibility, it failed to perceive anything amiss. Merely scratching its head in puzzlement, Ling Feng had no intention of interrupting the ongoing battle, opting instead to meticulously study the combat style of this primitive human. After all, the 2 combatants on the field had long since met their demise, sparing him the need to intervene. At that moment, Ruan Ji and Duru wore expressions of bitterness. They had scarcely anticipated that after ingratiating themselves with Der, who, in his exuberance, allocated for subordinates to them, they would soon find themselves lost. Their misfortune, however, was compounded by the bizarre happenings around them. Their subordinates, as if under a spell, walked stiffly into the dense fog, only to discover, upon investigation, that they had perished with 2 distinct bite marks on their necks. Ruan Ji, what shall we do? This creature is exceedingly difficult to combat. Duert's gaze fixated on the fog ahead, his voice trembling incessantly. I am at a loss as well. I cannot even ascertain its location. Ruan Ji tightened his grip on the long staff in his hand, anxiety coursing through him. The primitive human regarded the 2 with a hint of amusement, seemingly relishing their plight. choosing not to strike immediately, but rather observing in silence. In the shadows, Ling Feng, lacking patience, resolved to act. Having ventured here alone, he was not inclined to waste time. He promptly directed his mental energy toward Wan Ji's mind. Initially engulfed in fear, Wan Ji's expression suddenly altered as he slowly turned to face Durut, a peculiar smile gracing his features. Wan Ji, what ails you? Why do you wear such an expression? Durut inquired, bewildered by Wan Ji's unsettling demeanor, which sent shivers down his spine. Wan Ji remained silent, his smile gradually morphing into something sinister. His gaze fixating on Durut's lower half. Durut trembled, a wave of dread surging through him. Do not act recklessly. This is not the time for such antics. He suddenly recalled that Wan Ji had exhibited an unusual level of concern for him. Previously, he had thought little of it, but now, in retrospect, he felt a tightening sensation of apprehension. Wan Ji remained silent, displaying not the slightest change in expression in response to Durut's menacing words. You dare to lay a hand on me. Durut's sentence was abruptly cut short as Wan Ji struck him on the head with a stick. Durut felt a sudden heaviness in his skull, blood instantly trickling down his face. The unexpected assault from Wan Ji caught him off guard, and he realized the stick was crafted from an exceptionally sturdy material. The impact made him feel as though his skull might shatter. In a flash of anger, Durut roared at Wan Ji, "Have you lost your mind? Damn you!" Wan Ji, maintaining a serene smile, continued to swing his stick toward Durut's head. Infuriated, Durut exclaimed, "If you think I'll submit to you, you're dead wrong. You twisted freak, I'll end you today." He swiftly sidestepped Wan Ji's attack and landed a punch squarely on Wan Ji's chest, causing him to stagger back several paces, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The two men immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, the Yaren stood by, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. They had not yet made a move. So how had a brawl erupted? What was happening? The Yaren slowly approached, circling the two combatants, who remained oblivious to his presence, engrossed in their conflict. Suddenly, the Yaren's expression shifted. He realized that both individuals were under a form of mental control, a power akin to his own, though their combat prowess far surpassed his. With this realization, the Yaren was left with a singular thought: escape. However, it was too late. He found his body unresponsive, paralyzed with terror. "Who are you?" he cried out, releasing his mental energy to probe his surroundings. Though his body was incapacitated, his mental faculties remained intact. After a thorough search, he found no trace of anyone nearby, and panic set in. He was facing a formidable opponent, and dread filled his heart. Silently, he lamented, "Mother, I won't be home for dinner tonight." Ling Feng gradually revealed himself. Upon seeing Ling Feng's youthful visage, the Yaren was taken aback, astonished to find that the newcomer was a remarkably young man, whose mental aura sent waves of trepidation through him. Ling Feng approached the Yaren with keen interest. "Human, release me, and I assure you I will not trouble you again." "What do you say?" the Yaren implored, attempting to maintain his composure. Ling Feng glanced at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Trouble me? Do you possess the strength to do so? It seems you have yet to grasp your current predicament." He directed his thoughts towards the ape-man, and an immense psychic force instantaneously bore down upon him. The ape-man's countenance turned pale, and the bones within his body began to creak ominously. He felt as if his bones were on the verge of shattering, and his internal organs threatened to rupture. In desperation, he struggled and begged for mercy. "I was wrong, big brother." Only then did Ling Feng alleviate half of the pressure. Without further ado, Ling Feng succinctly inquired, "How did your psychic abilities awaken, and how many others like you reside in this mountain?" The ape-man, perceiving Ling Feng's indifferent demeanor and the frigid glint in his eyes, realized he was facing a formidable adversary. He hastily replied, "My abilities awakened spontaneously. I was unaware of the cause. All the awakened beasts in this mountain possess the same powers. Our tribe consists of over 400 members. Are you natives of this area?" "I have never encountered your breed of monkeys." Ling Feng continued to probe. "We are indeed natives, but we have always dwelled 2,000 meters underground, never discovered by humans." The ape-man confessed, glancing at Ling Feng, his expression clearly indicating that he had finished speaking and was eager to return home. Ling Feng smiled softly at him and gently asked, "Now, tell me, how many people have you killed?" The ape-man's expression shifted, and he thought, "Oh no." Stammering, he replied, "I have never killed anyone. I was just passing by. My mother is calling me home for dinner. Please, allow me to return." He wore a forced smile, his eyes pleading. Ling Feng scoffed lightly and ruffled the ape-man's head, saying, "Don't worry, I will convey your message to your mother. You want to be going home for dinner today. If I can't go home for dinner, where will I eat?" The ape-man looked at him in confusion, wearing an innocuous expression. "You will dine with King Yama," Ling Feng stated coldly. Just as the ape-man was about to respond, his eyes widened in realization. Ling Feng's psychic force swiftly invaded the ape-man's mind, and he discerned all of his memories with clarity. After absorbing the ape-man's recollections, with a mere thought, the ape-man was reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 337. Surrounded through the ape-man's memories, Ling Feng learned that their tribe indeed resided underground. However, their numbers were not over 400, but rather fewer than 200. This ape-man was exceedingly cunning. Furthermore, Ling Feng uncovered that these ape-men had awakened their abilities not in the aftermath of the apocalypse, but centuries prior. Their leader appeared to be a being of godly prowess. Immensely powerful, this tribe of ape-men had a particular fondness for human flesh, and their strength remained unaffected within the fog, allowing them to see great distances. Ling Feng, holding the inner core of the ape-man, after a spatial upgrade, promptly consumed it. The moment he ingested the core, a flicker of delight graced his countenance. His mental prowess was, astonishingly, beginning to grow. It had been quite some time since he had experienced any enhancement in his mental strength. The previous cores he had encountered merely augmented his supernatural abilities and physical attributes, without contributing in the slightest to his mental capacity. Yet, this particular ape-man's core had bestowed upon him a measure of enhancement in his mental acuity. Though the increase was modest, it represented a monumental hope for Ling Feng. If a single ape-man could yield such growth, the cumulative effect of all the ape-men would be a considerable figure indeed. After a minute, Ling Feng had completely absorbed the inner core, expanding his mental capacity from the size of 10 soccer fields to that of 11 basketball courts. He sensed his mental power and felt a notable refinement. This filled Ling Feng with immense satisfaction. His mental strength was his trump card, his most formidable weapon. The prospect of its continued enhancement thrilled him to no end. Ling Feng observed that Wan Ji and Duert were still locked in combat. Their bodies marred with bruises and blood, every inch of their skin bearing witness to their ferocity. Their movements had grown sluggish, their physical strength nearly depleted. Yet, their eyes remained hollow, driven by an inexhaustible urge to pummel one another. With a mere thought, Ling Feng unleashed his formidable mental force, transforming the two combatants into a mist of crimson vapor. Grasping their inner cores, along with those of the previously deceased, he swiftly departed the scene. Upon his return, however, he found that Lin Su and the others had vanished. A wave of unease washed over him. He immediately surmised that something must have befallen them, for their abrupt absence was inexplicable. He knew Lin Su well. She held his words in high regard and would never leave without cause, leaving him to fret. Ling Feng promptly released his mental force, meticulously scanning the vicinity for signs of movement. Within a kilometer radius, there was an unsettling stillness. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a newly formed pool of blood upon the ground. He distinctly recalled that it had not been present moments prior, indicating it was freshly spilled. Furrowing his brow, he forced himself to remain calm, analyzing their possible whereabouts. Firstly, the absence of corpses suggested they had not fallen victim to the ape-men's assault. Moreover, both Lin Su and the Black Panther possessed the strength of a 10th-tier emperor. It was unlikely that even a mental attack from the ape-men could incapacitate them swiftly. Ling Feng conjectured they had likely encountered human assailants, possibly unable to escape. It was evident that the force capable of driving two 10th-tier emperors into retreat was formidable indeed. With narrowed eyes, Ling Feng scrutinized the direction of the blood stains on the ground, swiftly taking flight in pursuit, while simultaneously extending his mental force to locate Lin Su and her companions. Soon, he sensed Lin Su's presence just 5 kilometers away. Instantly, he teleported to a mere 100 meters from her. Upon seeing that Lin Su and her companions were unharmed, Ling Feng couldn't help but exhale in relief. However, their situation was quite dire. They had been encircled by Dell's men. Fortunately, there was no immediate threat to their lives. As Ling Feng surveyed the area, he realized they were in an open mining site. The dense fog had thinned somewhat, allowing visibility to reach 10 meters. Here, Ling Feng detected a more potent energy fluctuation. Yet, this energy seemed to harbor an increased element of volatility. When he absorbed a small fraction of this energy within himself, He discovered it had the remarkable ability to enhance his mental acuity. This revelation filled Ling Feng with exhilaration. The energy must be emanating from the extraordinary mineral deposits of the Sun and Moon Mountain Range, which could elevate one's mental prowess. For Ling Feng, this was a monumental stroke of fortune. He could scarcely fathom the terrifying heights he would reach by absorbing these minerals. However, the volatile components of this energy posed a grave concern, as they could disrupt one's emotional state, inciting rage and a thirst for bloodshed. The ape-man was a prime example of this. Ling Feng pondered whether the recent system upgrade would mitigate such effects. Meanwhile, Lin Su and her companions remained oblivious to Ling Feng's arrival. He, in his guise, remained concealed. Faced with Dell's encirclement, they were filled with anxiety, knowing that even united, they were no match for Dell's formidable strength. Their recent combined assault had been effortlessly neutralized. The prowess of a divine being was beyond their imperial capabilities. All they could do was wait for Ling Feng's return. On the other side, Dell's lecherous gaze roamed over Lin Su, and after appraising her, it shifted to Miao Xiaozui. Nodding approvingly, Dell secretly marveled at Ling Feng's fortune, for each of these women was an unparalleled beauty. But now, they belonged to him, haha. Dell stood at the forefront of the crowd, with Selena and Yi Jiutian behind him. In this moment, Dell remained silent, while Yi Jiutian stepped forward to urge Dragon 9 and his companions to surrender. Dragon 9, you'd best recognize the gravity of the situation. If you wish to survive, you should come and surrender without hesitation. Serve Mr. Dell faithfully, and you shall reap your rewards. Yi Jiutian, irritated by Miao Xiaozui's disdainful gaze, resolved to control them by any means necessary. Dragon 9 scoffed. Yi Jiutian, do you think we are spineless like you? I, Dragon 9, would rather die than surrender. I, Zheng Han, will not yield either. Yi Jiutian, I never imagined you would become a traitor. You truly bring shame to the Yi family. Worthless scum. A member of the dragon team sneered coldly at Yi Jiutian, suggesting that perhaps the entire Yi family were traitors. He lamented his own lack of strength, wishing he could personally eliminate these betrayers. Yi Jiutian's expression darkened significantly as he listened to their insults, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Chapter 338, Divine Level Showdown. Yi Jiutian immediately turned and approached her, speaking with a hint of anger. Lord Der, these individuals are incorrigible. I propose we dispose of them all. Der nodded in agreement, replying, very well, you may leave now. I will handle the remaining matters myself. His gaze shifted to Lin Su, his tone laced with a hint of arrogance. Miss Lin, you and your companions are completely surrounded. I advise you not to resist any further. If you choose to accompany me, I assure you I will treat you far better than that Ling Feng ever could. What do you say? And your companion beside you can join as well. I am quite amiable. Go to hell. Just look at you. With that ugly face and pathetic demeanor, you think you're something special? Black Panther shot back at Der with a barrage of insults. Having followed Ling Tian, Black Panther had mastered the art of scornful banter. Der found himself utterly bewildered by Black Panther's tirade. He had never been so harshly insulted in his life, nor had he ever encountered such vulgarity in his nation. The sheer filth of Black Panther's words left him reeling. You impudent mutt, you will meet a gruesome end. Der's face darkened to an extreme as he glared at Black Panther. Unfazed, Black Panther continued his verbal assault. What were your parents doing those 3 minutes? Clearly, they wasted it giving birth to you. What do you think you are, a king among men? Pathetic. Der's face turned a deep shade of anger, his body trembling with rage, the insults causing his blood pressure to soar. Silence, you wretched dog. Der could no longer contain himself. His thoughts narrowed solely on eliminating this insolent creature. He swiftly raised his hands, palms upward, as 2 spheres of black flames began to rise ominously. The intense heat compelled those behind him to retreat several paces, and the air around him began to warp, the snow beneath melting away. I shall turn you into a lifeless dog today. Der bellowed, thrusting his hands forward. The black flames shot towards Black Panther with the speed of bullets, leaving a trail of dark vapor in their wake, accompanied by the sound of tearing air. Black Panther remained unfazed, indifferent to the threat of death. Lin Su, however, wore a grave expression. With a mere thought, a massive whirlwind erupted around her, showcasing her most formidable ability. Black Panther opened his mouth and let out a powerful roar, unleashing a wave of sonic attacks directed at Derivative. The trio's assaults collided swiftly in the air, with a resounding bang. The attacks from Black Panther and Lin Su were instantaneously shattered, Yet the two flames of otherworldly fire continued to surge unimpeded towards Black Panther. One could easily envision that should these black flames strike him, Black Panther would be reduced to ashes. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending spectacle. Even Black Panther himself wore a mask of reluctance. Just as the otherworldly fire was about to engulf him, it vanished without warning. Then, the onlookers beheld a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Ling Feng descended like a celestial being, suddenly appearing before them, his back turned. Joy erupted on Black Panther's face as he shouted with glee, "Boss, I knew you would return. Ha ha ha, you scoundrel, thinking you could incinerate me, dream on." Dell furrowed his brow, sensing that Ling Feng seemed to have grown slightly stronger. However, he paid it little mind. For his own prowess as a second-tier divine being left him unconcerned about Ling Feng. From Selena, he had learned that Ling Feng's divine strength had only recently achieved a breakthrough, at most reaching the first tier of divine level. In the realm of divinity, fighting beyond 1's tier was an impossibility due to the vast disparities in power. Furthermore, as a member of a powerful lineage, his strength was inherently superior to that of humans, rendering defeat out of the question. Ling Feng's gaze locked onto Dell in the distance, his battle spirit surging. At last, he had encountered an opponent whose strength was comparable to his own. Today, a grand battle awaited him, and he felt the blood coursing through him, boiling with anticipation. Dell, too, sensed Ling Feng's fervent combat intent. However, he regarded it with disdain. With an air of arrogance, he addressed Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, I acknowledge your status as a divine being, but you are no match for me. You must only possess first-tier divine power, which, though impressive for your age, pales in comparison to me, Dell, a second-tier divine powerhouse. Do you truly believe you stand a chance?" Upon delivering his words, Dell's confidence radiated, leaving no doubt about the outcome of the impending clash. Ling Feng regarded the self-assured Dell with a bemused shake of his head. "Dell, is it? I wonder who has instilled such confidence in you. Do you believe yourself invincible? Your arrogance may very well cost you your life." Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Dell erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "You think I will die? Ha ha ha." The individuals behind Dell shared in his mirth, their faces adorned with mocking expressions. Ling Feng, observing the group across from him in fits of laughter, wore a look of bewilderment. "Really? Is it that amusing? Pray tell, where lies your sense of humor? I merely stated that you would die. Is it truly so comical?" Ling Feng quietly observed the boisterous laughter of Dell and his companions, while Dell, clutching his abdomen, wiped away tears of mirth from the corners of his eyes. He composed himself with a gentlemanly demeanor and, with a serious expression, declared, "Ling Feng, I greatly admire your prowess. You are the youngest divine-level powerhouse I have ever encountered. If you were to pledge your allegiance to me, I would nurture your talents. Alas, it seems we are destined to remain adversaries, and you shall become a specter under my command." With that, his garments began to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind, and he levitated slightly above the ground. Dell gradually raised his hands, and his entire being became enveloped in a shroud of black mist, ultimately obscuring his visage from view. Ling Feng, too, began to release his mental energy, unleashing a vast reservoir of power for the first time without reservation. He perceived every movement in the vicinity with crystal clarity, his mind sharp and his state at its zenith. As he gazed at Dell, a profound murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Chapter 339. "So, you are one of the underworld dwellers." Dell regarded Ling Feng with a cold smirk. "Prepare for your demise." As the black mist gradually dissipated, he reappeared before Ling Feng. His right hand was tightly entwined with a dense black fog, emanating a potent surge of energy. He raised his hand, infused with a tempestuous force, aiming for Ling Feng's forehead. Yet, Ling Feng remained unruffled, showing no inclination to retaliate. A glint of coldness flashed in Dell's eyes, his heart filled with derisive laughter. "Ling Feng, let us see if you can escape your fate." Just as his iron fist was about to strike, Ling Feng's figure abruptly vanished. Dell's expression shifted. Teleportation. Ling Feng materialized 5 meters behind him, shaking his head in disappointment. "I had anticipated a thrilling battle today, but you have utterly disappointed me. Your speed is sluggish, and your strength is feeble." Ling Feng had initially assumed that Dell, a second-tier divine being, would be his equal, but upon witnessing Dell's attack, he realized that his speed seemed lackluster, and the force of his punch failed to evoke any sense of alarm within him. Dell felt humiliated, insulted that a mere first-tier divine human had the audacity to mock him, a second-tier divine powerhouse. With a fierce glare, Dell addressed Ling Feng, his voice dripping with malevolence. Ling Feng, cease your verbal bravado and engage me in a true battle of men. Ling Feng scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Dell, and coldly retorted, with your meager abilities, fighting you is akin to striking a dog. In the distance, the Black Panther, overhearing this exchange, was immediately displeased, casting a resentful look at Ling Feng. What have I done to deserve this? Why must you involve me? Dell let out a fierce roar, commanding silence with a disdainful remark. Enough of the chatter, let us see your fists. In an instant, he lunged towards Ling Feng with remarkable speed, gathering all his strength to unleash a powerful punch aimed directly at him. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened as he nonchalantly extended his own fist to retaliate. What appeared to be a casual strike from Ling Feng was imbued with an indomitable spirit, the overwhelming energy radiating from him causing the very air around them to tremble violently. The two fists collided midair with a resounding thud, a sound so deep it sent shivers through the onlookers. What followed was a scene that left everyone astounded. After the impact, Ling Feng remained steadfast, unwavering in his stance, while Dell was sent hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings. He crashed into a mountainside several meters away, the sheer force of the collision fracturing the rock behind him. At that moment, Dell's right arm was reduced to a mass of shredded flesh, blood gushing from his mouth. No one had anticipated such a lopsided outcome. They had anticipated a thrilling clash between equals, but instead, they witnessed Ling Feng's one-sided dominance. Hidden among the crowd, Yi Jutian's face drained of color. He had never imagined that the invincible Dell, a second-tier divine-level powerhouse in his eyes, could be so easily incapacitated by a single punch from Ling Feng. What kind of monstrous talent was Ling Feng? How could anyone hope to defeat him? Yet, the observer Selena remained unusually composed, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of Dell's demise. The astonishment was not confined to the spectators. Even Dell himself wore an expression of disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? Ling Feng, you've concealed your true power, he shouted frantically, unable to reconcile the reality that a second-tier divine-level warrior, like himself, could fall so easily to a mere first-tier counterpart. Ling Feng, unfazed by Dell's impotent rage, casually replied, concealing strength? Indeed, I have yet to reveal my true capabilities. Alas, your prowess is so lacking that I cannot exert myself fully against you. Dell, infuriated, spat out another mouthful of blood. Ling Feng's words shattered Dell's long-held belief in his own invincibility within the same realm, exposing him as insignificant before Ling Feng. Years of accumulated confidence crumbled in an instant. However, Dell was not one to concede defeat easily. He gradually rose to his feet, and astonishingly, his shattered arm began to mend itself, the wounds on his body miraculously healing. Ling Feng gazed in astonishment at Dell, who was returning to his peak condition. The regeneration of severed limbs was nothing short of miraculous. With a cold, sinister glare, Dell fixed his eyes on Ling Feng, a menacing grin creeping across his face. Ling Feng, while you may be strong, you cannot kill me. Ha ha. Sooner or later, you will exhaust your strength. Ling Feng frowned slightly, finding the sound of Dell's laughter increasingly irritating. In response, he focused his willpower. A formidable surge of spiritual energy surged toward Dell's body. Dell's laughter abruptly ceased, and he was transformed into a mist of blood by Ling Feng's strike. Finally, silence reigned. Ling Feng pressed his temple, remarking on the splendid execution of the deed. Black Panther leaped up in excitement, while the others exhaled in relief, revealing long-lost smiles. With the demise of Dell, this divine powerhouse, their small team in Bay Island faced no rivals. However, an unsettling observation struck them. Dell's subordinates, upon witnessing their leader's transformation into blood mist, exhibited neither fear nor did they scatter in panic, remaining eerily composed in their positions. Ling Feng too noted this peculiar phenomenon. His gaze shifted to the black inner core left behind by Dell, now suspended in the air. To his astonishment, the black core began to emit tendrils of dark mist, which gradually expanded until a 2-meter radius around it was shrouded in dense black fog. All present watched this transformation in silence. A minute later, a hearty laugh resonated from within the mist. Ha ha ha, Ling Feng, I told you I am indestructible. You may slay me 1,000 times, yet I need only to kill you once. As the thick mist dissipated, Dell's visage re-emerged, alive once more. The expressions of Ling Feng's companions were etched with shock. Dell's resurrection shattered their understanding of reality. A flicker of concern crossed their minds. The realization that Dell could not be killed posed significant trouble for Ling Feng. Even if Ling Feng could easily dispatch him, human stamina is ultimately finite. If Dell and Ling Feng continued their conflict, exhaustion would inevitably lead to defeat. At this moment, Ling Feng was not overly astonished. Rather, he regarded Dell with keen interest. So, you are a denizen of the underworld, he mused. Chapter 340, The Demise of Delaware. Ling Feng looked at Dell, his face a canvas of intrigue. Previously informed by Qing Wei that denizens of the underworld were immortal, he had harbored skepticism. But now he beheld the truth. When Dell heard the term denizen of the underworld, his brow furrowed in distaste. And he spoke with evident displeasure. Denizens of the underworld is what you humans call us. We are the Night Clan, the true masters of this planet. You humans shall eventually be eradicated by us, huh? Is that so? Ling Feng replied with a sardonic expression. With your meager skills, you cannot even defeat me. Yet you aspire to rule the world. You resemble a toad attempting to leap onto a foot. How absurd. Dell's countenance shifted slightly, although he did not comprehend Ling Feng's words. The expression on his face indicated that they were far from complimentary. Ling Feng, to provoke our Night Clan will be the gravest mistake of your life. Dell's aura surged once more, his strength restored to its zenith. Ling Feng regarded him with a tranquil demeanor, as unperturbed as a gentle breeze. I can kill you once. I can kill you 10 times, he mused. With a mere thought, Dell felt the air around him grow tumultuous, his body trembling uncontrollably, and his breath quickening in desperation. You died too comfortably last time. This time, let us see how it feels to succumb to poison, Ling Feng stated coldly. Instantly, Dell was engulfed in excruciating pain. Not only in his muscles, but also deep within his bones. The agony radiated from within, compelling him to desire a knife to extract his very bones. In that moment, he yearned for death, eager to escape the torment. Dell's screams pierced the air, evoking shudders among his subordinates, who could scarcely fathom the torment he endured. They watched in horror as Dell's form began to dissolve, fully conscious of his suffering throughout the ordeal. After enduring this excruciating pain for what felt like an eternity, Dell's body ultimately transformed into a pool of pus. The onlookers gazed at Ling Feng with terror etched on their faces. His cruelty was beyond comprehension. While many of them were unafraid of death, the brutal torture inflicted by Ling Feng instilled a profound fear, a sensation more harrowing than death itself. A minute later, Dell resurrected amidst the swirling shadows. Yet this time his countenance bore no trace of the arrogance or confidence from before. Instead, it was marked by sheer horror. He looked at Ling Feng with trepidation and immediately sought peace. Ling Feng, let our conflict end here. From now on, we shall not interfere with each other. I relinquish all claims to thee or here. It is yours, just let us go. Dell implored anxiously. Ling Feng smiled slightly, stroking his chin while regarding Dell with an amused glint. What is this? Surrendering? Let me tell you, your fate is sealed. His voice suddenly intensified. This island is the territory of our dragon nation. You, a foreigner from the United States, cannot simply come and go as you please. Do you treat our homeland as your personal garden? The or here rightfully belongs to us. It is mine. Do I need your permission? Ling Feng's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Delegate, facing Ling Feng's aggressive demeanor. Dell's expression turned cold. Ling Feng, what do you truly want? You cannot kill me. It is futile for us to prolong this battle. Who says it is futile? While you may revive endlessly, I can ensure you suffer through death repeatedly. And who says I cannot kill you? Ling Feng's eyes glinted with malice. He had been contemplating how to definitively eliminate Dell, if he could discover the means. It would spell doom for the Night Clan. Their myth of immortality shall soon be relegated to the annals of history. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Dell scoffed disdainfully. For countless years, our Night Clan has endured, and you humans have never succeeded in vanquishing us. Only time can bring about our demise. Do you understand? He proclaimed with an air of superiority. For millennia, the Night Clan had engaged in a battle of wits and strength against humanity, and despite centuries of conflict, humans had never truly extinguished their existence. Rather, their power had only grown more formidable. This was the unparalleled essence of their race. Ling Feng, harboring a cold chuckle within, thought, it is merely because you have yet to encounter me. I shall confine your inner core within my space, and then we shall see how you escape. With a deliberate motion, Ling Feng raised his right hand and, in an instant, appeared before Delaware. It has been long since I have struck someone with my hand. In the next heartbeat, Del was caught unawares and was swiftly reduced to a mist of blood by Ling Feng's slap. In the air lingered a solitary black inner core. Exuding a faint, dark mist, Ling Feng seized the inner core and, in the blink of an eye, stored it within his spatial realm. Following this, the black weapon gradually vanished, and the system prompted an upgrade and replication option. Without hesitation, Ling Feng chose the holy level. A flash of white light manifested, revealing a brand new inner core. Summoning the inner core from the space, it now resembled an ordinary inner core, purified by the spatial realm. Del had perished completely. This inner core inherited Del's immortal attributes, and consuming it would grant one immortality. The system designated it as an exquisite soul orb. Without a moment's pause, Ling Feng consumed the soul orb. A surge of formidable energy radiated throughout his body, and he felt his extraordinary powers ascend, reaching the second tier of divine rank. Whether this soul orb could indeed grant true resurrection remained a mystery to Ling Feng, and he dared not experiment hastily, for what if it went awry? Nonetheless, such treasures could be procured in greater quantities for his subordinates in the future. Meanwhile, Del's hundreds of subordinates, witnessing the consumption of their master's inner core, were instantly gripped by terror. Their lord Del had not resurrected. How could this be? One among them shouted at Ling Feng, "What have you done to our lord Del?" Ling Feng licked his lips. "Did you not see? I have devoured him, and the taste was rather delightful," he replied with a grin. "This is impossible. The Night Clan is invincible." Celine trembled, her eyes filled with panic. This was a cataclysmic event. The Night Clan had been vanquished, an unprecedented occurrence. Should this news reach their ancestral lands, it would undoubtedly incite a monumental upheaval. Chapter 341, Another Clone. Del became the first divine-level powerhouse of the Shadow Clan to be slain by humans in history. Selena could hardly believe she was witnessing history. Moreover, the immortal myth of the Shadow Clan would soon become a relic of the past. The Shadow Clan would undoubtedly succumb to panic. And the orchestrator of this turmoil was none other than Ling Feng. The citizens of the beautiful nation wore expressions of sheer dread, for their formidable leader had perished, leaving them to fear for their own lives. Furthermore, they found themselves within the treacherous confines of the Sun and Moon Mountains, and without Der's guidance, escape seemed utterly impossible. Amongst the fearful, Yi Jiutian was the most terrified. As an undercover agent, he had presumed that Ling Feng was destined to meet his demise that day. All he needed was a plausible excuse to return to Longhua as the leader of his dragon team. To his astonishment, the formidable Der, classified as a Grade 2 deity, was defeated and slain by Ling Feng, a mere Grade 1 deity. The invincible Der had been vanquished. Yi Jiutian felt as though fate was playing a cruel joke on him. Encountering Ling Feng had surely been the culmination of a lifetime of misfortune, and he feared he might be trapped here indefinitely. Concealing himself amidst the crowd, Yi Jiutian bowed his head deeply, praying that Ling Feng would overlook his presence or forget him entirely. However, he gravely underestimated Ling Feng's awareness of his every move. As Yi Jiutian stealthily blended into the throng, Ling Feng spotted him immediately. "Yi Jiutian, what are you hiding for? Weren't you quite bold just a moment ago?" Ling Feng remarked, a playful smile gracing his face. Yi Jiutian's heart raced with trepidation at Ling Feng's words, feeling as if time stood still. He reluctantly stepped out from the crowd, a forced smile on his face, and pleaded, "Commander Ling, could you grant me a chance for redemption? I assure you, I was left with no choice. I was never like this before. You can ask my brothers. They know my true character." He turned towards several members of the dragon team, his eyes pleading for their support. "Brothers, you know me well. Please, speak a few good words on my behalf." The dragon team members regarded him with scorn. One tall member coldly responding, "Our dragon team has no room for traitors like you. You are unworthy of our ranks." Long Jiu looked at Yi Jiutian with disappointment, shaking his head, and spoke with a tone of judgment. "Yi Jiutian, your only chance now lies in confessing your undercover activities and disclosing whether your family was involved." Upon hearing this, Yi Jiutian's expression changed, and his gaze subtly flickered towards Selena. This minute gesture did not escape Ling Feng's notice. He halted Long Jiu's line of questioning. "We shall address this matter later. First, let us deal with the others," Ling Feng commanded, waving his hand at Yi Jiutian, who was instantly drawn before him. Ling Feng carelessly tossed him beside the Black Panther. Black Panther, keep an eye on this fellow. With a wicked grin, the Black Panther gazed at Yi Jiutian and said, Young man, you are quite unfortunate to have fallen into my hands. Yi Jiutian's expression changed dramatically, inwardly cursing the black dog for holding such a grudge. After all, he had merely remarked that he felt uneasy in the presence of dogs. Was that truly worthy of such ire? Meanwhile, Ling Feng looked at Selena, a smile gracing his lips. Miss Selena, what a pleasure to see you again. The last time, I eliminated your clone, and I suspect this time is no different. A flicker of surprise danced in Selena's eyes as she approached Ling Feng with an alluring gait, her voice dripping with seduction. Ling Feng, you are truly remarkable, possessing not only immense strength but unparalleled intellect, and to top it all off, you are quite handsome. I must say, I am utterly enamored with you. As Selena licked her crimson tongue, an air of insatiable temptation enveloped her, leaving the men present parched and flushed. Yet, Ling Feng remained unperturbed. He had long since developed immunity to such allurements, finding Lin Su far more enchanting. How many clones do you possess, I wonder? It truly piques my curiosity. Ling Feng mused. Selena, concealing her mouth with a playful smile, responded, Would you like to know? If you agree to accompany me, I will divulge the secret. What do you say? Ling Feng cast her a sidelong glance, his expression turning icy. I am not particularly eager to know, merely intrigued. Next time we meet, it will be no different from this encounter. Without hesitation, Ling Feng unleashed a formidable mental attack upon Selena. She immediately clutched her head, screaming in agony. Her expression contorted in rage as she glared at him. What have you done to me? Ling Feng smiled faintly. Oh, just a little trick. I dare say your true self is not faring any better. Selena's countenance darkened significantly. Ling Feng's mental assault felt as though 1,000 needles were piercing her brain. Not only did this avatar suffer, but her true form was also affected, sustaining severe damage to her mind. Ling Feng, I will not let you escape. You will eventually fall into my grasp. To Ling Feng's astonishment, Selena gradually transformed into a pool of blood. Upon sensing her essence, Ling Feng realized that there was no core within her body. This woman was indeed not her true self. How cunning. With Selena's demise, the remaining individuals fell into a hushed silence, uncertain of how to proceed, especially since Selena had been their direct superior. Ling Feng surveyed the crowd and stated calmly, Only those from the beautiful nation may remain. The rest are to continue their explorations here. Upon hearing this, the surrendered teams brightened visibly, having assumed they were doomed. They were astonished that Ling Feng chose to spare their lives. Immediately, they bowed in gratitude, expressing their appreciation for his mercy. Subsequently, they scattered in all directions, leaving behind only over 200 extraordinary individuals from the beautiful nation. The individuals before him were etched with sheer terror, with both their leaders now deceased. They had become nothing more than helpless prey. Despite their prowess, surpassing the sacred level, in the presence of Ling Feng, they were but mere ants. Ling Feng cast a detached glance at them, and with a mere thought, over 200 formidable warriors from the beautiful country were engulfed in raging flames, their agonized cries resonating through the air. Mere moments later, all that remained of the beautiful country's people were ashes. Ling Feng observed this scene with indifference. Feeling no remorse for his actions, these invaders were unworthy of pity. As for individuals from other nations, he merely granted them a temporary reprieve, allowing them to seek out resources on his behalf. But once their utility was exhausted, they would meet the same fate as the invaders. Chapter 342. The secret of the Yi family. Yi Jiutian was filled with trepidation, for before him stood a black dog, baring its formidable teeth. A cigarette clutched in its paw, exuding the aura of a mafia boss. The black dog's strength was at the 10th tier of the imperial level, rendering Yi Jiutian powerless. A mere flick of its finger could spell his demise. Brother dog, let us discuss matters amicably. Let us refrain from violence, shall we? Yi Jiutian pleaded, clasping his hands together in supplication. The black dog took a deep drag from its cigarette, leisurely approaching Yi Jiutian. Casting a glance at the partially obscured tattoo on his arm, the black dog extended its claw, pulling back his sleeve to reveal a full tattoo, a 5-clawed golden dragon. With narrowed eyes, the black dog coldly inquired, Is that a tattoo? The Brown Society? Yi Jiutian hastily covered his tattoo, panic evident on his face. No. We live in a civilized society now. There is no mafia. I was merely jesting, brother. The black dog retorted. Is it not a mere remnant of a dragon? Yi Jiutian stammered. It was too painful to finish, so I stopped. The black dog dismissed his explanation and hurried to report to Ling Feng. Boss, this guy is indeed affiliated with the mafia. I just inquired, and he has committed numerous heinous acts. Yi Jiutian exclaimed, You wretched creature. Are you not merely fabricating accusations? He quickly clarified, Ling Shui, I am truly not part of the mafia. I have always been an honest individual. Ling Feng regarded him coldly. Do you think I would believe you or my pet? Yi Jiutian felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He had been betrayed by a dog. He glanced at the black dog behind Ling Feng, who was now reveling in his predicament. Ling Feng chose not to waste further words and inquired, Has every member of the Yi family submitted to the beautiful country? All eyes in the room turned to Yi Jiutian. The ramifications of this matter were extensive, and should the Yi family betray, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the upper echelons of the dragon country. Yi Jiutian felt a tremor in his heart. This matter pertained to the very fate of the Yi family, and he could not utter a word about it. With resolute eyes, he declared, My betrayal has nothing to do with my family. These are solely my personal decisions. The Yi family has always been unwaveringly loyal to the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing his response, Ling Feng was far from satisfied. He had distinctly observed a fleeting moment of hesitation from this individual. The fact that he did not immediately disclose the truth was indicative of deceit. There were surely more traitors within the Yi family than just him. You are not being honest, Ling Feng remarked coldly, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze. You would do well to speak the truth. You must be aware of Dell's demise. I can subject you to torment tenfold worse than his. Yi Jiutian's complexion paled, and his body involuntarily trembled slightly. Despite his overwhelming fear, he gritted his teeth and replied, I have stated before, this matter has nothing to do with my family. It is entirely my own conduct. You may punish me as you see fit. Ling Feng smiled at him, surprised by this man's apparent fortitude. However, the more he insisted on his innocence, the more it suggested that his words were suspect. The Yi family was undoubtedly embroiled in treachery. Not wishing to waste any more time, Ling Feng proceeded to exert mental control over him, swiftly delving into Yi Jiutian's memories. After perusing Yi Jiutian's recollections of the Yi family, Ling Feng could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The Yi family had infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom for a century, beginning with Yi Jiutian's grandfather, who had been providing intelligence to the beautiful country. Yi Jiutian's grandfather, Yi Bufan, had repeatedly disclosed information regarding the Dragon Kingdom's formidable beings. On 2 occasions, when 2 of the Dragon Kingdom's supreme powerhouses were executing tasks alone, they were suddenly ambushed and killed. The informant had been Yi Bufan, who had disguised himself so expertly that he had eluded detection for years. In addition to Yi Bufan, Yi Jiutian's father, Yi Feng, serving as the deputy leader of the Dragon Group, had also disclosed critical mission information to the beautiful country, resulting in a persistently high mortality rate among Dragon Group members in recent years. Upon absorbing this information, Ling Feng immediately relayed everything he knew to everyone present, leaving them in utter shock. The Yi family, a prominent lineage within the Dragon Kingdom, was revealed to be an undercover agent for the beautiful country. Having remained concealed for such an extended period, the extent of the damage inflicted upon the Dragon Kingdom was unimaginable. Several members of the Dragon Group wore expressions of disbelief. Yi Feng, as the deputy leader, was known for his generosity towards subordinates and held significant prestige within the group. It was unfathomable that such a person could be a spy. This matter is of utmost significance. If you few were to discuss it, I fear that before you finish speaking, you would be assassinated. I shall convey this to Qingwei. Ling Feng pondered for a moment and spoke solemnly. The others nodded in agreement. How shall we deal with this fellow? Black Panther kicked Yi Jiutian, who was still frozen in place. Ling Feng glanced at him and replied matter-of-factly, This individual has lost all utilitarian value. It suffices to eliminate him. He should not be let off so easily. This wretch has committed numerous heinous acts, causing harm to many of our compatriots. He must meet a swift end. Black Panther declared with indignation. Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement. He then gestured lightly towards Yi Jiutian, and a swirling black mist immediately enveloped him. At that moment, Yi Jiutian regained his clarity, only to find all of them regarding him with cold smiles. What have you done to me? Yi Jiutian clutched his chest, suddenly feeling a sharp pain radiating from his heart. This sensation swiftly spread throughout his entire body. He recalled Ling Feng's earlier words about a fate worse than death. His countenance now one of sheer horror. I have said all I needed to say. Why can't you just let me go? You bastards. Yi Jiutian glared at Ling Feng and the others with venomous resentment, unwilling to betray his family even now. Regrettably, none present came to his defense. Instead, they gazed at him with mocking expressions, their eyes betraying a hint of satisfaction. Ling Feng approached him and whispered, "This poison will persist for 8 hours. You will endure the final 8 hours of your life, during which you may reflect upon the deeds you have committed. These are your just desserts. Oh, and let me inform you of one more thing. I have just gleaned everything about your Yi family from your memories." Chapter 343. The quest for, or having eliminated all potential threats, Ling Feng and his subordinates commenced their earnest search for ore. Ling Feng first took note of their surroundings. He had previously surveyed this area, which was once a mining site. It had been partially developed before succumbing to the apocalypse. With insights gleaned from the memories of the ape-like creature, he understood that the minerals here mutated after the cataclysm. The ore once possessed energy, but its concentration was not as pronounced. It was only after the apocalypse that vast quantities of energy-rich minerals emerged. Ling Feng sensed a robust energy fluctuation in this vicinity, indicating the presence of some ore, albeit in limited quantity, as they had yet to reach the core area of the mine. He informed his companions that the ore here should not be absorbed for the time being due to significant side effects. The ore they collected must first be handed over to him for processing before it could be utilized further. Long Jiao and the members of the Dragon team believed that Ling Feng's remarks were merely a ruse to prevent them from hoarding the ore. However, considering Ling Feng's position as the leader of this operation, they refrained from voicing their doubts. As for Miao Xiaozui, their primary objective in visiting Wan Island was to cultivate a favorable relationship with Ling Feng. Other matters were of little concern to them. Under Ling Feng's guidance, they commenced their search of the open pit mine. Ling Feng extended his spiritual energy, enveloping the entire mining area within the realm of his perception. With his keen senses, he swiftly identified a substantial ore deposit, promptly excavating it from the ground. The stone was roughly the size of a basketball, and as he held it, he could sense the rich energy it contained, albeit accompanied by a volatile force. Without hesitation, Ling Feng transferred the ore into his spatial realm for enhancement. Upon upgrading, the stone transformed into a premium psychic ore devoid of any impurities, offering formidable benefits to psychic abilities. Ling Feng's heart soared with joy upon reading the system's description of the ore. If he could absorb all the ores in this location, his spiritual power would likely ascend to an unparalleled level, possibly even surpassing the divine. With this goal in mind, Ling Feng's motivation intensified. He diligently searched for more ores, unearthing over 200 within just half a day, exceeding the collective total of the others, who found merely 100. This disparity was largely due to Ling Feng's spiritual prowess, which enabled him to locate the ores swiftly, while the others had to search painstakingly. After a morning of exploration, the psychic ore in the mine was nearly depleted, especially since other teams were also scouring the area. Just as the group gathered to share a meal, a sudden explosion of fierce combat erupted nearby among another team. Two formidable Imperial-level fighters engaged in a fierce duel, their demeanor suggesting an intent to fight to the death. "Ah, a spectacle is unfolding. I must see," Black Panther exclaimed, abandoning his leg of lamb to rush toward the fray. Observing the duel, Ling Feng noticed that both combatants exhibited signs of erratic mental states. Their spirits appeared exceedingly agitated, their eyes bloodshot, brimming with a savage intent to kill. Further scrutiny of the other teams revealed that each member bore similar signs of agitation, their eyes laced with blood and expressions marked by hostility. It became evident that they had all absorbed the ore from this area, resulting in their heightened mental states. "Look at their eyes, they're all red," Ling Feng remarked while savoring a succulent prawn. Upon hearing his words, the others turned their gaze to the combatants, confirming that everyone present seemed somewhat unhinged. As a few individuals observed, two teams clashed once more, the cause being trivial matters. A brawl erupted among the 7 or 8 members of each team. Fortunately, we had not mined the ores here. Otherwise, we would have been in real trouble, Long Jiao remarked, looking relieved at the other teams. "What are our next steps?" Miao Xiaozui inquired, glancing at Ling Feng. Ling Feng surveyed the individuals embroiled in conflict and calmly responded. "We have yet to reach the interior of the Sun Moon mountain range. This afternoon, we shall continue our advance. However, I intend to intervene. Should these ores remain in their possession, their mental state will only become increasingly agitated, ultimately driving them to madness. Rising to his feet, Ling Feng approached the teams. In an instant, his mental power enveloped everyone present. All individuals in the mine stood frozen in place, and the bloodshot veins in their eyes gradually faded, their hostility diminishing significantly. As Ling Feng withdrew his mental influence, everyone returned to a normal state. The two Imperial-level warriors who had just been fighting exchanged awkward glances. What just happened? I felt an overwhelming urge to fight. One remarked. I felt the same. My mind was in turmoil. But suddenly, it was as if a wave of coolness washed over me, and then I was back to normal. Cough, cough. Everyone halt. Black Panther, standing before Ling Feng, shouted loudly. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, their gazes turning toward Black Panther, aware of his connection with Ling Feng and refraining from any mischief. I must inform you all that our leader has used his extraordinary powers to alleviate the negative emotions clouding your minds. Without him, each one of you would have succumbed to madness. Black Panther proclaimed proudly, surveying the crowd. The astonishment on everyone's faces was palpable. They had not anticipated Ling Feng's intervention on their behalf. It dawned on them that only a being of Ling Feng's caliber could possess the ability to rescue them so swiftly. Many gazed at Ling Feng with gratitude, reflecting on how they had previously harbored animosity. His act of kindness was truly moving. Ling Feng playfully kicked Black Panther, clearing his throat gently. Black Panther understood the cue and addressed the crowd once more. Listen closely. The ores you possess are infused with violent energy and cannot be used directly. To prevent such incidents from occurring again, you must now surrender all the ores you hold. Upon noticing the crowd's indifference, Black Panther became disgruntled. You stubborn fools. Greed will only lead to your downfall. Do you truly value these ores more than your own lives? He glared disdainfully at the individuals below. If you are unwilling to surrender, in the interest of peace and stability on one island, I will take action to eliminate the unstable elements. The panther stood upright, adjusting its head, with a menacing glint in its eyes that was unmistakable. The expressions of those below shifted, and at this juncture, could they still be oblivious to the implications of the panther's words? To put it bluntly, it was nothing short of extortion. The gathered individuals were seething with indignation, yet dared not voice their anger. After all, the ore they had painstakingly acquired at the risk of their lives, though currently unusable, was something they had toiled hard to find, and now they were expected to relinquish it without a fight. Despite their reluctance, they found themselves powerless. Having forgotten the life-saving intervention of Ling Feng, the panther, standing before them, cast a sharp gaze at the line of individuals forming ahead, each one reluctantly surrendering their ore. A mound of ore began to accumulate at the panther's feet. Noticing a decline in the spirit of those around him, the panther quickly offered some encouragement. Do not lose heart. My boss has stated that the ore here constitutes but a minuscule fraction of the entire mountain range. Within the core area of the mountains, there lies an abundance of ore, all of superior quality and devoid of impurities. Soon, you shall be able to venture further inside. After hearing the panther's words, many among the crowd felt a flicker of doubt, yet a glimmer of longing danced in their eyes. Despite the uncertainty of the panther's claims, what if there was a grain of truth? Perhaps their own strength could be enhanced. Following the submission of their ore, several individuals hastily pressed onward into the mountain's depths, fearing they would fall behind. Observing their enthusiasm, the panther cautioned, "There's no need to rush. There is more than enough ore inside for everyone." Upon hearing this, the crowd quickened their pace, anxious that lagging even slightly would result in a lesser share of ore. Ling Feng watched their fervor with a smile, pleased that their exertions would alleviate his own burdens. He collected the pile of ore on the ground while the others continued their midday meal. Once the meal concluded, the expansive open-pit mine was left with only Ling Feng and his companions. The rest had long since departed. Ling Feng wiped his mouth and led his group onward. They traversed the afternoon, finally reaching the core region of the Sun and Moon mountain range. However, the daylight began to wane, and the visibility in the thickening fog diminished to a mere 2 meters, increasing the risk of separation. Ling Feng promptly halted, recognizing that the present circumstances were ill-suited for further progress. It was not only the environmental conditions that posed a challenge, but also the fact that this was the territory of the ape people. He had recently sensed the presence of an ape nearby, approximately 800 meters away. Along their journey, they had also discovered several corpses, all victims of ape attacks. Tonight, let us rest here. No one should wander too far, for the dangers here far surpass those outside. Ling Feng cautiously reminded a few individuals. They all nodded in agreement. Let us take turns to rest, 2 at a time, each group watching for 2 hours. Proposed Miao Xiaozue. Most of the group had no objections, as they were quite fatigued after a long day. At that moment, Ling Feng suddenly declared, "Do not sleep. This night will not be a tranquil one, and you may find it impossible to rest." He wore a smile as he observed his companions. Having sensed 3 humanoid figures drawing near, Ling Feng swiftly retrieved several vials of nutrient solution from his spatial storage, distributing 2 to each person except Lin Su, who received the same. The others gazed at the peculiar substances in their hands, unfamiliar with their purpose. Ling Feng explained, "This is a nutrient solution, developed by our war god base, designed to rapidly restore strength and enhance your abilities. You may use it now. Simply drink it." As they regarded the vials in their hands, astonishment filled them at the prospect of such miraculous effects. Long Jiu, filled with excitement, recalled how Ling Feng had previously given him a vial at the Genesis Mountain, significantly boosting his strength. Now, receiving another made him exhilarated. He had not anticipated Ling Feng's generosity in bestowing such a precious item upon them. Without hesitation, Long Jiu uncapped the vials and consumed both. The moment the solution entered his body, he felt his strength surging dramatically, akin to riding a rocket. From the 1st to the 4th tier of the Emperor level, his power escalated until it finally stabilized. Trembling with excitement, Long Jiu felt dizzy, unable to believe the astonishing reality of his rapid enhancement. In mere minutes, he had ascended from the 1st to the 4th tier of the Emperor level, a progression that would have taken him years of arduous training. The others were equally immersed in the joy of their swiftly increasing power. The least powerful among them, Miao Xiaozue, was engulfed in shock as her abilities soared from the peak of the Saint level to the 3rd tier of the Emperor level. Such an extraordinary rate of advancement would undoubtedly cause a stir if shared with the world. Ling Feng observed their expressions with no surprise. The effects of his nutrient solution would astonish anyone fortunate enough to experience them. This was the power of the system. His focus, however, was now directed towards the 3 humanoid figures lurking just 50 meters from their camp. Hidden by the darkness and thick fog, most would fail to notice them. But Ling Feng was an exception. Every movement of the group of apes was keenly observed by Ling Feng. However, these apes appeared remarkably cautious, refraining from launching an attack and instead vigilantly monitoring the actions of Ling Feng and his companions, perhaps waiting for them to rest. Ling Feng gradually rose to his feet, prompting the cleverest of the apes to watch him with heightened vigilance, ready to strike at any moment. Ling Feng slowly approached one of the apes, intrigued by the creature's inner core. Chapter 345, Into the Mountains, Part 2. The apes were astonished to see their target, a human, approaching them voluntarily. Immediately, 3 of them dispersed, encircling Ling Feng. Observing that these creatures were capable of employing tactical formations to surround him, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile. The intelligence of these beasts had evidently evolved to a level comparable to that of humans, perhaps merely having undergone a later phase of evolution. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ling Feng quietly awaited the next move from the apes. The creatures, noticing that this human had not attacked, exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. One slightly larger ape glanced at the other 2, engaging in a brief exchange of understanding, and the 3 promptly launched an assault on Ling Feng. However, they executed a mental attack, remaining stationary without any physical movement. As Ling Feng stood amidst the trio, he felt 3 waves of mental energy rapidly surging toward his mind. He discerned that these energies bore a ferocious strength, likely influenced by the nearby minerals. In response to the formidable onslaught of mental force, Ling Feng concentrated, swiftly forming a protective barrier around his mind. The trio's assault struck the barrier without leaving a trace. Dissipating instantly, Ling Feng shook his head gently. The mental attack of these apes was still rather feeble, posing no threat to him. He then released his own mental power, which ensnared the 3 apes in an overwhelming grip, causing their bodies to float uncontrollably in the air. Ling Feng penetrated the mind of the larger ape, who had just orchestrated the attack and was likely the leader of this group. As he swiftly sifted through the ape's memories, he discovered that this creature was the son of the leader of the ape tribe. Their mission was to hunt humans, as the increasing human presence in the area had begun to disrupt their way of life. The tribe's leader had dispatched his son, The very ape Ling Feng had seized control of, along with dozens of others, to embark on a slaughter of humans. Ling Feng was their fifth target, with the previous ones having already fallen to their hands. After Ling Feng perused the memories of the ape-like beings, an overwhelming joy surged within him. Not far from their location, a dozen or so of these creatures had congregated, and their inner cores promised significant enhancement to Ling Feng's mental prowess. With their whereabouts now known, how could he let this opportunity slip away? With a flicker of intent, he swiftly dispatched 3 of the apes and collected their inner cores. Upon returning to the camp, he found that his companions had all awakened, their faces alight with excitement and gratitude directed towards him. Thank you for the nutrient solution. Ling Xiao, one member of the dragon team, began to express his appreciation, only to be interrupted by Ling Feng. Hold on, I have pressing matters to attend to. Stay safe. With that, he hurriedly departed. Guided by the recent memories of the apes, Ling Feng arrived at the rear of a small valley. After absorbing the inner cores, he found that even without relying on his mental faculties, he could see clearly through the thick mist. Below in the valley, a group of distant beasts had gathered, seemingly engaged in a discussion that Ling Feng could not comprehend. The strength of these apes appeared comparable to those he had just slain, yet amidst them, he spotted a human figure, or rather, a being reminiscent of a vampire from Western tales, dressed in a black combat uniform. This individual exhibited the features of a Westerner, with dry, yellow hair and an ashen complexion devoid of any hint of color. His elongated eyes glowed with a striking crimson hue, rendering him quite captivating amidst the darkness. Remarkably, he conversed with the apes with ease, their communications seemingly devoid of barriers. Ling Feng, not understanding their discourse, made his presence known as he approached the group of apes. The gathering apes immediately turned their attention to the unexpected intruder. Upon seeing Ling Feng, the vampire's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "You are Ling Feng." A trace of panic flickered in his eyes. Ling Feng, slightly taken aback, responded, "You recognize me? I don't believe we've met before." The vampire discreetly retreated a step, murmuring to a nearby ape, "This fellow is a divine-level powerhouse. Be cautious." At this revelation, the other apes' expressions transformed dramatically. They were not fools and were aware of the concept of divine-level beings, having heard tales of their own chieftain's potential divinity, though they had never encountered one. One of the apes scrutinized Ling Feng and stammered in broken Dragon Kingdom dialect, "Hey, what do you want? We haven't provoked you." Ling Feng furrowed his brow, finding the creature's high-pitched voice somewhat disconcerting. "Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to eliminate you," he replied playfully, mimicking the ape's tone. The ape's complexion paled, and the rest of the group regarded Ling Feng with newfound caution. "Why do you wish to kill us when we have not provoked you?" The primal man gazed at Ling Feng, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Ling Feng retrieved a piece of gum from his pocket and casually tossed it into his mouth, replying nonchalantly, "Do I require a reason to slay you? Just as you have slaughtered humanity, is this not an act of caprice?" The primal man, his expression icy, retorted indifferently, "You humans intrude upon our homeland. Punishing you is merely just retribution. You deserve no less." Ling Feng scoffed, "Your homeland? Under heaven, is there not a sovereign land? This is the territory of our dragon kingdom, and has been since time immemorial. When did it become yours? I am here as an official representative of our dragon kingdom to reclaim our minerals. You lawbreakers shall face my judgment." He spoke with such righteous fervor that he nearly convinced himself. Frustration enveloped the primal man as he scratched his head in disbelief. Their ancestors had dwelled here for generations, and now they were labeled as criminals. Where could they seek justice? Yet, the individual before him was a being of divine strength. He knew he could not contend with him. "If that is the case, we shall take our leave. You may have the minerals." The primal man hastily summoned his subordinates to retreat, prioritizing their escape. Upon hearing their leader's command, the remaining primal men swiftly moved toward the exit. Ling Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. "Leaving? Huh." As he observed the fleeing primal men, he concentrated his thoughts, and instantly, they found themselves immobilized, unable to move. At that moment, the vampire Monty, who was nearly out of the valley, realized his body was being drawn back against his will. Panic surged through him. He understood the implications of this. He had believed he could slip away unnoticed, yet he was ultimately captured once more. The leader of the primal men immediately pleaded with Ling Feng, "My lord, we recognize our error. What is it that you desire? We shall fulfill your demands." Ling Feng slowly shook his head, shrugging as he stated, I have already made it clear. All I seek is your lives. Rest assured, I will grant you a painless demise. Upon finishing his words, all the primal men erupted into a crimson mist. Ling Feng gathered approximately 30 inner cores from the aftermath. At that moment, the only survivor, the vampire Monty, wore an expression of sheer terror. He had heard tales of Ling Feng's brutality and mercilessness. Witnessing it firsthand today confirmed the dreadful reputation. Those dozens of primal men, powerful as imperial-level warriors, were vanquished in an instant, leaving nothing but silence. Ling Feng turned his gaze toward the vampire before him, speaking coolly, Now? Enlighten me about your origins and intentions. Upon hearing this, Monty felt a flicker of secret delight within him. He had initially thought that Ling Feng would kill him without a second thought, but now it appeared that he still had a chance at survival. If he revealed his identity, perhaps Ling Feng would spare him. Swallowing hard, he slowly spoke, Esteemed Mr. Ling Feng, greetings. My name is Monty, and I am a baron of a vampire clan. I have come primarily to negotiate a collaboration with the Earth Ape tribe, specifically concerning the joint development of mineral resources. I represent the Night Clan. A hint of pride crept into Monty's expression as he mentioned the Night Clan, despite not being a member. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. Another mention of the Night Clan. Wasn't he this fellow supposed to be with Dell? Ling Feng fixed his gaze on him and continued to inquire. Since you were sent by the Night Clan, why are you not with Dell? Master Dell? Monty replied, his face a mask of surprise. How did this man know Dell? Could it be that Dell and Ling Feng had collaborated before? Did they know each other? Ling Feng observed the flickering emotions in Monty's eyes, and with a swift motion, he sent Monty flying several meters away with a single strike. Monty skidded across the ground, leaving a long trail of blood in his wake. Half of his face was swollen grotesquely from the blow, his teeth shattered, and his mind felt foggy. Ling Feng looked down at him coldly, his voice chilling to the bone. Do not attempt to play games with me, or I will not hesitate to send you to meet your maker. Monty trembled, no longer daring to entertain any thoughts of defiance. He understood the gravity of challenging Ling Feng's limits. Continue speaking, Ling Feng commanded in a frigid tone. Yes, yes. Monty immediately nodded. I was unaware that Master Dell was present. I have come on the orders of Master Cass. Dell and Cass are brothers, but are in competition for the position of clan leader, each coveting the future leadership. Upon hearing Monty's words, Ling Feng quickly grasped the situation. It turned out that this fellow's intentions were not aligned with Dell's. He was astonished that the renowned vampire had surrendered to the Night Clan. But wait. A thought struck Ling Feng. Could the vampires and the Earth Dwellers not be from the same lineage? Ling Feng regarded Monty with an innocuous smile. Seeing Ling Feng smile at him, Monty let out a sigh of relief, believing he was in the clear. In the next moment, however, Ling Feng swiftly extended his right hand and struck Monty on the head. Monty's expression twisted in terror. No, not again. In an instant, he was reduced to a mist of blood. Ling Feng observed the inner core suspended in the air, noting the absence of any black weapons surrounding it. After waiting for 10 minutes, the inner core showed no signs of change. It remained as it was. It seemed that there was no blood relation between the vampires and the Earth Dwellers. Ling Feng shook his head in mild regret. These vampires have merely betrayed humanity, aligning themselves with the denizens of the Earth's core. After meticulously examining every detail, Ling Feng prepared to return. Upon his arrival at the camp, all the members gathered together. Rising to greet him, Ling Feng was their benefactor. Even a casual gift from him could elevate their strength dramatically. Was he not a veritable pillar of support? Even a few individuals from the Dragon team were contemplating leaving to join Ling Feng's war god base directly. Just moments ago, as they sat together idly chatting, Black Panther had disclosed that every member of their war god squad possessed the might of a third-tier emperor, and the squad boasted a formidable force of 500 individuals. Furthermore, the benefits afforded to those who joined the war god squad far surpassed those of the Dragon team, and most importantly, their abilities could be enhanced swiftly. One member hesitated, his expression revealing his reluctance. If there is something on your mind, please speak freely, Ling Feng encouraged gently. Ling Xiao, we few brothers wish to join the war god base and follow you. The member spoke, his face betraying his anxiety as he awaited Ling Feng's response. Ling Feng's gaze darkened slightly as he pondered. You are all official personnel. Would it not be inappropriate to leave the Dragon team for my war god base? Am I not effectively poaching? The member looked at Ling Feng with unwavering resolve. Ling Xiao, rest assured, Our identities within the dragon team are free. We can exit at any time. Moreover, with the recent incident involving Yi Jiutian, even if we do not resign, our development would be stifled as we would be seen as traitors' subordinates. Thus, we have decided to join your ranks directly. Ling Feng nodded. Accepting these individuals posed no issue. As their character was commendable, their loyalty to the nation unquestionable, and their combat prowess formidable. Very well, upon our return, you shall accompany me back to the base. The members were elated at the prospect. Ling Feng then turned to Miao Xiaocui, teasingly suggesting, Miss Miao, have you considered joining our war god base? The benefits here are rather impressive. Miao Xiaocui, appearing contemplative, replied with a smile, I truly wish to bring the entire Miao family into the war god base. Chapter 347. The lair of the ape people. Ling Feng noted that Miao Xiaocui did not seem to jest, and he laughed heartily. Although he held a certain admiration for her, he believed that his war god base might not be the ideal fit for her. Miao Xiaocui was a remarkable talent. Yet his base was not lacking in exceptional individuals. Ma Wu's military acumen and Du Yibai's management skills were commendable, and even her presence would find little opportunity for expression. If you were to join alone, I could offer you the position of camp leader, but the others would be a different matter, Ling Feng remarked, half in jest. Miao Xiaocui responded with a slight smile. Sure, if I can no longer stay at the Miao family, you must reserve the position of captain for me, Ling Xiao. After a brief conversation with Ling Feng and a few others, he wandered off alone. He took out a primal essence pill he had just acquired. Quietly, Ling Feng slipped one to Lin Su and Black Panther, ensuring their vision would remain unaffected by the thick fog in their forthcoming endeavors. Ling Feng gazed at the pill in his hand and placed it into his mouth. In an instant, a powerful wave of mental energy radiated from him. He felt a refreshing coolness in his mind as his mental strength began to gradually increase, and his mental space slowly expanded. However, this process lasted only 5 minutes before the growth ceased. He swiftly absorbed the entire essence of the pill. He retrieved another pill and rapidly consumed it. Most of these pills were of the 3rd or 4th tier, imperial grade, offering only modest enhancement. After 2 hours, Ling Feng had absorbed all the pills. Yet his strength remained at the 2nd tier of the divine level. Nevertheless, his ability points had risen from 210,000 to 280,000, bringing him close to the 3rd tier of the divine level. Furthermore, the area of his mental space had expanded from the size of 11 football fields to 20. Ling Feng was rather pleased with this enhancement, as his mental power now surpassed his physical strength, becoming his most formidable means of attack. Upon finishing the absorption of all the primal essence pills, Ling Feng took out a piece of ore from his space. After the system upgrade, the energy within this ore was exceptionally pure, devoid of any impurities. Holding the ore in both hands, he began the absorption process. As the night passed swiftly, Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by stones. All the energy within them had been completely absorbed. The ore in his space was entirely depleted, but the effects of the night's work were significantly evident. The area of his mental space had now exceeded 30 football fields, and not only had the area increased, but he also sensed a qualitative improvement in his mental power. He could now extend his mental reach to a radius of 10 kilometers, perceiving every movement within that range. In addition to his mental prowess, his ability points had successfully surpassed 300,000, elevating him to the 3rd tier of the divine level. If other divine beings were to witness this rate of advancement, they would likely be left astounded. In just a few short days since breaking through to the divine level, Ling Feng had already attained the status of a 3rd-tier divine being. It is worth noting that after reaching the divine level, each tier requires vast resources and years of effort to achieve. Such rapid progress as Ling Feng's is unprecedented. After assessing his physical condition, Ling Feng rose to continue his journey. The previous day, after dispatching dozens of ape-like creatures, the campsite had remained undisturbed throughout the night, with no unwelcome intruders. Ling Feng's plan for the day was to reach the core area and ascertain the quantity of ore present in the main mining zone. Intending to carry away as much as possible, accompanied by several companions, he swiftly made his way towards the mountains, where he increasingly sensed the intensifying energy fluctuations in the atmosphere. Utilizing his mental projection, Ling Feng detected a massive entrance to a mine less than 1,000 meters directly ahead. Outside the mine, 7 or 8 individuals were congregated, with others continuously venturing inside. He and his companions hastily approached the mine's entrance. The dark opening appeared somewhat unsettling. One member of the dragon team shivered involuntarily at the sight of the inky void. Ling Feng scrutinized the entrance, his brow furrowing in concern. A chilling aura emanated from within, yet the energy fluctuations were at their strongest here. He recognized that this was the heart of the mountain range, and also the lair of the apes, who resided 2,000 meters beneath the surface. He turned to his companions, his expression grave. This place is perilous, teeming with apes skilled in mental attacks that can catch one off guard. Remain vigilant, and do not stray apart. Moreover, when you discover or mark it first, we must estimate the total quantity before collecting, as hasty gathering would waste precious time. His companions nodded in acknowledgement of his warnings. Ling Feng took the lead. Having previously sensed that there were no apes outside, they had likely been eliminated the day before. Upon descending 200 meters into the mine, he discovered a rich concentration of energy-bearing ores surrounding them, comprising approximately 5% of the total, a staggering figure. Even a 5% yield from such a vast mountain would be formidable, enough to significantly enhance his mental prowess. These ores were more than he could utilize alone, and he could also bolster the strength of his war god team. As they ventured deeper, they noticed sporadic figures laboriously extracting ore, their eyes bloodshot and expressions frenzied. Among them lay several corpses. The wounds bore evidence of weaponry, indicating a violent altercation had occurred, while others were marked by the strikes of the apes. The mine has too many branches. Stay close to avoid getting lost, Ling Feng cautioned, just as a pair of red eyes suddenly materialized before them. As he observed it, the creature remained fixated on him in return. Though the cavern was shrouded in darkness and lay at a considerable distance, Ling Feng discerned that it was a primitive humanoid. Behind this creature lurked dozens of its kin, cleverly concealed from his vantage point. However, Ling Feng's mental prowess enabled him to perceive them clearly. The primitive being regarded Ling Feng with a gaze filled with murderous intent. Chapter 348. The old primitive. Be cautious, everyone. Danger lies ahead. Ling Feng cautioned before promptly advancing toward the primitive. The creature, surprised by the audacity of this human approaching it, felt a flicker of astonishment. Previous encounters had sent humans fleeing in terror, yet this one exhibited remarkable bravery. The primitive immediately signaled to its companions, who, upon receiving the cue, prepared themselves for combat. Ling Feng approached at a leisurely pace, maintaining a normal gait, yet as he drew nearer to the primitive, his speed diminished. When he was a mere 200 paces away, he abruptly halted, observing the primitive with a playful expression. The primitive's face flashed with impatience. It was perplexed as to why the human had stopped when it was on the verge of crossing into its trap. Ling Feng continued to gaze at the primitive with a bemused smile. The primitive, shifting its gaze, began to slowly retreat, seemingly preparing to flee, while its companions remained hidden. Unmoving, Ling Feng was still too distant for their mental attacks to reach him. They could only strike when he ventured closer. Ling Feng had already seen through their ruse. Yet one could not deny the cunning of this group of primitives. They had likely ensnared many an unsuspecting soul with such tactics. In order to play along with this charade, Ling Feng continued his approach toward the primitive, having significantly enhanced his mental acuity. The primitive's attacks posed no threat to him whatsoever. Before long, Ling Feng found himself within the primitive's striking range. The one who had feigned retreat, upon realizing Ling Feng's gullibility, revealed a sinister grin and began to taunt him. Foolish human, you have fallen for our trap. Ha ha. Soon, you shall meet a cruel demise at our hands, only to be devoured slowly, along with your kind. This is the price you pay for trespassing on our territory. The primitive coldly declared. Ling Feng scoffed disdainfully. You wretched beasts, do you truly believe that a modicum of intelligence elevates your worth? I see that you have learned nothing but arrogance. Is this the behavior of the primitives from your island? Ling Feng shook his head in exasperation. The primitive's expression darkened. It had been insulted by the human's comparison to mere beasts, a terminative horde. Curse you, human. Do not be so arrogant. You shall soon have cause to weep. It glared at Ling Feng, malice flickering in its eyes. Brothers, attack. For the tribe. With a single command from the leader of the ape men, dozens of them launched a sudden assault on Ling Feng. Standing still, Ling Feng instantly felt a multitude of psychic forces relentlessly assaulting his mind. He slightly closed his eyes, remaining steadfast in his position. The ape men, witnessing Ling Feng's apparent paralysis, mistakenly believed their attack had succeeded, and their faces broke into expressions of joy. Ha ha ha. You wretched human, why are you not raging? Weren't you quite the talker? Upon hearing their taunts, Ling Feng abruptly opened his eyes and offered a gentle smile to the ape-man. If you so desire to see me unleash my fury, then allow me to demonstrate my formidable prowess. With a mere thought, a powerful wave of mental energy surged forth, countering the assault of the dozens of ape-men. In an instant, they were sent tumbling, clutching their heads and shrieking in agony. A closer inspection would reveal blood trickling from their eyes and ears. The leader of the ape-men, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that Ling Feng was also a psychic adept, possessing strength that far surpassed that of any of his kin. Without hesitation, he chose to flee rather than engage in combat. Ling Feng, surprised by the creature's sudden retreat, noted its surprising adaptability, yet he could not allow it to escape his grasp. With a swift movement, he teleported, appearing right before the fleeing ape-man. The ape-man, having sprinted 200 meters away and believing himself to be safe, let out a sigh of relief, only to find the human blocking his path. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a fierce punch aimed at Ling Feng's forehead. Simultaneously, he directed his psychic energy toward Ling Feng's mind, pouring all his strength into a desperate final assault. Willing to risk his life for victory, such a ferocious dual attack could severely injure even a rank 8 Imperial warrior. Regrettably for him, his strike failed to connect, as Ling Feng simply vanished into thin air. The ape-man then felt his body being uncontrollably constricted, a wave of intense pain causing him to break into a cold sweat. Ling Feng reappeared leisurely before him. The ape-man glared at Ling Feng, his eyes filled with resentment. What treachery have you wrought upon me, cunning human? Ling Feng merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage in further dialogue, and instead initiated a memory scan. He swiftly perused the ape-man's memories, only to discover that this individual was the grandson of the ancient ancestor of the ape-men, and strikingly, he was a blood relative of one Ling Feng had previously slain. Surprise etched on his face. Ling Feng gleaned from the ape-man's recollections that the current patriarch of the ape-men was seething with rage, having lost dozens of his kin, and had issued a decree to eliminate all humans within the Sun and Moon Mountain range. Ling Feng vaguely surmised that the ancient ancestor of the ape-men was likely a divine-level beast. However, the ape-men had never witnessed their ancestor in action. All of this remained mere conjecture. After casually dispatching one of the ape-men, an epiphany struck Ling Feng. If this ancestor were indeed a formidable being of divine caliber, then his mental prowess must be exceptionally potent, and his perceptive abilities would undoubtedly be keen. Wouldn't this ancient being be acutely aware of all his actions? Why then, did he not strike against him? Was he merely biding his time, waiting for Ling Feng to approach? The more Ling Feng pondered, the more he felt his deductions were sound. He couldn't help but admire the old creature's remarkable patience. Despite the slaughter of so many of his kin, he remained unperturbed, choosing instead to await Ling Feng's arrival. Meanwhile, in a concealed passage, an elderly ape-man slowly opened his eyes, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Human, do come forth. Once I absorb your inner core, my strength shall ascend dramatically. The demise of his progeny was of no concern to him. His sole focus lay upon augmenting his own power. As long as he could swiftly elevate his abilities, he would reign as the king of one island. The loss of his descendants was trivial. He was still young and could continue to propagate. After eliminating this particular ape-man, Ling Feng proceeded to slay the remaining dozens of ape-men under his command. With these nuisances dealt with, he resolved to seek out the ancient ancestor of the ape-men. As long as he could vanquish this creature, he would face minimal troubles within the cavern henceforth. Presently, the majority of the ape-men in the mine were located below, and their current position was virtually devoid of any remaining ape-men. Ling Feng decided to venture down the path alone, allowing the others to remain behind to survey the ore. Upon voicing his intentions, Lin Su was the first to express her agreement. Since the beast possesses divine strength, our presence may only serve to complicate matters and hinder your performance. We shall wait here, she remarked with clear-headed logic. The others had no objections. Lin Su, possessing the might of a 10-tier emperor, was the strongest among them, and her words naturally carried weight. After leaving them some provisions, Ling Feng set off alone. He swiftly traversed the mine's passage, encountering scattered groups along the way. However, these individuals had completely lost their sanity, launching indiscriminate attacks upon sight. Faced with such madness, Ling Feng swiftly alleviated their suffering, ending their torment. As he journeyed, he meticulously documented the ores he encountered, noting that the deeper he descended, the richer the mineral content became. Additionally, he sensed an increasingly chilling aura the further down he went, evoking a bone-chilling sensation. Ling Feng was uncertain whether this sensation stemmed from the apes or from the depths of the mine itself. He traversed down to a depth of 2,000 meters, ultimately arriving at the lair of the apes. Along the way, he had encountered and dispatched numerous apes, estimating the count to be at least a dozen. Standing before the grand entrance of the apes' den, he was taken aback by its exquisite construction. The walls were remarkably smooth, the floor impeccably clean, and the air devoid of any unpleasant odors. Two apes positioned at the entrance approached him swiftly, inquiring, "Who dares to enter the domain of our ape clan?" Such audacity! With a casual motion, Ling Feng clapped his hands, and the two apes were instantly reduced to mere clouds of crimson mist. He then proceeded to push open the door and stepped inside, unleashing his mental perception to discover that all the remaining apes were congregated, presumably preparing for a final confrontation. He made his way to their gathering place, a spacious hall capable of accommodating 400 to 500 individuals. At this moment, only 90 apes remained, their gazes betraying a palpable sense of panic. Among them were the elderly, the infirm, and the young, with some juvenile apes barely standing a meter tall, possessing powers equivalent to ordinary abilities. The older apes, distinguished by their graying fur, struggled to maintain their balance as they moved. Upon entering, Ling Feng frowned at the sight. Despite their feeble strengths, the apes regarded him with not only fear, but also a glimmer of resentment. A few adult apes charged at him, shouting, "Damn human! I will slay you, for the vengeance of our kin." Ling Feng's expression turned icy as he activated his gravitational field, with a series of explosive sounds. All the apes in the hall were obliterated into blood mist. "Those not of my kind harbor inherently divergent hearts," he mused. The apes had always been adversaries of humanity. He knew that sparing them would yield no gratitude, and once they grew strong, they would extend their malice toward humans. Ling Feng had little inclination to engage in a sentimental display, nor did he possess the patience for it. After collecting all the inner cores, he began his search for the ape's formidable entity. Yet, after scouring every room within the lair, he failed to uncover the hiding place of the ape's supreme being. Ling Feng's gaze settled on the deepest part of the lair, where a door emitted an intensely chilling aura. Ling Feng cautiously approached the entrance, his psychic perception failing to discern what lay beyond. As his mental energy penetrated that threshold, it inexplicably vanished. Ling Feng gazed at the peculiar door, his eyes flickering with intrigue. The relic of the ape-man was undoubtedly concealed within the space beyond this portal. Taking a deep breath, he boldly swung open the grand door. In that instant, a chilling wave surged toward him, penetrating to his very core. Behind the door was a narrow staircase descending steeply into darkness, where only a pair of crimson eyes glimmered faintly amidst the shadows. The moment Ling Feng locked eyes with that gaze, a sharp pain pierced his brain, followed by a dizzying sensation. Fortunately, the intensity was not overwhelming, and he quickly realized he had fallen prey to an ambush. With a thought, he erected a mental barrier around himself, and the throbbing pain gradually subsided. Ling Feng's expression darkened. He had indeed been caught off guard today. Thankfully, the opponent's mental prowess was not formidable. Otherwise, he might have truly met his demise at the hands of this vile creature. Ling Feng observed an ancient ape-man seated in the distance, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. He began to approach the elder ape-man slowly. Upon realizing that Ling Feng had survived his surprise attack, the elder's expression turned to one of astonishment. Even a god-level warrior would suffer grave injuries from such a sudden strike. Clearly, this young man possessed considerable skill. It was no wonder he could slay delegate remarkable indeed. To endure my mental assault unscathed, I am impressed, the elder ape-man mused, stroking his beard in admiration. Ling Feng regarded him with a cold smirk. "Spare me your pretense. You, a mere beast donned in rags, truly believe you are human? Have you not looked at yourself in ages? You bear no resemblance to one." The elder ape-man's countenance darkened, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Ling Feng, his voice laced with anger. "You disrespectful human. You are a god-level warrior, yet lack the dignity befitting your status. After you resorted to ambush, you dare speak of dignity? How audacious! You old wretch!" Ling Feng retorted, his frustration boiling over. The audacity of this creature, attempting to lecture him on decorum after nearly ending his life, infuriated him further. The elder ape-man's face twisted with rage, his beard bristling. Having achieved god-level status, he had always been revered by his kin. Never before had he been so insulted. "You," the elder stammered, unable to articulate his fury. "You shall perish." With that, the elder stood, his right leg propelling him off the ground like an arrow, charging directly at Ling Feng. In the heat of anger, Ling Feng did not flinch or retreat, but instead surged forward to meet the elder ape-man head-on. The ancient primate observed with disdain as Ling Feng confronted him directly. A cold smirk crept across his face. His right hand transformed into a claw, lunging fiercely toward Ling Feng's neck. With a prowess rated at the 5th tier of divine strength, he discerned that Ling Feng's power paled in comparison to his own. Engaging in direct combat, Ling Feng was undoubtedly no match for him. More crucially, he possessed multiple supernatural abilities, having concealed his true strength until now. Ling Feng, perceiving the menacing claw hurtling toward him, felt a chill envelop his gaze. He clenched his right fist and retaliated with a powerful strike aimed at the oncoming claw. The two forces collided midair, creating a shockwave. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The ancient primate suddenly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of explosive black flames directed at Ling Feng's head. In an instant, Ling Feng was overwhelmed by a searing heat. The temperature emanating from the black flames was astonishingly fierce, rivaling his own green flames. Witnessing Ling Feng engulfed by his supernatural fire, the ancient primate was elated. His flames reached temperatures in the thousands of degrees, and those struck by them had never survived. He had already claimed the lives of 2 divine-level warriors with this very fire. Ling Feng was destined to perish. How delightful! The ancient primate reveled in the sight of Ling Feng amidst the raging inferno, feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Ling Feng had slain many of his kin, insulted him, and sought to seize his mineral resources. He deserved this fate. However, with Ling Feng's demise, he would acquire a divine inner core, particularly one of the mental type, significantly enhancing his own power. Yet, soon his mirth faded as the flames continued to blaze for an extended period without any sign of Ling Feng's demise. This was perplexing. Just as he prepared to investigate further, Ling Feng made a move. With a sweeping gesture, the flames entwined around him vanished. Ling Feng then stretched his body. And though the ancient primate noticed that Ling Feng's face bore the marks of burns, he was astonished to see the wounds healing at an alarming rate. In mere seconds, the injuries had completely mended. The ancient primate was profoundly shaken by Ling Feng's terrifying recovery speed. How could he fight against such resilience? This regeneration made him nearly invincible. Ling Feng regarded the ancient primate with deep-seated anger, realizing he had once again fallen victim to deception. He had underestimated this adversary and allowed himself to be caught off guard not once, but twice. Fortunately, his own strength mitigated the damage he had sustained. Ling Feng, I believe we can engage in a meaningful dialogue. Surely, your presence here is motivated by the resources of the minerals. We can transform enmity into friendship. There is no need for us to engage in a deadly struggle over this matter, the ancient primate asserted, his expression earnest and sincere. Through the recent battle, he had come to realize that he could not kill Ling Feng. If he stubbornly persisted, he might very well be worn down by this human. Ling Feng gazed at him quietly, pondering what trickery this old fellow was contemplating. I have slain all your kin. Do you not intend to seek vengeance? Ling Feng queried. The old ape-man chuckled heartily, wearing an indifferent expression. They are merely my descendants. If they die, so be it. It is not a great loss. I can always bear more. Yet your kin are now extinct. Even if you wish to procreate, it is no longer possible. Ling Feng responded with a smile. The old ape-man's expression shifted. He had been hiding here, unable to see the outside world, and now realized the ruthlessness of Ling Feng, who even slaughtered the frail and the weak. However, when he considered his current predicament, he quickly regained his composure. Let them be dead. They provoked you first. This is their just dessert, he said, feigning calmness while his heart bled. Ling Feng was somewhat taken aback. This old fellow truly possessed remarkable restraint. Despite having ravaged his home, he remained unflustered. Such a character could indeed pose significant trouble in the future if he were to be released. How do you intend to distribute these ores? Ling Feng asked, his gaze sharp. The old ape-man's eyes were now bloodshot, yet he managed to control his mental state, leaving Ling Feng curious about how he achieved such composure. The old ape-man looked at Ling Feng with steady eyes and proposed. I shall give you half of the ores here. What say you? Ling Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. I believe your half is rather excessive. You are but one individual and have no need for so much. Let us settle on 1/10. The old ape-man's expression changed drastically. No, that is utterly unreasonable. This place rightfully belongs to me. Offering you half is already my utmost limit. Your demand is outrageous, he exclaimed in exasperation. Ling Feng slowly lit a cigarette and coldly replied, if it is difficult, then let it be unarranged. With that, Ling Feng abruptly gestured towards the old ape-man, unleashing a surge of violent power that erupted from him. The old ape-man immediately sensed an unassailable mental force rushing towards his brain. His complexion shifted dramatically, and he experienced a searing pain that compelled him to collapse to the ground, curling up in agony. Fear washed over the old ape-man. He had not anticipated Ling Feng's mental prowess to be so formidable, surpassing his own by several degrees. I will settle for 1/10. No, I shall forfeit it all. Take everything, he pleaded in terror, desperate to preserve his life. Ling Feng regarded him with a hint of amusement and said nonchalantly, now you wish to concede? It is too late. I demand the ores, and your life as well. The old ape-man's face turned pale. However, Ling Feng would no longer grant him the opportunity to plead for mercy. The green ethereal flames immediately enveloped him completely. The echoes of anguished cries reverberated within the confined space. Chapter 351. The mysterious door. The ancient ape had perished, reduced to a pile of ashes by Ling Feng's flames. Ling Feng gazed at a divine-grade inner core in his hand, lost in contemplation. This inner core differed from Der's, while Der's was shrouded in a swirling black mist. This one glowed a radiant gold, emitting a faint luminescence even in the dark. Moreover, Ling Feng sensed a rich wave of spiritual energy emanating from this core. He carefully stowed the inner core away, for it was not yet the time to absorb its power. Instead, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Having been engaged in combat with the ancient ape, he had not taken the opportunity to explore this place. Now, he could finally investigate closely. Ling Feng discovered that this was a small chamber, roughly 30 square meters in size. He noted that the temperature was remarkably low, sending a shiver through him. It was important to remember that he was a divine-level powerhouse. Even at -100 degrees, he would feel no chill. Yet within this chamber, he experienced an unsettling cold that stiffened his limbs. In the far corner of the chamber, there stood a door, but it was firmly sealed. As Ling Feng approached the door, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. Just as his hand was about to touch the door, he was suddenly struck by a wave of trepidation. Voices echoed in his mind, warning him not to open the door, while he sensed an unseen gaze fixated upon him. Unconsciously, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Ling Feng swallowed hard, his heart filled with hesitation as he ultimately chose not to open the door. After casting one last glance at the ominous portal, he hurriedly departed. His strength was insufficient to breach that threshold. Perhaps something terrifying lay within, perhaps a demon, he mused. Ling Feng returned to the dwelling of the apes, scouring the area but finding nothing of value. Nevertheless, possessing a divine-grade inner core rendered this venture worthwhile. When he found Lin Su, they had completed their survey of the mining cave. Ling Feng led the group back to the surface, where the next task awaited, the extraction of ore. Lin Su held the records of the various energy mineral concentrations they had observed. After some deliberation, they estimated that this mountain range contained an abundance of energy-rich minerals, approximately 1.2 million tons. However, the extraction of these ores presented a significant challenge. Given the apocalyptic circumstances, large machinery was inoperative, and many minerals lay buried deep underground, making them difficult to extract. Lin Su furrowed her brow and suggested, perhaps we should report this matter to the authorities, requesting that they dispatch a military contingent to secure the area, allowing for a gradual extraction process thereafter. Long Jiu also expressed his opinion. However, as soon as he did, Ling Feng promptly dismissed it. Firstly, one island is surrounded by the sea, and now the fishmen have begun to emerge gradually. Even if 1,000 men were stationed here, it would be exceedingly difficult to fend off their attacks. The current population of fishmen poses a catastrophe for humanity. Furthermore, Ling Feng was unwilling to relinquish the precious ores found here to others. These resources are of paramount importance for his own strength. There is no way he would allow such a vast mining site to fall into another's hands. Even with just a few of us, Mining this site for 10 years would still leave it untouched. Miao Xiaozue found herself in a quandary as well. The group fell into a profound silence. The mining site must be dealt with swiftly, as various nations are eyeing it covetously, particularly the United States. To avoid prolonged troubles, action must be taken without delay. After contemplating for a while, Ling Feng slapped the table. Since the extraction was progressing too slowly, let us blow it up. Ling Feng declared with unwavering determination. Blow it up. Lin Su stared at Ling Feng in disbelief. Ling Feng nodded. Time is of the essence. We cannot resolve this with conventional methods. We will detonate the entire mining site. Ling Feng stated with a smile. After all, his space was nearly infinite. Even if the entire mountain range were to be contained, it would pose no issue. However, the amount of explosives required to demolish the mining site would be astronomical. Where would we procure such vast quantities of explosives? A member of the dragon team asked, perplexed. You need not worry about the explosives. I will handle that. Ling Feng chuckled, for within his space, there were enough explosives not just for one mountain range, but for 10 or even 100. Without delay, let us commence the operation. After Ling Feng's directive, everyone immediately set to work. Following his calculations, Ling Feng instructed each person to place explosives at various detonation points. His plan was methodical, dividing the entire mining site into front and back sections, with the intention of demolishing the first mining area. After 10 hours of diligent effort, all the explosives had been successfully installed. Ling Xiao, all the bombs are connected and ready to go. A member of the dragon team stated solemnly. As members of the dragon team, they were all rigorously trained soldiers, exceptionally skilled in military tactics. Demolition was a fundamental skill they had to master, and it was primarily their responsibility to assemble and position the explosives this time. Ling Feng held the detonation button in his hand, gazing at the distant mining site. His expression turned serious as he pressed the red button. Boom. Following this, a series of hundreds of explosions erupted. The deafening sound and violent blasts caused the ground beneath Ling Feng to tremble fiercely, while the mining site in the distance was instantly engulfed in a massive cloud of dust. The entire mining site had been shattered into numerous colossal fragments. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. They had succeeded. Ling Feng vanished in an instant, reappearing above the mine. He touched a colossal boulder, and with a mere thought, a stone towering 40 meters high disappeared from its location, slowly levitating within Ling Feng's spatial realm. A wave of joy surged within him as he hastened the collection process. In a mere half-minute, the mine was thoroughly cleared of its ores. However, a substantial quantity still lay beneath the ground, and the difficulty of extraction from below was considerably greater, even with explosives. Ling Feng instructed his companions to continue setting the charges, determined to leave not a single trace for the enemy. Subsequently, Ling Feng and his team conducted several rounds of detonations, transforming what was once a mountain into a vast pit over 200 meters deep. Satisfied, Ling Feng surveyed the ores within his space. He had successfully collected half of the mountain's riches, with the other half still remaining. This remaining portion included the location of the ape-man's lair, and the mere thought of that dread-inducing door sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 352. The Dark Knight Clan in a conference room deep underground. A group of figures cloaked in black robes concealed themselves in the shadows. Before them, a massive screen displayed a video of a fierce battle, specifically, the clash between Ling Feng and Delaware. The footage was somewhat blurred, intermittently crackling with electrical static. As the video concluded, a grave silence enveloped the room, with every individual wearing a solemn expression, some even betraying a flicker of fear hidden in the depths of their eyes, obscured by darkness. After enduring several minutes of oppressive silence, one of the figures, seated in a position of authority, finally broke the stillness. I believe you have all seen this video quite clearly. What are your thoughts? His voice was hoarse and cold. Beside him, another figure scoffed, a glint of ruthless determination in his gaze. This human cannot be allowed to live. He must be executed. If we allow him to grow stronger, our dark clan could very well face annihilation at his hands. Have you all forgotten the prophecy? We are destined for extinction. A flicker of contemplation passed through the eyes of the others, their fear intensifying. At that moment, a female voice emerged from the cloaked figures. I believe we must consider not just Ling Feng, but humanity as a whole. Shouldn't we act preemptively? We know that Ling Feng can kill our kin. Is he truly the only one among humans capable of such feats? Are there not potential second or third Ling Fengs we must guard against? Hearing her words, the other cloaked figures nodded in agreement, their murderous intent growing ever more palpable. At this moment, the man in the black robe seated at the head of the table spoke slowly. Regarding the issue you mentioned, my analysis confirms that no other humans currently possess the capability to eliminate us. This Ling Feng is indeed an anomaly. His extraordinary abilities seem to possess an innate restraint against our Night Clan. Furthermore, I have recently uncovered information about Ling Feng. He emerged as a significant figure only in the recent period. Prior to the apocalypse, he was merely an ordinary human. However, after the cataclysm, he awakened his powers, and in less than a year, he has ascended to a divine level, exhibiting an astonishingly rapid rate of advancement. His prowess cannot be underestimated, as you all witnessed. He was able to slay Del, a formidable second-tier divine being, immediately upon breaking through to divine status. Everyone present was struck with astonishment at Ling Feng's swift ascent. The members of the Night Clan, who had honed their skills to a degree far surpassing that of humans, typically required at least 30 years to reach divine status. Yet, Ling Feng achieved this in under a year, a pace that is truly alarming. He represents a formidable adversary due to his rapid growth. The woman who had spoken earlier interjected once more. We cannot allow this Ling Feng to continue his ascent. He must be eliminated swiftly. If he reaches the pinnacle of divine status and possesses such a natural restraint against our Night Clan, he will undoubtedly become our foremost enemy. She immediately bowed respectfully to the man in the black robe. The leader, seated prominently, nodded slightly and replied with a hint of pride. Rest assured, I have already dispatched someone to deal with Ling Feng. He is still on Bay Island, and I will not permit him to leave. Beyond Bay Island, I have reported our landing plans to the elders, and they have agreed to our strategy. We can commence our operations in due course. Upon hearing this, excitement spread among all present. Ling Feng ultimately refrained from detonating the other half of the mountain. He was convinced that something dreadfully perilous lay behind that door in the ape men's lair. His sixth sense warned him that if he were to destroy the mountain, terrible consequences would ensue, leading to a predicament he could not resolve. Ling Feng felt that the ores within his space were sufficient for his needs, and there was no necessity to continue risking danger to obtain the remaining ores. Even if he were to consider it, he would wait until his strength had increased further. After expressing his thoughts, the others, except Lin Su, gazed at him in confusion. Ling Xiao, there is no one left in this mountain who poses a threat to us. Why do we not continue our extraction? Long Jiao could not resist asking. Indeed, boss, we have come this far. We cannot leave it behind. Black Panther chimed in. Baring his teeth, Ling Feng slowly shook his head, his expression grave as he remarked, one must not be overly greedy in life. Moreover, there exists a formidable presence here that gives me pause. To avoid mutual destruction, it would be prudent for us to depart promptly. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the others fell silent. After all, for someone as headstrong as he to express such trepidation indicated that he was confronted with troubles beyond his control. After meticulously clearing all the ore from the first mountain range, Ling Feng immediately led his companions away from the Sun Moon mountain range. Along the way, he encountered several solitary individuals, all of whom he swiftly dispatched. Upon exiting the mountain range, a sense of relief washed over the group, as they finally felt the warmth of daylight after being shrouded in the oppressive mist that had enveloped them within the mountains, severely limiting visibility and instilling a sense of suffocation. However, upon emerging, they were confronted with a troubling reality. The Miao clansmen had vanished. Prior to their ascent, Ling Feng had instructed them to remain at their original encampment until his return, yet now the campsite lay desolate, devoid of life. Save for a heap of tents and refuse. Miao Xiaozui glared darkly at the campsite, while Uncle Wen beside her wore an expression of acute anxiety. Miss, could it be that our people have been abducted? There isn't a single body left behind. Ling Feng surveyed the camp with a measured eye, calmly deducing the situation. They are likely not in mortal danger. They have simply been taken away, and the individuals responsible possess considerable strength, as there are no signs of struggle. Our Miao clan has always maintained a low profile since arriving at Bay Island, and we have harbored no enmity with others. Why would they abduct our people? Miao Xiaozui shook her head slowly, her frustration palpable. Ling Feng offered a cold smirk. They are not targeting you specifically. Your alliance with me is merely a means to lure me into their trap. Let us proceed. Where to? To find the leader of Bay Island. Chapter 353. Ambush in Beitai City. the capital of Bay Island. The majority of the populace congregated, establishing it as the political and military hub of the region. After the apocalypse, Kai had gathered most of the adept individuals of Bay Island here, within the largest underground shelter in Beitai City. Several dozen Miao clan practitioners found themselves bound together, cast into a vast, empty hall. Kai stood before a middle-aged man, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. Lord Wood, it is an immense honor that you choose to continue placing your trust in us. I assure you, I shall work diligently. Wood remained silent, his indifferent demeanor unyielding as he regarded Kai. Kai, I am well aware of your unwavering loyalty to our beautiful nation. My visit is to seek a collaboration with you. This time, we entrust you with the mining of the Sun Moon Mountain Range's adept ore. Our headquarters is exceedingly pleased and has decided to appoint you as the overseer of this region, Wood declared, his face beaming with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Kai expressed his gratitude to Wood with a look of sheer delight, bowing deeply. Thank you, Lord Wood, and thank you to the headquarters for your appreciation and trust. I shall guard this mine for the nation. Should the Dragon Kingdom harbor any ill intentions towards this resource, I will ensure they return empty-handed, Kai declared resolutely. Wood regarded him with admiration, a smile finally gracing his face. Indeed, Kai, you demonstrate a profound sense of righteousness. I shall report your commendable actions to headquarters. They exchanged knowing smiles. You traitor, betraying your own country for personal gain will lead to your downfall. Ling shall not spare you. A formidable member of the Miao clan glared at Kai, seething with rage. Kai cast a cold glance at the speaker and replied with a chilling smile. Ling? Huh. Rest assured, the Ling you speak of will soon arrive to rescue you, and you shall accompany her to your demise. Lord Wood will tear him to shreds. Wood, with a mocking expression, looked at the Miao clan members and said with a flippant tone, if you surrender, perhaps we might consider sparing your lives. At this moment, Kai interjected, those who recognize the times are true heroes. I, Kai, treat my own people well. If you are willing to pledge loyalty to Lord Wood, I will not treat you unfairly. There is plenty of ore in the Sun and Moon Mountains for all of you. The terms Kai presented were exceedingly generous, sufficient to elevate their power to new heights. The Miao clan's earlier speaker looked at Kai with disdain. I am a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Even in death, I shall remain loyal to my homeland. I would never betray my country for profit. I would rather lose my life than retreat. The other members of the Miao clan echoed his sentiments with resolute expressions. Though our strength may be lacking, you may kill me, but you will never conquer my spirit. Yes, if you dare, kill me. I am no coward of the Dragon Kingdom. Kai's face turned ashen with fury at the stubbornness of the Miao clan. The more they professed their patriotism, the angrier she became. She detested being labeled a traitor. Gazing coldly at the Miao clan, she spoke in a frigid tone. If you are so eager for death, I shall grant your wish. You will join Ling Feng in the grave. Just then, a languid voice drifted in from outside. Who dares to speak so boldly, claiming I shall accompany them to the grave? Ling Feng sauntered in, a hint of a smile on his face. Upon seeing Ling Feng, Kai felt an involuntary tremor, an instinctual fear creeping in. Yet, when she recalled Wood's prowess and his preparations to deal with Ling, her courage surged once more. With a haughty expression, Kai regarded Ling Feng. With a faint remark, he said, Ling Feng, you arrived rather swiftly. How did you ascertain that these individuals were indeed in my grasp? I initially believed you would not arrive until tomorrow. Ling Feng scoffed derisively. Among those I have dispatched, only the United States possesses the capability to silently abduct so many individuals. They capture people without killing them merely to lure me here. Who in the Blue Star does not recognize you as a sycophant of that nation? Where else could I seek you out? Do you suppose your tricks are particularly clever? Ling Feng, you are an astute individual, yet also one filled with hubris. You are well aware that we orchestrated this to draw you in, yet you still came alone, seemingly brimming with confidence in your own prowess. Kaigo waved his hand, and the doors of the sanctuary promptly shut. Ling Xiao, exercise caution. They have concealed numerous experts here, all poised to work against you. An expert from the Miao family warned Ling Feng. Ling Feng cast a glance at him, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, offering a reassuring look. At that moment, Wood, who had remained silent until now, rose from his chair. He had been observing Ling Feng, searching for any potential weakness to deliver a fatal blow. Ling Feng, I have been awaiting your arrival, Wood declared, his hawk-like gaze fixed upon Ling Feng, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Ling Feng scrutinized Wood, having also discreetly assessed him. The man exuded formidable energy, undoubtedly a divine-level expert, and one whose strength surpassed his own. Aside from him, other divine-level experts lurked in the shadows. Ling Feng had not anticipated that the underworld would dispatch 5 divine-level experts to confront him, and those concealed were nearly as powerful as Wood. It seemed that the shock and panic he had instigated by eliminating one of their own had exceeded his expectations. Otherwise, they would not have hastened to send forces against him. It was no wonder that Kai Go displayed such arrogance and confidence while conversing with him. Indeed, the opponent's strength and formation suggested an inevitable defeat for him. A divine-level expert who had only recently broken through stood no chance against 5 seasoned divine-level warriors. You underworld denizens are remarkably swift. You have come to seek vengeance so quickly. Ling Feng remarked nonchalantly as he produced a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Exhaling the smoke slowly, a look of enjoyment on his face. Seeing Ling Feng's lack of fear, Wood's heart brimmed with derision. If he were to comprehend the extent of Wood's strength, would he still maintain such composure? Surely, he would be paralyzed with terror. Ling Feng, I concede that your strength is formidable. Your ability to slay Dell is indeed impressive. However, today you face me. Dell could not withstand 3 moves in my presence. Do you truly believe your prowess can rival ours? He clapped his hands. In an instant, 4 formidable figures materialized around Ling Feng, each exuding an impressive aura, revealing themselves as the concealed divine beings lurking in the shadows. Ling Feng, we have gathered so many divine entities today solely to eliminate you. A mere novice in the realm of the divine. To be taken down by the united strength of 5 divine beings is a feat you can take pride in, Wood proclaimed with an expression of cold indifference. Kai Yingwen, concealed nearby, wore a smug expression as she derided Ling Feng, saying, Ling Feng, you might as well surrender. Perhaps you could meet your demise with some semblance of ease. Should you choose to resist stubbornly, your end will be utterly gruesome. Ha ha ha. However, before Kai Yingwen could finish her taunt, she was abruptly struck away. Her body crashed violently against a marble table, shattering it into countless pieces in a resounding collapse. Dust swirling in the air. Her face instantly swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, as she spat out a mouthful of teeth, blood gushing forth. Struggling to rise, she felt the excruciating pain of numerous broken bones. You, she stammered, trembling as she pointed a finger at Ling Feng, her eyes burning with venomous rage. Ling Feng merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction. With a swift motion, Kai Yingwen was sent flying once more, this time with even greater ferocity. Crashing into the wall, her body embedding itself within it. Thankfully, being an Imperial-level ability user, coupled with Ling Feng's restraint, spared her from an immediate demise. Otherwise, she would have been dispatched with a single blow. Now truly frightened, Kai Yingwen sensed the chilling grip of death closing in on her. Her life force dwindling to a mere shadow of itself. She gazed at Ling Feng in terror. Bewildered as to how he had managed to inflict such harm without lifting a finger, she was utterly oblivious to how she had fallen prey to him. Not just her, but Wood too wore an expression of astonishment. As a 5th-tier divine being, he failed to perceive how Ling Feng had executed his attack, witnessing Kai Yingwen's silent downfall with incredulity. Such a technique, if employed against him, would leave him just as helpless and unaware. What method are you employing? Wood fixated his gaze on Ling Feng, his body tensing, abandoning his previously relaxed stance. Ling Feng, with a smile gracing his lips, replied nonchalantly, Are you so curious about my abilities? Allow me to demonstrate. With a mere thought, a powerful surge of spiritual energy surged toward Wood. A jolt of alarm coursed through Wood's heart, an unsettling premonition dawning upon him as he sensed an imminent threat advancing. Yet, this force seemed intangible, elusive to his grasp. As he pondered how to counter this unseen assault, a sharp crack resonated through the air. In an instant, Wood was sent hurtling away. Wood executed a series of somersaults in midair, ultimately crashing violently against the wall. Much like Kai Yingwen, his body became embedded within the wall, astonishingly adopting a similar posture. Side by side with hers, raising suspicions that Ling Feng had orchestrated this scenario deliberately. Wood promptly sprang from the wall, a tempest of shock and fury swirling within him. Although he had sustained no significant injury, the affront was profoundly humiliating. Simultaneously, he was astounded by Ling Feng's capabilities. He realized that Ling Feng had not exerted his full strength, for if he had, Wood would have surely been gravely harmed. It became evident that Ling Feng was deliberately toying with him. Enraged, Wood seethed with indignation, thinking how reckless Ling Feng was to exhibit such arrogance even when cornered. Ling Feng, you dare challenge me? Today, you shall surely meet your demise, he declared, pointing at Ling Feng with a derisive sneer. Ling Feng regarded him with quiet composure, discarding the cigarette but from his hand. Do you truly believe that you, a mere handful of so-called divine beings, have me at your mercy? A motley crew of fools. Ling Feng's contemptuous gaze swept over them. His words ignited a fire of anger within the group. As renowned divine beings, they could hardly tolerate such disdain from Ling Feng, and their singular desire was to eliminate him immediately. You seek death, one of the divine beings bellowed, rallying the others to attack. In unison, the four divine beings launched themselves toward Ling Feng with deadly intent. Their forms were shrouded in a layer of dark mist, accompanied by flickering black flames, reminiscent of their prior battle with Delaware. Their combat style mirrored that of Del. Ling Feng observed no other abilities manifesting from them. As they converged upon him, the atmosphere thickened with darkness, enveloped in black mist. The four divine beings unleashed their unique fire assault, for streams of black flames hurtling toward Ling Feng from all directions. The ferocity of the flames caused the temperature within the sanctuary to surge, creating the sensation of being engulfed in a colossal furnace. As the four streams of fire approached, Ling Feng's expression sharpened. He quickly devised a strategy. Miraculously, the flames seemed to vanish just as they reached him. The expressions of the four divine beings shifted dramatically. Their attacks had dissipated upon nearing Ling Feng, leaving them bewildered as to what extraordinary ability he had employed, utterly unaware of how he had countered their assault. Ling Feng, observing their bewilderment, shrugged his shoulders and remarked nonchalantly, "What are you lot playing at? I've been waiting for you for ages, and this is all you've got? TSK, TSK, TSK. I anticipated a more thrilling challenge from esteemed divine beings like yourselves. Alas, you are no more formidable than Del. Perhaps you should find a block of tofu to meet your end." The four divine beings of the Shadow Clan glared at him, their faces etched with murderous intent. One of them, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Boy, do not revel in your triumph too soon. Humph, I shall assist you." At this moment, Wood swiftly moved to the center of the four individuals, commanding them to unleash the night fire source. With a thunderous roar, he urged the group to form their hand seals once more. The dark mist enveloping them thickened significantly, and the temperature of their black flames surged dramatically. Ling Feng felt that the intensity of their flames had at least doubled since earlier. The nearby wall began to show signs of melting, and some of the weaker members of the Miao clan had already succumbed to unconsciousness due to the overwhelming heat. Wood regarded Ling Feng with eyes brimming with murderous intent. Declaring die, the five flames, seemingly capable of incinerating everything, surged toward Ling Feng. Chapter 355. Slaying a god-level expert. Ling Feng maintained an unperturbed expression as he observed the five ferocious flames, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just as the flames reached him, they vanished into thin air. The expressions of the group shifted in alarm. Continue the assault. Wood grit his teeth and growled. They resumed their onslaught of black flames against Ling Feng. Wood believed that Ling Feng's powers were peculiar. Even if their flames had disappeared, Ling Feng must have incurred a significant toll. As long as they persisted in their attack, Ling Feng would eventually falter. All of them were god-level Tier 4 experts, with Wood himself being a Tier 5. In a war of attrition, Ling Feng was surely at a disadvantage. As a minute passed, Wood observed Ling Feng still brimming with vitality, even yawning and casually picking his nose. Something felt amiss. He began to doubt whether Ling Feng was concealing his true strength. How could he endure for so long? If they continued, they themselves might not be able to hold out much longer. Ling Feng, stop pretending. I can see you're nearing your limit, Wood proclaimed confidently. Ling Feng glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, you're right. I'm almost done for. You all should keep it up." After speaking, he lit a cigarette out of boredom. Hiss, he exhaled a plume of smoke, exaggerating his expression as he declared loudly, "Don't stop, don't stop." Wood's frustration mounted as he witnessed Ling Feng's indifferent demeanor. He could not discern Ling Feng's depth. While the expressions of the other god-level clan members grew increasingly grim, it was evident they were nearing their breaking point. The energy expenditure of their night fire source was immense, even for god-level experts, and they could not sustain it for long. Indeed, within 2 minutes, the four Tier 4 god-level experts were left spitting blood, collapsing to the ground, their bodies drained of energy. The dark mist around them had lightened considerably. Only Wood maintained a semblance of composure, though the slight tremor in his legs betrayed that he too was nearing his limit. Wood's expression shifted as he realized that despite their full-force assault, Ling Feng had managed to withstand it unscathed. What a peculiar creature Ling Feng is. Capable of standing his ground against 5 adversaries. He now comprehends why the leader has been so eager to eliminate him. With such an enemy, one would hardly find peace at night. Initially, he regarded the mission to eliminate Ling Feng with disdain, believing it excessive for the leader to dispatch 5 elite warriors to confront someone who had only recently ascended to their level. However, it appears the leader has indeed underestimated Ling Feng's prowess. Ling Feng, with an expression of lingering amusement, shook his head in disappointment. Alas, you all have proven to be rather ineffectual. Had you persisted for just a few more hours, I would have been defeated. What a pity. He ambled lazily towards Wood, who began to retreat, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Ling Feng, we come at the behest of our Night Clan leader. I could plead for your life, provided you return with me to our homeland, Wood said slowly. Ling Feng regarded him with a bemused expression. You possess quite the boldness, attempting to persuade others to surrender, despite your defeat. Wood, his expression darkening, gritted his teeth and retorted, Ling Feng, your kind will inevitably face annihilation at the hands of the Night Clan. Surrender is your most prudent option. The might of our clan is beyond your imagination. Ling Feng felt a stirring within. The ambitions of the underworld people have always been to obliterate humanity and dominate the entire Blue Star. Their strength has long remained a mystery, with the true number of their divine-level warriors unknown. Ling Feng's gaze shifted, confidence blossoming as he declared, what can your subterranean rodents possibly achieve? Our Dragon Kingdom boasts dozens of divine-level warriors. Exterminating you would be a mere trifle. Upon hearing Ling Feng's assertion regarding the number of divine-level warriors in the Dragon Kingdom, Wood chuckled softly, a hint of arrogance gracing his features. Our Night Clan has now surpassed 100 divine-level warriors. How can you contend with us? Moreover, the strength of our ancestors is, quite frankly, unmatched. You humans stand no chance against us. Many among your kind have already pledged allegiance to us. Ling Feng, if you are wise, you will surrender. Otherwise, you are destined for a grim fate. Wood's gaze bore into Ling Feng's with intensity. Ling Feng's heart trembled. The divine-level warriors of the underworld have exceeded 100. Such a number is utterly terrifying. And what of the ancestors he mentioned? What strength do they possess? He realizes he knows too little about this world. The power of the underworld people is formidable, making it exceedingly difficult for the Dragon Kingdom to resist them. Wood observed the fluctuations in Ling Feng's expression, believing he had shaken Ling Feng's resolve. For the strength of the Dragon Kingdom against their Night Clan is akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly futile. Wood gazed at Ling Feng, adopting a somewhat ingratiating tone as he spoke. With your prowess, should you choose to join us, you would undoubtedly earn the favor of the Alliance leader. Once our clan unifies Blue Star, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to become the head of the entire Dragon Kingdom. His laughter echoed, and Ling Feng joined in, chuckling heartily. He then patted Wood on the shoulder and slowly replied, in our Dragon Kingdom, we have a saying, knowing full well there are tigers on the mountain, one still ventures toward the tiger's lair. Regardless of the strength of your underground rats or the number of your divine-level warriors, as long as I, Ling Feng, draw breath, I shall continue to resist you. Wood's expression darkened as he prepared to strike. He had been quietly regaining his strength, and should Ling Feng reject his offer of surrender, he would not hesitate to take action. However, just as he was about to move, he found himself utterly immobilized. Ling Feng had already seen through his intentions. His mental energy enveloped the entire sanctuary, and every movement, no matter how minute, was within his perceptive grasp. With a derisive laugh, Ling Feng coolly declared, do you not wish to know where your strange fire has gone? Allow me to show you. Instantly, a dark night fire erupted from his palm, hurtling toward Wood's head with alarming speed. Wood's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, he was engulfed by the dark night fire, attempting to assert control over it, only to discover that it would not heed his summons. In an instant, he was reduced to mere ashes. The few divine-level warriors sprawled on the ground in the distance were taken aback at the sight of Wood's demise. Their eyes widened in shock. Wood was their leader and the most formidable among them. If Wood could not withstand Ling Feng, their own fates were sealed. Ling Feng approached them coldly. casting a disdainful glance their way. For streams of black, strange fire surged toward them. In mere seconds, the remaining 4 divine-level warriors of the Dark Knight clan were transformed into a cloud of ashes. Throughout the ordeal, Ling Feng had not utilized his own powers. He had merely employed his system space. He had stored all the attacks from his strange fire within his spatial realm, and after its upgrade, he unleashed them once more. This was a novel application of space, one that Ling Feng had only recently discovered, and to his astonishment, it proved remarkably effective. He had hardly engaged the enemy, yet they were obliterated, far more entertaining than other abilities. Truly, the system was extraordinary, a remarkable tool. Ling Feng found himself in awe of his own ingenuity. With this, was he not invincible? Regardless of the abilities one possessed, with the system at his disposal, he was already in a position of triumph. Ling Feng was elated. And so too were the members of the Miao family, who had finally been rescued. The only one left in dismay was perhaps Kai, who had once believed victory was assured, only to witness a stunning reversal of fortune, especially the words she had just spoken to Ling Feng. She knew he would not spare her. The mere thought of the impending consequences sent shivers down her spine. Lord Ling Feng, I assure you, my recent words were uttered without any thought, mere nonsense. Please do not take them to heart. Kai, trembling, hastily explained as Ling Feng approached with measured steps. Ling Feng remained impassive, his expression devoid of emotion as he drew nearer. Kai's face turned ashen with fear, and she was so terrified that she lost control. A foul odor quickly permeating the air. Ling Feng furrowed his brow and halted in his tracks. Glancing at the quaking Kai, he pinched his nose and disdainfully remarked, "Little Kai, this is rather impolite, don't you think? I traveled a great distance to visit you, and this is how you greet your guest?" Kai seethed internally, cursing Ling Feng for his shamelessness. She had already been frightened to the point of losing control, yet he continued with his sarcastic remarks. However, she knew better than to voice her thoughts. Having just witnessed Ling Feng's ruthlessness, she decided to play the submissive role. Mastering the art of subservience could very well help her avert disaster. This was a secret she had learned from her years in the political arena. If one could master the art of submission, those in power would be less inclined to trouble them, for who would trouble a compliant dog? The art of submission is a profound lesson, not easily grasped by the average person. It was her unique skill and her very essence. Lord Ling Feng, I beg your pardon. I was simply overwhelmed upon seeing you. Your unparalleled strength in combating the night people, or rather, the earth dwellers, is truly inspiring. A source of pride for our human race, Kai said, mustering the courage to flatter him. Ling Feng's cold gaze fixed upon her, his ire palpable. The audacity of her attempts to fracture their dragon nation was unforgivable. In her quest for personal gain, she disregarded the lives of the common folk. For this alone, she deserved no less than 100 deaths. Kai, you have betrayed your own country and seek to hand over our dragon nation's resources to the insignificant beautiful nation. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Furthermore, you dare to dream of independence by dividing our territory. Do you understand the treason you commit? Ling Feng's piercing gaze bore into Kai as he spoke in a solemn tone. This woman was utterly despicable. He had long wished for her demise. A traitor and a dog of the enemy. A member of the Miao tribe glared at Kai, filled with rage, wishing to rush forward and beat her senseless. Humph. This woman has been deceitful since before the apocalypse, constantly flirting with the beautiful nation and provoking us. Our government has been lenient, but she has squandered every opportunity. Long Jiu's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Anyone who dared betray their nation must face retribution. Kill her. Eliminate her. Kai, overwhelmed by the accusations hurled at her, was rendered speechless. She could not refute a single one of their words. She is acutely aware of everything she has done. Regarding the matter of drafting the correspondence, she is certainly cognizant, yet all of this is driven by self-interest. The allure of wealth has long led her to anticipate this day, though she never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. She believed she could evade the sanctions imposed by the Dragon Kingdom, and thought that the United States would inevitably dominate the world. She still holds this belief. Regrettably, she will never witness the outcome. Go ahead and kill me. I have no regrets about all that I have done. At this moment, Kai spoke with a semblance of composure. After enduring a brief period of terror, she realized her fate was sealed, and surprisingly, fear began to dissipate. After all, death is inevitable. She preferred to embrace it with dignity. Ling Feng gazed at the somewhat composed Kai, taken aback by her unexpected display of leadership qualities. I only hope you can grant me a dignified death. I can offer you all the resources here. Kai earnestly fixed her gaze upon Ling Feng. Ling Feng merely smiled faintly. Not only him, but those who understood him also chuckled. Black Panther couldn't help but interject with a taunt. I say, do you think too highly of yourself? You stand on the brink of death, yet dare to reason with our boss. Are you oblivious to his methods? Let's not even mention the worst. Making you wish for death, losing control of your bodily functions. Those are merely basic skills. Upon hearing Black Panther's words, a shiver ran down Kai's spine, and the sensation of dread surged anew. Observing her reaction, Ling Feng seized the moment to embellish. The history of our dragon kingdom is exceedingly ancient, and I have delved deeply into it. I am particularly intrigued by the top 10 tortures involving braids. I wonder if you have heard of them? Kai's body trembled violently at this thought, one she knew all too well. Merely contemplating it made her feel faint with pain. But rest assured, I am merely jesting. I have no instruments at hand to inflict such tortures upon you. Ling Feng paused before continuing. However, within my abilities, there is indeed a function that can induce suffering. Would you care to experience it? With a wicked smile, he pressed on. Under the repeated provocations, Kai finally succumbed, dropping to her knees. The psychological defenses she had maintained crumbled, leaving her unable to endure any longer. I will surrender all the supplies. Chapter 357. Return Journey. Ling Feng smiled gently. Kai, you truly understand the greater good and are willing to relinquish the supplies to me. I shall not disappoint you. Under Kai's guidance, they quickly located all the stored supplies. As the largest sanctuary on one island, the provisions here were sufficient to sustain a refuge of 10,000 for 50 years. For Ling Feng, the significance of resources cannot be overstated. The more, the better. Even if he cannot utilize them all, he can bestow them upon his subordinates and allies. As time progresses, the importance of resources intensifies. The individual with abundant supplies wields considerable influence. Given the increasingly dire circumstances, both the fishmen and the dwellers of the Earth's core are poised to launch invasions against humanity. It is inevitable that human territory will gradually diminish, leading to a scarcity of resources. The essence of war is fundamentally the struggle for resources. As long as one possesses ample supplies, one can sustain their fight. Gazing at the barren warehouse, Kai was on the brink of tears, mourning the loss of her meager savings, which she had entirely relinquished, leaving her heartbroken. She glanced at Ling Feng, who wore a polite smile, and implored, "Much of my resources are here. Could you perhaps show some leniency considering the vast quantities I've surrendered?" Ling Feng merely cast her a sidelong glance, ignoring her plea, and strode out of the warehouse. Kai hurried to follow him, occasionally stealing glances at his expression, hoping he might grant her a reprieve due to the substantial resources she had turned over. Upon reaching the hall, they found Lin Su and others had been waiting for quite some time. While Ling Feng was collecting resources, Lin Su and her team had thoroughly eliminated all armed forces within Kai's shelter. It could be said that one island was now devoid of any military presence. Linjiang, please inform the authorities to expedite their arrival for the handover. From this moment forth, this area officially returns to the governance of the Dragon Kingdom, Ling Feng declared. Visibly moved, the others shared his excitement, astonished to witness such a historic moment, the long-lost children finally returning to their rightful home. Yes, I will report the situation here to the higher-ups immediately and urge them to dispatch personnel as soon as possible, Linjiang said, tears of joy welling up in his eyes as he hurriedly dialed on his phone. At that moment, Ling Feng's phone rang as well. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Ma Wu. Ling Feng's expression shifted. Could there be an issue at the base? He quickly answered the call. Hello? Ling Xiao. Our base has come under attack from the fishmen, but we have successfully repelled their 2 assaults. I fear they may launch a more significant offensive soon, which is why I'm reaching out to update you. Ma Wu's voice was drowned in background noise, suggesting a meeting was in progress. Ling Feng could discern the voices of Ling Tian and Wang Long amidst the cacophony. Brothers, are there any casualties? Ling Feng inquired, his voice tinged with concern. None at all. Our strength is overwhelmingly superior to that of the fishmen. Please do not worry, Ling Xiao. Ma Wu replied, his tone remaining stoic. Ling Feng breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Understood. My affairs here are concluded. I shall return with my team now. After hanging up, he promptly relayed the details regarding the preparations at the base. The Black Panther erupted in fury, vowing to return and feast upon this group of fishmen. Ling Xiao, We shall accompany you to resist the fishmen. Miao Xiaotsue immediately offered her assistance. The members of the dragon squad promptly declared their intent to annihilate the fishmen entirely. After a few succinct words, Ling Feng prepared to return without hesitation. Observing the anxious expressions on Ling Feng and the others, Kai Momu felt a surge of delight within. They seemed to have forgotten his presence, perhaps sparing him from doom. Soon, the group was fully prepared to depart, and Kai Momu's heart raced with anticipation. He fervently prayed, "Hurry and leave, just pretend you haven't seen me." As Ling Feng turned away, a wave of exhilaration coursed through him. Freedom was within reach. With his saintly prowess, he could escape to any corner of the world and survive. At that crucial moment, the Black Panther suddenly whirled around, fixating on him with a glint of mischief in its voice. "Hee, I haven't forgotten about you, traitor. How should we deal with this woman, boss?" Kai Momu inwardly cursed, nearly fainting from rage, harboring an intense hatred for this black dog. If it weren't for this damned creature, he would have evaded disaster today. Little did he know he would meet his downfall at the hands of a dog. Was there some cosmic enmity between him and dogs? In his youth, he had been bitten by one, and now he found himself ensnared by another. At that moment, Ling Feng turned to glance at Kai Momo, a flicker of relief crossing his gaze. He had been so preoccupied with the fishmen that he almost overlooked this individual. He affectionately patted the Black Panther's head, expressing his appreciation. "Thank goodness I reminded you. I nearly forgot him." The Black Panther proudly lifted its head, casting a challenging look at Kai Momo. Kai Momo felt tears welling in his eyes. The inevitable had arrived. He could not escape his fate of being slain. "Ling Feng, how do you intend to deal with me?" he asked, trembling. Ling Feng regarded him, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He gently pointed at Kai Momo, and a swirl of black mist swiftly darted from his fingertips. Upon contact with Kai Momo's skin, the mist penetrated instantly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Kai Momo's expression shifted dramatically. Staring at the black mist that had invaded his body, he was filled with terror. What kind of ability did you just use on me?" Although he felt no immediate discomfort within himself, he knew Ling Feng would not easily let him off the hook. The more he pondered, the greater his fear became. Ling Feng smiled lightly. "Rest assured, you shall not die just yet. Your body will gradually dissolve from the inside out. This process will take a month, during which you will feel yourself slowly disintegrating. Naturally, there may be a modicum of pain, but do not worry. I will not allow you to perish easily." Ling Feng finished speaking and revealed a radiant smile. However, to Kai's eyes, this smile appeared devilish. After hearing Ling Feng's words, she was so frightened that she felt like a puddle of mud, her breath quickening and her face turning pale. "No, no, please, spare me." Ling Feng coldly gazed at her, devoid of any compassion within his heart. Chapter 358. The Onslaught of the Fishmen 2 days prior. Ling Feng had departed from the base to head towards one island, leaving Ma Wu as the temporary head responsible for all matters at the base. The first day passed smoothly, with the internal affairs of the base stable and no unexpected incidents occurring. The external sea conditions were also remarkably stable, and no signs of the fishmen were detected. On the second day, Ma Wu, as usual, rose early and arrived at his office to commence work. As a workaholic and a lifelong bachelor without a wife or children, his work and life were essentially intertwined. His residence was conveniently close to his office, and he spent the majority of his time there. Shortly after arriving at the office, he received a crucial message from the frontline lookout tower. A large number of unidentified creatures were rapidly advancing towards the base, suspected to be fishmen. The number was undetermined, but it was roughly estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands, far too many to count. Upon receiving this news, Ma Wu immediately notified the commanders of the War God Brigade to assemble without delay. After the message was dispatched, within 3 minutes, Ling Tian, Sun Dashing, Dewey Bai, and others appeared in the base's conference room. Ma Wu took his place at the commander's seat, with a map of the nearby sea region behind him. With a grave expression, he held a pen, scribbling notes on a piece of paper. Half a minute later, he slowly lifted his head and saw that all the commanders had gathered. Wang Long and Dong Yanwu were stationed at 2 other bases with their respective teams. Clearing his throat, Ma Wu solemnly addressed the group. "Now that everyone is present, and given the urgency of the situation, let us be succinct. The direction of the Fishmen's attack is unmistakably targeted at our base headquarters. I have just spoken with the heads of the other 2 bases, and they have reported no sightings of fishmen. They have been instructed to continue holding their ground, which means we only have our 3 battalions and the Beast Legion. Moreover, according to intelligence from the front lines, the number of fishmen is estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands, with their strength undetermined, expected to arrive in 1 hour. Upon hearing the number of fishmen, the expressions of the gathered commanders changed dramatically. We only have about 1,000 personnel here, while they number in the hundreds of thousands. How can we possibly engage them? Ling Tian furrowed his brow, his face contorted with concern. Although their numbers are vast, their strength should not be overly formidable. I suspect that most of their capability is likely comparable to ours. Even if they come in droves, it should not pose a significant threat. What we must focus on is their elite combat power. Du Yibai calmly analyzed the situation. Ma Wu nodded slowly. Indeed, Yibai's analysis was quite reasonable. I believe the number of fishmen is substantial, but it poses no great concern. Let us not forget that our War God squad is an Imperial-level team. The challenge lies primarily in the number and strength of the opposing Imperial-level warriors. So, what shall be our next course of action? Ling Tian inquired, gazing at Ma Wu. After a minute of contemplation, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ma Wu's eyes as he promptly declared, "My suggestion is to take a proactive stance through a strategic retreat. We shall initiate an offensive. We currently possess 200 sets of advanced technological armor left by Commander Ling, which we can deploy for aerial assaults on these fishmen. This armor boasts strength comparable to Imperial warriors, with a significant lethality radius, sure to inflict substantial damage upon the fishmen. Ling Tian shall oversee this operation. I will coordinate with the other 2 bases to provide you with support, disrupting the fishmen from the flanks. Furthermore, we can lay a vast array of explosives along the coastline. Our base is abundant with these explosives, and if they remain unused, they will simply deteriorate. It is an opportune time to clear our inventory. Du Yibai, you will be in charge of this task. Additionally, we shall position all our heavy weaponry atop the walls of the base to annihilate these beasts. I will personally supervise this operation. All right, this is my plan. If anyone has objections, feel free to voice them." After Ma Wu finished speaking, he looked at the others. "I have no objections." Ling Tian shook his head. Du Yibai also supported this proposal. As a military man, Ma Wu's arrangements and considerations are beyond the capabilities of others, which is precisely why Ling Feng entrusted him with the role of military commander. "What shall we do?" Sun Desheng gazed at Ma Wu eagerly. As the foremost expert in the base, he was keen to demonstrate his worth, yet he found himself without a designated role while others had their responsibilities. Ma Wu chuckled heartily. "You and your beast army will guard the base alongside me. Should the fishmen assault our stronghold, we shall join forces to vanquish the intruders." Across the boundless sea, the once desolate waters were now teeming with fishmen. Their sole objective was a place called War God Base. This time, the number of fishmen exceeded 1 million, a figure amassed from over a dozen clans, their ranks stretching for miles. This overwhelming assembly resulted in the fishmen being divided into several formations, complicating communication and slowing information relay. As the overall commander of the fishmen, Aoba was a true denizen of the depths. At this moment, he sat within a spacious mobile command center, a table before him laden with an array of delicacies. Gazing at the endless legion of fishmen, his heart swelled with ambition. He believed that with his mighty army of 100,000, not even a modest stronghold like War God Base, nor the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, could withstand his might. With an army of 1 million and countless skilled warriors, including nearly 100 Imperial-level experts, I find myself virtually unmatched. How long until we reach our destination? Oba inquired indifferently, glancing at a merman beside him. "Report, Master. At our current pace, we should arrive at the walls of the God of War base by the seaside in approximately 1 hour, the merman replied respectfully. Though he was the de facto ruler of this million-strong merman army, he still bowed his head in the presence of the Shadow Clan. He was compelled to obey Oba unconditionally, even if it meant facing death without hesitation. After all, the mermen were mere fodder for the Shadow Clan. Any hint of rebellion would lead to their annihilation. Oba's dissatisfaction was evident upon hearing the merman's response, and he furrowed his brow, speaking sternly. "I care not what methods you employ. You must reach our destination within half an hour. Master, our current speed is already the fastest possible. We cannot go any quicker. The sheer number of our ranks poses a risk if we push too hard," the merman replied, a look of distress crossing his face. Oba's expression darkened immediately. As the master of the mermen, his word was law, yet this creature dared to defy him. With a swift motion, he struck the merman's chest, sending him crashing against the side of the mobile command unit. The steel-plated vehicle suffered a dent from the impact, and the merman spat out blue blood, clearly injured. My words are orders. Do you understand? If you wish to live, act immediately. Oba declared coldly. Yes, master, I understand. The merman leader wiped the blood from his mouth and bowed repeatedly, acknowledging his error. Oba snorted disdainfully, commanding, filthy creature, go arrange matters at once. At once. The merman leader hurriedly exited the command unit to organize the troops, though a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. He swiftly dispatched orders to his closest aides to accelerate the march of the various squads, seeking out their leaders to hasten their movements. Just as his orders were issued, a voice suddenly shouted from the crowd, pointing to the sky, "What is that?" The merman leader immediately followed the direction of the finger, looking up, and his expression shifted dramatically. Isn't that one of our technological warriors? How did they appear here? I was not informed of their involvement in this operation. Could the Shadow Clan have made alternative arrangements? The merman leader scratched his head, momentarily bewildered by the situation. Meanwhile, in the sky, Ling Tian and his 200 technological warriors flew unabashedly above the mermen, who merely glanced up in surprise before returning to their concerns. Ling Tian exhibited an air of confidence as they hovered 200 meters above the ground, well beyond the reach of the fishmen below. After circling the group of fishmen for a while, Ling Feng discerned that their formation was extraordinarily elongated, stretching for several kilometers, with no semblance of defense or organization. The ranks appeared disheveled and chaotic. This was precisely in line with Ma Wu's predictions. Prior to his departure, Ma Wu had warned him that the sheer number of fishmen would result in utter disarray. He merely needed to incite a modicum of chaos with his contingent of 200 technological warriors, and the ranks would inevitably descend into turmoil. Ling Tian increasingly admired Ma Wu for his accurate assessments. All of his conjectures had proven true. Thus, he resolved to create the chaos as instructed. Leading his team, he swiftly positioned himself at the heart of the fishmen's formation. As Ling Tian observed the slowly advancing fishmen, he licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Soon, the 200 technological warriors had arranged themselves in formation, each spaced 20 meters apart in a straight line. Prepare. Fire. At Ling Tian's command, a moment of silence was followed by the simultaneous launch of rockets and laser projectiles from the 200 warriors. 200 rockets, accompanied by an equal number of laser bolts, hurtled down towards the fishmen's ranks with astonishing speed. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted within their ranks, followed by a series of small mushroom clouds ascending into the sky. The fishmen caught within the blast were enveloped in thick smoke, rendering the scene inside obscured, while continuous cries of anguish echoed through the haze. Meanwhile, the fishman leader was startled by the sudden explosion. He felt the shock wave reverberate even from a distance. Hastily, he turned towards the source of the commotion, observing mushroom clouds rising several kilometers away. At that moment, Oba rushed down from his vehicle. What is happening? Where did that explosion come from? Have you investigated? He inquired sharply, directing his questions at the fishman leader. With a wry smile, the fishman leader bowed slightly and stammered. Master, I just heard it as well. Judging by the sound, it should be around 10 kilometers distant. I shall investigate immediately. Quickly go. Oba waved his hand impatiently. The fishman leader exhaled a quiet sigh of relief and, accompanied by a few subordinates, hurried towards the direction of the explosion. The impact of the explosion had brought the fishmen's advance to a halt, leaving them bewildered. The leader's expression shifted. If the ranks remained stagnant and delayed their operations, he would inevitably face punishment. He quickened his pace. Soon, he arrived at the explosion site, where the smoke was beginning to dissipate. Upon seeing the aftermath, the fishmen collectively gasped in shock. The explosion's devastation stretched over 4 to 5 kilometers, leaving behind a scene of dismembered limbs and a ground stained in blue. The leader's kin had become one with the earth, while a few surviving mermen were barely clinging to life, their breaths growing fainter. The merman leader's eyes reddened. These were his people, and this recent explosion had claimed nearly 80,000 lives. He had brought a total of 1 million kin with him, and without even encountering the enemy, he had lost close to 10% of his forces, a tragedy of immense proportions. He swiftly summoned several witnesses to inquire about the specifics of the incident. It was the technological warriors. I saw them attack our people with my own eyes. One merman said, trembling, clearly overwhelmed by the shock of the explosion that had left an indelible mark on his memory. Technological warriors? Are you certain? The merman leader furrowed his brow, staring incredulously at the witness. The merman nodded emphatically. I saw it with my own eyes. Others witnessed it as well. Several other witnesses affirmed his account, corroborating that the technological warriors had indeed been the aggressors. The merman leader lowered his head in contemplation when suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted ahead of him, likely from the advance units of his army. His expression changed dramatically as he immediately rallied his forces toward the source of the explosions. However, before he could reach the site, a succession of blasts resounded behind him. The merman leader stood frozen, uncertain of where to direct his attention. The most pressing concern was that his army was descending into chaos. He could distinctly feel the mounting unrest among his troops. Should a force of 1,000,000 become disordered, it would spell disaster. Chapter 360. The merman's great defeat inside his vehicle. Ubo was startled by the continuous explosions and could no longer remain seated. He stepped outside to survey the situation and was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. Chaos reigned outside, with mermen darting about in panic, their faces etched with terror and confusion. Some were utterly oblivious to the cause of the turmoil, simply following the flight of their fellows. In the distance, several areas were shrouded in smoke, punctuated by the sounds of screams. Uba's expression darkened as he sought the merman leader for an explanation. Just then, the leader hurried toward him, panic evident in his demeanor. Upon seeing Uba, the merman leader fell to his knees in dread. Master, our forces have been attacked by technological warriors. Several of our formations have suffered varying degrees of assault, and now the ranks are in disarray. Uba's face paled. What did you say? An attack by technological warriors? Are you jesting with me? He glared coldly at the merman leader. The leader of the fishmen wore an expression of profound bitterness, yet he mustered the courage to speak. Master, I cannot tell a lie. This is what I witnessed with my own eyes. We have indeed suffered an assault from the technological warriors, resulting in nearly 300,000 casualties. As he uttered this grim figure, his eyes brimmed with sorrow, for every fishman here was his kin, and all were elite among his people. The loss of 300,000 weighed heavily on his heart. Uba's face was initially one of shock, which swiftly morphed into anger. He felt no sorrow for the fallen fishmen. Rather, his ire stemmed from the fact that he had led a contingent of 1,000,000 fishmen into enemy territory, only to lose a third of his forces before even reaching the adversary's domain. What a mockery it would be if word of this spread. Moreover, technological warriors attacking these fishmen was utterly illogical. Suddenly, Uba slapped his forehead in frustration, cursing, "These bastards." He recalled that before his departure, Selena from the beautiful country had informed him that Lingfeng, of the war god base, had slain many of their technological warriors and seized a considerable amount of their technological armor. Little did he expect that these cunning humans would now wield their weapons against them. Infuriating. Crucially, they possessed no firearms, rendering the technological warriors helpless. As if to echo his thoughts, a squad of technological warriors suddenly appeared overhead just as Uba was seething with rage. Ling Tian, while leading the technological warriors in search of the next target, spotted a mobile home, unique amongst the fishmen's assembly. He immediately surmised that someone of significance, likely the leader of the fishmen, was inside. To his astonishment, he saw a human standing outside the mobile home, with a fishman kneeling before him. Upon sighting the technological warriors, Uba erupted in fury, hurling insults at them. "You bastards from the war god base, come down and fight me if you dare." Ling Tian, amused by the vitriol directed at him, merely chuckled, displaying no trace of anger. Instead, he responded with a smirk, "I won't come down. How about you come up here? Come on, fight me." After tauntingly turning his back to Uba, he playfully slapped his own rear, deliberately removing his helmet and grinning down at the leader. "Come on, hit me. I'll stand right here for you to strike. Do you have the guts, you worthless scum?" Uba was nearly apoplectic with rage. This human in the sky was insufferably provoking him. Although he was fully aware that the opponent was deliberately trying to incite him, he could not help but retaliate with anger. "You people from the war god base are nothing but cowards, mere mice hiding in your caves, lacking any courage." Uba mocked Ling Tian with disdain. Ling Tian cast a disdainful glance at him. "Indeed, I am precisely that sort of person. You are not mistaken in the slightest. But what of it? You still cannot reach me, you worthless fool." Ling Tian made a face at Uba, then shouted to the other technological warriors, "Brothers, let us get to work." After uttering these words, he deliberately glanced back at Oba, then led the technological warriors in a merciless slaughter of the fishmen. Shells rapidly soared towards Oba and his vicinity. Following a series of explosions, Oba emerged from the smoke, covered in soot, accompanied by the fishman leader. His face darkened with fury. Although the shells posed no threat to him, the humiliation of being attacked in such a manner left him utterly disgraced. "Prepare the troops. I shall lead you to turn the war god base to rubble. I refuse to believe that every individual within the war god base can soar through the skies." Oba spoke these words through clenched teeth, his expression darkening to an almost suffocating degree. He silently vowed to capture the human from earlier and torture him to death. The fishman leader, witnessing his master on the brink of rage, dared not contradict him and swiftly sought out the leaders of the various squads. However, after the recent series of explosive assaults, chaos had already ensued within the ranks of the fishmen. Despite the squad leaders' best efforts to maintain order, confusion reigned. Particularly, one squad leader perished in the blasts, leaving their team leaderless, resulting in utter disarray. The entire fishman contingent was rife with clamor, devoid of any semblance of discipline. Observing the fishmen below in disarray, their energy nearly exhausted, Linjiang deemed the mission a resounding success. It was time to return. "Fall back," Linjiang commanded as he and the technological warriors began their return journey. With a mere 200-strong team, they had incurred no losses while decimating the fishman army, thereby affording precious time for the tasks awaiting at the base. The fishmen would require at least a day to reorganize their ranks, and the scattered fishmen would prove to be a headache in their own right. Night was swiftly approaching. Once darkness enveloped the land, their apocalypse would truly commence, and the base would undoubtedly engage in action. Upon returning to the base, Linjiang eagerly reported his achievements to Ma Wu, who was overjoyed upon hearing the news and immediately arranged the next steps for their mission. "Great sage, it is your turn to take action." Chapter 361. The onslaught of the beasts upon receiving the mission, Sun Dashing, was filled with excitement. Finally, they could engage in battle. They had been itching to unleash their prowess. If they did not take their subordinates out for a breath of fresh air soon, the group would surely succumb to despair. Since joining the war god base, their power had surged, yet they had not yet tested their strength. Now, at long last, the opportunity had arrived. The task assigned by Ma Wu to them was remarkably straightforward: a nighttime ambush on the fishmen. As night had already fallen, those fishmen, having endured the bombardment earlier in the afternoon, were undoubtedly demoralized, and their ranks were likely disorganized. Striking them at this juncture would undoubtedly inflict significant damage. To facilitate their surprise attack, Ma Wu designated Du Yibai to lead 50 technological warriors, providing aerial support from above. Upon receiving Ma Wu's command, Sun Dashing promptly summoned all 217 of his subordinates, whose strength had now reached at least the third tier of the imperial level. Some of the more powerful ones had even ascended to the fourth tier, and the overall strength of the alien beasts had surpassed that of the God of War Brigade. With a grave expression, Sun Dashing addressed his subordinates. "Tonight, we are to embark on a perilous mission. Everyone must obey orders and refrain from straying or causing chaos. Otherwise, I shall expel anyone who disobeys. Do you understand?" "Understood." The alien beasts responded in unison. Sun Dashing nodded in satisfaction. Checking the time, it was already 10 p.m., and he waved his hand decisively. "Let us depart." The 217 alien beasts swiftly followed Sun Dashing out of the base. Though colossal in stature, they moved with remarkable agility and made not a sound as they treaded silently. Simultaneously, Du Yibai ascended into the skies with his 50 technological warriors. Their primary objective was twofold: to scout the movements of the fishmen and to assist Sun Dashing in identifying vulnerable points within their ranks for a decisive strike. Additionally, should the alien beasts encounter danger, they could promptly provide fire support from the air. Before long, Sun Dashing and the alien beasts arrived at the encampment of one of the fishmen battalions. Their speed was astonishing. They covered the 40 kilometers in just 20 minutes. This particular battalion housed approximately 80,000 fishmen, and according to Du Yibai's observations, their position was somewhat isolated, distanced from other battalions and far from the fishmen's command center. Following the reconnaissance conducted earlier by Linjiang, they were aware that the leader of this troop was a human being who had been under continuous surveillance. with every action meticulously recorded. Furthermore, this individual's strength was assessed to be comparable to that of Sun dashing. Thus, their strategy hinged on swiftness, strike decisively, and then retreat immediately. In the words of a great thinker, when the enemy is in distress, we shall harass them. When they are weary, we shall strike. At that moment, the fishmen, having endured a day of relentless marching coupled with the pressures of the earlier bombardment, were utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. They were already deep into a brief rest period by direct order from their leader. After just 3 hours of rest, they would immediately launch an assault on the war god base. Those 3 hours had been hard-won. It was the fishman chief himself who risked his life to negotiate for this pause. Originally, Oba had demanded they attack right away, but the overwhelming discontent among the troops forced him to reluctantly grant them this short reprieve. Sun dashing gazed toward the distant, eerily quiet fisherman encampment, then turned to look at his subordinates below, faces hardened with bloodlust. He spoke again, voice firm and clear. I'll say this one more time. When the moment comes, you follow me command without hesitation. The instant I say retreat, you pull back, no delay. No questions. Got it. The mutated beasts all nodded in unison. Good, Sun dashing said, his voice dropping low. Then begin your hunt. The moment his words fell, the beasts surged forward like a tidal wave, charging straight into the fishmen's territory. Security at the fishman camp was shockingly lax. Out of tens of thousands of troops, only 4 fishmen had been assigned to guard duty, and when the beasts attacked, 2 of them were fast asleep. The other 2 were lounging together, chatting idly, completely oblivious to any danger. One of them rubbed his palms together irritably and grumbled, "Damn it. That Dan Dong deliberately stuck us with guard duty just because we didn't bribe him. Not even allowed to sleep. That bastard." His companion tried to calm him. "Come on. It's just guard duty. Keep your mouth shut. Honestly, I'm not asking for much. I'd be happy if I could just eat a few humans this time." But before he could finish, his words died in his throat. His eyes widened in sheer terror. "What's wrong?" the first fishman asked, confused by his sudden silence. Trembling, the second fishman slowly raised a shaking hand and pointed behind his friend. "Why you behind you? There's a monster." The fishman sitting across from him froze. He suddenly felt a warm, moist breath against his ear, like someone exhaling right next to him. He swallowed hard, too scared to speak aloud, and ever so slowly turned his head, his eyes locked onto a pair of glowing crimson pupils. A massive, grotesque head loomed over him, its gaze dripping with bloodthirsty hunger. He managed only a single syllable before the beast snapped him up whole. Crunching, tearing sounds followed as it chewed him alive. The other awake fishman was swarmed and devoured seconds later. Even the 2 sleeping guards were ripped apart in their dreams, becoming easy meals for the ravenous beasts. With the sentries eliminated, the real slaughter began. Screams of panic and agony soon erupted throughout the fishman camp. The sudden appearance of these terrifying monsters threw the entire fishman battalion into utter chaos. Thanks to Lin Su's modifications, every one of these beasts now possessed mutant flame, an ability they all favored above all others. Not only did it drastically boost their power, but its area of effect devastation was immense. A single blast of mutant flame could incinerate dozens of fishmen in an instant, bodies turning to ash before they even hit the ground. Tens of thousands of mermen were swiftly routed, scattering in disarray as the formidable strength of the otherworldly beasts left them with no chance to retaliate. "What on earth is happening? Come back, you rascals. Hold your ground." The leader of the mermen, witnessing his subordinates panic, was immediately alarmed. As both the captain and the strongest among them, he charged fiercely towards the beasts. Chapter 362. The Battle of Sun dashing, you wretched creatures, perish. The merman leader surged towards one of the beasts, his speed so great that he appeared as but a blur. Smack! Ah, what a plump merman! The white tiger raised a paw, glancing down at the merman leader who had been flattened into a pulp. What was he just saying? He seemed rather agitated. The white tiger turned to a nearby giant python, seeking clarification. The giant python, engrossed in its fiery antics, cast a disinterested glance at the tiger and replied, "I have no idea what these mermen are saying. Their language is beyond my comprehension." But it seems he was in a position of authority. With that, the python returned to its fiery play, ignoring the white tiger. Without their leader, the mermen fell into further chaos. However, Sun Dashing and his comrades dispatched the beasts with remarkable speed. Within 5 minutes, the mermen had been nearly exterminated, with only a scant few managing to escape. Retreat! Sun Dashing bellowed, swiftly leading the otherworldly beasts away, vanishing into the night in mere seconds. He had just received word from Du Ibai that reinforcements for the mermen were en route, prompting their immediate departure. Their mission was ambush. They could not afford to linger. Not 2 minutes after Sun Dashing's departure, Oba arrived with a cadre of elite mermen to provide assistance. Gazing upon the battlefield littered with corpses and the acrid scent of charred remains, Oba's expression twisted in anguish. He had believed he had arrived swiftly, only to find the aftermath of a massacre. To counter potential night raids from the God of War base, he had painstakingly assembled this mobile unit, composed of only the finest warriors, to ensure rapid deployment and enemy elimination. Yet, the enemy had been too swift, despite his best efforts to reach them in time. He was still too late. These damned humans, how can they be so fast? Uba roared at the sky in fury. Gather all forces. Cease resting, and take the God of War base. He immediately commanded the merman leaders around him. He needed to reach the God of War base as quickly as possible. The longer he delayed, the closer he came to his own demise at the hands of the enemy. Resolutely, he decided to muster all his strength for a full-scale assault on the base. The merman leaders, no longer voicing any objections, promptly issued their orders. After the loss of 70 to 80,000 of their kin, they had grown numb to the horror. Upon returning to the base, Sun Dashing reported his combat situation to Ma Wu. Seated in his command room, Ma Wu was intently monitoring the battlefield dynamics. Through several operations, he had come to a definitive conclusion. The leader of the merman army was an incompetent fool, lacking any military acumen. With just a few clever stratagems, he had inflicted significant losses upon the merman forces. Brother Ma, what shall be our next course of action? Ling Tian inquired eagerly, his enthusiasm palpable as he reveled in the torment inflicted upon the mermen. He was already contemplating another opportunity to harass them. Ma Wu glanced at the map behind him, a faint smile gracing his lips. You shall take 200 men clad in technological armor to continue the harassment. Wang Long and Dong Yanwu are nearly in position. Great Sage, you are the pinnacle of our base's combat power. Lead a squad of extraordinary beasts to intercept the merman's captain. This time, our coordinated assaults will surely leave them thoroughly overwhelmed. A hint of a smile broke through Ma Wu's serious demeanor. Understood. Ling Tian exclaimed with fervor as he exited the conference room alongside Sun Dashing. Meanwhile, Wang Long and his contingent of 300 soldiers had already stealthily positioned themselves near the merman army. He glanced at his watch, 2:56 a.m. 4 minutes remained until the operation commenced. As the clock struck the hour, he and Dong Yinwu's forces would launch a simultaneous attack from the left and right flanks, while Ling Tian's aerial unit would initiate an airstrike against the merman front lines. According to Ma Wu's directives, this assault would solely employ the use of fire, as these mermen appeared to possess an innate fear of flames. Time's up. Attack. With Wang Long's command, the 300 valiant warriors surged toward the merman ranks. Simultaneously, Dong Yinwu's 300 technological soldiers initiated their offensive, while Ling Tian's technological warriors activated bombardment protocols. Awakened suddenly by the cacophony of cannon fire, the merman leader, Oba, rushed to his master in a state of panic. Master, the technological soldiers from the God of War base have returned. Oba's expression darkened as he coldly replied. What is there to panic about? Where are they? Immediately disperse the troops to minimize casualties. In a fluster, the merman leader responded, Master, it is not just the technological soldiers. Our left rear and right front are also under attack from humans. It is certain they are human, and their strength is astonishingly overwhelming. We have no capacity to retaliate. A cold smile crept across Oba's face. They dare to cross us. They are truly courting death. I will ensure they pay dearly for this. Oba promptly assembled an emergency response team and dashed toward the site of the attack. As they formed together, they were met with an airstrike led by Du Ibai, who, commanding 50 technological soldiers, unleashed indiscriminate fire upon the merman below. After depleting his ammunition, Du Ibai swiftly retreated with his men. As the dense smoke dissipated, Oba surveyed his surroundings, staggering slightly, nearly fainting on the spot. His painstakingly assembled emergency squad had been utterly annihilated. Although the group consisted of merely 50 individuals, each was a formidable emperor-level warrior. In the wake of a single round of bombardment, they had all perished. You scoundrels, even if I am the last one standing, I shall tear you all to shreds. Oba roared, immediately turning to face his adversaries alone. Your enemy is me. A deep voice resonated behind him. Oba swiftly turned to see a creature resembling a cross between a human and a monkey slowly emerging from the shadows, wielding a staff-like weapon. With a wary expression, Oba regarded this figure, astonished that he had failed to notice its presence behind him. Truly bizarre. You are from the war god base. Oba glared coldly. Sun Dashing, gripping his staff, replied icily. Indeed, you won't be leaving today? Oba sneered, flexing his wrists. Huh, you are quite confident. I just wonder how formidable your strength is. I hope you won't disappoint me. Chapter 363. Consecutive kills. Oba's body gradually lifted off the ground, shrouded in a swirling black mist that obscured his true form. Exuding an air of mystery, Sun Dashing, his expression grave, observed his opponent intently. Holding his staff with one hand, his aura rapidly intensified, soon matching that of Oba. You are impressive. I hope your subsequent strength does not disappoint me, Oba remarked, his gaze icy. Humph. Sun Dashing snorted derisively. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing mere inches from Oba, his crimson staff poised to strike. Oba's expression shifted. Sun Dashing's speed clearly surpassed his own. As the staff, enveloped in green flames, approached him, a sense of trepidation washed over Oba. With a clenched jaw, he summoned all his strength to twist his body aside to evade the attack. The red staff brushed past his nose, the scorching heat causing a slight sting to his skin. Sun Dashing's missed strike crashed into the ground, creating a gaping chasm several dozen meters long and half a meter wide. Oba's countenance darkened. He had not expected to encounter such a formidable opponent today. The monkey-like figure exhibited considerable strength. Very well, your prowess is commendable. I shall now fight with utmost seriousness. How audacious! Sun Dashing scoffed, swiftly repositioning himself, staff in hand, advancing toward Oba. Oba's expression hardened, and the mist surrounding him thickened. The two immediately engaged in combat, with Oba's black mist growing ever denser as Sun Dashing unleashed a powerful strike aimed directly at the swirling darkness. As the long staff made contact with the dark mist, the sinister vapor gradually dissipated, revealing that the formidable Oba had also vanished. Sun Dashing's earlobes twitched slightly. The instinct of battle compelled him to instantaneously teleport to the side. At that very moment, a surge of black, anomalous fire erupted. The searing heat of the flames distorted the surrounding air, altering its hue. Oba furrowed his brow, realizing that his confident strike had failed to land on this adversary. On the opposite side, having narrowly evaded the ambush, Sun Dashing steadied himself and propelled his right leg forcefully against the ground, launching himself toward Oba with the speed of a cannonball, while his staff ignited with a fierce blaze of anomalous fire. Upon witnessing Sun Dashing's sudden assault, Oba prepared to employ his technique of vanishing into the dark mist once more. A smirk curled at the corner of Sun Dashing's mouth as he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a powerful sound wave attack directed at Oba. The unexpected sonic blast momentarily blinded Oba, destabilizing his form and slowing his movements unnaturally. Now was the moment. Sun Dashing's onslaught descended upon Oba like a torrential storm, delivering nearly 100 strikes in mere seconds. The final blow sent Oba's body soaring into the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, flipping through the air multiple times before skidding across the ground for several meters, eventually coming to a halt. Oba lay crumpled like a heap of mud, his body shattered by Sun Dashing's relentless assault, gasping for breath. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth as he managed a mocking smile, taunting, "Ah, you did well, but you cannot kill me." Sun Dashing cast a cold glance in his direction before bringing his staff crashing down upon Oba's head. The impact obliterated Oba's skull, rendering him utterly lifeless. Sun Dashing exhaled slowly, turning to depart, his mission accomplished. The leader of the fishmen lay dead, the impending crisis quelled. Yet, just as he had taken a few steps, a voice echoed from behind him. "I told you, you cannot kill me." Sun Dashing turned to see Oba standing there, miraculously unscathed, his eyes filled with profound shock. Resurrection. This ability was unlike anything he had ever encountered. "You are not dead." Sun Dashing's icy demeanor faltered for a moment. "Of course, I am not dead. We of the Night Clan cannot be killed," Oba exclaimed proudly, relishing the astonished expression on his foe's face upon witnessing his revival. In such moments, his enemies would invariably lose their resolve, surrendering or falling victim to his hand. Though astonished, Sun Dashing remained resolute, showing no signs of despair. Resurrection, what of it? A wretch like you, I could slay 100 times, he remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Oba. Oba, with a chilling smile, replied, You may kill me 100 times, but all I need is to vanquish you once. What do you possess to challenge me? Deep within, Oba seethed with anger. This insolent monkey had insulted him repeatedly, yet he found himself unable to prevail. Is that so? Then let us continue this battle. I yearn to witness if you truly cannot bring me to my end. Sun Wukong charged at Oba once more, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Oba's expression darkened as he stepped forward to confront Sun Wukong. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows for several rounds, until Sun Wukong seized upon a flaw in Oba's defense, striking him squarely on the head with his staff. Oba's skull shattered upon impact. Death claimed Oba for the second time. Sun Wukong stood resolutely, quietly observing a distant inner core wreathed in dark mist. Moments later, Oba resurrected once more. Ha ha! I have returned. However, before he could finish his proclamation, Sun Wukong's onslaught resumed. Oba gasped, swiftly defending himself. After 10 exchanges, Oba fell again. The third death. The fourth death. After the 10th death, Oba's complexion turned pale as he gazed at Sun Wukong, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Though he could not die, his primordial energy was being severely depleted. While this energy could gradually replenish, excessive loss within a short span would greatly affect his lifespan. Furthermore, this opponent appeared as an inexhaustible war machine, relentlessly fighting without a hint of fatigue. Do you intend to persist in this combat? Oba feigned calmness as he addressed Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong remained silent, charging at him once more, expressing his resolve through action. Chapter 364. The next plan. Oba, now mentally exhausted, had been slain over 20 times today. His primordial energy was nearly exhausted. Should it be fully depleted, his strength would stagnate, and his lifespan would significantly diminish. As he observed the mist surrounding him thinning, dread overtook his features. You damned monkey, I shall not let you escape. Oba glared at Sun Wukong with venomous intent. Sun Wukong, with disdain, retorted, I stand right here. Feel free to come at me. Humph, we shall see. Suddenly, Oba's mist erupted with unprecedented power, and his form vanished from sight. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. After scanning the surroundings, he confirmed that the rogue had fled. Though Oba's capabilities were lacking, his speed of escape was unmatched, and now, there was no trace of him to be found. Sun Wukong glanced at the time and promptly departed, heading towards his next destination. Meanwhile, Wang Long and Dong Yanwu led the God of War team, wreaking havoc in their path. Without the guidance of their leader, the entire army of fishmen had descended into chaos. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they were unable to mount an effective counterattack, floundering like headless flies awaiting their demise. The battle raged for 2 hours, resulting in the disbandment of the fishmen's grand forces. From 1 million, only around 200,000 remained, scattering in several directions. Upon learning of the battle's progression, Ma Wu immediately ordered everyone to return. Although Ling Tian insisted on pursuing the fishmen to eliminate them entirely, Ma Wu, understanding the principle of not pursuing a desperate foe, insisted on their immediate retreat. The initial assault by the fishmen had ended in failure, yet all were aware that this was merely the beginning for the fishmen's entire clan. 1 million warriors were not a significant loss, and they could return at any moment. At that moment, the commanders of various battalions within the God of War team gathered in the conference room, including Wang Long and Dong Yanwu. They convened to discuss their next course of action. Ma Wu, with a grave expression, remarked, given the fishmen's recent defeat, attempting a surprise attack next time may prove futile. Furthermore, having suffered losses in the air, they might allocate some of their aerial forces. Ling Tian responded confidently, I believe our strength far exceeds that of these fishmen, and we need not worry. Our warriors possess unique fire abilities that are a definitive counter to the fishmen. We only need to be cautious of their high-end combatants. Their leader was routed by the great sage today. The battle had significantly boosted his confidence, as he had never before slaughtered enemies so decisively on the battlefield. The fishmen are not the true threat. It is the beings from the Earth's core. Sun Wukong interjected from the corner, his tone somber. The crowd's expressions shifted, and they turned to regard him with concern. They had heard of the beings from the Earth's core from Ling Feng, yet had never encountered them directly. This was their first encounter with the creature that the great sage had faced. Realizing the weight of their gazes, Sun Wukong recounted in detail his battle with the being from the Earth's core. The peculiar abilities of this creature left the room enveloped in a profound silence. The phrase death and resurrection reverberated in the minds of all present, profoundly shocking each individual. It seemed to shatter their understanding of reality, resembling mere nonsense. However, there was no hint of doubt regarding Sun Wukong's words. He would not jest at such a critical moment. This being from the Earth's core is truly monstrous. Wang Long exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Following Ling Feng, he had encountered numerous bizarre abilities, yet the power of resurrection was an unprecedented experience for him. Was there truly no means to contend with this subterranean being? Dong Yinwu furrowed his brows and spoke coldly. I have slain him 25 times. Although he revives each time, I can sense his vitality gradually waning. Should I be granted the opportunity to strike him down several more times, I believe that even if he does not perish, his powers will significantly diminish. All these subterranean beings are not insurmountable. Sun Dashing spoke slowly, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. He had allowed this adversary to escape. The others looked at Sun Dashing in disbelief. Their endurance was not comparable to his, capable of sustaining prolonged battles. Not to mention 20 times. Even among equals, achieving 2 consecutive kills was a formidable challenge. Ling Xiao should have a way to deal with this subterranean entity. Ling Tian mused nostalgically, stroking his chin. We cannot depend solely on Ling Xiao for everything. We must strive to resolve this crisis ourselves and avoid burdening him further. He has more pressing matters at hand, Ma Wu stated with a grave expression. What shall our next course of action be? Dewey Bai inquired succinctly. Ma Wu pondered for a moment and replied calmly. Our next step is to leverage the advantages of our base. Did Ling Xiao not mention that the defenses of my base are adequate to withstand assaults from god-level entities? As long as this base stands, the fishmen shall not prevail against us. Furthermore, we have prepared numerous traps and possess ample firepower to counter them. I suspect that the fishmen's offensive will commence shortly. Wang Long and Dong Yinwu, you two are to return to the camp immediately with your teams to prevent any surprise attacks from these fishmen. After delegating responsibilities, Ma Wu promptly inspected the military defenses atop the walls and the status of various weapons, ensuring that they would strike the enemy hard upon their arrival. Meanwhile, deep beneath the surface, Uba stood pale beside a man whose countenance was exceedingly grim, his eyes smoldering with fury. My lord, this was undoubtedly an unforeseen circumstance. The warriors from the war god base are far too cunning. They launched a surprise attack, and their aerial technological armor was beyond my reach, resulting in our devastating losses. Uba explained with evident trepidation. The man cast a cold glance at him. We dispatched numerous forces simultaneously, yet only your troops returned in utter disgrace. Do you not perceive the issue lies with you? You wretched fool. The war god base is the weakest among all the bases, and yet you have failed so miserably. I suggest you reconsider your position as a division marshal. Uba wore a bitter expression. My lord, I swear that the warriors from the war god base are indeed formidable. Should we mobilize again, we must ensure that we deploy stronger fighters. Uba asserted earnestly while gazing at the man. The latter merely regarded him with indifference. With regard to manpower, I will naturally continue to dispatch individuals, but you should refrain from going. It is best for you to reflect here. Having spoken, the man turned to another, whose expression was as cold as ice. Montier, this mission is now yours. Do you possess the confidence to succeed? The individual named Montier immediately bowed and replied, My lord, I shall certainly seize the war god base within a day. I will not be like that useless Uba. Upon finishing, Montier cast a menacing glance at Uba, his eyes brimming with derision. Uba, wishing to retort in anger, found himself silenced by Montier's fierce gaze. This man was clearly unhinged, exhibiting an extreme brutality that posed a threat to anyone, regardless of their identity. This was the only way he could express his discontent. Very well, I shall grant you one day. I will also provide you with 1 million fishmen and 200 Imperial-level warriors. This time, we must capture the war god base. The man patted Montier on the shoulder, a look of joy illuminating his face. My lord, I shall set off immediately. Montier declared confidently, casting a provocative glance back at Uba before departing. Leading his million-strong army, Montier swiftly embarked on his journey. Before the army was fully mobilized, he summoned the leaders of the various divisions for a brief meeting. I will only address one matter. Every fishman must travel at full speed. Those who lag behind need not wait. I will establish a separate team to collect any stragglers. Reach the war god base as swiftly as possible, and upon arrival, launch an immediate assault without waiting for the rear divisions. I shall lead the vanguard, and anyone who dares to waste time will find themselves at the mercy of my wrath. Montier's gaze was filled with murderous intent as he surveyed the dozen or so fishmen leaders present. Once Montier's orders were disseminated, the million-strong fishmen army swiftly advanced towards the war god base. They departed under the cover of night, and by dawn, they found themselves merely 20 kilometers from their destination. Despite the fatigue etched on their faces from the overnight march, not a single individual displayed any dissatisfaction. During the journey, Montier, the harbinger of death, had ruthlessly executed dozens of whiny fishmen, including an imperial-level warrior. His brutality was undeniable. One strike was all it took to vanquish that powerful foe. Montier gazed at the watchtower of the war god base in the distance, knowing they were nearing their target. A flicker of savage delight crossed his eyes. His greatest passion in life was slaughter, and he was determined to unleash a torrent of bloodshed upon these humans. All fishmen, charge with me and seize the war god base, he bellowed, leading the charge forward. Simultaneously, Ma Wu, who was patrolling the city walls, soon received word that the fishmen's army had once again appeared just 20 kilometers from the base. The entire garrison sprang into action, each person assuming their designated role in preparing for the impending confrontation. Ma Wu retrieved his walkie-talkie, opened a channel, and issued a command: execute the plan as intended. At this moment, Ling Tian, lurking above, was keenly observing every move of the fishmen. All traps had been meticulously set, awaiting the arrival of the fishmen. Before long, in less than 10 minutes, a vast army emerged on the distant sea, swiftly advancing toward the base. Ling Tian noted that the momentum of this fishman army was significantly stronger than that of the previous one. Astonishingly, the leader of this fishman contingent bore a striking resemblance to a human, towering at approximately 2 meters, with a fierce and intimidating countenance, indicative of a brutal disposition. Ling Tian speculated that this individual might also be a denizen of the underworld. The fishman army soon entered the range of their traps. Attack! Ling Tian commanded. Instantly, the fishman forces on the sea were engulfed in a barrage of artillery fire. The cacophony of explosions reverberated incessantly, the blast radius extending over 5 kilometers. To deliver a devastating blow to the fishmen, they had prepared an astonishing 100,000 tons of explosives. At the center of the explosion, Manchuo was momentarily stunned by the sudden eruption of sound. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing he had fallen into a trap. After a brief moment of contemplation, he attempted to regroup his forces, only to discover that his orders were ineffectively drowned out by the relentless explosions. The chaos ensuing from the blasts left the troops in disarray, with fleeing fishmen scattering everywhere, rendering his commands unheard. The smoke from the explosions obscured his view of the overall situation of his forces. By the time the explosions ceased, 5 minutes had elapsed. Manchuo rubbed his ringing ears, and as the thick smoke dissipated, he was met with a harrowing sight. Countless fishmen corpses littered the ground. A glance revealed that only a handful of fishmen remained standing, most of whom were formidable imperial-level warriors. His initial contingent of 200,000 had been utterly decimated. Manchuo's eyes began to redden. It seemed that what Oba had said was true. The individuals from the God of War base were exceedingly cunning. He had yet to see a single one of them, and already he had lost 20,000 men. Curse God of War base! Manchuo seethed, gritting his teeth. The 20,000 elite troops he had led were the strongest among his million-strong army, and now they were gone. He promptly summoned the remaining few imperial-level warriors, preparing to launch a full-scale assault once the rest of his forces arrived. Soon, the regular troops followed suit. After reorganizing his remaining forces, he set out once more. Fortunately, following the last explosion, they had finally succeeded in making landfall. This was their first time on shore, while the previous million-strong army had not even set foot on land. Manchuo gazed at the towering base in the distance, his expression suddenly shifting in awe. At last, he beheld the architecture of the base, which from afar was utterly breathtaking. A base constructed entirely of ice and snow rises impressively to dozens of meters in height, its scale quite formidable. Yet, regardless of its exquisite construction, it remains merely a fortress of ice, which holds no distinction for these inferior warriors. To them, the ice is as insubstantial as tofu. The scoundrels of the war god base, Your demise is nigh. He let out a sinister laugh and immediately charged forward with his men. Such rudimentary defenses at the war god base could be breached with a single hand. Standing at the city gates, Ma Wu observed as the army of mermen approached and promptly activated the traps. Manchuo, leading the charge, soon reached a distance of 200 meters from the base when an unexpected calamity struck. A violent explosion erupted in the open ground before the base, engulfing the merman army once more in a storm of artillery fire. Manchuo's face contorted with rage, yet he found himself powerless, trapped at the center of the chaos. Unable to issue commands, he swiftly retreated from the heart of the explosion. As an Imperial-level warrior, he was impervious to the blast's harm. However, upon reaching the periphery of the explosion, he realized he could not continue leading the charge. Otherwise, there would be no one to command the overall strategy. During the explosion, his rear troops began to retreat one by one, with not a single soul stepping forward. The cacophony of explosions soon subsided, and Manchuo surveyed the ground littered with the remnants of his merman kin, his heart brimming with fury. These human beings are treacherous, employing such despicable tactics. Unwilling to confront him in an honorable battle. Quickly regaining his composure, Manchuo organized his forces for a second assault. This time, he had learned from his earlier folly. He would not lead the charge but remain at the center, directing the army's offensive. For the first wave of the attack, he dispatched 100,000 mermen to assault with full force. However, the towering walls of the war god base were insurmountable for these creatures. His strategy was to focus on demolishing their icy fortifications, which could be easily breached. With the 100,000-strong merman army readied, they swiftly advanced towards the walls of the war god base under the guidance of 10 Imperial-level merman warriors. At that moment, Ma Wu, stationed on the walls, clearly had no intention of allowing them near. With a command, a torrent of firepower erupted from the shooting apertures of the wall. Hundreds of heavy machine guns unleashed a barrage of bullets, each capable of obliterating a vehicle, raining down mercilessly upon the mermen. Besides the machine guns, a multitude of artillery shells surged towards the ranks of the merman army like a deluge. Under such overwhelming firepower, the merman battalion fell in droves, utterly powerless to retaliate. Not a single merman managed to approach within 50 meters of the wall. Soon, the ground was blanketed with layers of fallen mermen. The original white of the snow no longer visible, a scene of utter devastation. In a mere 10 minutes, the 100,000-strong merman army suffered catastrophic losses. With more than half decimated, seated in the command center, Manchuo grew increasingly irate. In the span of mere moments, he had lost another 50 to 60,000 fishmen. At this rate, his forces would be utterly insufficient to contend with the opposition. After a moment's contemplation, he steeled himself and made a resolute decision. He would go all in. With 300,000 troops remaining, he resolved to sacrifice the lives of these fishmen to breach the walls of the enemy base. Otherwise, he would never gain entry. He promptly summoned all the fishmen leaders, issued his orders, and commanded an immediate assault. Although most of the fishmen were reluctant, Manchuo, accompanied by several elite warriors, took on the role of enforcers. Anyone daring to flee would face immediate execution, forcing the fishmen to comply and advance to the front lines. As 300,000 fishmen joined the fray, the pressure on the war god base intensified. Leveraging their overwhelming numbers, the fishmen slowly pressed forward, their initial position of 50 meters gradually closing to 45. Manchuo recognized that his strategy was beginning to yield results, and a smile began to spread across his face. Your time has come, humans. Ha. Soon, after incurring significant losses, the bulk of the fishmen finally reached the base's walls. Manchuo, standing at a distance, shouted with fervor, "Bring down that accursed wall! Charge!" A swarm of fishmen immediately extended their formidable claws to assault the fortifications. On the wall, Ma Wu remained unperturbed, promptly ordering the soldiers stationed above to unleash their fiery attacks upon the fishmen below. However, the sheer number of fishmen was overwhelming, despite substantial casualties. They relentlessly continued their assault. As time passed, Manchuo soon sensed something amiss. His current wave of fishmen had been attacking the wall for half an hour with no progress to show for it. Not even a scratch marred the surface of the barrier. This was utterly baffling. Why was this ice structure more resilient than steel? After half an hour, his forces had suffered devastating losses, dwindling to under 100,000. He had initially commanded nearly 1 million fishmen, and in less than a day, He had lost 90% of them. How could he possibly report back to his superiors after such a debacle? If he returned in disgrace, that good-for-nothing Oba would surely mock him in secret. He could not allow himself to be belittled. Manchuo glared at the distant wall, fury burning in his eyes. How could a mere war god base prove so formidable? He refused to believe the extent of its defenses. Gritting his teeth, he dashed toward the base's walls with determination. Standing upon the city wall, the spectators immediately discerned the distinct presence of Manchuo. Ma Wu, ever composed, remained unperturbed. The majority of the fishmen forces had been annihilated, and the few remaining were hardly a concern. The fishmen leader below seemed utterly ineffectual, regardless of any latent strength he might possess. As Manchuo approached the base of the wall, he unleashed a fervent assault against it, seemingly to vent his pent-up frustrations. Ultimately, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, he gazed at the unchanged wall before him, contemplating despair. Furthermore, after this brief interlude, his fishman contingent had suffered yet another significant loss, dwindling to fewer than 30,000, most of whom were the elite among their ranks, each possessing at least holy-level prowess. In a fit of rage, Manchuo stormed to an open area, confronting those atop the wall. "You pitiful insects, resorting to such tactics against us, have the audacity to face me directly." His eyes glowed crimson with fury as he glared upward. Ma Wu, however, dismissed him entirely. He deemed it unnecessary to engage, believing that defeating the enemy sufficed, and the rest was irrelevant. Yet, Ling Tian atop the wall had a different perspective. He would not indulge Manchuo's provocations and retorted sharply, "Oh, you come with an army of 1,000,000 to assault our mere thousands, and yet you wish for a face-to-face confrontation? Have you lost your senses? Or did your mother forget to equip you with a brain during your birth?" Manchuo was nearly speechless, his fury ignited by Ling Tian's venomous words. He pointed angrily at Ling Tian, his eyes ablaze. "You, human, dare you descend and engage me in battle? Not a chance." Ling Tian replied without hesitation. "I'm merely engaging in verbal sparring with you. Why would I risk my life when I intend to live for several more centuries?" Manchuo, at a loss for words, found himself powerless against Ling Tian's taunts. He realized that shamelessness could render one invincible. Ling Tian, relishing in Manchuo's predicament, pressed further. "I suggest you take your leave post-haste. If you linger any longer, you may find yourself utterly alone. Your forces are dwindling rapidly." Manchuo clenched his teeth, casting a glance at his dwindling fishman warriors. A flicker of despair crossing his eyes. He understood that he could not continue this fight. Persisting would lead to the demise of his remaining followers. Reluctantly, he retreated with his remaining fishmen, their spirits crushed. Ma Wu promptly organized the war god team to begin collecting the fishmen's inner cores scattered outside the base. Following these two battles, they had amassed over 1.5 million inner cores, forming a small mountain. Previously, Ling Feng had advised them to gather these cores, as they served as vital materials for enhancing their strength. Once it was confirmed that the fishmen had retreated, Ma Wu swiftly reported the situation to Ling Feng. Thus, it came to pass that Ling Feng received a telephone notification from Ma Wu while on one island. Concurrently, upon obtaining Ma Wu's information, Ling Feng hastily commenced his return journey, accompanied by his team. During the voyage, Long Jiu learned via phone that the Longping base had also succumbed to an assault from the fishmen, rendering the situation exceedingly dire. Besides Long Jiu, the Miao family had similarly faced an attack from the fishmen. Ling Feng promptly realized that this incursion was not merely aimed at his war god base, but rather at the entirety of Long Nation. The ambitions of these fishmen were vast, leading to a separation among the group. Ling Feng and Lin Su swiftly made their way back to the base, and through their utmost efforts, Ling Feng reached the headquarters of the war god base in a mere 2 hours. Upon his return, he observed that everything appeared normal from the outside, which brought him a sense of relief. As long as the base remained secure, the fishmen could not harm those within. Ling Feng proceeded to the command room, where Ma Wu immediately reported on the battle situation, causing Ling Feng to nod in agreement. He increasingly felt that appointing Ma Wu as the military commander of the base was indeed a sagacious decision. The recent conflict had showcased Ma Wu's prowess as an exceptional military strategist. Furthermore, Ma Wu presented him with over 1,000,000 inner elixirs collected from the battle, which filled Ling Feng with great joy. This was an astounding quantity. Although the quality of the elixirs was somewhat lacking, their sheer volume was advantageous. Such an abundance would undoubtedly enhance the strength of the base's personnel to a formidable level. Ling Feng promptly stored the inner elixirs in the system space for upgrades, and the upgraded elixirs were subsequently placed back into the warehouse. A warehouse spanning hundreds of square meters was soon filled to the brim with the vast number of elixirs. Turning his gaze towards Ma Wu, Ling Feng spoke gravely. "Old Ma, I entrust you with these inner elixirs. Your task is to ensure that our warriors consume them completely in the shortest time possible." Ma Wu nodded slowly, assuring, "You can rest easy, Ling Xiao. I will have them use them immediately. I will also summon the personnel from the other 2 barracks back at once. The strength of you high-ranking officials must also be elevated swiftly. Your goal is to reach the 10th rank of the Emperor level, understood?" After delivering his instructions, Ling Feng departed, as he too needed to hasten his own strength enhancement. On one island, he had acquired several divine inner elixirs and a plethora of spiritual ore, each capable of significantly boosting one's power. Upon entering his dedicated training room, he promptly sat cross-legged, retrieving a piece of ore from his space and placing it in his hand. Instantly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy filled the entire space. Ling Feng swiftly harnessed his body to absorb the energy contained within the ore, distinctly sensing his spiritual power ascending rapidly, while the expanse of his spiritual realm gradually expanded. As the expanse of the spiritual realm continued to enlarge, Ling Feng's rate of mineral absorption accelerated rapidly, the ore within this space diminishing at a visibly remarkable pace. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Ling Feng felt an unexpected lightness in his sacred body, as if he were on the verge of floating away. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to discover that his form was gently levitating in midair, his head nearly brushing against the ceiling of the room. Ling Feng promptly began to acclimate to his newfound state, and after several minutes, he was astonished to realize he had inadvertently unlocked the ability to fly. This phenomenon appeared to be linked to the enhancement of his mental prowess. With the amplification of his spiritual energy, he found himself capable of flight, guided by the control of his mental force. Beyond the ability to soar through the skies, his mental capacity underwent a profound transformation. The area of his spiritual space expanded exponentially, now comparable in size to the city of Jinling. Furthermore, within his mental realm, he discovered he could manifest objects through sheer will, albeit limited to simple organisms such as ordinary microorganisms and small insects. Nonetheless, this newfound capability thrilled Ling Feng, for he sensed that its potential would prove immensely powerful in the future. In addition to his spiritual domain, Ling Feng could now wield his mental energy to conjure flames, frost, steel, and other materials in the physical world. This significantly enriched the repertoire of his mental attacks, enhancing their potency considerably. Alongside his mental fortitude, his overall strength ascended to the 5th rank of the divine level, allowing him to wield his mental power with lethal precision within that realm. Having completed his training, Ling Feng emerged from his seclusion, intent on augmenting the strength of the senior members of the base. He still possessed several divine inner elixirs, each capable of manifesting a divine powerhouse, complete with the immortality akin to the inhabitants of the Earth's core. Making his way to the conference room of the base, he had just placed a call to Ma Wu, summoning the upper management to convene. Upon his arrival, the senior officials of the War God base were already gathered, with Wang Long and Dong Yanwu returning with their respective teams to enhance their powers. Ling Feng naturally took his seat at the head of the table, surveying the assembly and noting the smiles adorning each face, evidence of significant personal growth among them. "How has everyone's progress fared?" Ling Feng inquired with an amiable expression. "We have all reached the 10th rank of the Imperial level. Everyone in the War God base has attained the 6th rank of the Imperial level," Wang Long proclaimed with pride. "Our Beast Legion has also ascended to the 7th rank of the Imperial level," Sun Dashing added coolly. The remaining individuals wore faint smiles, seemingly content with their current abilities. "Are you satisfied with achieving the 10th rank of the Emperor level?" Ling Feng cast a look of disappointment at them. "Sigh. I wish to break through to the divine level, but that seems rather implausible," Ling Tian said, scratching his head in frustration. Ling Feng smiled lightly. "Why is it impossible? When you are with me, nothing is unattainable. I possess several divine inner cores, and I intend to cultivate a few of you into divine beings," Ling Feng stated nonchalantly. The others were taken aback, with only Lin Su maintaining a composed demeanor. It appeared that Ling Feng viewed the divine inner cores as no different from any other. Yet these were divine inner cores, indicating that he had vanquished several divine-level supernatural beings. What a notion! There are only a handful of divine powerhouses in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and he had defeated multiple ones. If this were to spread, it would surely terrify many. Ling Feng continued to baffle them. I do not have many inner cores, only 5. Do you have any opinions on the distribution? After speaking, he regarded them, simultaneously testing their character. Possessing divine inner cores meant the possibility of breaking through to the divine level, an irresistible temptation for anyone. Achieving the status of a divine powerhouse would place one at the pinnacle of humanity. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the group bowed their heads, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, Ling Tian was the first to speak. Brother Feng, I think the inner core should go to them. My strength is still a bit lacking compared to theirs, and their ascension to the divine level would yield better results. As soon as he finished, Zheng Sanbao languidly remarked, I am but an old bone. Whether I become divine or not is inconsequential. Let the opportunity go to these young ones. I am content with my current strength. Sun Dashing also spoke coldly, affirming his lack of need for such an opportunity. The group continued to defer, none of them stepping forward to claim the cores, each displaying remarkable humility. Ling Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had not misjudged his comrades. Each was selfless, prioritizing the collective over individual gain, which was precisely what he had hoped to witness. Had anyone demanded an inner core today, he would have unhesitatingly expelled them from the upper echelons of the base. Since you are all so modest, allow me to handle the distribution, Ling Feng said calmly. The first core shall go to Dasheng, for his combat prowess is unparalleled. Should he break through to the divine level, his strength will amplify significantly. With that, he promptly handed the inner core to Sun Dashing. Sun Dashing accepted it without pretense or further comment. The second core shall be given to Lin Su, for his prophetic abilities can guide the base away from peril. The third inner core goes to Du Yibai, whose powers possess a broader range of lethality, promising greater impact on future battlefields. The fourth and fifth inner Dan were allocated to Wang Long and Ma Wu, both esteemed veterans and military commanders of the Battle God Squad, thus justly deserving of 2 inner Dan each. Ling Feng swiftly completed the distribution, and although those who did not receive an inner Dan feigned indifference, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in their eyes. Ling Feng promptly offered words of consolation. Do not be disheartened, my friends. It is merely a divine inner Dan. Rest assured, I shall soon enable each of you to transcend to the divine realm. Gradually, their despondency began to dissipate. Now, focus on breaking through your current limitations. Our primary task ahead is to withstand the onslaught of the fishmen. This world is on the brink of chaos. We must be prepared. It is not only the fishmen we must contend with, but more critically, the denizens of the underworld. They pose the greatest threat. I intend to consolidate all our forces and relocate our comrades from Jinling. The sheer number of fishmen is daunting, and should they divide their forces to attack us, they might very well encircle us from behind. Thus, I plan to remodel our base into a formidable super base. Upon hearing Ling Feng's ambitious plans for the future, the group nodded in agreement, their hearts weighed down by a profound sense of gravity. Though they had faced the fishmen in 2 battles and perceived them as manageable foes, this was only in comparison to the Battle God base, for their strength was indeed formidable. To other bases and families, the fishmen represented a calamity. Their numbers were overwhelming, and the sheer power of the saint-level fishmen was incalculable. While the emperor-level warriors were predominantly of the first and second ranks, their numbers were staggering. Many families had but 1 or 2 emperor-level fighters. How could they possibly contend with such odds? After conversing with the others for a while, Ling Feng exited the base, wandering nearby for an advantageous location to establish a new base, one that was not only expansive but also fully functional and robust in defense. Ultimately, he identified a suitable site on a plain 5 kilometers from the base. With eyes closed, he contemplated for a moment before embarking on the journey of constructing the new base. To ensure its fortitude, the foundation alone would rise to a height of 20 meters, entirely composed of smooth, vertical ice. Thus, should the fishmen approach, they would find it impossible to scale. The entire base would encompass an area of 1 million square meters, soaring to a height of 120 meters. From the apex of the structure, one could behold vistas extending for several kilometers, providing an unobstructed view of the surrounding terrain. The building's cylindrical design eliminated any blind spots, allowing vigilant observation of potential enemies in all directions. In addition to these developments, Ling Feng constructed numerous functional areas, such as the training base for the War God Brigade, military warehouses, research institutes, supermarkets, and small processing plants, among others. Chapter 369. The third assault. After 4 hours of construction, a magnificent base was completed. This base can accommodate up to 100,000 inhabitants and, following Ling Feng's upgrades, boasts a sturdiness that surpasses that of the previous base. Upon completion, Ling Feng promptly organized the personnel of the War God base to commence their relocation to the new facility. As for the former base, Ling Feng directly stored it within his own space, deeming it unfit for the use of the fishmen. In addition to the headquarters, Ling Feng also stored the other 2 bases within his space. Standing at the highest point of the new base, Ling Feng surveyed the surroundings, feeling a sense of grandeur akin to surveying a vast mountain range. The recently ascended god-level warriors stood behind him, exuding a powerful and dignified aura. With 5 god-level warriors, the strength of the War God base could command respect throughout Long Country, unmatched by any other base. However, for Ling Feng, this was still far from sufficient. He aspired for more god-level warriors, aiming for double digits or even triple digits, believing that only then could they contend with the inhabitants of the Earth's core in the future. Yet, despite the numerous god-level warriors possessed by the Earth's core denizens, who far surpassed those of Long Country, Ling Feng could not comprehend why they had yet to take action. He suspected that Long Country must possess some secret weapon that instilled fear in the Earth's core inhabitants, thereby preventing them from attacking. While Ling Feng was lost in thought, Lin Su approached him, her expression grave as she said, "In 4 hours, the fishmen will launch a raid on our base. Their numbers this time reach a staggering 2 million, among them a powerful being whose strength I cannot fathom." Ling Feng nodded slowly. This person is likely a god-level warrior from the Earth's core. Since they have persistently pursued us, this time we shall not allow a single one to escape. A cold glint flickered in Ling Feng's eyes. The fishmen had attacked his base repeatedly, seemingly undeterred by previous encounters. Thus, this time, they must be dealt a decisive blow. Ling Xiao, should we employ our usual tactics of incessantly harassing their forces, fully utilizing our aerial advantage to launch artillery strikes? Ma Wu immediately proposed a countermeasure. Ling Feng shook his head slowly, a cold smile gracing his lips. This time, you need not intervene. I will take matters into my own hands, ensuring that none of them escape. Everyone silently offered prayers for the impending fishmen, for once Ling Feng took action, it was likely they would face dire consequences. Although Ling Feng would not be personally involved, the entire base remained in a state of heightened readiness, with all firearms meticulously positioned. Time swiftly passed. 3.5 hours in total. Despite the tense and oppressive atmosphere, Ling Feng remained utterly composed. As long as the opposing force consisted of beings of extraordinary strength, he felt confident in his ability to defeat them. His mental prowess had ascended to a remarkable level, far surpassing his other abilities. While others anxiously awaited the enemy's approach, Ling Feng reclined comfortably on a sofa in the upper echelons of the base, eyes closed in restful meditation. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. He promptly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. They were coming. He had just sensed through his mental acuity that a troop was hastily advancing toward him, expected to arrive in mere minutes. Ling Feng rose and approached the edge of the city wall, gazing toward the sea. Indeed, he beheld a massive army, dark and imposing, marching towards his forces. The others in the base received this news, their expressions tense, yet Ling Feng had already commanded them not to engage. He intended to handle the situation alone. Before long, the army of fishmen reached a position 2 kilometers from the base, but they seemed to have halted their advance, the reason for which was unclear. Meanwhile, at the command center of the fishmen's army, Commander Wharton was exceedingly cautious. His 2 subordinates had previously failed in their attempts, compelling him to take the threat of the War God base seriously. Thus, he brought every available resource, bolstered by his own extraordinary powers, determined to seize the base. As he gazed at the towering structure in the distance, he began to comprehend why his subordinates had failed in their previous assaults. He turned his attention to a man behind him, asking sternly, "Uba, this is the headquarters of the War God base, is it not?" Uba's face reflected astonishment. This was clearly not the same building he had seen before. He was certain he had not lost his way. How could the structure appear so different? The previous building had not been so grand, And what perplexed him most was that the location of the war god base had transformed into a barren expanse, devoid of anything. It was utterly bizarre. He dared not mislead his superior and replied candidly, "Lord, this is not the base I encountered earlier. The previous structure was not as towering, and I too am somewhat bewildered." Wharton's expression darkened immediately. "You incompetent fool, are you suggesting you are lost?" He glared at Oba, his voice icy. No, how could I make such a mistake?" Oba hastily gestured. "My lord, I believe this must be a cunning ploy of the humans. They have undoubtedly employed some method to construct a new base." Wharton regarded him as though he were a simpleton. How had he not noticed this man's lack of intellect before? He retorted sharply, "Do you truly believe such a grand edifice could be erected in a short span of time? Do you take me for a fool?" Humph. Ubo was in a state of agitation, scratching his head in confusion. He distinctly recalled that this circular building did not exist here, yet others remained incredulous. Huadon observed that Uba could not articulate his thoughts and decided not to place any further hope in him. He promptly led his troops towards the distant towering structure. Soon, they arrived near the war god base. Standing beneath the imposing ice and snow edifice, Huadon felt remarkably diminutive. He glimpsed indistinct figures above and called out loudly, "People up there, is this the war god base?" At that moment, Ling Feng, stationed at the observation post, immediately responded, "Indeed, you must be here to meet your demise. How do you plan to perish this time?" Huadon let out a cold snort, his face instantly clouded with frost. "Send someone in charge of your base to speak with me, or else your establishment will be razed to the ground within an hour." Ling Feng chuckled derisively, amused by Huadon's audacious confidence. "Are all you subterranean beings so bold?" He retorted, "I am the head of the war god base. Speak your mind if you dare." Upon hearing this, Huadon scrutinized Ling Feng intently. However, Ling Feng's elevated position afforded him a condescending view, which irked Huadon greatly. He held a significant status even among his own kin, and being looked down upon by a mere human incited a profound rage within him. Moreover, Ling Feng's resolute demeanor and total lack of reverence only intensified his discomfort. With a grim expression, Huadon addressed Ling Feng. "Since you claim to be the head of the war god base, I shall be direct. I am Huadon of the Night Clan. If you have any sense, you will surrender and open the city gates. I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I will ensure that everyone in your base meets a gruesome end. Do you understand?" As he uttered these words, a murderous intent surged from his being. Ling Feng scoffed, staring incredulously at Huadon. "Are you foolish? What gives you such confidence? I stand here, and I shall witness how you intend to bring about my demise today." Huadon regarded Ling Feng with indifference, a cold smile playing on his lips. Those familiar with him knew that he was now harboring murderous thoughts. As a person of high status, being publicly insulted in such a manner was intolerable. "Very well, since you seek death, do not blame me for not granting you a chance," he murmured, before stepping into the center of his ranks to issue commands. "All technological warriors, attack immediately and blow his den to smithereens." This time, he was thoroughly prepared. Upon learning of the airborne firepower opposing him, he promptly summoned 500 technologically advanced warriors from the United States. Equipped with the most cutting-edge armor capable of vanquishing abilities ranked below the 5th tier of the Imperial class, it can be said that this force was extraordinarily formidable. He had nearly requisitioned all of the technological warriors from the United States, solely to obliterate the war god base once and for all. Under his command, 500 armored warriors ascended into the sky in an instant. The newly upgraded armor, both in aesthetics and performance, surpassed its predecessors. The 500 technological warriors soon arrived over the war god base. Upon sighting these armored figures, Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, new armor. He had not anticipated that in such a brief span, the United States would develop yet another model of technological armor. Their pace was astonishing. Unbeknownst to him, the rapid advancement of the new armor was primarily due to his own actions, as he had seized a considerable number of their armors, which proved to be even more powerful than those they had manufactured themselves. Selena, responsible for armor development, speculated that Ling Feng had improved upon their technology, prompting her to command her research team to expedite the creation of a new version of technological armor capable of countering Ling Feng's designs. Under her stringent directives, the new armor was developed in a remarkably short time, featuring a higher production cost with materials and technology of the highest caliber. Even with their resources, they could only temporarily produce 500 sets. Upon learning of the new armor's debut, Wharton immediately leveraged his connections to acquire these 500 sets. He held considerable confidence in this advanced armor, renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding any form of artillery. This armor served as his greatest reliance for the upcoming military engagement. With these 500 sets, he could swiftly annihilate the majority of bases. And it was evident that Ling Feng's war god base would not be excluded from this fate. The moment Ling Feng laid eyes on the technological armor, he was instantly enamored. It seemed tailor-made for his war god base. The striking appearance alone made it irresistible. As he gazed at the 500 sets of armor, he unleashed his entire mental energy. Although the armor boasted formidable defenses, it ultimately required a human operator. By seizing control of the minds of these warriors, they would have no choice but to heed his commands. Under Ling Feng's influence, the 500 sets of armor flew in an orderly manner toward the interior of the war god base. Meanwhile, Wharton, observing from below, was utterly bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. He could not comprehend what was happening or why his technological warriors were all flying into the depths of the war god base. Did the inhabitants of the war god base surrender? It certainly did not appear so. He swiftly produced a walkie-talkie, one that allowed for real-time communication with the leader of the technological warriors. "Hello, Brian. What on earth are you doing? Please respond." He sent several voice messages in quick succession, yet not a single reply came forth, causing a pang of anxiety to grip Wharton. This was dire. His technological warriors had likely been obliterated by the war god base, a predicament of great concern. The loss of these 500 sets of armor was a significant blow to the interests of the United States. Now, he would have much to explain. Meanwhile, upon acquiring the 500 sets of armor, Ling Feng immediately stored them within his spatial realm for upgrades. With these armors, the war god squad could essentially dominate the skies. As for himself, he had no need for them, having unlocked the ability to fly, which was far more agile and swifter than any armor. Observing Wharton's anxious demeanor below, Ling Feng could not suppress a chuckle. What a good man. He had just met him and already received such a grand gift. How could he ever repay this kindness? Ling Feng approached the edge of the city wall, peering over with a beaming smile, and said, "Wharton, thank you immensely for the 500 sets of technological armor. I truly appreciate it. You are far too generous for someone I have just met, haha." Wharton, overcome with rage, nearly spat blood. This was a cruel blow. Already vexed by the loss of the armors, he now faced such mockery. Even with his typically composed nature, he found it hard to restrain himself. He pointed an accusatory finger at Ling Feng, erupting in anger. "You scoundrel! I will not let you off the hook. I will ensure your demise." He then immediately issued a command to those below him. "Everyone, heed my orders. Launch an all-out assault and flatten this place." Ling Feng, however, remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance, showing no intent to engage. Observing the advancing fishmen army, Ma Wu, standing behind him, could not help but inquire, "Young Master Ling, do we truly not need to intervene?" Ling Feng gazed at the throngs of fishmen below, smiling slightly. "It's quite all right. Let them occupy themselves for a while longer. Their attacks are ultimately futile." Chapter 371. Annihilation of the Fishmen. The Fishman army surged towards the war god base like a torrential flood. But soon they encountered a significant issue. After charging forward, they found themselves utterly incapable of breaching the walls of the war god base. They could neither damage them nor scale them. The sheer height of the foundation was insurmountable for them, and neither fire nor weaponry proved effective. This predicament swiftly reached Wharton's ears, his face turning ashen with fury. Why was the war god base so exasperatingly difficult to conquer? Must he, as a god-tier powerhouse, personally intervene? This was utterly humiliating. At that moment, Ling Feng suddenly called out to Wharton, "Wharton, your men must be tiring from their futile attacks. The time is nearly ripe." Ling Feng flashed an enigmatic smile at Wharton. Wharton, for reasons unknown, felt a vague sense of unease, as if he were ensnared in a formidable peril. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, reminding himself that he was a formidable sixth-tier deity, capable of battling foes beyond his rank. What could a mere war god base do to him? He paid little heed to Ling Feng's words, casting a disdainful glance in his direction and emitting a dismissive snort. Ling Feng, noticing his opponent's indifference, smiled lightly. "There will come a time when you shall fret," he murmured, and with a mere flicker of thought, he unleashed his power, the source of 10,000 poisons. In an instant, an imperceptible veil of black mist materialized within a 30-kilometer radius around him. To mitigate any collateral damage, Ling Feng had erected a protective barrier around the war god base to shield it from the toxic onslaught. This marked the first time Ling Feng had employed such a vast application of his extraordinary ability, spurred by the relentless provocations of the fishmen, which had ignited a profound wrath within him. This time, he was resolute in annihilating every invading foe. The mist swiftly enveloped the designated area. Ling Feng's power was overwhelmingly tyrannical. Those ensnared by the black mist had no hope of survival beneath the divine tier. Even those above that rank would expend considerable energy to heal, primarily due to the extensive reach of Ling Feng's ability. The concentration of the poison diminished. Yet even divine beings would find no sanctuary. Before long, chaos erupted within the ranks of the fishmen. Waves of them began collapsing, wailing in agony, their faces contorted in suffering. Initially, it was the weaker fishmen who succumbed, but as time progressed, more and more of them fell victim to the poison, culminating in the Empire-level warriors also crumpling to the ground. Witnessing the elite fishmen around him collapsing in despair, Wharton immediately grasped the dire situation. His forces were succumbing to the toxin, which appeared to be quite formidable, as he himself began to experience abdominal pain and a heavy-headed sensation. He disregarded the plight of his army, closing his eyes to focus his energy, determined to expel the toxins from his body. During this critical juncture of his healing, his fishmen army continued to perish at an alarming rate. Their demise was uniform. Blood flowed from their 7 orifices. In a twisted sense, it could be deemed Ling Feng's mercy, granting them a swift end, sparing them from a protracted suffering. The spectators at the war god base were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Ling Feng's prowess was unparalleled. A mere application of toxic gas had obliterated the entire fishman horde. They recalled the numerous strategies and methods they had employed previously to eradicate the fishmen. In stark contrast, Ling Feng's strength was staggering, instilling confidence in everyone present that their safety was assured with him around. Half an hour later, virtually no fishmen remained alive. Even the Empire-level warriors had succumbed. The only ones left standing were Wharton and his subordinate, Montier. However, at this moment, Manchuo was already on the brink of death. Soon to breathe his last, Wharton slowly opened his eyes, his complexion notably pale. He had just expended all his extraordinary powers to expel every ounce of his abilities from within his body. He cast his gaze around, and was immediately struck with astonishment. He was the sole survivor on the battlefield. The once dense army of fishmen behind him had now transformed into countless lifeless corpses, a sight that sent chills down his spine. "My lord, our people, are finished." He swiftly turned towards the direction of the voice, finding Manchuo's face ashen, clearly afflicted by severe poisoning. Wharton hurried over to support Manchuo, his expression grave. "Rest assured, Manchuo, I shall avenge you." He then struck Manchuo's head with a palm, and Manchuo immediately drew his last breath. The Dark Knight clan could not truly perish, rather than let him endure such agony. It was better to let him die swiftly and be revived. After Manchuo's demise, in less than a minute, he awakened languidly once more, his physical state restored. "My lord, the war god base is heavily fortified. We must proceed with caution," Manchuo whispered as he stood behind Wharton. Wharton nodded slightly. Together, they approached the front of the base, gazing up at Ling Feng. Ling Feng maintained his usual calm demeanor. "Ah, Wharton, you are rather impressive, managing to survive my poison," Ling Feng exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Wharton glared at him, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him. "Ling Feng, you are formidable. You have slain numerous fishmen. I must concede you possess considerable skill. However, this is where it ends. I shall make you pay." His body began to float slowly into the air, enveloped in an exceedingly dense black mist. Ling Feng regarded him, recognizing that this individual was undoubtedly the strongest earth dweller he had ever encountered, far surpassing those he had vanquished before. Should he enter seclusion for an upgrade now, it would indeed pose a challenge, but at this moment, he felt it was insignificant. On the other hand, Wharton's body had already risen to the same height as Ling Feng. Ling Feng, perish. His form suddenly flickered and vanished from sight. Ling Feng gradually closed his eyes, and with a mere thought, Wharton's silhouette abruptly appeared in midair, frozen in place. Wharton's face was filled with shock. His previously executed teleportation had been forcibly interrupted. Furthermore, he had completely lost control over his body. What have you done to me? He gazed at Lingfeng, for the first time experiencing fear. Lingfeng wore a subtle smile on his face. Your strength is commendable, yet compared to me, you still have much to hone. His gaze shifted, and in an instant, Wharton's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Lingfeng waved his hand, and Wharton's divine inner core was swiftly drawn into his spatial realm. Standing below, Manchuo was utterly astonished. Chapter 372, Longjiu's Plea for Help. Manchuo witnessed his superior, Huat being slain by Lingfeng. This was truly terrifying. If the clan were to discover this, they would likely go mad. Manchuo was not merely one of the formidable figures within his clan. He was a direct descendant of the ancestral lineage. If he provoked the ancestors, this so-called war god base would surely be reduced to rubble. However, his immediate concern was how to escape, which was of paramount importance. Everything else was of no consequence to him. Yet, Lingfeng evidently had no intention of granting him that opportunity. After dispatching Huat, he noticed another underworld inhabitant below and effortlessly struck him down. Thus, all foes were annihilated, leaving no survivors. Lingfeng casually tossed a divine inner core he had just acquired to Dong Yinwu. Your strength is commendable here. The base will require your assistance moving forward, Lingfeng remarked earnestly. Dong Yinwu nodded gravely. After this lengthy period of interaction, he had long considered himself a part of the war god base, and Lingfeng's kindness had left an indelible mark on his heart. He vowed silently, ready to sacrifice himself for the base at Lingfeng's command. All right, let the base personnel descend to collect the inner cores, Lingfeng declared before departing from the city wall, entrusting the remaining tasks to Ma Wu. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Lingfeng picked it up to find it was a call from Longjiu. Without hesitation, he answered the phone. Upon connecting, the sounds of combat echoed from the other end, chaotic and tumultuous. Longjiu's voice came through, fragmented. Ling Xiao, our Longping base is under siege from a multitude of fishmen. We hope you can extend your assistance. Longjiu's voice sounded exceedingly fatigued, indicating he had been fighting for an extended period. After pondering for a few moments, Lingfeng resolved to acquiesce to his request, for he and Longjiu shared a bond. Moreover, Longping base was an official subordinate base, and he had previously collaborated with Qing Wei, who was associated with Longjiu. After ending the call, Lingfeng briefed the base on necessary matters before setting off. This time, he traveled alone, as he had acquired the ability to fly, surpassing the speed of sound, rendering any other means of transport unnecessary. Rather than heading straight to Longping base, Lingfeng first ventured to the coastline of Longhua. He wished to ascertain the extent of the fishmen's invasion into Longhua. Upon arriving at the coastline, although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by the sight. Countless fishmen were rapidly advancing towards the shore, except for the coastline of Handong province, which remained tranquil. The others had essentially succumbed to the invasion. Lingfeng furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was far graver than he had anticipated. Had the mermen launched a full-scale assault? Faced with such dire circumstances, Lingfeng refused to remain passive. He immediately activated his unique ability, the source of all toxins. This time, he confined the infection radius of his power to a 20-kilometer expanse, amplifying the toxicity. Any merman who came into contact would perish within a mere 10 seconds. Subsequently, Lingfeng soared through the air, the black toxic mist trailing his flight path, relentlessly advancing in a singular direction. Below, the marching mermen soon began to succumb in droves. Those who inhaled the black fog coughed up blood and died in mere moments. In a matter of minutes, Lingfeng had eradicated millions of mermen. The mass death incited panic within their ranks. Those mermen who had been advancing hastily retreated towards the ocean. As the mermen fled en masse back to the sea, Lingfeng continued to unleash his toxic gas, while simultaneously collecting the inner cores of the fallen mermen. These would serve as the foundation for strengthening his base in the future. Meanwhile, the merman leader stationed at the rear of the army quickly noticed the retreat and intercepted a visibly panicked elite merman warrior. What is happening? Who ordered you to retreat? Those who retreat shall die. Do you not understand? The merman leader coldly demanded, his gaze fixed on the trembling figure before him. The apprehensive merman stammered, We, the demon. Our people were killed by the demon. They are all dead, all dead. The elite merman was so terrified that his words tumbled out incoherently. Furious, the merman leader apprehended several more fleeing individuals, gradually piecing together the situation. It appeared that the mermen on land had suffered a sudden and inexplicable mass death, as if cursed, within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Furrowing his brow, the leader sensed that the matter was more complex than it seemed. It was likely the work of a powerful human. He promptly made his way to the site of the mermen's widespread demise, only to find that Ling Feng had incinerated all the corpses with his otherworldly flames, facilitating the extraction of their inner cores. At that moment, while collecting the cores, Ling Feng fortuitously encountered the investigating merman leader. Upon seeing Ling Feng, the merman leader immediately surrounded him with his followers. With a cold gaze, he addressed Ling Feng. "Human, did you slay my kin?" Ling Feng, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the merman, had been contemplating where to locate the leader of this wave of mermen. To his surprise, here stood the king of this contingent, exuding an aura that had clearly surpassed that of an elite. Reaching the divine level, though it seemed he had only recently attained such stature, his energy still wavering. Ling Feng continued his relentless actions, collecting the inner cores of the mermen. He nonchalantly remarked, "Indeed, I was the one who did them in. Impressive, isn't it?" The merman leader's brows twitched violently in anger. "Impressive? Impressive, my foot." The merman leader cursed Ling Feng repeatedly in his mind, regaining his composure. Having identified the murderer of his kin, he realized that eliminating this human was imperative to allow his forces to continue their assault. The commander, Wharton, had issued a stern mandate to capture the major bases of the Dragon Kingdom without delay. With a cold sneer, the merman leader declared, "Those who dare to slay me shall meet their demise." He propelled himself forward, charging fiercely at Ling Feng's face. Ling Feng glanced at him disdainfully, casually swatting his hand. Bang! The merman leader was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Ling Feng shook his head in disappointment. He was still far too weak. Chapter 373. Breaking the siege. The merman leader's subordinates were left in shock, witnessing their king being slain by a human. This revelation left them in a state of turmoil. For within their understanding, their king was akin to a deity. Yet, their god had been vanquished by a mere mortal. Ling Feng collected the merman leader's inner core into his spatial storage and glanced at the remaining mermen, casually waving his hand. The dozens of imperial-level mermen below were swiftly crushed into a bloody mist by his formidable mental force. After swiftly gathering the inner cores from this location, he soared towards the Longping base. Upon arrival, he discovered the area had undergone a drastic transformation. The once majestic entrance now lay in ruins. The entire base was engulfed in flames, with mermen scuttling about, yet he scarcely spotted any humans. Ling Feng's presence immediately drew the attention of the mermen. Upon sighting a human, they surged towards him with bloodshot eyes and bared fangs. Despite Ling Feng being airborne, out of their reach, a considerable number of mermen gathered beneath him. He promptly unleashed his gravity domain, crushing the gathered mermen into the ground. Ling Feng refrained from utilizing his source of myriad poisons, as he was uncertain how many humans still survived in the vicinity. Collateral damage was not an option. Nevertheless, while his gravity domain had a limited kill radius, it created a vacuum zone wherever he flew within a 20-meter radius. Under Ling Feng's highly efficient onslaught, the mermen at the outer periphery of the Longping base were swiftly eradicated. Now, it was merely a matter of dispatching the mermen within the base itself. He immediately set his course for the interior of the base. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Longping base, the remaining few hundred souls stood resolutely outside a grand gate, each adorned with splashes of azure blood. As the number of fishmen continued to swell, their endurance began to wane, and the toll of death escalated. The fishmen fought with reckless abandon, devoid of fear, as one would fall only to have another take its place. Long Jiao and Long Si relentlessly battled the fishmen, their bodies marred with wounds from the prolonged skirmish. The elite warriors of the Longping base had dwindled to just the two of them, alongside a handful of comrades from the Dragon team who had accompanied them. Once a bastion of tens of thousands, the Longping base now clung to survival with merely a few hundred souls. Repeated attempts to reach headquarters had resulted in unanswered calls. In desperation, Long Jiao turned to seek the aid of Ling Feng. However, given the dire circumstances, it seemed they might not endure long enough for Ling Feng to arrive. The onslaught of the fishmen grew ever more ferocious. Their numbers were dwindling, and each individual bore injuries that made resistance increasingly difficult. "Hold on, everyone. I have called upon Ling Feng from the War God base. He will arrive shortly to assist us. Stay strong." Long Jiao urged those around him, offering encouragement. Meanwhile, the true leader of the base, Lin Su, remained silent as he dispatched the fishmen, his thoughts inscrutable. Yet, the fleeting glimmer in his eyes suggested a turmoil within. As the high-ranking fishmen joined the fray, the ferocity of their assault intensified, forcing the defenders of Longping Base into a corner. Witnessing the overwhelming might of the attacking fishmen, Long Jiu sighed heavily, his heart sinking. "Are we truly to perish here?" he murmured, feeling an overwhelming sense of resignation wash over him. But in the next instant, a spark ignited in his eyes, and they glistened with moisture. He beheld a familiar figure, Ling Feng. The man, almost divine in his presence, had arrived. Their savior was here. Hope surged anew. The other 4 Dragon Team members, too, recognized Ling Feng simultaneously, their despair giving way to joy. As long as Ling Feng was with them, they would not meet their end. Then, to their astonishment, the loathed fishmen began to explode into a shower of carnage, each detonation occurring without warning. An invisible barrier seemed to envelop Ling Feng, mercilessly shredding any foe that dared to breach its perimeter. With an air of nonchalance, Ling Feng strode forward, and the fishmen soon sensed his presence. 4 Imperial fishmen, evidently leaders among the horde, charged towards him, only to meet their demise before they could reach him. Erupting into a mist of blood, the remaining fishmen, upon witnessing the demise of their leader, began to flee in panic. However, Ling Feng had no intention of letting these living inner elixirs escape. Under the control of his mental prowess, all the fishmen erupted into a crimson mist of blood. After vanquishing the entire horde, Ling Feng proceeded to collect the inner elixirs, having delayed briefly to gather those outside. The survivors of Longping Base gaped in disbelief at Ling Feng, astonished by the swift conclusion of the fishmen crisis. It seemed almost too simple. They soon realized that no further fishmen had surged in from outside, implying that he had likely eradicated them all. This was remarkable. The very fishmen who had nearly annihilated them were effortlessly dispatched, and it appeared he had exerted little effort at all. Although Long Jiu and several members of the Long team had witnessed Ling Feng's prowess before, they were still profoundly awed by his formidable strength. Long Jiu, brimming with excitement, approached Ling Feng and bowed deeply, expressing with sincerity, "Young Master Ling, the debt of gratitude for saving my life is one I can never repay. My life henceforth belongs to you." Several team members also stepped forward to bow in thanks. "Young Master Ling, you have saved our lives once again. I cannot express my gratitude adequately," one team member said, his eyes glistening with emotion. Ling Feng nonchalantly waved his hand. "This is but a trifling matter. No need for such formality. You have joined my war god base, so we are now comrades." At that moment, Long Su approached, visibly moved. "Commander Ling, thank you for your gallant intervention. I will report your deeds to headquarters. They will surely commend you." Ling Feng smiled dismissively. "Do you think I seek recognition from your headquarters? I came here solely out of respect for Long Jiu. Otherwise, do you think I would have bothered?" After speaking, he ignored Long Su's awkward smile. "Since you are all safe now, I shall take my leave." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Long Jiu, he prepared to depart. "Young Master Ling, there is one more matter you have forgotten. The Yi family." Long Jiu called out to stop him. Ling Feng paused, recalling that he had an important matter yet to address. Chapter 374. Reunion with Qing Wei. Ling Feng remembered that while on one island, he had learned that the entire Yi family, led by Yi Jiutian, were covert operatives of the beautiful nation embedded within Dragon Country. This information must be relayed to the upper echelons of Dragon Country without delay. As a prominent family, the Yi family's influence was significant. Long Jiu's word might be dismissed, and he could face peril. It would be prudent for him to accompany Ling Feng, as he was most knowledgeable about the situation, having seen clearly through Yi Jiutian's memories. "Now that this matter is concluded, let us proceed swiftly," Ling Feng said to Long Jiu with a calm demeanor. Long Jiu nodded slowly in agreement. After casually exchanging a few words with Long Su, he followed Ling Feng outwards. In order to expedite their arrival at the official headquarters, Ling Feng equipped Long Jiu with a set of technological armor, allowing him to fly, thus increasing their speed. During their conversation en route, Ling Feng learned that the official headquarters had been relocated to Xianyang, a site of great historical significance for the Dragon Kingdom, as it had served as the capital for various dynasties and was the birthplace of the first emperor's dragon vein. After approximately an hour of flight, they arrived at the headquarters base. The entire facility was built against a mountainside, and the entrance was notably concealed. Upon seeing Ling Feng and Long Jiao, several guards immediately surrounded them. "Who are you?" demanded a man clad in military attire, his tone aggressive. Without hesitation, Long Jiao produced a work identification card from his pocket and handed it to the man, smiling as he said, "I am Long Jiao from Longping Base. Here to see Master Qingwei." The man, upon inspecting the identification, softened slightly. "Please wait here. I will contact Master Qingwei to see if he is available." He then proceeded into the base. After about 5 minutes, the man hurried back, a conciliatory smile adorning his face. "I just spoke with Master Qingwei. He is available to meet you now. Please follow me, and I will personally escort you." "Thank you for your assistance," Long Jiao replied politely. "Oh, it's a small matter. My name is Zhou Qingli. You may simply call me Xiao Zhou," Zhou Qingli said with a familiar tone towards Long Jiao. Throughout the exchange, Ling Feng remained silent, quietly standing beside Long Jiao, causing Zhou Qingli to inadvertently overlook the young man, assuming he was merely a subordinate of Long Jiao. "You have arrived at an opportune time. Master Qingwei has just returned today after being away for a few days. It is fortunate for you." Zhou Qingli continued to engage Long Jiao with discussions about the base. Ling Feng, through keen observation, noted the presence of numerous emperor-level powerhouses. He had encountered no fewer than 50 along the way. However, their prowess was relatively modest, mostly at the third tier of the emperor level or below, significantly weaker than his own war god team, yet still formidable. After walking for about 10 minutes, the surroundings grew increasingly serene, with fewer people around, indicating they had entered the high-security area of the base. Zhou Qingli guided them through 2 security checks before finally arriving at an iron gate. "Brother Jiao, this is the office of the divine-level powerhouses. I can only accompany you thus far," Zhou Qingli said with a smile. Before the iron gate, there were no guards present, allowing for unrestricted entry. As this was the most powerful section of the entire base, where no guard was necessary, no one would dare intrude here unless they wished to court death. As Long Jiao was about to call Qingwei, he unexpectedly encountered Huang Feier emerging from the iron gate. Upon seeing Ling Feng, she momentarily froze, her expression shifting to one of delight as she approached him. "So you are the esteemed guest my master spoke of," Huang Feier said with a gentle smile as she stood before Ling Feng. He returned her smile with a subtle nod. "I am truly honored by your gracious reception," he replied, genuinely taken aback by her warmth. Huang Feier chuckled softly, casting him a playful glance. "All right, let us not linger. Master has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Ling Feng nodded in agreement and followed Huang Feier through the iron gate, with Long Jiao trailing behind him like an obedient child. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingli watched them enter with a mix of regret and disbelief. "How could I have been so blind? I failed to recognize the true master," he chastised himself, slapping his own face in frustration. Upon entering the grand gate, Ling Feng was astonished to discover a hidden paradise within. Lush greenery adorned the space, complemented by a charming artificial pond. The overall ambience exuded elegance, with a pleasantly tempered atmosphere and refreshingly crisp air. The group arrived at a quaint wooden cabin where Huang Feier paused and respectfully announced, "Master, the guest has arrived." No sooner had she spoken than the door swung open, revealing Qingwei, who hurriedly stepped out. Upon seeing Ling Feng, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. He had not perceived the depth of Ling Feng's abilities. It had only been a few days since their last encounter. Yet Ling Feng's strength had evidently surged to a level comparable to his own, perhaps even surpassing it. "Ah, my young friend Ling Feng. What a pleasure it is to see you again." Qingwei greeted him with a broad smile. Ling Feng reciprocated, equally delighted. "I too am surprised to meet you again so soon, esteemed elder. Please, do come inside," Qingwei urged, ushering Ling Feng into the cabin. He even presented his prized tea leaves to honor his guest. "My young friend Ling Feng, you have avenged our nation's pride, as one island has finally returned to the dominion of Long Country," Qingwei remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Ling Feng took a sip of tea, responding nonchalantly. "As a citizen of Long Country, it is my duty. Any conscientious citizen would do the same." What astonished me most was that my young friend Ling Feng managed to slay a being from the abyss. You cannot imagine the exhilaration we old-timers felt. We nearly fainted from the excitement. You are the first among our kind to have accomplished such a feat. This event holds profound significance for our future. Qingwei spoke with palpable enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Ling Feng remained completely unconcerned. He had already slain numerous underworld beings and felt no particular emotion about it. Chapter 375. The Divine King. Our ancient Divine King of the Dragon Kingdom is aware of your remarkable deeds and has specifically requested to meet you, Qingwei remarked, casting a glance at Ling Feng, which bore a hint of envy. Ancient Divine King? Ling Feng looked at Qingwei, puzzled. Indeed, Qingwei affirmed. The ancient Divine King is one of the two most powerful Divine Kings in our Dragon Kingdom and serves as our guardian deity. Upon learning of your ability to vanquish underworld beings, he was exceedingly pleased and instructed me to ensure that I find you so that you may meet him. Ling Feng's heart surged like turbulent waters upon hearing this news. A being of Divine King caliber. He realized for the first time that there existed a level above the divine rank. However, if a Divine King sought him out, there was no reason for him to decline. Moreover, a divine being would not resort to cunning schemes if they wished him harm. Ling Feng nodded decisively. This is not an issue, but before we proceed, I have more vital intelligence to share with you. His expression grew increasingly grave. Oh, please, go ahead. Qingwei straightened his posture. The Yi family is an undercover faction planted by the beautiful nation within our Dragon Kingdom. The moment these words left Ling Feng's lips, Qingwei nearly spat out the tea in his mouth. What? The Yi family is undercover? Qingwei stared at Ling Feng in shock. Ling Feng's revelation was akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, rippling out a political storm. He and Long Jiu quickly relayed all the information they possessed to Qingwei. Ling Feng chose to confide in Qingwei, partly due to his trust in him, and also because Qingwei had always been at odds with the Yi family, alleviating his fears that the information would be disclosed. After absorbing the accounts from the two, Qingwei was left in a state of turmoil, drenched in cold sweat. Not long ago, he had embarked on a mission with a few Emperor-level experts, only to unexpectedly fall victim to an ambush by a divine-level assailant. However, the attacker had fled after failing to strike him. His movements had always been shrouded in secrecy, yet he had repeatedly faced assassination attempts. In retrospect, only those few divine-level beings could have known his route. Furthermore, the earlier assassination of another divine-level expert at the base might have been a consequence of a leak from the Yi family. The more Qingwei pondered, the more he became convinced that the Yi family was indeed an undercover faction. Otherwise, how could their core secrets continually be exposed, each time disguised as mere accidents? This matter is of utmost importance. I must personally report it to the Grand Elder, Qingwei stated, his expression serious. The Yi family's influence had developed over many years within the official ranks, making it intricate and difficult to dismantle. He glanced at Ling Feng, biting his lip. Ling Feng nodded. As for how to proceed, that is your concern. I am not affiliated with your official ranks. I merely came to offer a warning. Now, may we go to meet the ancient Divine King? Ling Feng was quite intrigued by the ancient God King. Since he was hailed as the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom, his strength must be formidable. Ling Feng yearned to witness a being of power beyond the divine. Qingwei nodded solemnly. Follow me, he instructed, rising swiftly and leading Ling Feng outside. As they exited the wooden hut, they continued deeper into the base, traversing a landscape devoid of any picturesque scenery, revealing only barren expanses that appeared remarkably primitive. They arrived at the mouth of a cave, where Ling Feng observed that the area was still under construction, strewn with rugged stones. Is this the place? Ling Feng inquired. Disbelief etched across his features as he glanced at Qingwei. Before Qingwei could respond, a deep, ancient voice resonated from within the cave. Enter. I have awaited you for some time. Taken aback, Ling Feng exchanged a look with Qingwei. You may go in. The ancient God King typically does not meet with others. Qingwei gestured for him to proceed. With a slight nod, Ling Feng stepped forward with resolute strides. Upon entering the cave, he beheld an elderly man clad in gray, seated cross-legged upon a stone bed at the far end. The old man's age appeared to be around 70 or 80, possessing an ordinary visage, yet his profound eyes seemed to encapsulate the cosmos itself. The elder emanated an aura of unshakable stability, exuding a presence that instilled considerable pressure upon Ling Feng. The might of a God King was indeed formidable. However, there lingered a subtle scent of decay upon the elder's countenance. Ling Feng halted approximately 5 meters before the elder and respectfully bowed. I am Ling Feng, a junior, here to meet the ancient God King. The God King's gaze had remained fixed upon Ling Feng since his entrance, revealing a profound appreciation. Unperturbed by accolades or scorn, commendable. Ling Feng, I have heard of your deeds. You have completely vanquished the underworld dwellers, commendable. The ancient God King, Gu Jianshun remarked with a calm demeanor. Ling Feng remained silent, merely inclining his body slightly. Do you realize that your act of slaying the underworld dwellers signifies that you are the hope for the future of our humanity? Whether we can preserve the flame of our race through the impending calamity rests upon your shoulders. A flicker of melancholy crossed Gu Jianshun's eyes as he spoke. Ancient God King, you are a formidable God King, while I am merely a humble God-level warrior. My strength pales in comparison to yours. Ling Feng replied, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features. He did not wish to bear the weight of being humanity's last hope. His aspirations were modest, merely to protect his loved ones. Gu Jianshun chuckled softly. My lifespan draws to a close. After my demise, you shall become the next God King and inherit my legacy, he declared with serene confidence. Ling Feng gazed at the ancient God King in astonishment, uncertain of what he meant by legacy. The ancient sword god discerned the perplexity upon his face and offered a faint smile. Allow me to elucidate, he began. You may not be well acquainted with the registration of the Divine Kings. As you are aware, one ascends to the rank of Divine King after attaining the divine level, correct? Ling Feng nodded in affirmation. The ancient sword god continued. A mortal's cultivation can reach the pinnacle of the divine level, but transcending to the realm of Divine King cannot be achieved solely through one's own efforts. Ling Feng's expression shifted as he inquired anxiously, why is that? He recalled that his own spatial abilities seemed to plateau at the apex of the divine level, unable to progress further. Was there a correlation? The ancient Divine King replied in a calm manner. It is due to the constraints of this realm. The limit of human extraordinary abilities can only reach the divine level. Chapter 376. Divine Level 8. The ancient Divine King regarded Ling Feng's astonishment and continued. For a divine level expert to breach the threshold into the realm of Divine King, one must utilize a Divine King's inner pill. A Divine King's inner pill? Ling Feng gazed at the ancient Divine King, absorbing revelations he had never encountered before. The ancient Divine King nodded in affirmation. The Divine King's inner pill is a product of the cosmos, embodying the forces of nature. Possessing such a pill is akin to wielding a fragment of the power of the universe. Thus, a Divine King can harness a portion of this cosmic energy, rendering them virtually invincible among their contemporaries. He elaborated. However, there are only 10 such inner pills in existence, composed of the 5 elemental forces, 2 each for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Where is the other Divine King of our dragon nation? Ling Feng recalled having heard from Qing Wei that there were 2 guardian Divine Kings in their nation. The other one currently resides at Daxing Mountain. Together, we safeguard the dragon nation's peace from the north and south. However, my vitality wanes, and I have few years left. It is my hope that after my passing, you shall ascend as the new Divine King. Your extraordinary powers will undoubtedly become a nightmare for the underworld beings. The ancient sword god encouraged him with an earnest gaze. Ling Feng welcomed the prospect of becoming the new Divine King. Who would refuse the opportunity to attain such lofty power on this planet? Yet, before that could transpire, he needed to confirm a few matters with the ancient sword god. Ancient Elder, since our dragon nation has 2 Divine Kings, does that mean the other 8 Divine King's inner pills have already been claimed? The ancient Divine King stroked his beard and replied slowly, currently. The only 2 unclaimed inner pills are those of the water element. The remaining 8 have all been acquired by others. There is a Divine King among the Russians, and the Archbishop of Europe is also a Divine King. Additionally, there are 4 Divine Kings among the underworld beings. This equilibrium in power is the reason the underworld beings, despite their overall strength, refrain from making reckless incursions. Ling Feng's eyes flickered with contemplation as he considered the implications. If he could obtain the 2 water element inner pills, his strength would surely surge. The ancient deity seemed to perceive his thoughts and spoke softly. I understand what you are contemplating. If you wish to seek the inner essence of the water element, you may have to venture into the vast ocean. However, searching for 2 inner essences the size of eggs in the boundless sea is exceedingly challenging. The fish people have searched for centuries without success, ultimately becoming mere puppets of the underworld. While it is indeed arduous to find 2 inner essences in the ocean, how can one know it is impossible without attempting? What if you truly succeed? Ancient One, I have another query. Can one absorb only a single inner essence of a deity? Or is there no limit to the number one can take? Ling Feng was particularly concerned about this matter, wondering if he could acquire more if there were no restrictions. The ancient deity chuckled heartily at his words. Others would be elated to obtain a single inner essence of a deity. The notion of acquiring two is utterly implausible. However, there are indeed no restrictions on the use of these essences. If you could somehow acquire multiple inner essences of deities, your power would undoubtedly surpass that of other deities. Hearing this, Ling Feng's mind began to formulate a plan. He resolved to seek out as many inner essences as possible in the future, yet for now, his primary objective remained to enhance his strength and swiftly elevate himself to the pinnacle of divine rank. At that moment, the ancient deity retrieved an inner essence from his robe and casually placed it before Ling Feng, allowing it to float gently toward him. This was an inner essence from a powerful deity, distinct from the inner essence of a deity within a deity's body. There exist two inner essences. One as a deity essence and the other as the original essence cultivated during their practice. I know this inner essence will be highly beneficial to you, and it happens to be a spatial essence, the ancient deity remarked. Take it with you. It serves no purpose remaining with me, or you may absorb it here. Ling Feng, filled with excitement, reached out to accept the inner essence, clearly sensing the vibrant energy contained within. The spatial inner essence is the rarest of its kind. He had encountered one only once before, making this his second experience. Thank you, esteemed elder. Ling Feng expressed his gratitude without hesitation, immediately sitting cross-legged to absorb the essence without regard for his surroundings. The ancient sword master observed Ling Feng's unreserved dedication to his cultivation and smiled gently. This child, neither humble nor arrogant, is destined for greatness. An hour later, Ling Feng completed the absorption of the inner essence. The inner essence of the powerful deity successfully elevated his strength from divine rank 5 to divine rank 8. A remarkable increase in speed. The enhancement of his power was secondary. The paramount achievement was that his spatial abilities had once again ascended. His capacity for spatial duplication surged from an original 120 times to an astonishing 200 times. This enhancement in spatial ability would significantly impact his future strength. The ancient deity, witnessing Ling Feng's rapid ascension, could not help but be astonished. The method by which Ling Feng increased his power was nothing short of monstrous. In less than an hour, he had advanced 3 ranks, truly formidable. Now that you have completed your cultivation, you may return. The ancient sword deity closed his eyes and spoke softly. Senior, I have one more matter to discuss. Suddenly, Ling Feng interjected. He then recounted the situation regarding the Yi family to the ancient deity in its entirety. Upon finishing Ling Feng's narrative, the ancient deity displayed no discernible emotion, simply responding, I understand. You may leave. Ling Feng observed the ancient deity's closed eyes, revealing an air of disinterest, leaving him uncertain of the deity's thoughts and whether any action would be taken against the Yi family. Nevertheless, he had conveyed what he needed to, and how they chose to proceed was their own internal affair. After exiting Shandong, Qing Wei, who had been waiting outside the cave, approached him immediately. With a single glance, he discerned that Ling Feng's strength had seemingly increased, undoubtedly due to some fortunate encounter within, which evoked his envy. Ling Feng, my young friend, is the ancient senior in good health? Qing Wei asked with a look of urgency. Ling Feng nodded slowly. The ancient senior is in excellent condition. His strength remains unfathomable. Qing Wei's expression relaxed, and he sighed in relief. There have been rumors circulating that the ancient senior's health was failing, causing considerable alarm among our ranks. This will surely ease their concerns. Ling Feng could not help but scoff inwardly, realizing the rumors were likely spread by those with ulterior motives. He and Qing Wei returned to the wooden cabin. Ling Feng's primary mission for this visit was complete, and he was ready to depart. Just as he prepared to leave, a group of individuals suddenly blocked his path. Chapter 377. The Provocation of the Yi family. Ling Feng recognized that the leader of the group was an elderly man, appearing to be around 60 years of age, emanating a palpable aura of hostility. From the divine energy radiating from him, Ling Feng quickly deduced the elder's identity. Among the powerful divine beings who bore enmity towards him, he could think of no one other than those from the Yi family. Before Ling Feng could speak, Qing Wei took the initiative, his expression darkening. Yi, old monster, what do you mean by bringing your people to my cabin? Do you wish to spar? Yi Bu Fan coldly chuckled, his gaze icy as he addressed Qing Wei. Qing Wei, I am not here for you today. Best step aside. He then turned his attention to Ling Feng, his tone laced with menace. You must be Ling Feng, the one who killed my grandson, Yi Jiutian? Ling Feng met his gaze with a smile, entirely unconcerned. Ah, you mean that traitor Yi Zhoutian? Indeed. I took his life. He met a most gruesome end. He betrayed his country. He deserved it. You speak nonsense. My son is the captain of the dragon team. Steadfastly loyal to the organization, he would never surrender. I suspect you are the traitor and that my son discovered evidence of your treachery. You killed him to silence him and frame my son, exclaimed a middle-aged man standing behind the elder, pointing an accusing finger at Ling Feng. The individual in question is none other than the illustrious deputy leader of the dragon team, Yi Feng, a formidable warrior of the 7th rank in the imperial tier. Indeed, I have ample reason to suspect that you are an undercover agent from the beautiful nation, and I demand to know your true intentions for infiltrating our ranks. At this moment, Yi Bufan echoed his son's sentiments, directly accusing Ling Feng of being a spy. Yi Bufan, refrain from casting baseless aspersions. You ought to know very well who the real infiltrator is, Qing Wei said, fixing Yi Bufan with a gaze laden with implication. A tremor of unease coursed through Yi Bufan, for he discerned from Qing Wei's eyes that she seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation. It appeared that Ling Feng had disclosed all of Ye's family's secrets to Qing Wei, which only intensified Yi Bufan's resolve to eliminate him. Once Ling Feng was silenced, there would be no witnesses to the truth, and bolstered by the Yi family's influence across various official channels, he could easily resolve this matter. Thus, today, regardless of Ling Feng's formidable abilities, Yi Bufan was determined to see him perish. According to his intelligence, Ling Feng had recently attained the divine level, possessing strength roughly equivalent to the 2nd or 3rd rank. Within the younger generation, he was indeed a force to be reckoned with. This made Ling Feng an even greater threat that could not be allowed to survive, for he could not permit the Yi family to harbor such a powerful adversary. With his own prowess at the 6th rank of the divine level, he could swiftly subdue this youth. Yi Bufan's gaze turned icy, resembling that of a venomous serpent as he regarded Ling Feng. Ling Feng, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Yi Bufan's eyes, could not help but scoff. Old man, are you itching to make a move? Trying to silence me? But the number of people you brought today is rather insufficient. Ling Feng mockingly counted the individuals accompanying Yi Bufan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. Just 13 people? Hardly enough. His derisive demeanor incited fury among the members of the Yi family standing behind Yi Bufan. How dare this man act so brazenly before a divine-level powerhouse of their clan? Yi Bufan shot Ling Feng a cold smile, his voice frigid as he retorted, Huh? Young man, do not let your arrogance blind you. Remember, there are always greater powers beyond your own. Arrogant, old man, the times have changed. It is now the era of the youth. You have been rendered obsolete. And it seems fitting that I send you to your ancestors today, Ling Feng unabashedly retorted, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon Yi Bufan. As Yi Bufan absorbed Ling Feng's insults, his expression darkened to an extreme. Having held a high position for many years and ranking among the foremost of divine-level warriors, he had never before been subjected to such humiliation, especially with Ling Feng brazenly accusing him of treachery. How could he endure this? You sharp-tongued wretch. I shall ensure your lips are torn asunder today. Yi Bufan glared at Ling Feng, then suddenly sprang into action. His right hand, claw-like, lunged toward Ling Feng's throat with the swiftness of lightning, almost instantaneously closing the distance to a mere 20 centimeters from Ling Feng's neck. Qing Wei, standing behind Ling Feng, was caught off guard. By the time she reacted, Yi Bufan's hand was already perilously close to its target. Qing Wei was taken aback, utterly astonished that Yi Bufan dared to strike in public. To his disbelief, he had failed to perceive the formidable prowess of this old monster, who possessed a godly 5th-tier strength. Observing Ling Feng standing motionless, Qing Wei, though aware that Ling Feng had recently encountered a great opportunity and should be capable of countering Yi Bufan's ambush, felt a sense of foreboding. As Yi Bufan's attack swiftly approached Ling Feng, a surge of elation filled his heart. This merciless strike was designed to shatter the opponent's neck irreparably, rendering them beyond salvation. From the outset, his intention was to kill, with no thought of leaving any survivors. However, as his hand neared Ling Feng, mere inches away, he found himself immobilized. Suddenly, a sense of suffocation enveloped him, and his feet began to lift off the ground. Yi Bufan's face flushed crimson, his hands desperately clutching at his throat, which felt as though it were being constricted by an unseen force, threatening asphyxiation at any moment. Behind Ling Feng, Qing Wei's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Was this truly the extent of Ling Feng's power? It was astonishing. Yi Jiutian, a 6th-tier divine expert, was unable to withstand even a single strike from him. Was he even human? What level of strength did Ling Feng possess, that it seemed to surpass even that of the Grand Elder? With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Ling Feng regarded Yi Jiutian with a mocking smile, tauntingly remarking, "You squander your chance, revealing your ineptitude. I had anticipated greater prowess from you. Turns out you are as much a waste as your grandson. Utterly worthless." Veins bulged on Yi Jiutian's forehead, his eyes bulging with rage as his gaze began to dull. With a mere flicker of thought, Ling Feng alleviated the pressure around Yi Jiutian's neck, allowing him to gulp down fresh air. Yet, at that moment, Yi Jiutian found himself stripped of any supernatural abilities, rendered as powerless as an ordinary person. Yi Bufan glared at Ling Feng, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. "Ling Feng, you possess an audacity unmatched, daring to strike against the authorities. We will not let this transgression go unpunished." Faced with his inability to overpower Ling Feng, he resorted to invoking the backing of the authorities, hoping to dissuade Ling Feng from opposing them. Yet, he gravely misjudged Ling Feng's regard for the powers that be. Ling Feng merely smiled lightly, directing his thoughts towards Yi Bufan. In a thunderous explosion, Yi Bufan was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. Ling Feng calmly collected his inner core, while the onlookers stood frozen in shock. Chapter 378. The Yi family under investigation. The members of the Yi family could scarcely believe their eyes. Their godly powerhouse, the very cornerstone of their clan, had perished. Caught completely off guard, devoid of any forethought, they had no time to react before Ling Feng dispatched Yi Bufan with casual ease. Such an impressive divine figure had been crushed like a mere insect. Ling Feng's audacity was nothing short of astounding. Their emotions were predominantly filled with fury. With the demise of the formidable figure from the Yi family, their standing would undoubtedly plummet. Old adversaries might seize this opportunity to exact vengeance, for they had made numerous enemies. Henceforth, they would tread upon a treacherous path, finding it exceedingly difficult to reach safety. Qing Wei, however, was profoundly impressed by Ling Feng's immense martial prowess. His casual strike could effortlessly eliminate a 6th-tier god-level expert. And within the Dragon Nation, it seemed no one could rival him among the divine ranks. Moreover, Ling Feng acted with remarkable decisiveness, showing no regard for Yi Bufan's influence or status, striking without hesitation. "Ling Feng, how dare you publicly slay an official god-level expert? Do you not possess any loyalty to your country? You are blatantly disregarding the sovereignty of the Dragon Nation." Yi Feng's eyes reddened as he immediately accused Ling Feng. As the second strongest of the Yi family, witnessing his father's death at Ling Feng's hands filled him with profound resentment. Yet, Ling Feng's overwhelming strength left him too intimidated to retaliate. He could only resort to such accusations, hoping to invoke official retribution against Ling Feng. Ling Feng remained unfazed, indifferent to Yi Feng's assertions. As long as the ancient God King placed his trust in him, all other matters were trifles. He cast a casual glance at Yi Feng and remarked nonchalantly, "Originally, I intended to eliminate all of you. However, considering that I require your cooperation in investigating the traitors, I shall spare your lives. But should you provoke me further, I would not hesitate to eradicate you all." Yi Feng's complexion turned pale. Ling Feng's words sent a chill down his spine. Cold sweat broke out over him as he harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of Ling Feng's threat. If he could dare to kill a divine expert, how much less were they, mere imperial-level warriors? "Do not slander us. We have always been unwaveringly loyal to our nation," Yi Feng retorted defiantly. The others from the Yi family fell silent, many of them harboring a hint of trepidation. The death of Yi Bufan and Ling Feng's menacing words had stripped them of their earlier bravado, each plotting their own escape. "What are so many of you doing here?" Just then, a commanding voice resonated from outside. Everyone turned in unison toward the entrance, where a middle-aged man strode in with measured steps, each movement seemingly calculated with precision. His square face and thick eyebrows imparted an air of authority without the need for anger. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Yi Feng's eyes brightened. He rushed forward and knelt before the man, exclaiming, "Elder, you must uphold justice for the Yi family. Ling Feng has falsely accused us of treason and brazenly killed my father, leaving no remains behind. Such madness is beyond comprehension." Yi Feng, a grown man, wept profusely, evoking sympathy from onlookers. His performance was so masterful that Ling Feng nearly felt compelled to award him the title of Best Actor. The Grand Elder, do not heed his nonsensical claims. The Yi family has colluded with the beautiful nation, and they are nothing but traitors. Qingwei immediately stood up, pointing an accusing finger at the members of the Yi family. The middle-aged man displayed no discernible emotion on his face. He glanced lightly at everyone present before slowly approaching Ling Feng. "You must be Ling Feng," he said in a remarkably gentle tone. Ling Feng was taken aback, as he did not recognize the man before him and had no prior acquaintance with him. The man smiled faintly and spoke softly. "I am Wu Tian, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Nation's Divine Elder Council. The ancient God King is my master. My master has just informed me about your matters, including those concerning the Yi family." Ling Feng suddenly understood. It appeared the reputation of the ancient God King was at play here. He immediately clasped his fists in a polite gesture and replied, "Ah, it is an honor to meet the Grand Elder. I apologize for my lack of courtesy." Wu Tian gently rested his hand on Ling Feng's arm, signaling him to relax. He then turned slowly to face the members of the Yi family, his gaze piercing and his tone grave as he declared, "Yi Feng, I possess irrefutable evidence of your family's treachery in colluding with the beautiful nation to betray our homeland and harm our fellow countrymen. Yi Bufan's refusal to accept punishment and subsequent demise at the hands of Ling Feng was justly deserved. Do you members of the Yi family wish to continue resisting until the end?" Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, the faces of the Yi family turned pale. Fear etched across their features. As the Grand Elder, his words were akin to a death sentence, leaving no room for appeal. The Yi family was doomed. Yi Feng, in his terror, collapsed to the ground, a bitter smile escaping his lips as he muttered repeatedly, "It's over, it's all over." Several members of the Yi family, realizing their fate, immediately surrendered, bowing their heads in confession. "I surrender, I confess. We, the Yi family, are all spies. I can divulge all our connections. I admit it. I was coerced." One of them lamented, "I have an elderly mother above me and an aged wife below me. Spare me, Aminos." A flicker of anger passed through Wu Tian's eyes as he clapped his hands. Immediately, a dozen men clad in black trench coats rushed in, each one a formidable emperor-level warrior, their expressions stern and humorless. Wu Tian cast a cold glance at the Yi family and commanded, "Take these individuals to the processing room. I shall personally interrogate them." The black-clad warriors swiftly escorted the members of the Yi family away. "Qingwei, I entrust you with the thorough investigation of the Yi family. Ensure that not a single person escapes scrutiny." Wu Tian then issued another directive to Qingwei. She nodded slightly, affirming, "Understood. I will ensure this matter is resolved promptly." Wu Tian looked at Ling Feng with deep gratitude and earnestly said, "Ling Feng, my young brother, I truly thank you. Otherwise, the Yi family would have continued to inflict harm upon us for an indeterminate length of time. You have rendered us a tremendous service. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them." Ling Feng chuckled lightly. "This was merely a trivial task for me. Now that the affairs of the Yi family have been resolved, it is time for me to take my leave. The relentless assaults by the fishmen on our coastal territories leave me uneasy about the safety of my base. I must return and inspect it." Upon noticing Ling Feng's intention to depart, Wu Tian expressed his regret, saying, "Brother, you have just rendered us such significant assistance. And now you are leaving? As the host here, I have yet to extend my hospitality. There will be opportunities in the future," Ling Feng replied, turning away to leave. She was reluctant to linger any longer, fearing she would be subjected to yet another round of unwelcome entreaties. Chapter 379. The arrival of the Dark Knight clan. Upon returning to the base, Ling Feng found that all the fishmen corpses outside had been thoroughly dealt with. Ma Wu, eager to show Ling Feng their collected fishmen inner cores, promptly led him to the site. The entire army of 2 million fishmen had been vanquished, and every single inner core had been retrieved. Ling Feng gazed at the inner cores with a slight headache. In addition to these, he possessed nearly 4 million inner cores in his own space, all of which he had painstakingly gathered. If the members of the War God Brigade were to collect them individually, it would take an unfathomable amount of time, an impractical waste, given his pressing schedule. Thus, he resolved to explore the possibility of extracting energy from these inner cores, perhaps creating a compact energy sphere. Moreover, Ling Feng instructed Ma Wu to continue military training for over 4,000 superpowered individuals stationed at the base. These individuals had been gathered from various bases during the unification of Handong province, and their sense of belonging to the war god base was rather weak. However, now that they faced extraordinary times, they must step up. Even if it meant charging into battle as cannon fodder, they had to demonstrate their worth. Ling Feng could not sustain them without purpose. Ma Wu, after receiving Ling Feng's orders, promptly assured him of his commitment to accomplish the task, then hurried off. With millions of fishmen inner cores in hand, Ling Feng entered the laboratory to commence his research. 3 days swiftly passed, during which the landscape of the Dragon Kingdom underwent monumental changes. Most of the bases and shelters were obliterated by the fishmen, who swiftly captured half of the coastal cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, astonishingly, after just 1 day, these fishmen retreated back to the sea. The reasons behind this sudden withdrawal remained a mystery to all, except for a select few in the Dragon Kingdom who were aware that one of the 2 supreme deities, the ancient god king, had departed the base just an hour prior to the fishmen's hasty retreat. The fishmen's withdrawal filled the surviving citizens of the Dragon Kingdom with renewed vigor, rekindling hope in their hearts that had previously been engulfed in despair. Ling Feng had remained in the laboratory for 3 consecutive days, during which he conducted numerous experiments, expending over 100,000 fishmen inner dan. At long last, he discovered the method to extract the inner dan from the fishmen and successfully developed a new nutritional solution. He named it the super nutritional solution, which concentrated the energy of 5,000 fishmen inner dan into each vial. This solution was not only convenient and swift to use, but also devoid of any side effects, sparing users from any discomfort. Such a modest vial of nutritional liquid could elevate the prowess of the war god squad by several levels. After meticulously storing his concocted solution in a spatial pocket, Ling Feng stepped out of the basement. The moment he emerged, he sensed a formidable force rapidly approaching the base. Recognizing their unique aura, he immediately identified their identities, the Earthlings. In a flash, Ling Feng teleported outside the base, awaiting their arrival. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, a group of over a dozen individuals appeared at the war god base. They bore proud expressions, each exuding an impressive aura, all being divine-level warriors. The weakest among them was of the 5th tier, while the strongest reached the 8th tier, categorizing them as extraordinary powers. This formidable team could effortlessly annihilate the divine beings of the Dragon Kingdom. These divine-level warriors had been dispatched with the specific mission to eliminate Ling Feng, as the demise of Huathan had incited furious wrath among the elders of their clan. The Night Clan had suffered continuous losses of their kin recently, all attributed to this human named Ling Feng. He could not be allowed to continue his ascent. Otherwise, the Night Clan would face increasingly greater losses in the future, particularly as Huathan was a descendant of the Divine King. Should the Divine King become aware of this situation, they would all face dire consequences. Thus, the clan had sent 15 divine-level warriors to ensure Ling Feng's demise, regardless of the cost. Upon reaching the exterior of the war god base, they quickly spotted Ling Feng, who appeared unfazed, as though he had been waiting for them for quite some time. One of the divine-level warriors stepped forward from the group, gazing at Ling Feng with an arrogant demeanor, and bluntly demanded, "Hey human, are you from the war god base? Bring out Ling Feng at once." Ling Feng silently regarded him, dismissing him as nothing more than a 6th-tier divine-level weakling. With a casual motion, he struck the air. The divine-level warrior was sent flying, skidding across the ground for several meters, leaving half of his face shattered and grotesque. Ling Feng flexed his wrists and remarked coolly, "I have little tolerance for the impolite and uncouth. Should this occur again, I may not refrain from taking a life." The struck divine-level warrior was left in utter shock. As a 6th-tier divine-level warrior, how could he be so easily vanquished? He pondered the true strength of his opponent, bewildered by such overwhelming power. He dared not show himself any longer, lying on the ground, observing the unfolding situation on the field. The sudden eruption of violence from Ling Feng caught the assembled members of the underworld by surprise. By the time they regained their composure, expressions of fury adorned their faces. "You have audacity to harm one of our Dark Knight clan. Such recklessness invites death," shouted another formidable opponent as he prepared to strike. However, he was halted by a young man clad in white. This youth bore a somewhat familiar visage, prompting Ling Feng to recall a resemblance to Wood. Though he had slain Wood back on Bay Island, perhaps this individual shared a bloodline with him. despite the similarity in appearance. The young man's aura was far more robust than Wood's, exuding the presence of a superior being, and his strength surpassed that of Wood, making him the only 8th-tier god-level warrior present. After scrutinizing Ling Feng for a moment, the young man spoke slowly. "I presume you are Ling Feng, the commander of the war god base." Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise gracing his features. "Astute observation. Since you recognize me, you may proceed with your attack." His demeanor remained calm, displaying an air of indifference. The young man in white chuckled softly. "Indeed, you are as the legends describe, rebellious and arrogantly proud." Chapter 380. Confrontation with the Underworld. Ling Feng smiled gently, raising a single finger. No. What I possess is confidence. It is you Underworld dwellers who are truly arrogant." The young man did not seem angered, but instead laughed heartily. "You may be correct. Yet do you still hold hope today? We have dispatched 15 god-level experts solely for your demise, more than all the god-level warriors in your Dragon Kingdom combined." There was a glint of confidence in the young man's eyes, as he asserted that their small group could easily obliterate any nation in the world. Their singular purpose for coming here was to eliminate Ling Feng, underscoring the depth of their hatred for him. Ling Feng regarded them with disdain. If numbers were the key to victory, the fishmen would have long since dominated the world. To me, you remain a mere band of worthless rabble, easily dispatched. Haha, such bravado. The young man in white mocked Ling Feng with a glance before continuing. "Enough of this banter. Our mission today is your execution, along with the annihilation of your base. Orders are clear. Not a single one of you shall be spared. Attack." As the young man's words fell, the 13 god-level warriors flanking him swiftly encircled Ling Feng, trapping him in their midst. Meanwhile, atop the base, several high-ranking officials had gathered, observing the impending clash. Could Ling Feng, alone, contend against such a multitude of god-level warriors? There were 15 formidable opponents before him, each appearing exceedingly powerful. Ling Tian's face bore a grave expression, his eyes reflecting profound concern. In stark contrast, Wang Long exhibited no signs of worry. He calmly inhaled from his cigarette and remarked, "Rest assured, Feng's strength should suffice to eliminate these adversaries." If he lacked complete confidence, he would not have accepted the challenge. The others concurred with Wang Long's assessment. Having known Ling Feng for an extended period, they had yet to witness him suffer a defeat. Each encounter had been characterized by overwhelming dominance, and they had never seen him unleash his full might even once. This time, Ling Feng's solitary battle against a dozen god-tier opponents was also an invaluable opportunity for them to learn, prompting the group to earnestly focus on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ling Feng found himself encircled by the group, each adversary cloaked in swirling black mist, a customary tactic of the inhabitants of the underworld. After numerous encounters with these denizens, Ling Feng had gradually deciphered their patterns and strategies. Despite their notorious reputation, their combat techniques were rather limited. Undeterred by the onslaught of the god-tier attackers, Ling Feng exhibited no signs of panic, casually picking his nose. The man in white regarded Ling Feng coldly, letting out a disdainful snort. "Kill." At his command, the god-tier warriors launched their assault simultaneously, plunging the area, including Ling Feng, into an impenetrable darkness where no one could discern what transpired within. At the heart of this assault, Ling Feng felt ensnared in an absolute realm of darkness, where visibility was utterly absent. With his eyes partially closed, he unleashed his formidable spiritual energy, a smile increasingly gracing his lips. Onlookers atop the city walls observed the battlefield's center engulfed in darkness, obscuring all visibility. Each person craned their neck, hoping to glean some insight into the unfolding events. A minute elapsed without any sign of movement inside. Ling Tian, peering through a telescope, voiced his concerns, while the expressions of the others mirrored anxiety. The inability to witness the battle's progression compounded their distress, as the uncertainty gnawed at them. Outside the battlefield, the man in white stood confidently at the edge of the black mist, his demeanor exuding self-assuredness. The realm of absolute darkness was their racial gift, yet it required the combined effort of 10 god-tier warriors to wield effectively. Within this domain, the enemy was rendered blind and deaf, stripped of all perception. Regardless of one's prowess, in such a realm, one's combat effectiveness would be severely diminished. Even if Ling Feng possessed extraordinary strength, rendered a blind and deaf individual in this profound darkness, he would be vulnerable to slaughter. As time elapsed, 5 minutes passed before the darkness began to slowly dissipate, revealing silhouettes within. Upon recognizing the figure before him, the man in white smile faltered, replaced by an expression of disbelief. For there stood only Ling Feng before him. The others had vanished without a trace. How could this happen, Ling Feng? Where are the others? The man in white coldly interrogated Ling Feng, convinced that he was behind this peculiar disappearance of over a dozen formidable beings. Ling Feng smiled faintly. Deep down, you already possess the answer. Why continue to seek it from me? With his hands clasped behind his back, he bore no semblance of someone who had endured combat. The man in white still struggled to believe that Ling Feng could single-handedly slay so many divine-level warriors, especially within their domain. How did you breach our realm? The previously composed young man now trembled slightly, his voice betraying his unease. He had embarked on this mission with a heavy burden. The loss of so many divine-level beings would spell disaster for their Night Clan, as each of them was a paragon among their kind. Ling Feng scoffed at the young man's inquiries. What is the purpose of your domain? To me, it merely appears intimidating, yet serves no real function. Had I not been examining your domain, do you truly believe I would have allowed them to survive for an additional 5 minutes? Ling Feng's words struck like thunder, rendering their ultimate skill utterly ineffective. How could this be? Yet, with the realization that his mission was likely doomed, the young man's gaze flickered with despair. He turned to Ling Feng and spoke gravely. Ling Feng, you are indeed powerful, but you have yet to pass my trial. Today, we shall not leave until one of us is dead. With that, the man in white executed his teleportation skill, appearing before Ling Feng in an instant. He unleashed a torrent of black flames from his mouth, the heat distorting the very space around them. Ling Feng raised his hand with a casual flick, extinguishing the fierce flames effortlessly. In an instant, the young man was sent hurtling backward. Chapter 381. The anomaly. The young man in white coughed violently, blood spilling forth, his complexion as pale as parchment. Ling Feng's seemingly nonchalant strike had inflicted grave injuries upon him, tormenting his internal organs. Struggling to rise, despair flickered in his eyes. He understood that survival was no longer an option, and his thoughts turned to the fate of his clan. With a being like Ling Feng in existence, the Night Clan would likely suffer immense losses in the future. Ling Feng's power was likely at the pinnacle of divine-level strength. As an 8th-tier divine warrior, he had fallen in mere moments to Ling Feng's might. Such prowess could only be rivaled by the clan's divine king. After all, there exists no comparison between divine beings and divine kings. The latter transcends humanity, approaching the divine itself. Ling Feng, I concede your might, but the extinction of your kind is inevitable. The young man in white wore a maniacal expression. Ling Feng, with a swift motion, reduced him to mere fragments. Nonsense. Upon acquiring the divine inner core, Ling Feng promptly returned to the base. At that moment, the senior officials, unbeknownst to who orchestrated it, stood on 2 levels, applauding in welcome for Ling Feng. You arrive from Dandong, clad in pure white, yearning for Guangdong cuisine. Accompanied by a stirring background melody, Ling Feng approached with grace. Hail to the great war god base. With a grand gesture, Ling Feng elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Observing the assembly, Ling Feng seized the opportunity to enhance their strength. Currently, the base housed 6 divine-level powerhouses: Lin Su, Sun Dashing, Wang Long, Ma Wu, Du Yibai, and Dong Yinwu. However, their strength was merely at the initial stage of divine rank, placing them at the lower tier among their peers. Apart from them, Ling Tian, Zheng Sanbao, Shen Hong, and Shun Yin had yet to breach the divine level, remaining at the 10th rank of the imperial tier. Ling Feng now possessed 16 divine inner cores, capable of elevating their prowess to the mid or high tiers of divine rank. He retrieved 4 divine inner cores from his spatial storage and handed them to Ling Tian and the others. These cores would facilitate their ascension to divine abilities, allowing them to be recognized as top-tier warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. The expressions of excitement were palpable among them. Even Zheng Sanbao, a seasoned practitioner, could not contain his exhilaration. Such is the allure of the divine. Yet, Ling Feng doused their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Even upon attaining divine status, their strength remained insufficient. Within the depths of the earth, there existed 100 or 200 divine-level warriors, all at the 5th or 6th rank. Encountering them would pose significant challenges, necessitating a diligent effort to enhance their strength. Subsequently, he produced the super nutrient solution developed that day from his space. You shall each collect the nutrient solution for your respective camps, hastening the enhancement of your subordinate strength to prepare for the impending battles. Ling Feng spoke with solemnity as he began distributing the nutrient solutions. The leaders of several camps eagerly approached to claim their share, for who would not desire a formidable army? Meanwhile, dozens of countries surrounding the Dragon Kingdom were currently enduring immense assaults. After the retreat of the fishmen from the Dragon Kingdom, their invasion did not cease. They began encroaching upon neighboring nations. Smaller nations like Nanuet and the Philippines surrendered without resistance, recognizing the fishmen's backing by the denizens of the earth, who maintained intricate ties with the beautiful country. These nations had historically acted under the auspices of the beautiful country, continuing to follow in its wake. Aside from these two nations, the majority of others chose capitulation, with only a few facing annihilation for refusing to surrender. Only one nation stands as an exception. Having surrendered, yet ultimately faced total annihilation at the hands of the fishmen. This nation is the country of A3. It is said that when the fishmen invaded, A3's lackluster combat capabilities were laid bare, proving utterly insubstantial. The leader of A3, Gandhi, hastily capitulated. In the span of a mere day, this once mighty nation surrendered. At this point, the events seemed somewhat normal. However, the subsequent actions of A3 provoked the fishmen's ire. After conquering A3, the fishmen stationed a considerable number of their kind, including numerous female fishmen. Remarkably, within half a day, hundreds of fishmen suffered violations by A3's inhabitants. This incident swiftly reached the ears of the fishmen's supreme beings, who promptly confronted Gandhi regarding the matter. Gandhi remained remarkably composed, dismissing the issue with the notion that in similar circumstances, one should simply close their eyes and enjoy. Upon hearing this, the fishmen's powerful beings were incensed, leading to Gandhi's demise at their hands, and they unleashed a massacre upon the entirety of A3. In a small base located in the northeastern part of Dragon Country, a dozen Imperial-level beings gathered, all appearing disheveled and clearly having been pursued. Among them stood a figure of calm demeanor, though not tall, exuding an air of authority. This was Ming Song, the monarch of Wa Country. He had been struggling to survive alongside his subordinates in the Cosmic Nation, only to be met with a sudden ferocious assault from the fishmen. At the onset of the invasion, Ming Song swiftly evacuated with his followers, exerting great effort to clandestinely infiltrate Dragon Country. Having found refuge in this modest base, they had been developing their presence within Dragon Country's dragon-slaying society quite successfully. Unfortunately, Ling Feng had obliterated all their strongholds, leaving only a few smaller, earlier established bases. Given the distance from Ling Feng's war god base, this location had narrowly escaped destruction. Ming Song surveyed the base's meager surroundings, reflecting on the irony of his plight as a sovereign reduced to such a state, lost in thought as he gazed towards his homeland, murmuring, "Alas, when shall I return to my homeland and restore my nation?" Standing beside him, Murakami Taichi observed Ming Song's expression, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He approached Ming Song quietly and suggested, "Your Majesty, if you seek to rise again, why not consider a partnership?" Ming Song's gaze shifted, contemplating him gravely as he replied, "In the current situation, who can stand alone?" A faint smile graced Ming Song's lips. "Your Majesty, the beautiful nation remains the only country yet untouched by the fishmen. Perhaps we could pursue a collaboration," he remarked with significant implication. Ming Song squinted slightly, and after a moment, cast a faint glance at him, saying, "You shall take charge of this matter." Chapter 382. Taking the initiative. Time, much like a man's wallet, swiftly diminishes. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this brief period, the God of War base experienced an unexpected tranquility. Not only did the fishmen refrain from launching attacks within the Dragon Kingdom, but the underworld beings also ceased to trouble Ling Feng during this time. Ling Feng was acutely aware that these adversaries would not simply relent. They were undoubtedly concocting some sinister plot. Nevertheless, the strength of the God of War base underwent a remarkable transformation over the month, largely thanks to the extraordinary effects of Ling Feng's super nutritional solution. The members of the God of War team had all ascended to the formidable realm of the 10th rank Emperor, with 500 10th rank Emperor soldiers and an additional 275 10th rank Emperor beasts. They possessed the capability to overpower any nation. In terms of imperial strength, Ling Feng's God of War base had surpassed any force in this world. However, imperial might, while formidable, does not equate to ultimate combat power. True strength is measured by divine prowess. Over the course of the month, the God of War base boasted a total of 11 divine-level warriors, including Ling Feng. Ling Feng had reached the 9th rank divine level, while the others had attained around the 5th rank divine level, primarily due to the divine inner cores obtained from the underworld beings during their previous encounter, which significantly bolstered the capabilities of the base's leadership. In the conference room, Ling Feng and the high-ranking officials of the base were deliberating the next steps for their operations. Ling Feng's intention was to take the initiative. The fishmen have been quiet for a month. They won't simply give up. I have decided to strike first, Ling Feng remarked, reclining in his chair. Could it be that the fishmen suffered considerable losses in our Dragon Kingdom and have abandoned their invasion? Wang Long pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Ma Wu shook his head, speaking with unwavering confidence. That is impossible. The fishmen are under the command of the Americans. They would never relinquish the Dragon Kingdom. In terms of area and population, the Dragon Kingdom is the largest in the world today. The Americans would not forsake this land. Our current strength is formidable. Why not assault the headquarters of the Americans? Ling Tian clenched his fists. The captains, robust and vigorous, were brimming with confidence, especially with their divine-level prowess. Ling Feng cleared his throat and calmly stated, "While your strength may suffice against other nations, the Americans have the underworld beings backing them. Our current capabilities are insufficient to confront them directly. The most pressing concern is to ascertain what the fishmen are truly plotting. I intend to personally venture into the sea for reconnaissance. And I have also spent some time learning the fishmen's language. I am the most suitable for this task. You all remain vigilant and keep watch at home." Ling Feng harbored an additional intention, to seek any information regarding the 2 water-type divine kings' inner cores. These fishmen, having dwelled in the ocean for an extended period, might possess valuable insights, thus his endeavor to master their language. After confiding in Ma Wu, he departed with a sense of assurance regarding the safety of the base. The 10 divine-level guardians stationed there constituted an overwhelming force, their prowess exceeding the 5th tier of divine rank. Such power is exceedingly rare within the divine realm, especially when amassed in such numbers. Furthermore, Sun Dasheng, Lin Su, and Dong Yinwu boasted strength at the 6th tier, rendering them even more formidable. Following his own enhancement of strength, Ling Feng had fortified the base's defenses, making it virtually impenetrable, save for an assault by a divine king. Upon leaving the base, Ling Feng soared directly to the heart of the Pacific Ocean, the stronghold of the fishmen from whence their prior attack on the Dragon Kingdom had originated. Once above the ocean, he unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the several-meter-thick ice layer above. Without hesitation, he plunged into the depths below. His swimming speed was remarkable. Within a mere 10 seconds, he reached the seabed and soon spotted the silhouettes of the fishmen. At that moment, he activated his invisibility, ensuring he went unnoticed. Stealthily, he infiltrated the fishmen's encampment, where countless aquatic beings congregated. The sheer number was overwhelming, rendering any attempt at counting futile. They were densely packed, predominantly of the lower-tier imperial rank, namely 1st and 2nd tiers. As Ling Feng navigated through the throng, he made his way toward the core area of the fishmen's territory. Midway through, he unexpectedly encountered a human face, distinctly that of a Westerner. From the man's arrogant gait and haughty demeanor, Ling Feng instantly recognized him as a dweller of the Earth's core. Such brazen confidence in the presence of fishmen could only belong to one of his kind, and the cluster of fishmen surrounding him confirmed Ling Feng's suspicions. Without delay, he trailed behind them. The Earth Dweller, accompanied by several fishmen, remained oblivious to the presence of Ling Feng lurking nearby. This individual also possessed divine-level strength, likely around the 8th or 9th tier, categorizing him as a formidable opponent even among the Dark Knight clan. The Earth Dweller and his fishman entourage soon entered a towering structure. Upon entering, the Earth Dweller exhibited clear disdain, seemingly displeased with the surroundings. They ultimately arrived at a room deep within the edifice, which was filled with an array of underwater treasures. The walls sparkled with luminous pearls, illuminating the entire chamber with a radiant glow. Upon entering the room, the earthbound man was greeted by a towering fishman who had been awaiting his arrival. "Lord Hass, what brings you here?" The fishman inquired with a broad smile. Hass strode directly to a chair and sat down, unceremoniously stating, "Hai Wu, what is the matter with your kin? Why have you delayed your assault on the Dragon Kingdom? Are you contemplating defying orders?" At this remark, Hai Wu's expression turned bitter as he immediately knelt upon the ground, anxiously responding, "My Lord Has, you have wronged me. It is not that I am unwilling. Rather, I am awaiting the replenishment of my forces. I am currently coordinating with several other districts for troop deployment, but it will take a few more days." Has let out a cold snort, casting a disdainful glance at him as he replied icily, "I shall grant you 7 more days. Should you fail to mobilize your forces by then, do not expect me to be merciful. Heed my warning." "Yes, yes, my lord. I shall certainly comply with your commands." Hai Wu immediately bowed his head in apology. With a haughty huff, Has regarded him one last time before departing. As Has left, Hai Wu's demeanor shifted, revealing a subtle smirk. Chapter 383. The Abyssal Realm. Hai Wu promptly regained his former composure, shedding any semblance of subservience. Now exuding an air of authority. "Bring forth the others," he commanded, his voice ringing out into the hallway. Moments later, a fishman entered, bowing respectfully. "Have all gathered?" Hai Wu inquired with a casual tone. The subordinate replied dutifully, "Your Majesty. All those of the Imperial second rank and above are assembled and ready to depart at your command." "Very well," Hai Wu nodded. "If this mission succeeds, we fishmen shall no longer endure the humiliation imposed by the Night Clan," he remarked coldly before exiting the chamber. Ling Feng overheard their entire exchange, including Hai Wu's soliloquy, and felt as though he had stumbled upon significant intelligence. The implication that success would free them from the Night Clan's oppression suggested they might have located the water elemental Divine King's core. Ling Feng pondered to himself. Realizing how fortuitous his timing was, he had narrowly avoided missing a tremendous opportunity. He continued to follow closely behind Hai Wu, curious about their destination. Upon stepping outside, Hai Wu was led by one of his subordinates to a vast, open square where over 100 fishmen stood in formation, each a powerhouse of imperial rank. After delivering a few succinct remarks, Hai Wu swiftly guided his followers in a particular direction. Their speed was remarkable. Fishmen moved through the water at least twice as quickly as they did on land. Ling Feng observed that they were heading south. Meanwhile, atop a snow-capped mountain in the southernmost reaches of Blue Star, the leaders of the 5 ancestral clans of the fishmen had congregated, each radiating an immense aura. All having attained the pinnacle of divine rank. A group of individuals sat together, engaged in a hushed discussion. Among them, an elder merman slowly began to speak. "For millennia, our merman kin have been reduced to slaves and sustenance for the Dark Knight clan. Why is this so? It is simply because we lack a deity-level warrior. Observe how much weaker humanity is compared to us, yet the Dark Knight clan still refrains from excessively oppressing them. Perhaps this is our final hope." Next to him, another merman nodded slowly and replied, "This time, we are indeed gambling everything. We have gathered all the formidable warriors of our merman race to confront this abyssal demon. If we can slay the demon and obtain the divine inner core, any sacrifice will be worthwhile." "Brothers, are you certain that there truly exists a divine inner core here?" inquired a younger merman, a look of skepticism on his face. The eldest merman smiled faintly and confidently declared, "Worry not, my dear fifth brother. I can assure you with utmost certainty that a core lies within. Having lived for 200 years, I have tirelessly searched for the whereabouts of the inner cores, scouring the vast ocean. This is the only location we have yet to explore, and I firmly believe the inner core is hidden here. However, this place is also the most perilous in the ocean." Upon hearing this, the others wore expressions of grave concern. This area was known among the mermen as the Abyss, a forbidden realm. No merman who had ventured inside had ever returned alive. It was a place that struck fear into their hearts. According to the ancestral edicts of the mermen, entry into this domain was strictly prohibited. It was said to harbor abyssal demons of terrifying power, the sworn enemies of their kind. Yet, in a bid to attain greater strength and lead the mermen out of their plight, the leaders of the 5 ancestral lands made a decision that defied their forebears to breach the abyss. They had summoned masters from various regions to congregate here, ready to act as soon as all had arrived. Ling Feng followed the team of C5 and ultimately reached their destination, Antarctica. He was astonished to find himself having traversed nearly half of Blue Star to arrive at its southernmost point. Upon his arrival, he observed a considerable assembly of around 8,000 mermen. Though their numbers were not vast, each individual possessed imperial-level strength, with many being of the 5th rank or above. Moreover, there were several divine-level warriors present. At least a dozen that Ling Feng could see. Could it be that all the mermen's masters are gathered here? Ling Feng pondered silently. He even considered whether he should prepare a feast for the mermen to conserve energy. However, the thought of the divine inner core dispelled this notion. Nothing could surpass its significance. Ling Feng patiently concealed himself in the shadows, awaiting their next course of action. He remained vigilant from day until night. Amidst the gathering, a dozen or so fishmen arrived in succession. Just as Ling Feng contemplated spending the night in the sea, the crowd began to stir, with the fishmen swiftly converging towards a singular direction. Before long, they coalesced, and Ling Feng beheld 5 fishmen before him. He discerned that these seemingly aged fishmen possessed formidable auras, each one a formidable entity of the 10th rank in the divine realm. Clearly, they were among the most powerful of their kind. Ling Feng surmised that these individuals were the leaders of the fishmen, as he had overheard their chief discussing the significance of this operation during the day, indicating that the 5 principal leaders were personally overseeing the mission. Upon witnessing the assembly of the fishmen, the 5 leaders exchanged glances and nodded subtly. The eldest among them stepped forward, asserting his authority. He surveyed the gathered fishmen and proclaimed, "Dear tribesmen, your arduous journey has not gone unnoticed. I trust you are aware of our mission today, and I ask, are you afraid?" "Not afraid. Not afraid. Not afraid," the fishmen responded, their faces alight with fervor and exhilaration. The leader, witnessing their spirited demeanor, nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Such vitality. Truly, we are the elite of the fishman race. Today, we embark on a task that could reshape our destiny. Should we prevail, we shall rise swiftly, no longer beholden to others. However, I must warn you, the depths of the abyss harbor great peril, and many of you may sacrifice your lives. Yet, your deaths will hold profound significance. All tribesmen shall remember you. Now, let us advance together for the future of our people." With that, he led the other leaders towards the abyss. The other fisherman warriors, filled with excitement, followed suit. Chapter 384. The Golden Dragon Upon Descending to the Ocean Floor. The 5 fisherman leaders reached the precipice of an underwater cliff, beyond which lay an unfathomable abyss. The chasm loomed like a dark void, its depths concealed from view. They peered into the abyss, their expressions tinged with apprehension. Ling Feng, having trailed behind, utilized his formidable mental prowess to sense a terrifying creature lurking at the abyss's bottom, fixated on the surface above. Suddenly, Ling Feng recalled the adage, "When you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you." To ensure his safety, he promptly masked his presence, stealthily concealing himself in the shadows. After deliberating among themselves, the 5 leaders ultimately took the initiative to leap into the abyss. Ling Feng, blending in with the throng, followed suit. As he descended and finally touched down, he estimated the abyss's depth to be an astonishing 1,000 meters. The expanse beneath the abyss is not particularly vast, and the arrival of nearly 10,000 mermen renders the area somewhat congested. Although it appears terrifying from above, upon descending, one discovers that there is nothing amiss. No creatures are in sight. The chieftains of several clans immediately gestured, prompting all mermen to commence their search. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of crimson eyes lurked in the shadows, coldly observing the group. The chieftains chose not to disperse but instead advanced together, soon uncovering a cave-like formation. This cave appeared rather unremarkable, likely a natural occurrence rather than a man-made excavation. However, to ensure a thorough investigation, they resolved to meticulously examine the cave. After exchanging silent signals, they cautiously approached the entrance. Just as they were about to re-enter, an unexpected event transpired. A dark figure suddenly erupted from the cave, colliding directly with one of the mermen. The sheer speed of the shadow left the chieftains no time to react, and the impacted merman was thrust violently against the cliffside. His body embedding into the rock, pain surged through him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his internal organs severely injured from the impact. The remaining chieftains swiftly converged on the shadow, only to behold its true form, a creature resembling a dragon. It measured a staggering 30 meters in length. As thick as a barrel, its body an inky black, and its formidable scales exuded an aura of terror. Its crimson eyes, akin to lanterns, fixated intently on the merman leaders. Simultaneously, anguished cries erupted from within the ranks of the mermen, as a dozen black dragons seemed to materialize out of nowhere, launching surprise attacks on them. Additionally, 2 more dragons of comparable size appeared beside the one confronting the merman chieftains. The merman leaders exchanged grave glances. acutely aware that these dragons matched their strength. The eldest among them glanced at the recently ambushed merman and called out, "Third brother, how are you? Are your injuries severe?" The merman struggled to extricate himself from the rock, took a moment to assess his condition, and slowly replied, "I am well enough to continue." He hastened to join his companions, glaring fiercely at the dragon that had attacked him. "Let us unite and eliminate these pests." Without hesitation, they charged towards the 3 black dragons. 3 black dragons roared fiercely and immediately charged at the trio of fishmen. Despite their considerable size, the dragons moved with remarkable agility, even surpassing the swiftness of several fishmen. The fishmen, though numerous, found themselves led by the nose, seemingly at a disadvantage against the ferocious black dragons. Hidden in the shadows, Ling Feng grew weary and began to survey his surroundings. The abyssal depths echoed with the cries of despair, as, apart from a few fishmen leaders, the rest were mercilessly slaughtered by a dozen black dragons. Each of these dragons possessed formidable power, achieving levels of divine rank 5 or 6, rendering the imperial fishmen utterly outmatched, reduced to mere prey, while only the divine fishmen struggled defiantly. Ling Feng soon comprehended why the fishmen referred to this place as the abyssal demon. The strength of these black dragons was indeed overwhelming. In a short span of time, nearly half of the imperial fishmen had perished, while the black dragons remained unscathed. Stealthily, Ling Feng obtained a fishman's inner core and proceeded towards a cave that several fishmen had attempted to enter. He recalled that one of the black dragons had emerged from this very cavern, suggesting it might house their lair, possibly containing treasures within. As he silently slipped inside, Ling Feng discovered a hidden expanse. The cavern was vast, though its entrance was too small to reveal its true size. The interior likely spanned 4,000 to 5,000 square meters. Within, he found little of interest, as the space was remarkably clean, save for a faint metallic scent of blood that lingered in the air. Driven by curiosity, he followed the scent, soon uncovering a corner where a golden dragon lay, barely clinging to life. Its emaciated form was considerably smaller than the black dragons outside, and blood seeped from its body, the source of the foul odor. Despite its dire condition, the golden dragon exuded an aura that sent shivers down Ling Feng's spine. The only entity capable of instilling such trepidation could be none other than a divine king. This seemingly dying golden dragon was indeed a beast of divine rank, while the black dragons outside were likely its subordinates. Yet, aware of the potential danger, Ling Feng refrained from making a move against it. Even a dying camel is larger than a horse, and prudence was paramount. He resolved to observe the unfolding drama, waiting for the moment when both sides would be weakened, allowing him to seize the opportunity to take them all. Ling Feng returned outside once more. At this moment, the battle between the leader of the Fishman tribe and the Black Dragons had reached a fevered pitch. Chapter 385, The Struggle for the Divine King's Core. The 5 leaders of the Fishmen and the 3 Black Dragons bore numerous wounds, indicating that neither side had gained a definitive advantage. Both factions seemed to have recognized this stalemate and cautiously retreated to their respective sides, observing each other warily, while their subordinates engaged in fierce combat below. At this juncture, only 5 or 6 black dragons remained from a dozen, while the fishmen counted merely 20 or so, all of whom were divine-level warriors. The imperial-level fishmen had all been vanquished, resulting in grievous losses for the tribe, as their high-end combat capability had been severely diminished. If they failed to obtain the Divine King's core today, their losses would be catastrophic. The remaining 20 or so fishmen understood this reality, and thus, they displayed a desperate resolve to battle the few remaining black dragons, gradually gaining the upper hand. Their complete annihilation of the enemy was merely a matter of time. Once they eliminated all the black dragons, they could assist their leader in confronting the 3 remaining black dragons, significantly improving their odds of victory. If they could ultimately triumph, every effort would be worthwhile. As an observer, Ling Feng determined that the black dragons could not endure much longer. He began surreptitiously collecting the cores from both the fishmen and black dragons. Although the quantity of the cores was limited, their quality was exceptionally high. He had already discovered 2 to 3 dozen divine-level cores and over 10,000 imperial-level cores, sufficient to elevate the strength of his base to a new echelon. In their frenzied state, the black dragons and fishmen were oblivious to the fact that one of their kin's cores had been stealthily pilfered. Half an hour later, after the fishmen had suffered half their number, they finally succeeded in slaying the remaining black dragons. Several fishmen quickly joined their leader's ranks, disrupting the delicate balance of power between the two forces. The scars on the three black dragons grew increasingly numerous. Ling Feng observed the ongoing battle, estimating it would continue for some time. He resolved to enhance his own strength. Currently, he was at the 9th tier of divine level, and with the multitude of divine cores he possessed, he could potentially elevate himself to the 10th tier. Ling Feng discreetly found a secluded corner where he could both remain hidden and monitor the unfolding battle. He retrieved a 5th tier divine core and swiftly consumed it. This core belonged to a black dragon and was brimming with potent energy. 5 minutes later, after the core's effects had coursed through him, Ling Feng sensed a partial enhancement of his power, yet he still had not broken through to the 10th tier. He then produced 2 additional 5th tier cores and consumed them as well. This time, an even more powerful surge of energy flooded through his limbs, and he felt a significant transformation, as if he had pierced through a veil, ascending to the next level. The 10th tier of divine level achieved. Ling Feng has finally reached the pinnacle of human advancement. Upon attaining the 10th rank, he indeed sensed an almost ethereal pressure emanating from the heavens and the earth, accompanied by an unprecedented bottleneck. It seemed that his strength had ascended to a zenith, beyond which further enhancement appeared unattainable. In this moment, Ling Feng comprehended that the might of a deity-level warrior could not be surmounted solely by one's own efforts. Rather, it necessitated the harnessing of the forces of nature. At this juncture, the battle in the arena was nearing its conclusion. The 3 black dragons bore numerous wounds, their vitality gradually waning. Ultimately, under the concerted assault of all the merman warriors, 1 black dragon was slain. Following the loss of this formidable ally, the remaining 2 black dragons were swiftly dispatched as well. However, the merman side suffered grievous losses. 2 of the 5 chieftains were rendered combat ineffective and gravely injured, leaving only 6 mermen still capable of fighting. "Let us take a moment to recuperate before we collectively enter the cave," suggested one elder in a hushed tone. There were no objections. One by one, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Though every face bore a fatigued expression, a glimmer of joy illuminated their features. With the demise of the black dragons, the opportunity lay tantalizingly before them. The dawn of victory was imminent. After resting for several minutes, the 5 chieftains rose. The 2 who had sustained severe injuries, though unable to engage in battle, could manage to walk with great effort. Into the cave commanded the eldest chieftain with a grave demeanor. The others promptly followed closely behind, proceeding cautiously into the cavern. Upon entering, they were soon met with the sight of the severely wounded golden dragon. The dragon's eyes gleamed upon seeing the band of mermen, and it immediately spoke in their tongue. "Have you slain all my descendants?" Its tone was chilling. The chieftains felt a wave of anxiety wash over them as they met the dragon's gaze, sensing an oppressive force that diminished their own morale. At that moment, the eldest chieftain suddenly shouted to his companions, "Do not be afraid. Look at its myriad wounds and flagging aura. It is clearly at its limit, merely posturing." The other chieftains shifted their focus to the golden dragon's battered form, and their earlier tension began to dissipate. "The black dragons outside have been vanquished. Since you are their progenitor, it seems the water element core resides within you," declared one chieftain coldly, directing a steely gaze at the golden dragon. The dragon chuckled mockingly, regarding the merman leaders with disdain. "Indeed, it is with me. Yet, to think that a mere handful of lowly creatures such as yourselves could claim the water element core is utterly laughable. You are unworthy to be the kings of the ocean." A group of fishmen felt their countenance darken, for they loathed being labeled as inferior beings. For millennia, they had sought a means to escape their plight. Perhaps today would be the day. One of the fishmen chieftains cast a scornful glance at the golden dragon and declared, "You dare to call us of the emperor class. Yet today we shall annihilate your race, ensuring your permanent disappearance from this world. Our kind will reign supreme over the oceans. Let us unite our strength and swiftly deal with this creature, lest we linger in our dreams." The chieftains, alongside other formidable fishmen of divine caliber, launched an assault against the golden dragon. The golden dragon's eyes narrowed dangerously. He then unleashed a thunderous roar directed at the approaching fishmen. The entire cavern froze in an instant, as if ensnared in ice. The fishmen found themselves immobilized, their bodies rendered motionless. The waters surrounding them began to tremble violently, generating high-frequency vibrations. Their forms gradually disintegrated into blood. Several fishmen perished on the spot. leaving Ling Feng utterly stunned by the dragon's display of power. Chapter 386. Ling Feng the Sixth. Ling Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him for having refrained from attacking the golden dragon earlier. Although the dragon's strength had diminished, it was still beyond the reach of any ordinary divine warrior. Even on the brink of death, a mere strike could obliterate several peak divine experts. This was the first time Ling Feng had witnessed the might of a divine monarch. However, Ling Feng discerned that the golden dragon's recent strike was likely its most formidable attack. After that onslaught, the dragon appeared increasingly fatigued, with more blood seeping from its wounds. Nevertheless, Ling Feng remained patient, understanding that it was crucial to maintain composure at such a juncture. No one could ascertain whether the golden dragon was genuinely incapacitated or merely feigning weakness to draw out hidden adversaries. He was not the only one concealed in the shadows. Two members of the Night Clan, both divine-level warriors, were also lurking unseen. As half an hour passed, the golden dragon lay motionless on the ground, seemingly lifeless. At that moment, a distortion occurred in a corner of the cavern, and two underworld beings materialized within. They approached the golden dragon, who remained still, devoid of any sign of life. "Brother, is this creature truly dead?" One inquired with a grin. The other, more cautious, maintained a defensive posture. "Do not underestimate him. He is a divine monarch. Even gravely wounded, he could easily slay us. Let us proceed with caution." With a nod of agreement, the second underworld being replied, "Let's strike." At the command, both rushed toward the golden dragon, ready to engage. Upon reaching the formidable golden dragon, the two individuals immediately unleashed their most potent attacks. One struck from the left while the other approached from the right, their fists mere centimeters from the dragon's head in the blink of an eye. A sense of relief washed over them simultaneously. It appeared that this golden dragon was truly defeated, having failed to mount an effective counterattack thus far. Yet, at that very moment, the seemingly incapacitated golden dragon vanished from sight. Their expressions shifted to one of shock as they realized they had fallen into a trap. "Retreat!" The leader among them bellowed, swiftly attempting to withdraw. However, they soon discovered an invisible barrier encircling them, confining their movements. At that moment, the golden dragon materialized above them, its gaze sharp and devoid of the earlier despondency. "You wretched ground dwellers dare covet my divine king's core? You are truly doomed. Witness my might." With a thunderous roar, an intense chill enveloped the area occupied by the two earthlings, instantly freezing them into unconsciousness. The golden dragon observed the immobilized duo, shaking its head slowly, a hint of lamentation in its tone. "Alas, the earthlings cannot be slain. I never anticipated that my divine king-level core would ultimately fall into their hands." With an apparent loss of strength, the golden dragon collapsed onto the ground once more. Yet, this time, Ling Feng still showed no intention of revealing himself. An hour later, the golden dragon cautiously opened its eyes, sensing the presence of a concealed figure nearby who had yet to make an appearance. In an attempt to draw this individual out, the dragon had feigned death twice, even causing the earthlings to reveal themselves, yet the enigmatic figure remained elusive. This individual possessed remarkable patience. No matter how convincingly the dragon played dead, he refrained from showing himself. The golden dragon understood that his own condition was dire. Should he delay further, his demise was inevitable. Already gravely injured, the exertion of his previous attacks had exacerbated his wounds, which were irreparable. The thought of his suffering filled him with profound frustration. This injury had tormented him for decades, rendering him increasingly feeble. 50 years prior, he had fortuitously acquired 2 divine king cores, which enabled him to ascend to king-level strength. Alongside the cores, he had discovered a golden mineral, and upon absorbing it, his body underwent a transformation, his flesh shifting from black to gold, only for his organs to begin failing, his skin splitting and bleeding, and this torment persisted until the present day. For so many years, he had relied on the formidable physique bestowed by the divine king, yet now he found himself at the end of his rope, his aspirations of conquering the seas dashed, and his tribe utterly annihilated. The golden dragon seemed resigned to his fate. Weakly addressing the vast emptiness of the cave, he spoke, "Friends lurking in the shadows, come forth. I lack the strength to fight. If you desire my inner core, take it. I have but one request. Please find a place to bury me. I do not wish for my body to be eroded slowly by the sea." After uttering these words, he fell silent. Yet, it appeared that no one was present. As no one emerged, the golden dragon, Witnessing the absence of any response, forced a bitter smile. He continued, I know you are here. I speak the truth. I will not harm you. You may rest assured. Meanwhile, Ling Feng remained calm and composed, concealed in a corner, showing no intention of revealing himself. In his heart, he mused, am I foolish enough to show myself? I shall wait until you perish. After all, you have little time left. And I have all the time in the world to wait. Seeing that his words had elicited no response, a flicker of fury ignited in the golden dragon's eyes. Anyone attempting to seize his inner core must perish, even if it meant he would die in the process. He was determined to take down everyone before his last breath. Yet, this individual was infuriatingly elusive, refusing to be deceived or to show himself, clearly intent on wearing him down. Who are you? Come out, even in death. Let me see who has brought about my demise. The golden dragon's voice grew increasingly louder, tinged with agitation. Ah, your voice still carries strength. It seems you possess some energy left, Ling Feng noted, sensing that he could afford to wait a little longer. The golden dragon's temperament began to waver, and he started to wander restlessly within the cave, searching for the shadowy figure. After searching fruitlessly for quite some time, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of dark blood and collapsed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Chapter 387. The Divine King Ling Feng after the golden dragon collapsed. He lay motionless on the ground, appearing as though he had truly met his end. Ling Feng let out a cold smile, remaining composed in his hiding place. He understood that the golden dragon was still alive, yet his increasing urgency indicated that time was running short for him. Otherwise, the dragon would not be so desperate for Ling Feng to reveal himself. The calm demeanor exhibited by Ling Feng only served to infuriate the golden dragon, who lay still for an hour, expecting this figure in the shadows to emerge, yet he remained stubbornly hidden. He could feel his vitality slowly fading away, his strength becoming increasingly indistinct. He realized this was a sign of his impending demise, though he had not anticipated it would arrive so soon. His eyelids grew heavier, nearly impossible to lift. At that moment, a distortion appeared 10 meters ahead of him, and then a human figure emerged. It was indeed Ling Feng. With a bitter smile, Jinlong remarked, you have finally emerged. I thought you would wait until my demise to make your appearance. You simply could not contain yourself, could you? His tone was frail. Ling Feng, maintaining an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, replied indifferently, I merely wished for you to pass away with dignity. Yet you seemed intent on forcing my hand. Are you not afraid of my retaliation? Jinlong suddenly queried, his voice laced with a menacing undertone. I harbor no fear, Ling Feng asserted with unwavering confidence, for you lack the strength to strike. Even should you attempt to do so, you would find yourself incapable of harming me. Upon entering the cave, Ling Feng had unleashed his toxic powers, albeit at a deliberately low concentration, ensuring that Jinlong would succumb to the poison unbeknownst to him. After 2 hours, the toxins had already ravaged his internal organs, sealing his fate and emboldening Ling Feng to confront him. Jinlong appeared to seek confirmation of Ling Feng's assertion, struggling to rise, only to discover he was truly immobilized, his abilities rendered useless. What have you done to me? Why have my powers vanished? A flicker of panic crossed Jinlong's face. Ling Feng offered a slight smile and replied slowly, it is nothing significant. I merely infused you with a modicum of poison, ensuring your gradual demise without your awareness. Consider it a means of alleviating some of your suffering. Anger flashed in Jinlong's eyes, yet his body was too depleted to retaliate. Resigned, he let out a hollow laugh. Well, you are astute and ruthless. If my inner core falls into your hands, it shall not tarnish the name of the Divine King. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. Ling Feng, standing at a distance for safety, utilized his formidable mental prowess to crush Jinlong's body into fragments. From within Jinlong's remains emerged 3 inner cores and a golden stone. Ling Feng swiftly collected these items into his spatial domain, only to be astonished to discover that they could neither be replicated nor upgraded. He examined the 3 inner cores. 2 were black, resembling the size of eggs, radiating potent energy waves. A flicker of excitement danced in Ling Feng's eyes. Having secured both water-type inner cores, he realized he could ascend to the ranks of a divine king-level powerhouse. He gathered all the inner cores present in the cave, though few in number. Each was of divine caliber, including those from the 5 fishmen chieftains, all of which were of divine grade 10. The 2 earthlings, currently frozen, met the same fate as Jinlong. their inner cores also of divine grade 10. Feeling that his position was relatively secure, Ling Feng resolved to elevate his strength right there. He sat cross-legged on the ground and directly consumed one of the divine king inner cores. In an instant, Ling Feng felt the internal elixir vanish, replaced by an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. This newfound strength appeared to be incessantly transforming him, enveloping him in an exquisite sense of comfort, while his prowess escalated at a terrifying velocity. Not only were his extraordinary abilities amplifying, but his mental faculties were also rapidly advancing. The overwhelming sensation nearly lulled him into slumber, and within this realm of bliss, he continued to evolve. 2 days later, Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes. After absorbing such formidable energy over the course of 2 days, he felt immensely powerful, as if he genuinely wielded divine strength, capable of annihilating the very heavens with a mere strike. With a casual gesture, he pointed ahead, and the ocean before him began to swirl violently, forming a vortex. He deftly manipulated this maelstrom, hurling it into the distance, causing it to expand exponentially. In an instant, the seabed within a radius of dozens of kilometers began to tremble violently. Reclaiming the vortex, Ling Feng was astonished. This mere casual attack had unleashed such immense power. He retrieved another divine elixir, torn between the decision of absorbing it himself or allowing someone from the base to do so. After much contemplation, he resolved to absorb it. Should he successfully assimilate both divine elixirs, his strength would surge, rendering him unafraid of facing the denizens of the Earth's core and granting him a significant advantage. Furthermore, he sensed that his water-based abilities had yet to reach their pinnacle, likely requiring the complete absorption of both elixirs to attain such fulfillment. With the second elixir in hand, he resumed the absorption process, and once more, the familiar sensation enveloped him. After nearly a day, Ling Feng opened his eyes again, rising to his feet as a powerful aura emanated from him. With a mere thought, he vanished from his location, reappearing atop a snow-capped mountain overlooking the sea. As he attuned to his physical prowess, he felt an intrinsic connection with the world around him, enabling him to command all water-based forces at will. With a gentle gesture towards the distant ocean, a 100-meter-long water dragon surged from the depths, soaring into the sky. Under his guidance, the dragon danced through the air, resembling a true mythical beast. Thus, one could say I have become the true deity of the sea. Chapter 388. The ancient god king in distress. Upon attaining the status of a divine king, Ling Feng discovered a significant enhancement in his mental faculties, with his mental space now encompassing an area equivalent to that of Handong province. Ling Feng estimated that his mental prowess still remained at the pinnacle of the divine level, yet he had not yet ascended to the deity king tier. The golden ore he obtained from the golden dragon had not been absorbed. It remained stored within his spatial realm. He sensed an aura of decay emanating from it. Exercising caution, he suppressed his urge to absorb it. It was imperative to return to the base swiftly, as this occasion could significantly enhance the base's strength. He possessed 10 divine inner cores alone, capable of elevating several high-ranking officials within the base to the divine level. Furthermore, with dozens of other divine inner cores at his disposal, cultivating numerous divine beings would pose no challenge. Utilizing his flight abilities, Ling Feng departed from the location. With his enhanced strength, his speed had also increased, allowing him to return from the Antarctic to the base in less than an hour. Shortly after his departure, a golden eye beneath the abyss gradually opened, only to close again moments later. Upon returning to the base, everything operated as usual, with each person diligently fulfilling their duties. Ling Feng gathered everyone together to commence a collective enhancement of their powers. In addition to the 4 high-ranking officials of the base, he summoned all officers of captain rank and above from the God of War team. The divine inner cores in his possession could not be squandered. After half an hour of absorption, the powers of Ma Wu, Wang Long, and others successfully broke through the pinnacle of the divine level, while 30 captains of the God of War team ascended to the 5th tier of the divine level. That evening, the God of War base was ablaze with light. To celebrate Ling Feng's ascension as the new deity king, Ma Wu and others organized a banquet and joint festivity. In a generous display, Ling Feng provided ample resources for everyone in the base to indulge. He distributed dozens of pounds of meat and over 100 pounds of grain to each individual. Currently, Ling Feng's resources were more than sufficient. The supplies within his spatial realm could sustain them for thousands of years. On the uppermost level of the base, The high-ranking officials convened, with Ling Feng seated at the head of the table. To ensure their merriment, he unveiled several boxes of rare vintage wines. As the celebrations progressed, a warm glow of intoxication spread across their faces. Wang Long, raising his glass and leaning against the city wall, proclaimed exuberantly, "Our god of war base has truly risen. Who in this world can make us bow our heads? Not even those wretched ground rats. We fear them no longer. Indeed, the god of war base reigns supreme. As our enemies grow stronger, we become ever more formidable." Ling Tian echoed, his cheeks flushed. It was evident that the group was in high spirits. Even the reticent Dong Yanwu and Sun Dashing exchanged whispered conversations in a corner. Lin Su, Du Yibai, and Shun Yin chattered animatedly about the latest gossip. Young Shenhong, being of a tender age, was not permitted to partake in the wine. However, Ling Feng had prepared a bounty of his favorite foods, which the little one relished with delight. Ling Feng held his wine glass and strolled to the edge of the city wall, gazing into the distance. All around the base, a profound silence enveloped the darkness, except for the radiant lights of the war god base, which stood like a beacon in the night. Reflecting on his journey since his rebirth, which had now spanned over a year, he felt a sense of accomplishment. He had finally ascended to the pinnacle of prowess in this realm. With a cadre of like-minded friends and formidable allies by his side, he could finally exhale in relief. At that moment, Ling Feng's phone rang abruptly. The caller was Qing Wei, prompting him to step aside to take the call. 10 seconds later, he hung up, his expression darkening. Noticing his unusual demeanor, his companions approached him with concern. Without waiting for their inquiries, Ling Feng spoke. "The official headquarters is under siege by the fishmen, and powerful beings from the Divine King are involved. I must go. You all stay vigilant at home and inform me immediately of any developments." His companions nodded in agreement. In an instant, Ling Feng vanished from sight, soaring towards Xi'an. The intervention of Divine King-level adversaries indicated that they were well prepared, likely aiming to seize the inner Dan of the ancient God King. He vowed not to allow them to succeed. In a mere 5 minutes of relentless flight, he arrived at the official headquarters, which was now a stark contrast to his last visit. The entrance had been ravaged by an unknown force, the shattered doors stained with the blood of the fallen. At the entrance, he spotted a familiar face, the officer who had guided them during his previous visit, now lifeless, his neck severed by a fishman in a fatal strike. As Ling Feng ventured deeper into the base, the number of corpses increased, and skirmishes became more frequent. He dispatched any adversaries he encountered with ease. Along his path, he came across several fishmen and earthlings engaged in slaughtering the official's imperial-level warriors, all of whom fell to his might. The elite combatants of the fishmen had perished in the abyss, leaving behind only lower-tier foes. After eliminating several earthlings, the number of divine-level opponents had dwindled, with only those of the second and third tiers remaining. He had yet to encounter any of the 5th tier or above. Having dealt with the external threats, Ling Feng hastened further inside, soon discovering the intensity of battle within. With a swift teleportation, he materialized at the heart of the conflict. The sudden appearance of Ling Feng momentarily stunned both sides. Qing Wei, accompanied by the last 3 divine-level warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, was locked in combat against 8 opponents. Exhausted from the encirclement, they were nearing their breaking point, and they were taken aback by Ling Feng's timely arrival. Upon catching sight of Ling Feng, Qing Wei's eyes shimmered with a flicker of joy. He was well aware of Ling Feng's formidable prowess. With his assistance, their chances of success would significantly increase. The inhabitants of the underworld, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Ling Feng, were taken aback, promptly inquiring with caution, "Who are you to dare obstruct our night clan?" Ling Feng responded with a cold smirk, "A Dragon Kingdom citizen." As his gaze shifted, 8 divine-level experts were instantaneously obliterated into a mist of crimson. Ling Feng casually pocketed the inner cores before turning his attention to Qing Wei. "Where is the ancient God King?" Qing Wei stammered, "The God King is still within, battling the underworld dwellers." However, before he could finish his sentence, Ling Feng had vanished from sight. Several official divine-level experts hastily surrounded Qing Wei, stuttering in confusion. "Qing Wei? Who is he?" Chapter 389. The divine warriors might Qing Wei stared blankly in the direction Ling Feng had departed, muttering, "He is Ling Feng, the commander of the divine warrior base." This marked Qing Wei's 3rd encounter with Ling Feng, and each time he was left in awe by the latter's extraordinary presence. After they had endured a prolonged struggle, Nearly succumbing to their adversaries, Ling Feng had arrived and exterminated them all with merely a glance. The remaining divine-level experts, upon hearing Ling Feng's name, gaped in disbelief, their minds racing with unspoken thoughts. Meanwhile, Ling Feng swiftly made his way to the cavern where the ancient God King resided. Inside, a considerable commotion erupted, accompanied by the God King's furious roars. "You treacherous scoundrels, how dare you, a being of divine rank, resort to underhanded tactics?" At that moment, the ancient God King appeared exceedingly weakened, his body trembling involuntarily. A gaping, bloody wound marred his shoulder, from which dark ichor oozed. His lips were already showing signs of discoloration, unmistakably indicating he was poisoned. Haha. There is a saying in your dragon kingdom, a true man must embrace poison. As long as victory is within reach, the means are inconsequential. Today, Gu Jian, you are undoubtedly doomed. From this day forth, your dragon kingdom shall belong to us, the underworld dwellers, boasted an arrogant elder clad in a crimson robe. Beside him stood an elder in black attire, who coolly addressed the ancient God King. Your kind is finished. Let me inform you. The God King of Russia and the Archbishop of Europe have both been slain by us. Your other God King from the Dragon Kingdom is likely nearing his demise as well. The Night Clan will soon gather all the divine cores. This world shall ultimately be governed by us. Is that so? I believe your confidence may be a tad premature. Just then, Ling Feng slowly entered the chamber. The two divine-level warriors of the Night Clan immediately turned their gaze towards him. Upon seeing Ling Feng's countenance, they noted merely an unfamiliar face. The elder in black dismissed Ling Feng as inconsequential, confident in their knowledge of the divine-level experts. Who is this brat daring to meddle here? Scoffed the elder in black. Upon encountering Ling Feng, the ancient God King revealed a fleeting glimmer of anxiety in his eyes. Both individuals before him were formidable God Kings, while Ling Feng was merely a divine-level being, utterly outmatched. Ling Feng represented the hope for humanity's future. The ancient God King could not bear the thought of him perishing here, for such a fate would spell doom for mankind. With a tone steeped in urgency, the ancient God King admonished Ling Feng, "You must flee. They are both God Kings. What valor do you seek to demonstrate here? Depart at once." He gestured emphatically, urging Ling Feng to escape. Ling Feng, however, responded with a nonchalant smile, exuding an air of ease as he replied, "Rest assured, esteemed Ancient One. I possess the confidence to vanquish these two old fools. Take heed, you too. I am Ling Feng." Upon hearing this declaration, the two God Kings erupted into raucous laughter. The elder in crimson robes regarded Ling Feng as though he were a fool, mockingly retorting, "You arrogant wretch. Do you truly grasp the magnitude of a God King's might? Wait a moment, did you say your name is Ling Feng?" His gaze sharpened, cold and calculating. "Indeed. I am Ling Feng, and I shall not alter my name or lineage," Ling Feng said, crossing his arms with a disdainful look. The elder in crimson chuckled maliciously. "Ah, splendid. I was just lamenting my inability to find you. You must be the one who dispatched my grandson, Huadong." His eyes glinted with malevolence, as if he wished to devour Ling Feng whole. The ancient God King sighed helplessly, recognizing the folly of Ling Feng's bravado. How could a mere divine-level warrior contend with such formidable opponents? Moreover, by revealing his identity, he had invoked the ire of the underworld dwellers, whom he had already antagonized by slaying several of their kin. It was evident that the fishmen would not let this transgression slide. Regrettably, the ancient God King was gravely injured himself, unable to assist Ling Feng. All he could do was hope for a miracle. Ling Feng, undeterred by the elder's menacing demeanor, smirked defiantly. "Indeed, I have killed a mere insect. What of it? You, too, are nothing but refuse. What now?" The elder in crimson seethed in rage, his teeth clenched in fury. "You insolent brat, witness how I will deal with you." He thrust his palm forward, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged toward Ling Feng. Upon witnessing the attack, Ling Feng could not help but chuckle. As the sea god, he was innately resistant to fire. To challenge him with flames was a perilous folly. With a mere thought, he maintained his languid stance. Yet a water dragon materialized behind him. Upon sighting the flames, the water dragon charged forth, colliding with the fiery assault in midair. The elder's flames were extinguished instantly. Yet the water dragon's momentum did not wane, continuing its relentless advance toward the crimson-clad elder. In a desperate bid, The elder hastily summoned a fire dragon to intercept the water dragon's advance. A clash of water and fire dragons ensued. Yet it was evident that Ling Feng's water dragon possessed superior strength. The fire dragon conjured by the elder in red was swiftly devoured, unable to withstand even a fleeting moment before the water dragon collided violently with the elder's form. The impact sent the elder hurtling away, and without granting him a moment's respite, Ling Feng conjured thousands of colossal ice spikes, launching them towards the elder suspended in the air. The battle unfolded in a heartbeat, and the elder clad in black, witnessing his comrade's defeat, rushed to intervene and intercept the icy projectiles. However, Ling Feng was unrelenting. He teleported beside the black-clad elder, delivering a devastating punch imbued with an aura of annihilation aimed at the elder's head. The ferocity of his strike caused the surrounding air to resonate with sonic booms. Ling Feng's might had always been his forte, though seldom utilized, yet this time, it was unleashed with astonishing vigor. The black-clad elder, confronted with Ling Feng's relentless assault, felt a tremor within him. He could not afford to rescue his ally and hastily erected a series of golden shields to deflect the onslaught. His ability was evidently metallic in nature, suggesting that his inner core was of the metal attribute as well. Ling Feng's fists were swift and formidable, leaving the elder with little choice but to defend in haste. Within a mere second, Ling Feng unleashed hundreds of punches, and with the final blow, the elder was sent flying. Simultaneously, the elder in red had been struck by Ling Feng's ice spikes, sustaining grievous injuries. In Chapter 390, the new guardian of the Dragon Nation, the elder in red was filled with shock. As a deity-level warrior, he pondered how they could be so easily vanquished. Even if their adversary were also a deity, such a feat would seem implausible. Had the opponent absorbed more than one deity's inner core, utilizing water-based abilities? Had he discovered the two water attribute deity cores? If his conjecture held true, Ling Feng could become the greatest variable in their quest for world dominance. After his successful strike, Ling Feng approached the elder in red, his sole intention being to acquire more inner cores to enhance his power. If one is not strong, others will inevitably surpass. Ling Feng struck once more at the elder in red, this time exerting all his might, while simultaneously conjuring thousands of ice spikes to encircle the elder. A look of terror crossed the elder's face as he realized Ling Feng harbored lethal intent. He could scarcely withstand such ferocity. Already gravely wounded, he recognized he stood no chance against his opponent. Yet, driven by the instinct for survival, he gritted his teeth and resolved to fight back with all his strength. He charged directly at Ling Feng, refusing to evade, preparing to absorb the blow, while simultaneously unleashing his most potent attack. A fireball, meticulously compressed to its utmost limits, rocketed towards Ling Feng, radiating intense heat. Regrettably, Ling Feng's prowess far surpassed that of his opponent. Upon encountering Ling Feng, the fireball extinguished instantly, a testament to the innate suppression of the water element over fire. Simultaneously, Ling Feng's fist struck the crimson-robed elder, shattering his body into fragments. In that fleeting moment of disintegration, Ling Feng deftly seized two inner Dan from within the elder's form. One of these, a scarlet inner Dan, was the coveted fire element divine inner Dan. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng consumed the divine inner Dan. The other inner Dan was safely stored within his spatial realm. This sequence unfolded with remarkable swiftness. Upon witnessing the demise of his comrade, the elder clad in black exhibited no hesitation, transforming into a wisp of black mist before vanishing entirely. Ling Feng chose not to pursue him. After all, a divine king's escape was beyond his reach, and he had far more pressing matters at hand, namely, ensuring the safety of the ancient divine king. At this moment, the ancient divine king's expression was considerably grim, the poison having invaded his heart. Ling Feng promptly retrieved a golden pill from his spatial realm, for his blood was impervious to toxins and could neutralize their effects. Ancient Senior, please take this inner Dan. It can cure your poison. However, the ancient divine king did not accept the inner Dan. Instead, he gazed at Ling Feng with a warm smile, his eyes reflecting profound appreciation. His voice was frail, yet filled with admiration. Ling Feng, I truly did not misjudge you. You are a person of great fortune, having discovered the long-lost water element inner Dan. Your future achievements shall be remarkable. Perhaps you will become the first true god of our blue star. Ling Feng, do you know? You are the first to have slain a divine king. The first among humanity, and perhaps the last hope for our kind. The fate of the one in Daxingshan is precarious. The future of Longwa rests upon your shoulders. My lifespan is already limited. Saving me holds little significance. It would be wiser to bestow the inner Dan upon you, to forge a super-strong individual capable of contending with the Night Clan. With my inner Dan, you will possess 4 divine inner dawn, and soon, no one shall stand against you. As the ancient divine king uttered these words, his gaze became increasingly vacant. Although Ling Feng understood that saving this elder might ultimately hold little value, he still wished for him to survive. This was a matter of respect for a national hero. The ancient divine king grasped Ling Feng's arm, his eyes filled with a pleading intensity, and said meaningfully, "The future of Longwa relies on you. Safeguard Longwa. This is my request." Ling Feng nodded solemnly. He looked earnestly at the ancient divine king and pledged, "Rest assured, senior, as long as I am here, I will lead the strong of Longwa to eradicate the fishmen and the inhabitants of the underworld." The ancient divine king nodded slowly, a look of relief gracing his features. Before finally closing his eyes, Ling Feng slowly closed his eyes, his mental energy swiftly entering the body of the ancient god king, extracting 2 inner cores from within. To his astonishment, one of the cores was of the gold element, known for its unparalleled offensive strength among all inner cores. Now, he possessed 4 cores in total, 2 from the water element, 1 from the fire element, and 1 from the gold element. After acquiring the gold inner core, Ling Feng refrained from absorbing it immediately, as he had external matters to address first. He strolled out of the cave, where Qing Wei awaited alongside several surviving divine-level experts, their faces etched with anxiety. As Ling Feng emerged, Qing Wei rushed forward, inquiring, "Ling Feng, what has become of the ancient god king?" Ling Feng cast a glance at the group. Apart from Qing Wei, he was unfamiliar with the others. However, he was disinclined to engage in introductions. With a tone tinged with sorrow, he replied, "The esteemed ancient elder has perished for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom." "What?" Qing Wei's expression turned to one of sheer horror as he collapsed to the ground. The other 3 divine-level experts also bore expressions of profound grief. How could this be? The ancient god king was a deity. How could he, an elderly man with a grizzled beard, covered in blood, lamented? The ancient elder was the pillar of our Dragon Kingdom. With his departure, what shall become of us? A diminutive elder shook his head, sighing deeply. Huang Feier, the sole woman among them, gazed at the unfolding scene with bewilderment, unable to fathom the reality of what had transpired. Observing their despondent countenances, Ling Feng spoke gently. "The ancient elder has entrusted me with the task of safeguarding the Dragon Kingdom. You need not worry. I am now a divine-level expert, and I shall protect the future of our realm." The group turned their attention to Ling Feng, astonished at his newfound status. "You are already a divine-level expert?" Qing Wei looked at Ling Feng, his face a mask of disbelief. He had sensed Ling Feng's extraordinary strength while being rescued, yet he had not dared to entertain the notion of him being a deity. Now, it seemed that only a being of such caliber could vanquish 8 divine-level foes. "Indeed," Ling Feng replied with calm assurance. "Very well, since you have attained divine status, we shall heed your command from now on." Qing Wei and the other divine experts saluted Ling Feng respectfully. Chapter 391. 4 divine inner cores. As the elders bowed in reverence, Ling Feng neither intervened nor objected, but graciously accepted their homage. His current strength required little in the way of words. What he needed to do was swiftly unify all available forces to collectively confront the battles that lay ahead. Although he could protect those at the war god base from harm, he had promised the ancient god king to safeguard the Dragon Kingdom, and he was determined to fulfill that vow. "Qing Wei, you and the others must immediately gather your troops, assemble all combatants, and relocate them to the war god base. Apart from the individuals present, you must immediately contact all mobilizable forces of the Dragon Nation to converge at the war god base. It is also advisable for the ordinary citizens to gather together. We, the combatants, must unite. Otherwise, we will be systematically overwhelmed by the fishmen. This task is of paramount importance, so please attend to it promptly while I return to the base." After delivering his words, Ling Feng disregarded the few people left behind, tossing several golden healing pills before swiftly departing. Upon returning to the base, he immediately commenced his seclusion. Having acquired 2 inner elixirs, he needed to absorb them without delay. Otherwise, the Earthlings would certainly take action upon discovering this matter, compelling him to hasten his enhancement of strength. With the experience of absorbing inner elixirs twice, Ling Feng noticed that the intensity of the fire-type inner elixir he had just absorbed was markedly diminished. Nonetheless, he could still perceive a stable enhancement in his strength, while his mental prowess steadily advanced as well. The expanse of his mental realm was rapidly expanding, and it subtly suggested a breakthrough to the 10th tier of divine rank, seemingly on the verge of ascending to the level of a divine monarch. However, this sensation persisted until after Ling Feng absorbed both inner elixirs. Yet he still failed to break through that elusive barrier. Ling Feng felt he lacked a critical opportunity. If his mental strength could surpass the threshold of a divine monarch, he would indeed be making history by achieving such a feat without relying on inner elixirs. Furthermore, he believed that a breakthrough to the divine monarch level would double his strength. Ling Feng devoted half a day to absorbing the 2 inner elixirs, now possessing a strength 4 times that of an ordinary divine monarch. Should he encounter the 2 individuals from yesterday, he could vanquish them both with a single strike. Following the absorption of the fire-type inner elixir, his anomalous fire's potency surged, transforming his green anomaly into a striking white hue. This transformation appeared exceedingly peculiar. His metal-based abilities significantly amplified his physical strength, granting him control over all metals and enabling him to cause instantaneous explosions of weapons, showcasing immense power. Upon awakening from his meditative state, the dawn had already arrived. The first matter that occupied Ling Feng's mind was the continued construction of the base. He was intent on gathering all the formidable beings together, envisioning an even grander base. With the water-type inner elixir at his disposal, the process of erecting buildings became astonishingly effortless. With but a thought, structures began to rise. Ling Feng's ambition was to construct a colossal base capable of housing 1 million inhabitants. This base must excel in defense, habitation, and offensive capabilities, standing as a paragon of excellence. To complete the entire construction, Ling Feng dedicated an entire day, ultimately realizing this architectural endeavor. The new base was an extensive renovation of the original War God base. The main building of the War God base was originally constructed as the central edifice, surrounded by 4 slightly smaller structures. The design of these lower buildings closely resembled that of the main tower, and at their summits, broad pathways connected them, facilitating rapid support during combat. The apex of the main building was likewise linked to each of the smaller towers, ensuring ease of assistance between them. After the construction was completed, Ling Feng promptly assigned personnel from the War God base to garrison each of the 4 lower buildings, with each hosting a battalion of troops. Furthermore, under Ling Feng's transformation, the base's 4,000 superhumans had all attained a holy level of power, granting them formidable strength against the fish people. They were also dispatched to the various lower towers. Ling Feng designated the 4 structures with the numbers 1 through 4, anticipating that the next assault from the fish people would arrive shortly. The underworld dwellers, emboldened by their newfound strength and the recent demise of one of their divine kings, would undoubtedly seek retribution. For an entire week, Ling Feng prepared for battle, as the War God base welcomed an increasing number of superhumans. Miao Xiaocui, along with the formidable members of the Miao clan, joined the War God base. Other prominent families similarly brought their forces to the base. Initially, many clans were reluctant to ally with the base, but a message from Qingwei changed the tide. Ling Feng was proclaimed the guardian divine king of the Dragon Kingdom, the sole one remaining after the severe injuries of the God King from the Great Hang Mountain, who had fled in defeat and was presumed dead. Ling Feng was now the only one with a record of vanquishing other divine kings. Upon the release of this information, the War God base instantly transformed into a sanctified stronghold, attracting families eager to join. For under Ling Feng's leadership, the base was deemed the safest place in the Dragon Kingdom. However, Ling Feng imposed a condition. All who entered the War God base must relinquish their forces and comply with the base's directives. This stipulation aimed to prevent discord among the various factions once they entered the base. Although this requirement was stringent and met with resistance from some, most factions found it acceptable, especially the official bases, which voiced no objections, recognizing that Ling Feng now represented the authority of the depths below. In the ancestral grounds of the Night Clan, a middle-aged man sat with his eyes closed atop what resembled a grave, while a cloaked elder stood opposite him. This elder was the same one who had previously fled after being bested by Captain Ling Feng at the official base. At that moment, The elder exhibited evident ire, his countenance dark as he regarded the middle-aged man. The latter opened his eyes, casting a calm glance at the elder, and remarked, "Gale, my actions are solely for the advancement of our race. Only through this can we triumph over humanity." The elder snorted derisively in response. "You wretched creature. You have slain your own kin. Truly, you are a devil incarnate. Is there not a shred of humanity within your heart? They are your elders." The elderly man clad in black exclaimed, veins bulging upon his forehead, filled with an overwhelming urge to extinguish the life of the individual before him. The middle-aged man merely scoffed. "Humanity? Huh." Chapter 392. The base's power surges. The middle-aged man regarded the elder with a cold smile. "Do you comprehend what I am undertaking? I am crafting history. Do you grasp the magnitude of my strength? I have absorbed the essence of 4 divine kings. The inner cores of 2 human divine kings have already been assimilated into my being. In this realm, no one stands a chance against me. That so-called Ling Feng. I could dispatch him with ease, do you understand? Yet, for the sake of prudence, I require 1 more inner core to elevate my power further." A sinister grin crept across his face as he gazed at the elder. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. "Have you lost your mind? I am your uncle. Will you truly resort to killing me?" The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his form suddenly appearing before the elder like a specter. The elder realized with dread that his nephew was indeed intent on taking his life. He attempted to teleport away, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. The middle-aged man observed him with a sense of triumph, speaking softly, "Uncle, why do you not consider fleeing? Simply cooperate with me. I only desire your divine inner core, and you shall remain unharmed. Otherwise, I can ensure you never return to life." Fury blazed in the elder's eyes as he grappled with the shocking betrayal of his own nephew, whom he had raised as his own son, never having married or had children. He shook his head in resignation. "Tron, if you wish to kill me, then do so. I hope you can lead our family out of this place." With that, the elder closed his eyes. Tron was the name given to the middle-aged man by the elder himself. With a cruel smile, Tron looked at his uncle and, without a moment's hesitation, struck down upon the elder's body. After acquiring the elder's inner core, Tron appeared to be consumed by madness, throwing his head back in a triumphant laugh. "Ha ha! I am the strongest in this world. I demand that all bow before me." He sat beside the elder's lifeless form and consumed the inner core. After a brief interlude, Tron slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flickering in their depths. He raised his hands, admiring them with a sadistic glint. "Dragon Kingdom, your end is nigh." For a fleeting moment, the war god base experienced a tranquil respite. For 10 consecutive days, the base remained undisturbed. And not only the war god base, but the entire Dragon Kingdom basked in a state of peace. The sea-dwelling creatures retreated into the depths, ceasing their disturbances against the Dragon Kingdom. In the span of these 10 days, Ling Feng has been receiving allegiances from various regions of the Dragon Kingdom. However, he meticulously conducted mental scans of every group and faction seeking entry into the base, successfully uncovering dozens of spies hidden among them. During this period, Ling Feng utilized the resources at his disposal to elevate the strength of several official divine-level warriors to the pinnacle of the 10th rank, astonishing them all. Beyond the officials, he also enhanced Miao Xiaozui's power to the 10th rank of the divine level. Furthermore, all newcomers joining the base had their abilities augmented by 1 tier, with the stipulation that they must engage in battle when the enemy approaches. Ling Feng understood that such tranquil days would not last long. The enemy would soon launch an offensive. Initially, he contemplated leading the elite forces of the base directly to the heart of the enemy's lair. Yet the uncertainty surrounding their strength urged him to exercise caution. 2 more days elapsed, and on this particular day, while patrolling with the personnel of the base, Ling Feng received news from the frontline observation posts. A substantial number of fishmen began emerging from the sea, advancing towards their position. Simultaneously, individuals from neighboring countries were crossing the borders, their aim set on the war god base. Concurrently, spies from the beautiful nation reported that they had begun mobilizing a considerable force of bioengineered beings and technological warriors heading towards the Dragon Kingdom. The great decisive battle was upon them. Ling Feng's immediate instinct was that the enemy was preparing to fight with all their might. The coordinated movements of the neighboring small nations and the full-scale assault from the beautiful nation indicated their unwavering determination to secure victory. Ling Feng turned to Ma Wu and inquired in a grave tone, "How many combatants do we currently have?" After a moment's contemplation, Ma Wu replied with a serious expression. Altogether, we have 300,000 capable fighters. However, the majority possess relatively low strength, and in a confrontation, we would still rely heavily on the main forces of the war god base. How many divine-level warriors do we have among our ranks? Ling Feng had previously entrusted Ma Wu with the divine cores he had collected, allowing him to manage the arrangements, and he had not inquired much since. Without hesitation, Ma Wu responded, "We have a total of 55 divine-level warriors in the base, 15 at the 10th rank, 10 at the 9th rank, 7 at the 8th rank, 10 at the 6th rank, and 13 below the 6th rank." Ling Feng was quite satisfied with this number, through relentless effort. The quantity of divine-level warriors in their base had seen remarkable progress, although there was still a gap in numbers compared to the inhabitants of the underworld. Their higher-tier divine-level warriors ensured that their overall strength was not inferior to that of the enemy, with all of their base's warriors reaching the pinnacle of the imperial level. They held a significant advantage at this tier. Therefore, Ling Feng harbored immense confidence in countering the enemy's assaults, although their numbers paled in comparison to those of their adversaries. Their combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Our strategy remained consistent with what had been previously devised, to employ every conceivable method to vanquish the enemy, whether through poison or explosives, as long as it served to diminish their living forces. Ling Feng promptly issued the operational command. Our explosives had long been strategically positioned, ready for deployment at a moment's notice. Ma Wu spoke with unwavering assurance. "Ling Tian, you and Huang Feier shall lead the 300 warriors of the War God Brigade to annihilate the nations to our south that have surrendered to the fishmen. They have dared to launch an offensive against us. Let not a single one escape the borders of Long Kingdom. I grant you but a day." Ling Feng immediately directed the orders to Dong Yinwu and Ling Tian. These smaller nations had consistently exhibited hostility towards Long Kingdom, and despite the kingdom's restraint, they had audaciously intruded upon its territory. Ling Feng could not tolerate this affront. They must be exterminated here and now. In addition to dealing with these nations, Ling Feng outlined another mission. "Wang Long, you and Qing Wei are to take 300 men to the northeast. I recall that the nation of Hua has been particularly rampant in that region. You have one day to eradicate them. The remainder will stay with me to await the enemy's arrival." Chapter 393. The final battle on the boundless expanse of the sea. A peculiar group of humans advanced with remarkable speed. At the heart of this battalion, a strikingly beautiful woman drove a convertible snow vehicle with an air of calm, while a middle-aged man, eyes closed in feigned slumber, sat beside her. The woman was none other than Selena, the direct leader of this biochemical troop. This unit was her proudest creation, though it comprised fewer than 500 individuals. Each possessed combat capabilities rivaling imperial-level strength. Most importantly, their bodies harbored a highly contagious toxin. A mere bite would transform a victim into a zombie within 5 minutes. This battalion was Selena's trump card, making its debut in this conflict. She firmly believed that once her troops engaged in battle, the people of Long Kingdom would be infected in a remarkably short span, regardless of whether they were ordinary civilians or capable of extraordinary abilities. Once infected, the prospect of recovery would be utterly bleak. In addition to this biochemical unit, she had deployed all the technological warriors from the base, totaling over 1,000. This represented the entirety of their technological might. The full complement of capable individuals from the homeland of the beautiful nation was also mobilized. "My master, once we conquer Long Kingdom, may I retain some of their people for experimentation?" Selena inquired cautiously, her fingers deftly maneuvering the vehicle. She was acutely aware of the unpredictable temperament of the man beside her, who could erupt in rage at any moment and show no mercy in his wrath. Had she not exerted every ounce of her strength to please him the previous night, she would not have had the opportunity to drive. The middle-aged man remained with his eyes closed, merely responding to Selena with a soft hum. To him, his only rival was the formidable God King of the Dragon Kingdom. The rest held no significance. Once he eliminated Ling Feng, he would be the sole God King in this world. The severely injured God King who had fled posed no threat to him whatsoever, having already absorbed 5 God King inner cores. Defeating Ling Feng would grant him an additional 4. He would be the most powerful being in existence. "Order the troops to accelerate. I can no longer wait," Turl stated coldly, devoid of any emotion. Selena dared not mention that they were already moving at the fastest possible speed and promptly issued orders to her subordinates. Simultaneously, The two squads arranged by Ling Feng advanced rapidly toward the southern and northeastern regions of the Dragon Kingdom. This was not only to eliminate the invaders, but also to proactively alleviate the pressure on their base. Ling Feng, seated in the command center, had entrusted the base's operations entirely to Ma Wu, viewing this as an opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities. His own task was to confront the opposing god kings, and he was unaware of how many would be dispatched this time. Thus he remained cautious at headquarters. According to reports from the front lines, the enemy was now approximately 200 kilometers away, with the vanguard being a force of merfolk numbering around 5 million. Lin Su immediately recited the recorded information aloud. After a moment's contemplation, Ma Wu analyzed, with the Americans joining the fray, their technological armor will surely be deployed as well. However, our armor is undoubtedly superior to theirs. I propose we first send our technological warriors to bombard the enemy's vanguard, eliminating a portion of their lower-tier forces. If their technological warriors reveal themselves, we should swiftly neutralize their aerial units. This will allow us to maintain the initiative moving forward. Ling Feng nodded slowly. I find this approach commendable. It shall be executed. Upon receiving Ling Feng's affirmation, Ma Wu promptly issued his commands. Du Yibai and Dong Yinwu led 300 team members each and don your technological armor to assault the enemy's merfolk army. However, you are advised to proceed with caution. If their technological warriors appear, eliminate them all. Rest assured, I will not allow a single one to escape, Du Yibai replied with a faint smile. His ability to control metals enabled him to dispatch those technological warriors single-handedly. As a god-level expert of the 10th tier, he stood at the pinnacle of this world. We shall accomplish our mission, Dong Yinwu stated coldly. Following their orders, the two immediately set their plans in motion. Du Yibai, as part of the first wave, concealed himself in the shadows, while Dong Yinwu boldly led his 300 technological warriors directly toward the enemy. Dong Yinwu was inherently a warlike individual, and this grand battle ignited the fervor for combat that lay deep within him. He yearned for a fierce and exhilarating clash. However, it seemed that after aligning himself with Ling Feng, he had not encountered an opponent who could match his prowess, as he had effortlessly swept through his adversaries. Although this feeling was somewhat gratifying, he preferred to engage in a genuine and spirited fight. Upon arriving at the vanguard of the mermen's forces, he promptly commanded all his subordinates to unleash a barrage of firepower upon them. The mermen were caught completely off guard. They had merely glimpsed what appeared to be technologically advanced warriors descending from the sky, only to be obliterated moments later. The technological warriors from the war god base, equipped with the latest models seized from the beautiful nation, originally boasted strength comparable to that of a 7th-tier imperial warrior. However, after Ling Feng enhanced them to a saintly level, their combat prowess had surged to rival that of a 4th-tier divine being. The simultaneous assault of 300 formidable warriors, each as powerful as a deity, unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, transforming a 30-kilometer radius into an inferno. Among the vanguard of the mermen, there were numerous humans who had already surrendered, nearly 800, of whom perished under the overwhelming firepower within a mere minute. Just after the war god base completed its initial barrage, the enemy reacted swiftly. Over 1,000 technological warriors from the beautiful nation arrived at the battlefield in less than half a minute. Selena, responsible for this operation, issued a ruthless order, at any cost, annihilate the technological warriors of the war god base. She harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the technological armor of the war god base, which not only had commandeered her latest designs, but had also taken the lives of many of her comrades, leaving her with a majority of outdated equipment. Thus, she brought forth all her armors with the sole intent of obliterating Ling Feng's aerial forces. Upon encountering the technological warriors of the war god base, the over 1,000 troops from the beautiful nation swiftly encircled them. Colonel Kevin, in charge of this mission, was brimming with excitement as he shouted over the public channel. Open fire, send these damned bastards to meet their maker. As the beautiful nation's technological warriors received the command, they immediately launched their assault on the warriors of the war god base, unleashing a torrent of rockets that erupted simultaneously. Kevin let out an ecstatic roar. Annihilate this damned Dragon Nation scum. Dong Yinwu's contingent of 300 technological warriors was soon engulfed in a deluge of fire, with the heavens illuminated as brightly as day. All the technological warriors of the beautiful nation felt that this mission was surprisingly effortless, exceeding their expectations. Yet, Colonel Kevin sensed something amiss, as it appeared their foes had not put up much of a struggle before succumbing. However, in the next moment, they were jolted awake by the sound of a series of explosions. They were suddenly subjected to artillery fire from the encirclement, and Kevin's expression shifted dramatically. What was happening? Why, after being struck by their own artillery, were they still relatively unharmed and able to retaliate? He immediately shouted through the public channel to everyone, disperse immediately and respond in an orderly manner. Do not cluster together. Soon, his subordinates began to scatter, but in the next moment, they were attacked once more. This time, the assault indeed originated from behind them. Kevin hastily glanced over his shoulder, only to discover a contingent of technological warriors had emerged there unbeknownst to him. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He realized he had been ensnared in a trap set by the enemy, now besieged on all sides. He understood that organizing an effective counterattack today would be exceedingly difficult, as his team soon faced a fierce onslaught. The 600 technological warriors of the War God Brigade, sandwiched between attacks, inflicted devastating losses upon the forces of the beautiful nation in a remarkably short span of time. More crucially, their technological armor's defensive and offensive capabilities were incomparable to those of the beautiful nation's armaments. Even if they stood idly by to be attacked, the technological warriors of the beautiful nation could not inflict the slightest harm upon them. Though they numbered only 600, half the size of the opposing force, their combat effectiveness was several times greater. Within mere minutes, the more than 1,000 technological warriors of the beautiful nation were reduced to but a handful. Kevin could hardly believe his eyes. He had arrived brimming with confidence. And although he had not anticipated a resounding victory, he certainly had not expected such a catastrophic defeat. The elite aerial forces of the beautiful nation lay decimated in his hands, and more importantly, he realized he would not be returning today. Dong Yanwu and Du Yibai stood side by side, coldly observing the last few technological warriors of the beautiful nation as they cautiously prepared to defend back to back. Du Yibai slowly extended her right hand, palm facing the remaining technological warriors, and with a mere thought, explosions erupted in rapid succession. The few remaining technological warriors were instantly engulfed in explosions, plummeting to the ground thereafter. Du Yibai did not wield a weapon. Instead, she utilized her supernatural ability, metal manipulation. Under her control, the armor of the technological warriors detonated in an instant. This was the power of her divine-grade supernatural ability. After annihilating this group of technological warriors, Dong Yanwu and Du Yibai led the remaining forces in a continued assault on the primary vanguard below. Only after exhausting their firepower did they return to base. The news of the ambush on the fishmen vanguard swiftly reached Selina's ears, alongside the report of the complete destruction of her technological armor forces. Upon hearing that her last aerial power had been obliterated, Selina trembled with rage. However, Turl remained remarkably composed upon learning of this incident. It is merely a group of expendables that has perished. What is there to mourn? Rest assured, once Ling Feng meets his demise, the others will amount to nothing significant. Let them revel for the time being. Once I arrive, they shall all face their end. After uttering these words, Tur closed his eyes once more, feigning slumber. Although Selina harbored discontent in her heart, she had no choice but to adhere to Tur's commands. Meanwhile, in the southern region of the Dragon Kingdom, small neighboring nations had already invaded its depths with their subordinates, responding to the call for action against the unestablished nation. They brought forth nearly all their elite forces, intent on annihilating this great eastern power. These nations were inherently gripped by a primal fear of the Dragon Kingdom, stemming from the very depths of their lineage, which fueled their desire to conquer and obliterate this formidable adversary. Among the coalition of nations was primarily the Southern Yu Kingdom, which had gained strength thanks to the resources provided by the beautiful nation. Their power had surged to overshadow the other smaller nations, particularly as they recently boasted the emergence of 2 god-level warriors. This advancement catapulted the Southern Yu Kingdom to the forefront of power in Southeast Asia, instilling within them a newfound confidence to claim the title of the second strongest nation in the world. As the main force of this southern expedition, the Southern Yu Kingdom marched with a combined army of 50,000 from the borders, swiftly penetrating deep into the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. However, They soon encountered their final adversary in this life, 300 members of the War God Brigade, led by Ling Tian and Huang Fei'er. Upon seeing the 300 Dragon Kingdom warriors blocking their path, Ruan Wu's immediate reaction was uncontrollable laughter. As the Grand Marshal of this southern campaign and a God-level warrior commanding 50,000 troops, he found it ludicrous that the Dragon Kingdom would send merely 300 to challenge him. Originally intending to dispatch a unit to swiftly eliminate this group and continue his advance, Ruan Wu was instantly captivated by Huang Fei'er's beauty, believing such a stunning woman could only be worthy of a hero like himself. He altered his course of action and decided to approach the opposing side for negotiations. If he could persuade them to surrender, particularly the enchanting woman, it would be a dual victory. With this thought in mind, Ruan Wu promptly adjusted his attire and even added height to his shoes, as his stature of under 1.6 meters felt somewhat inadequate. Ling Tian observed a figure approaching from the opposite side, initially preparing to launch an attack. However, upon noticing the approach of an individual, he hesitated, curious about their intentions. Ruan Wu strode confidently to stand before Ling Tian and Huang Fei'er, exuding an air of arrogance. He cast a glance at Huang Fei'er, where a glimmer of intense greed flickered in her eyes. Having previously distanced himself, he now found her beauty utterly breathtaking, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Chapter 395. The final showdown. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ruan Wu, the supreme commander of this division. I have come to negotiate with you both. Ruan Wu spoke with unwavering confidence as he regarded the two. Ling Tian shot him a fleeting glance and replied coolly, negotiate? Do you truly believe you possess the standing to converse with me? Ruan Wu cast a disdainful look at Ling Tian. I lack the qualifications. That is rich coming from you. My coming to negotiate is a courtesy to you. Otherwise, do you think I would personally appear before such a meager group? Were it not for the beauty of this lady, I would not have returned at all. Upon hearing this, Huang Fei'er's brow furrowed slightly. Meanwhile, Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with understanding as he exchanged a mischievous glance with Huang Fei'er, suppressing a grin as he remarked, so that is your intention. Pray tell, what do you wish to discuss? Seeing Ling Tian yield to him, Ruan Wu let out a cold snort, his arrogance intensifying. With unabashed boldness, he fixed his gaze on Huang Fei'er and said with a smirk, I can spare you both, provided this lady joins our ranks as my assistant. As a being of divine prowess, your association with me will undoubtedly bring you immense benefits. With that, he regarded Huang Fei'er with a self-satisfied expression. Ling Tian observed Huang Fei'er, his expression one of amusement. Huang Fei'er regarded Ruan Wu with disdain, her demeanor icy. You lot from South Vietnam are truly oblivious to your own insignificance. How dare a mere first-tier divine being come here to cause trouble? With a delicate gesture, she pointed her fair hand at Ruan Wu. In an instant, Ruan Wu's head erupted, blood gushing forth from his neck. After eliminating Ruan Wu, Huang Fei'er fell silent. Seeing this, Ling Tian immediately issued commands. Deploy the troops. Annihilate every last one of our foes without exception. With that, he led the charge toward the enemy's camp. On the other side, Ruan Wu's subordinates were thrown into disarray upon witnessing the death of their commander. Before they could mount any form of retaliation, Ling Tian and his forces surged into their ranks. 300 members of the God of War team descended upon them like tigers among sheep. Most of Ruan Wu's men were merely superpowered individuals, utterly inferior to the Emperor-level warriors of the God of War team. A single blow from them could effortlessly fell hundreds of foes. In a cacophony of screams, the battlefield transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse, rivers of blood flowing freely. The enemy began to flee in all directions, but against the might of the Emperor-level warriors, escape was a futile endeavor. In less than an hour, they had resolved all conflict. After the battlefield was cleansed, Ling Tian approached Huang Fei'er and inquired about their next course of action. Should they return directly to the base or head elsewhere? Ling Feng had specifically instructed him to follow Huang Fei'er's command in all matters. Let us return, she replied, for we are uncertain of the situation in the beautiful nation. With that, the pair led their team back. Meanwhile, Wang Long and Qing Wei were not as swift in their mission. Upon arriving in the northeastern region of the Dragon Kingdom, they discovered that the circumstances were far graver than anticipated. The infiltration by the Wokou was alarmingly deep. Previously, another divine warrior from the Dragon Kingdom had fallen victim to a covert scheme, with the Wokou's shadow looming large in the background. Following the disappearance of the divine warrior, the Great Qing Mountain descended into chaos, providing the Wokou an opportunity to corrupt several bases. Coupled with their alliance with the beautiful nation, which endowed them with substantial resources, their power had surged. Not only had they acquired multiple divine-level warriors, but their imperial-level fighters had also increased significantly, allowing them to seize considerable territory in this tumultuous northeastern region. Wang Long and his companions had a singular objective: to eliminate the Wokou, particularly their monarch. Upon their arrival, they swiftly dismantled over a dozen of the Wokou's bases with remarkable ease. Finally, they located the Wokou's main stronghold within a modest base. However, a day had already passed, and Ling Tian and his team had completed their mission, preparing for their return journey. Wang Long, observing the inconspicuous small base in the distance, marveled at the Wokou's cunning in concealing themselves within such an unassuming location. Their intelligence operations were indeed commendable, rendering them nearly undetectable. Just as Wang Long prepared to launch an assault to eradicate them, the base's gate unexpectedly swung open. Almost 1,000 ability users emerged in succession from the base, comprising Wokou, individuals from the beautiful nation, and a number of Dragon Kingdom defectors. These ability users quickly formed an orderly line. Following them, a figure clad in Wokou attire, accompanied by several aides, gradually stepped forward. Though not particularly tall, the individual exuded an undeniable presence, and those surrounding him displayed profound respect upon his arrival. Wang Long squinted upon recognizing the individual. He turned to Qing Wei and whispered, "That must be the Wokou monarch, Ming Song. I believe I have seen him on my phone before." Qing Wei nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, he is Ming Song. I did not expect him to be hiding within our Dragon Kingdom. We cannot allow him to escape this time. He must be eliminated." On the other side, Ming Song, upon seeing Wang Long and his 300 warriors, felt a flicker of apprehension. The numerous bases they had painstakingly established were now reduced to ruins in the span of just one day, all orchestrated by the modest contingent before him. Ming Song had long anticipated that they would inevitably locate him. He had been waiting here for quite some time. He gathered all the formidable warriors he could muster, prepared to engage in a decisive battle against the opposing force. He understood that, at this very moment, the War God base was under siege by the Night Clan, who had presumably dispatched their entire contingent. If they could vanquish these 300 adversaries, victory would be within their grasp. He was acutely aware that the underworld had mobilized their full strength. The War God base was destined for defeat. After this clash, only one nation would remain on this planet, and he would merely be a puppet, albeit one with dominion over a vast expanse of land. Nonetheless, he could at least return to his homeland and reign over the Dragon Kingdom, which had always been his fervent aspiration, provided he could eliminate the troops before him. Ming Song stepped to the forefront of his ranks, his gaze fiercely fixed upon Wang Long and his companions. Without uttering a single word, he issued his command: "All forces, advance." Chapter 396. The final battle. Wang Long, witnessing the sudden assault from the opposing side, wasted no time in delivering his own orders: attack. Spare none but Ming Song. He surged forward with the War God Brigade, leading the charge alongside Qing Wei. Their divine tier prowess rendered them unbeatable. As the two forces clashed, the outcome became immediately apparent. The War God Brigade advanced as if traversing unchallenged terrain. By the end of the first exchange, only Ming Song remained on the battlefield. Ming Song stared in disbelief, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. He had merely blinked, and over 1,000 of his elite warriors had met their demise, among them more than 100 Imperial-level fighters and 3 divine-tier beings. How could they have perished so easily? When had the Dragon Kingdom grown so formidable? He recalled that the Dragon Kingdom had only 9 divine-tier warriors, and after the last attack, only a few remained. Their strongest, Wu Tian, of divine tier 8, had already been slain. Why had his 3 divine-tier warriors been unable to withstand the onslaught? As Ming Song surveyed the Dragon Kingdom soldiers surrounding him, he noted the cold, murderous intent in their eyes. "Are you members of the War God base?" he asked, unable to fathom that Ling Feng's base could possess such strength. Wang Long chuckled derisively. "Do you not know who we are?" "You ask knowingly." Upon receiving Wang Long's unequivocal response, Ming Song sighed in despair. He realized he had underestimated the might of the War God base. Today, he was beyond salvation. He had not anticipated meeting his end before dawn's light. Mere moments away from triumph. only to find himself unable to endure until that moment. He gazed upon Wang Long and his comrades, their faces resolute with determination. In a cold tone, he declared, "I am aware that your life will soon come to an end today, yet rest assured, your days are numbered as well. The clan of the Dark Knight shall swiftly dominate the entirety of Blue Star. Your futile resistance will only lead to your demise. We shall await your downfall from below." Wang Long let out a hearty laugh, disdainfully pointing at Ming Song. "You little wretch, harboring ill intentions. Fear not, for we shall not only survive but thrive for a century. Your human benefactors will soon join you in your grave." With that, Wang Long launched a powerful punch at Ming Song, obliterating his form instantly. Thus, the ruler of the land of the rising sun met his end. Not in the homeland he so fervently longed for, but in a foreign land. With Ming Song's demise, the troubles of the land of the rising sun were extinguished, and their nation faded into history. Let us return. After slaying Ming Song, Wang Long promptly led his men back towards the base to join the great battle. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the war god base, a palpable atmosphere of impending violence permeated the air. Teru, commanding millions of fishmen and hundreds of thousands of defected humans, approached the base, now merely 5 kilometers away. Ling Feng, too, stood ready with his combat personnel, prepared for the impending confrontation. 3 hours prior, the technological warriors dispatched by Ling Feng had inflicted massive casualties upon the fishmen, resulting in the loss of hundreds of thousands. Nevertheless, nearly 4 million fishmen still advanced towards the final battleground. From the highest point of the base, Ling Feng observed an overwhelming sea of enemies surrounding him. As Teru reached within 10 kilometers of the base, he refrained from launching an immediate assault, instead issuing orders to encircle the war god base, preventing any escape. His objective was to annihilate every last one of the base's inhabitants, for only then could his rage be quelled. This endeavor represented a full-scale mobilization against the Dragon Kingdom. All his kin had been rallied, alongside millions of fishmen and hundreds of thousands of other humans, sufficient to consume this base entirely. Seated in his exclusive snow vehicle, Teru gazed into the distance at the colossal structure, piercing through the layers of mist until he soon discerned the man standing atop the highest level. Ling Feng, likewise, took note of him, and their gazes collided instantaneously. A flicker crossed Ling Feng's brow as he recognized the identity of his opponent, sensing the immense power radiating from him. How intriguing, his strength rivals my own. Such a battle promises to be exhilarating. Teru smirked wickedly, his being brimming with fervent combat spirit. Ling Feng's eyes shone with eagerness. At last, a grand confrontation awaited him. Summoning Ma Wu and other senior officials, Ling Feng spoke gravely. "Once the battle commences, I shall engage the God King across the way. I entrust this position to all of you. My expectations are simple. Preserve your strength, for the enemy is numerous. Prioritize defense. After I depart, Ma Wu will assume command. All must heed his orders. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that upon my return, you all shall still be present." With that, Ling Feng shot into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Teru, sensing the fluctuations of Ling Feng's aura, understood that he desired to engage in aerial combat. He turned to his companion, Selena, and coldly declared, "You shall command the battle here. I will confront Ling Feng from the war god base." Ha ha! With a hearty laugh, Teru soared into the heavens. Selena watched Teru's departure with astonishment. Having anticipated that he would personally oversee the battle until the enemy was nearly vanquished before confronting Ling Feng in a final showdown. To her surprise, they had launched directly into their duel. Observing her own densely packed army, Selena felt a surge of excitement, albeit tinged with confusion. She had never commanded such a multitude and lacked the military expertise for such an endeavor. In a large-scale battle, even a seasoned strategist might falter. The complexities of troop deployment were beyond her comprehension. The battlefield was ever-changing, and commands must be issued with foresight, yet she was only skilled in technology and scheming, leaving her at a loss for what to do. However, recalling her numerical advantage, she cast aside strategy and resolved to charge forward without hesitation. She promptly issued her first command. All units were to launch an all-out assault, with the objective of seizing the war god base. On the uppermost floor of the base, Ma Wu observed the disorganized charge of the enemy fishmen and realized that their commander was a novice, entirely ignorant of troop formations. This revelation gave him confidence in how to counter their advance. Chapter 397. The final showdown, Ma Wu swiftly issued his orders. All heavy firepower was to engage, and every helicopter in the base was to take to the skies. At his command, the 5 towers of the base initiated a vigorous counterattack. Cannons on the battlements unleashed a relentless barrage upon the advancing foes, while helicopters indiscriminately rained fire upon the enemy below. With the aerial forces of the beautiful nation now utterly decimated, the base's helicopters could dispense with defense and focus entirely on offensive maneuvers. Selena's directive for an all-out attack resulted in a congested mass of troops at the war god base, rendering movement nearly impossible. This fortuitously provided the defenders with an advantageous scenario. Their weapons required no precise aim, as they were bound to hit their targets regardless. Furthermore, when those at the front fell, the rear ranks remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, swiftly filling the gaps left behind. Thus, the personnel of the base reveled in their slaughter. The relentless barrage of artillery echoed incessantly, and the corpses piled beneath the base formed mountains, resembling a veritable meat grinder. The adept members of the Night Clan, initially intent on altering the tide of battle with their formidable prowess, soon realized their utter impotence. Firstly, the opposing structures towered high above, rendering them incapable of ascending, and in addition, the quality of these edifices was extraordinarily robust. Even their divine-level assaults failed to inflict any damage upon the base. Ultimately, they surmised that the defensive capabilities of these structures could only be matched by those of a deity-level entity. After 3 hours of relentless assault, Selena discovered with dismay that no progress had been made, and her losses had already escalated to 1/3 of her forces. The forces of the fishmen had been thoroughly scattered, descending into utter chaos, compelling her to withdraw her troops for a much-needed regrouping in preparation for another offensive. Deep down, she understood that the true determinants of victory lay not in their hands, but in the celestial duel above. The survivor among the two would emerge as the ultimate victor. Thus, as she called back her forces, the war god base, in perfect synchrony, ceased its assault. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, Ling Feng and Ter engaged in a fierce confrontation. Let us rewind 3 hours into the past. Once Ling Feng ascended into the skies, he awaited Ter's arrival. The choice of battleground was deliberate, for their destructive capabilities were immense, with even the slightest blow capable of catastrophic consequences. Ling Feng stood amidst the clouds, brimming with combat fervor. Ter soon followed, positioning himself a mere 10 meters from Ling Feng. The two exchanged glances, their eyes igniting with sparks of intensity. They maintained their gaze for a full minute until Ter finally broke the silence. "You must be Ling Feng. It's evident you possess great strength. We are of the same ilk," Ter said with a friendly grin. Ling Feng's lips curled into a cold smirk, his disdain evident as he retorted. "We are not of the same kind. I am human. You are not, and I have no penchant for invading others." "Ha! Ling Feng, you truly excel at evoking emotions. I admire your character. Were we not adversaries, I would genuinely wish to befriend you," Ter replied with a laugh. Ling Feng cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "Friend, I have no fondness for your kind. I am solely interested in your inner core." "How fortuitous. I too am greatly intrigued by your inner core. You should possess 4 inner cores, and if I acquire them, I shall amass 9, becoming the most powerful being on this planet." "Ha ha," Ter remarked, his eyes gleaming with avarice as they locked onto Ling Feng. "Humph, I share the same sentiment. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us engage in battle." Ling Feng bellowed in fury. Instantly, a fire dragon and a water dragon manifested behind him. With a mere thought, the 2 dragons roared and surged towards Ter's body. Tel's gaze shifted momentarily as he extended his hand and gently pointed forward. Instantly, a transparent shield materialized before him. When Ling Feng's fire dragon arrived at Tel's front, it unleashed a fierce burst of flames. The fiery assault struck the shield and was immediately thwarted, creating a stalemate between the 2 forces. At that moment, a water dragon surged from behind Tel, launching an attack. As it approached, the water dragon unexpectedly transformed, exploding into countless ice shards that hurtled toward Tel. Sensing the imminent threat behind him, Tel furrowed his brow. He found himself caught in a pincer attack, with the assault about to descend upon him. A swirling mass of black mist enveloped him, allowing him to vanish from sight. Ling Feng's dual attacks missed their mark in an instant. From a distance, Ling Feng felt a chill creep down his spine, his instincts urging him to teleport to the left. At the very moment he did, A jet of black flames erupted at the spot he had just vacated. Tell smirked coldly, acknowledging Ling Feng's prowess, yet taunting, "Your strength is commendable, but your inner core is still one short of mine. Prepare yourself." With a flick of his finger directed at Ling Feng, Tell unleashed a sudden surge of gravity upon him. "This is my earth-based ability. My gravitational force is 1,000 times yours." "Ha ha." Tell laughed triumphantly as he soared toward Ling Feng. A sharp trident having mysteriously appeared in his grasp, its material distinctly different from that of ordinary daggers. He lunged the trident toward Ling Feng's chest. Ling Feng responded with a cold smile, teleporting once more while activating his unique ability, Source of 10,000 Poisons. Dense black mist surged toward Tell's body. Upon noticing the encroaching darkness, Tell prepared to teleport away, but suddenly felt his body grow heavy, as if ensnared in a quagmire. However, drawing upon his strength, he quickly broke free, though the brief delay allowed Ling Feng's black mist to seep into his being. Tell immediately felt a dizzying wave wash over him. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng launched a mental assault. Taken by surprise, Tell experienced a sharp pain in his head, even as Ling Feng's fist arced toward him. Chapter 398, The Final Showdown. Tell's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly sidestepped to evade. Enduring the pain that coursed through his body, he deftly dodged Ling Feng's relentless barrage, which descended upon him like a swarm of furious hornets. Faced with Ling Feng's relentless assault, Ter could scarcely withstand the pressure. In a moment of desperation, he executed a sudden teleportation to escape. However, Ling Feng was not one to allow such an escape easily. He understood the principle of not letting the tiger return to the mountain and swiftly pursued Ter in the direction of his flight. Although Terrace could not match Ling Feng in strength, he was not lacking in speed. Despite Ling Feng exerting all his might, he could only maintain a pace that matched Ter's. As Terrace fled, a profound terror gripped his heart. He had not anticipated the extent of Ling Feng's formidable power. Despite possessing an additional inner core, he found himself overpowered. This revelation was utterly unexpected. Furthermore, Ling Feng's array of abilities was astonishingly diverse, and his methods of attack bewilderingly peculiar. Ter's head throbbed painfully, akin to being pricked by a multitude of needles. All he could do was flee swiftly. If he could return to his ancestral land, his injuries would heal rapidly, and he would no longer fear Ling Feng. He soared through the skies, traversing more than half of Blue Star, eventually arriving at the Amazon rainforest, home to one of the entrances to his Dark Knight clan. This primordial forest, rarely visited by humans, had remained shrouded in secrecy for centuries. However, following the apocalypse, it had transformed into a frozen wasteland, losing its former enigma. Fortunately, the sparse population meant it had yet to be discovered. Upon reaching the entrance, Ter darted inside, and in less than a second, Ling Feng had arrived on the scene, following without hesitation. This marked Ling Feng's first venture into the underground lair of the Dark Knight clan. The entrance was relatively spacious, with a diameter of about 4 meters, leading into a vertical shaft devoid of light. Ling Feng, however, was unperturbed. He had long possessed the ability to navigate in darkness and had already spotted Ter ahead. He suspected that Ter was leading him into a trap, so it was prudent to proceed with caution and close the distance. With a swift thought, Ling Feng teleported, reappearing directly in front of Ter, and unleashed a powerful punch that sent Ter hurtling away. Ter's momentum abruptly halted as his body crashed against the cavern wall, blood gushing from his mouth. During the assault, Ling Feng had employed the ability of the Source of 10,000 Poisons, coupled with a mental attack. Ter had not anticipated Ling Feng's sudden appearance. Lost in contemplation on how to mend his injuries, he was caught off guard by Ling Feng's ambush. Now, Ter felt even worse. To make matters worse, Ling Feng had blocked his path, evidently aware of his intentions. With no other option, Ter could only ascend once more, though his injuries had worsened, and his speed had noticeably diminished. Ling Feng leisurely followed behind him, preparing to strike once they were outside, as the confined space was unsuitable for combat. After Terrace flew out of the underground cave, he immediately ascended into the sky, with Ling Feng closely trailing him. He promptly unleashed his mental assault, conjuring a long sword forged from his psychic energy, which sliced towards Ter's body. Sensing the impending danger, Ter swiftly turned, brandishing his trident to parry the incoming blade. However, the sword pierced through his trident, continuing its relentless advance towards him, causing Ter's expression to shift dramatically. The sword was intangible, capable of bypassing his defenses. He hastily attempted to evade, but his speed had diminished significantly, rendering him unable to escape. The blade passed through him. And Ter instantly felt a darkness envelop his mind as he plummeted to the ground. Though his body remained unscathed, his brain endured severe damage. Upon crashing to the earth, Ter clutched his head and writhed in agony, feeling as if his body were on the verge of exploding. Recognizing the deadly nature of his affliction, Lingfeng seized the moment and unleashed all his attacks upon Ter. The gravitational field, the source of myriad toxins, and the assault of otherworldly flames converged upon him simultaneously, shattering Ter's body into several pieces. In that instant, 6 inner cores erupted from his form. With remarkable swiftness, Lingfeng collected all the inner cores. He stored Ter's core within his spatial realm, while extracting the others. Filled with exhilaration, he gazed at the inner cores in his possession. Without hesitation, Lingfeng soared to a secluded spot, crafting a cave with a flick of his wrist before entering to commence his absorption process. He first retrieved a crimson inner core, a divine king's core of the fire element. Having already absorbed one, acquiring this second core would grant him mastery over fire abilities. Drawing from his prior experience, Lingfeng absorbed the fire inner core in just an hour. He distinctly felt his strength amplified, achieving a flawless command over fire abilities. Subsequently, he resumed his absorption endeavors. 3 hours later, Lingfeng emerged from his meditation, sensing that his power was on the brink of reaching its zenith. As if he were merging with the very essence of this world, he could now effortlessly harness the forces of nature surrounding him, yet there remained a lingering void. His potential was still incomplete as he sought the final inner core. However, he had already sensed its location and detected 2 powers, slightly weaker than his. One situated on Bay Island, and the other at the South Pole. However, the time to review the past has not yet arrived. His most pressing concern now is to return to the base and address its affairs, then locate the final inner elixir. Lingfeng cast a glance at the entrance of the Dark Knight clan and soared back towards the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, the war god base erupted once more into chaos. Initially, both sides were in a state of uneasy truce, each awaiting the outcome of the battle between the 2 divine kings. Hours passed without any resolution. Just then, Wang Long returned with his 300 soldiers, and the mermen, spotting the isolated human, immediately launched an assault. Wang Long, unable to endure this provocation, swiftly led his men into a counterattack. Observing Wang Long's peril, Ma Wu disregarded everything else and joined the fray with the War God Brigade and the Beast Legion. Thus, the second great battle commenced. Though the numbers were heavily imbalanced, the strength of the War God base far surpassed that of their adversaries, particularly in terms of elite combat prowess. The War God base boasted a staggering 14 divine-grade warriors of the 10th rank, while Selina's side had merely 3. This disparity alone rendered the War God base virtually invincible. A single divine-grade warrior of the 10th rank could withstand the might of 1,000,000 troops, inflicting damage far exceeding that of 1,000,000 soldiers combined. Within less than an hour of combat, Selina's forces suffered catastrophic losses, with divine-grade warriors being annihilated to the last. Realizing that the strength of the War God base had, unbeknownst to them, surpassed their own, Selina understood that their numerical advantage alone could not secure victory. Her final hope rested solely on Ter. If Terrace could achieve ultimate triumph, the tide would turn, and they would once again reign as the dominators of this world. As Lingfeng returned, he beheld the tumultuous scene unfolding before him. The warriors of the War God base were locked in battle with Ter's forces. From a bird's eye view, it appeared that the War God base was surrounded, yet a closer inspection revealed that they were wreaking havoc, while Ter's army was on the verge of collapse. Lingfeng descended slowly, his thoughts stirring, and in an instant, a colossal visage materialized in the sky. The massive head occupied a radius of several hundred kilometers, its countenance mirroring Lingfeng's own, a mere manifestation of his mental prowess. Soon, all on the ground noticed the celestial anomaly. Combat ceased as everyone turned their gaze skyward. Lingfeng regarded them with an air of solemn authority, as though a supreme deity surveying the realm. Ter is dead, he declared. There is no need for further futile resistance. All but the Dark Knight clan and the citizens of the beautiful nation may depart. I offer you a chance at mercy. You have 1 minute to consider. Those who remain after that shall be met with indiscriminate slaughter. Lingfeng initially contemplated the annihilation of all present, yet as his power escalated, He perceived the sheer multitude of individuals before him. To extinguish them all would render the planet's population even sparser, a notion he found rather tedious. In truth, many among this crowd were coerced and seduced by the allure of the beautiful nation. Upon Ling Feng's declaration, the warriors of the war god base assembled, their faces etched with an unmistakable intent to kill as they regarded the throng before them. A ripple of unrest swiftly coursed through the masses. Some nations, forcibly summoned by the beautiful nation, began to contemplate a hasty retreat. However, the majority of the fishmen remained rooted, unyielding in their stance. The members of the Night Clan exhibited no signs of trepidation, firmly believing that their ancestor, Tur, could not possibly perish. Tur was a divine entity in their eyes, invincible. At that moment, Selena wore an expression of disbelief. Well acquainted with Tur's capabilities, she recognized that his divine core surpassed Ling Feng's by one. Yet, she was taken aback by Tur's defeat. She did not question the veracity of Ling Feng's words. A sovereign being would not resort to such crude deception against mere ordinary supernatural beings. If Terrace had indeed fallen, it stood to reason that Ling Feng had absorbed his divine core, positioning him as the most formidable entity on the planet. Selena shook her head in bitter resignation. The beautiful nation's fate seemed irrevocably sealed, for Ling Feng's disposition would never allow for their escape. In the span of a mere minute, only a handful began to withdraw, while the rest remained unmoved. Ling Feng's formidable visage broke into a chilling smile, instilling an instinctive sense of dread among the assembly. "Excellent," he remarked. "It seems you hold unwavering loyalty to Tur. You may join him now." With his words, the battlefield erupted in a cacophony of explosions, not of bombs, but rather the catastrophic detonation of human bodies. Fishmen began to fall in droves, while individuals from the beautiful nation, regardless of their prowess, began to explode without warning. The Night Clan was not spared either. As they met their demise, their divine cores ascended towards the heavens, their resurrection abilities rendered futile. In a matter of minutes, the death toll soared to 3 million, with not a single soul from the beautiful nation, the Fishmen, or the Night Clan remaining alive. Those who had resolved to retreat from the outset were immensely grateful. They had narrowly escaped the recent cataclysm. All gazed upon Ling Feng with profound reverence. Truly, he was a deity, capable of determining the fates of millions with but a thought. Ling Feng regarded the survivors with a frosty glare and slowly articulated, "From this day forth, those who trespass into the Dragon Kingdom shall meet their end. I shall only utter this once. Begone." These individuals, as if granted a pardon, hastily fled towards the sea, not daring to linger. As this throng retreated, the war god base erupted in jubilant cheers, a resounding victory. The Dragon Kingdom had triumphed. Ling Feng's victory heralded a pinnacle moment for the Dragon Kingdom, establishing him as the supreme force upon the planet, a true deity. He stood quietly, gazing at the jubilant crowd below, reveling in their excitement and reverence. The war had come to an end, with a mere 5 words. He turned and soared back towards the base. Tears of joy streamed down the faces of the people. The conflict was over, and they could finally embrace a peaceful existence. Though the icy winds still howled, the battle was no more. Upon returning to the base, Ling Feng promptly convened a high-level meeting. The sole objective was clear: to ascertain the whereabouts of the missing God King of the Dragon Kingdom. This was Ling Feng's most pressing concern. If the God King still drew breath, he would not seek to seize his divine core. However, it was likely that the God King had perished, and his core had been taken by someone whose location remained unknown. Mobilize everyone we can to seek out the whereabouts of the missing God King. Focus on the northwest region of our Dragon Kingdom. Ling Feng felt an instinctive tug towards the core's potential location, a sensation arising from the interconnection of the cores themselves. "I will personally lead the search." Ma Wu immediately expressed his commitment. After the meeting adjourned, Ma Wu swiftly departed with 30 formidable beings and 1,000 battle-hardened warriors, heading resolutely towards the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, others at the base began the task of restoring order. Previously, Ling Feng had consolidated all combat personnel. Now that the conflict had ceased, they began returning to their respective bases. Chapter 400. The grand conclusion. Ling Feng entrusted the future development of the Dragon Kingdom entirely to Qing Wei, Huang Fei'er, and Miao Xiaocui, as he had always held a strong aversion to such matters. His own mission was complete. The Night Clan had been vanquished, and the elite forces of the beautiful nation had been obliterated. For the foreseeable future, he was without rivals. At last, he could enjoy a well-deserved respite. However, before indulging in rest, he needed to locate the last divine core and address two formidable presences. After 3 days of tranquility, he finally received news from Ma Wu. They had discovered a hidden base in the western region, which housed an alarming number of mutated beings, all exhibiting considerable strength. In excess of 1,000 individuals within this base possessed holy-level prowess. Upon receiving this intelligence, Ling Feng wasted no time and flew directly to Ma Wu's location. He soon arrived at the site described by Ma Wu, who awaited him there. Ling Xiao, they are within those mountains. Ma Wu pointed towards a series of towering peaks. Following his gesture, Ling Feng extended his mental acuity, and indeed sensed formidable presences nearby. Simultaneously, he detected the aura of the God King's core. It was here. A surge of elation filled his heart. Let us proceed and investigate. Ling Feng strode directly towards the base, and soon, a vigilant figure emerged, scrutinizing them. Who are you? Leave immediately, bellowed a towering man, standing at an imposing 2 meters. Ling Feng frowned. He held a disdain for these unearthly creatures. With a mere glance, the towering man was reduced to mere fragments. This transformation quickly drew the attention of others, yet Ling Feng remained undeterred. One by one, the mutated beings, akin to the first, disintegrated into shards. Ling Feng advanced deeper into the base, leaving a trail of crimson as the ground became stained with blood. Following his instincts, he moved towards a specific direction while Ma Wu led the remaining forces to eliminate the rest of the mutated beings, volatile, powerful, and possessing a strongly antisocial demeanor. They had to be eradicated. Ling Feng soon arrived in an expansive chamber, spanning over 1,000 square meters. At the center stood a 3-meter-high platform upon which sat a pale-faced young man, calmly observing Ling Feng from a sofa. You've come. I knew you would eventually seek me out, the man remarked with a faint smile, devoid of any fear, yet his eyes harbored a hint of malice. Ling Feng noted the change in his gaze and replied indifferently, Do you know me? The man chuckled, Know you? It goes beyond mere acquaintance. We share a blood feud. I am Lu Guanyu. Does that ring a bell? His tone was chilling. Ling Feng's expression shifted to one of realization. This individual was the head of the Lu family from Qingzhou, whose father, Lu Neng, had died by his hand during his previous campaign to eradicate the Lu family. This man had escaped, and now here they were, face to face once more. So it is you. No wonder. But this time, you cannot flee. Ling Feng replied coolly. Lu Guanyu forced a wry smile. He had once believed that with the Divine King's inner core, he could ascend to the pinnacle of this world and finally avenge his father. Yet now, Ling Feng had absorbed 9 inner cores and become the strongest in existence. Leaving him in despair, life had played a cruel jest upon him. Despite having nurtured over 1,000 imperial-level warriors and being a divine king himself, he realized that only Ling Feng stood in his way. Such was the tragic irony of fate. However, he resolved not to submit passively. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he declared, Ling Feng, I know I am no match for you, but I will not surrender. You shall not easily claim my inner core. Haha, die. With that, he extended his arms, and thousands of vine-like tendrils surged towards Ling Feng, ready to ensnare him. Ling Feng stood motionless, as the vine halted just a meter before him, unable to advance any further. Lu Guanyu's face turned pale. Sweat beaded on his forehead from his utmost exertion, yet the vine remained immobile. Why? Why? He bellowed with a twisted expression. Ling Feng remained silent, merely gesturing lightly. Lu Guanyu exploded into a cloud of crimson mist. A jade-green divine core swiftly flew forth, captured by Ling Feng's grasp, leaving no other cores behind. It appeared that Lu Guanyu was not an extraordinary ability user. Indeed, had he possessed such powers, he would not have devoted his energies to studying mutants. Ling Feng gazed at the divine core in his hand, his heart brimming with exhilaration. He was on the brink of making history. No one could fathom the transformation that would ensue after he absorbed 10 divine cores, but he was certain it would render him immensely powerful. Without hesitation, Ling Feng began to absorb the core. As the energy was gradually drawn in, he felt himself slowly merging with the world around him. His body underwent a transformation, establishing an intricate connection with the planet. As the last remnants of energy from the divine core were absorbed, Ling Feng's body completed its final metamorphosis. He closed his eyes, silently attuning to the changes within. He realized he had become entwined with the planet. With a mere thought, he could manifest in any corner of this world. All things were now within his grasp. He had ascended to the status of a true deity, governing this celestial sphere. Simultaneously, a pair of golden eyes at the abyss of Antarctica snapped open, and a colossal figure began to stir. Elsewhere, deep within the day and night mountain range of Bay Island, another silhouette emerged from the depths of the earth. Ling Feng sensed the two immense energies, prompting him to teleport instantaneously. Upon a small island in the midst of the Pacific Ocean, three distinct figures hovered in the air, forming a triangular formation. One was a golden dragon, several hundred meters in length, reminiscent of the one Ling Feng had encountered before, yet this dragon was grander and exuded a more formidable aura. The second figure was a strikingly handsome man, yet he bore the peculiar form of a human head atop a serpent's body. The man's features were exquisite. Were it not for his prominent Adam's apple, Ling Feng might have mistaken him for a woman. The final figure among the trio was Ling Feng himself. He regarded the other two with a composed demeanor and inquired, "Who are you two? Please introduce yourselves." The golden dragon, with its immense form, began to speak. "I am Jinjiang." It then gestured toward the man-headed serpent. "He is Qing Wu. We have long awaited you, or rather, the emergence of the world's supreme deity." Ling Feng furrowed his brows, sensing from the spiritual fluctuations of the dragon that his words held truth. These two beings appeared to be akin to other creatures of this realm. They seemed more like entities of pure energy, devoid of physical form. Their entire existence comprised of dense energy. "Are you the manifestation of this world's will?" Ling Feng soon realized that he had established a faint connection with the two. Qing Wu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we have slumbered for countless years, awaiting the emergence of the supreme deity. At last, that moment has arrived. Our purpose for existence is to assist you in ruling this world. Our bodies contain the primordial power of this realm. You may absorb our strength to reshape the rules of this world, restoring it to its rightful path." After speaking, Qing Wu cast a glance at Jinjiang, and in an instant, they transformed into beams of light and entered Ling Feng's being. Immediately, he felt a refreshing coolness in his mind. His spiritual realm began to expand wildly. Within just an hour, the area of his mental space reached a staggering magnitude. To his astonishment, Ling Feng discovered that his spiritual world was now as vast as the blue star itself, and it had connected with the blue star. The life he created within his mental domain would manifest in reality. This meant that Ling Feng could conjure an entire race from thin air and manipulate the time and space within his spiritual world to alter reality itself. He gradually grasped the operational laws of this world. With a mere thought, his surroundings transformed instantly. The ice beneath his feet began to melt rapidly, within mere minutes. The previously frozen surface of the sea reverted to a liquid state. This transformation was not confined to Ling Feng's vicinity. It was occurring in every corner of the globe. Many observed a remarkable phenomenon. The ice and snow were gradually melting, and astonishingly, the melting water began to ascend into the air. As the ice and snow dissolved, cities once buried beneath them slowly revealed their true forms. The blue star regained its original appearance, with forests, deserts, lakes, and rainforests, as the world became vibrant once more. And the temperature began to warm gradually. The populace erupted in elation, emerging from their shelters to exuberantly celebrate the end of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the God of War base gathered to witness this historical moment. Could this possibly be the work of Feng Zi? Wang Long remarked incredulously. Aside from him, I cannot fathom who else possesses such power. Du Yibai mused, observing the unfolding scene. Could it be that Brother Feng has ascended to divinity? Ling Tian uttered a statement that left him in disbelief. I believe if Brother Feng has indeed become a deity, it would not be so astonishing. Shen Hong stated with innocent simplicity. As a few individuals were engaged in conversation, Ling Feng suddenly appeared before them. Instantly, they surrounded him, each face adorned with curiosity. Ling Feng smiled lightly, saying, "There is no need for speculation. I have ascended to divinity." The end.